Long Kingdom, a world-renowned international hospital. The room was filled with cold medical equipment. Wires and tubes crisscrossed everywhere, and the beeping of machines echoed through the sterile space. An elderly man lay on the bed, his lips moving silently. He was the 17th richest person in the world, a man who had funded the education of tens of thousands of orphans in Long Kingdom, asking for nothing in return. Even on his deathbed, he donated his entire fortune unconditional to Long Kingdom, solely for charitable and educational causes. He had never married, never had children, and had no scandals. He lived a life of solitary virtue. Xiao Jing, child, I'm sorry, I'm coming to join you. His cloudy eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back 70 years. In that moment, his vital signs flatlined. He had lived a life that had never known a single day of true happiness. A sharp pain shot through his head. Clutching his throbbing skull, he stared in disbelief at his surroundings. No longer the hospital room. No longer the crowd of doctors conducting daily rounds. Instead, he saw a Mudan straw hut, exposed wooden beams, and a roof covered only by a thin sheet of plastic. Isn't this the house I lived in when I was a sent-down youth? The familiar room, the familiar details suddenly unlocked decades of sealed, painful memories. Before Zhang Fan could fully process it, loud, chaotic voices came from outside. Li Jing Mountain? Li Jing? The commotion drew his attention. The name alone brought a vivid image to his mind. Li Jing, always with a ponytail, wearing a coarse cloth dress, standing in the fields like a fairy descended from heaven. This was the woman who had haunted Zhang Fan's conscience for a lifetime, the one who woke him from nightmares, the one he had loved and regretted for decades. Li Jing. Damn heavens! You tormented me my whole life, and now you're torturing me in my final dream. Slap. In agony, Zhang Fan grabbed his head and slapped himself hard across the face. The intense pain jolted him fully awake. This isn't a dream. I've been reborn. Rebirth, something Zhang Fan had always considered impossible. Yet here he was, given a second chance to atone for his regrets. The voices outside sharpened his focus. He remembered this day clearly from his past life. Zhang Fan had been a sent-down youth in Li Jing Mountain. Humble and helpful, he earned the villagers' trust and became a model youth. Among the villagers was a beautiful girl named Li Jing, renowned for her beauty, with suitors lining up at her door. But Zhang Fan, as an educated urban youth, had a natural advantage. He pursued her relentlessly. The villagers, eager to keep a scholar in their midst, supported the match, hoping he'd bring prosperity to Li Jing Mountain. Over time, Li Jing fell for the city boy. They married, a couple admired by all, a match made in heaven. In their first year, Zhang Fan was devoted. The Li family was pleased. But in the second year, he changed. He began to abuse Li Jing physically and emotionally. He even forced her to work in the fields while she was still recovering from childbirth. The trauma weakened her health, and Zhang Fan grew increasingly resentful. Soon, he beat her more than 3 times a week. Li Jing, traditional and reserved, never spoke of the abuse. When asked about her bruises, she always said she had fallen or bumped into something. But this only made Zhang Fan worse. He showed no mercy, not even for the woman who had given him a child. Now, his body felt drained, racked with pain. He couldn't even sit up. Xiao Jing, that bastard is leaving. He doesn't want you anymore. Move aside, let us in and beat him to death. That's right. Who'd have thought Zhang Fan was such a monster in human skin? If he leaves Li Jing Mountain today, he'll write my surname backwards from now on. A group of angry young men stood at the door, many of them Li Jing's former suitors. Once they'd accepted her marriage to Zhang Fan, burying their feelings. But 2 years later, instead of seeing a happy Li Jing, they saw her come to work every day with bruises and cuts. Suspicion grew, but without proof, no one dared accuse Zhang Fan. Until today, when Zhang Fan revealed his city transfer notice, announcing he was returning to the city. His father had arranged a job for him, but the condition was clear. He had to be single. Since he and Li Jing hadn't officially registered their marriage, they were only verbally married. Faced with the choice between career and family, the Zhang Fan of the past chose ambition. He chose the city. Back in the city, life went smoothly. He followed his father's plan, married the daughter of a state-run restaurant owner, and worked hard. Life improved. But within 3 months, the restaurant owner's daughter ran off with a southern salesman, taking all of Zhang Fan's savings. His world collapsed. The future he'd dreamed of was shattered. Alone and penniless, Zhang Fan thought of Li Jing, the woman had abandoned in Li Jing Mountain. After months of longing, he decided to return and find her. But everything had changed. From the villagers, he learned that a year after his departure, Li Jing's mental health deteriorated. Villagers gossiped, calling her immoral. Local thugs harassed and beat her. Her parents, shamed and ridiculed daily, eventually drank pesticide and died by suicide. Her two older brothers, enraged by her suffering, beat those who had hurt her accidentally, killing one. Both were sentenced to death. This final blow broke Li Jing. In despair, she drowned herself and her daughter in a well. When Zhang Fan arrived, it was too late. He rushed to her grave, screaming in agony. But it was over. Heartbroken, he returned to the city, vowing never to love again. He threw himself into business, living a life of loneliness and pain. And now, on his deathbed, he was reborn back to this unforgettable day. This day it's not too late. Everything can still be changed. His heart raced. The pain of the past was pushed aside. This time, he would cherish the one in front of him. This time, he would defy his father. He would build a life here in the countryside. You're awake? Creak. The door opened gently. Li Jing stepped in, her face bruised and purple, her voice soft. Li Jing, the woman had longed for his entire life, stood before him. He tried to rise and embrace her, but his body had no strength. Unable to hold her, tears streamed down Zhang Fan's face. Decades of longing poured out in that moment. Oh, don't cry. They'll let you go. Go back to the city. Just leave. Never come back. Chapter 2. The Enraged Shui Dashin. Hearing those words again, Zhang Fan's heart shattered. In his past life, he had felt nothing but relief when she said that. He grabbed his bag and left without a second glance. Even on the tractor to the county town, he never looked back. Remembering that moment, Zhang Fan trembled uncontrollably. Summoning all his strength, he forced himself up. But before he could rise, several young men behind Li Jing shouted angrily, "Zhang Fan, don't think your education gives you the right to do evil. If you don't explain yourself, you won't leave Lijiao Mountain today." They advanced, raising their farming tools, ready to teach him a lesson. No! Li Jing spread her arms, shielding Zhang Fan. Even now, she protected the man who had hurt her. Zhang Fan's heart ached. In his past life, how could he have been so blind? How could he have abandoned such a woman for a hollow life in the city? Xiao Jing, move aside. Let us beat him. This scene reignited Zhang Fan's memories. In his past life, he had left under Li Jing's protection, boarding the tractor to town. With all his strength, Zhang Fan rose from the bed, gently pushed Li Jing aside, and faced the villagers alone. I know I've wronged Li Jing these past 2 years. I've wronged the Li family, but I won't be returning to the city. I'm staying in Lijiao Mountain as your son-in-law. Zhang Fan's sudden declaration stunned everyone. Li Jing looked as if she had heard a miracle. What did you say? You're not leaving? Tears streamed down her face, disbelief written all over it. Yes, I'm not leaving. What? The villagers froze. One sentence, I'm not leaving, had shattered their plans. Zhang Fan had once been the most respected among the sent-down youths, intelligent, kind, always helping with village affairs. But his abuse of Li Jing had turned their admiration into resentment. A few jealous youths had fanned the flames. In that era, most villagers were uneducated and easily swayed. They believed the rumors without question. These other youths, also from the city, felt superior. They shirked work and resented Zhang Fan's popularity. Now, with Zhang Fan's mistake, they saw their chance. So you think I'm not leaving fixes everything? One shouted. Zhang Fan, as a fellow townsman, you've done something unforgivable. Just take your beating and let the villagers vent their anger. Let the Li family have justice. Just then, 3 men pushed through the crowd. One, with slick-back hair and a plain but distinguished look, stood out starkly among the villagers. He was Shui Dashin, a sent-down youth from the same province as Zhang Fan. They should have been allies, but Shui resented Zhang Fan's special treatment. The villagers gave Zhang Fan the best food first. Even the city transfer notice had come to Zhang Fan, first fueling Shui's jealousy. Shui Dashin, what's this to you? Stay out of it. Zhang Fan glared at the young man. Shui Dashin lived to oppose him. In his past life, the villagers' uprising had been Shui's doing. But back then, Zhang Fan had only cared about escaping, about leaving Li Jing and returning to the city. He only learned the truth years later, when he returned. Fellow villagers, I know my actions were inhuman. I've wronged Li Jing. I've wronged her father. But I am a man of integrity. I will bear the consequences of my mistakes. From this moment on, I declare, I will stay in Lijiao Mountain. I will live with Li Jing, help her heal, and work to lift our village out of poverty toward a better life for all. With that, Zhang Fan tore his city transfer notice into pieces, right in front of everyone. Behind him, Li Jing's eyes were flooded with tears. This was the first time in 2 years she had seen Zhang Fan like this, not shouting, not hitting. No, go back. I know you want to return. Just go. My child, and I won't hold you back. Lijiao Mountain isn't your home. Don't stay out of pity. Li Jing, as if possessed, jumped from the bed, tears flying. She dropped to her knees, gathering the scattered pieces. She clutched the fragments like treasures, her red, swollen eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Zhang Fan. Her voice cracked. "This is your transfer notice. Keep it safe. We won't burden you. This isn't your destiny. Don't sacrifice yourself for us." Her voice broke with emotion, tears flowing again. The scene tore at Zhang Fan's heart. His guilt deepened. Li Jing, though uneducated, had delicate features and skin so soft it seemed to glisten. But after marriage, he had beaten her until she was unrecognizable, her skin aged and rough. In his past life, had only cared about returning to the city. Had never truly loved her. Had helped the villagers only to secure his own, transfer never for their sake. Now, after a lifetime of regret and pain, he could finally make amends. Thankfully, heaven had given him a second chance. "This isn't just a piece of paper I've torn. I'm not leaving. He'll stay in Li Jing Mountain, and he'll give you a good life." Zhang Fan's eyes were clear, his voice sincere. The villagers' move began to cheer. "Good, Zhang the educated youth. You take responsibility like a real man. Mistakes can be corrected. We believe in you." Seeing the villagers' sudden shift, Shui Dashan panicked. "You're just going to let him off after what he did to your daughter? You call yourselves people? Your daughter was abused, and you still forgive him? Typical ignorant peasants." Enraged, Shui Dashan insulted the entire crowd, caring nothing for decency. In his heart, he never saw Li Jing Mountain as home, nor the villagers as equals. "You're lying. I know Zhang Fan better than you." Li Jing stepped forward, defending her man. "Humph, you're just a country girl. Think you can become a phoenix? You and Zhang Fan are perfect chicken and stray dog, together forever." Shui had long desired Li Jing, but since he couldn't have her, he could only slander her. Slap! A sharp crack echoed in the small room. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan struck Shui Dashan across the face. In his past life, Shui's rumors and incitement had driven Li Jing to suicide. He would not let that happen again. "You hit me? How dare you hit me?" Shui clutched his cheek, glaring murderously. "I hit you? I'd like to kill you. Say one more word against Xiao Jing, and he'll tie you up and throw you to the wolves on the mountain." Zhang Fan grabbed the door bolt and raised it high. Shui Dashan stumbled back in fear. "Living with these peasants has made you a brute, but your time is up. Just wait." As Zhang Fan forced him toward the door, Shui continued his curses. The other youths didn't dare help, they still needed their transfer certificates. But Shui, now unhinged, stormed out, still shouting threats. Chapter 3. Like a grand dream, Shui Dashan's disgraceful departure signified the conclusion of this farce, prompting the villagers to gather their farming tools and make their way home. Once they had all left, Li Jing's parents, along with her elder and younger brothers, stood at the doorway of their home, each lost in their thoughts about how to handle the situation. "Zhang Fan, perhaps I should speak to the brigade and request another notice for your return to the city." "You should go back," Li Jing's father said, his voice laced with helplessness. He found himself at a loss for words regarding his son-in-law. When Zhang Fan had married Li Jing, he had felt an immense pride, boasting about having such a capable son-in-law that the men from surrounding villages envied him. Yet, who could have foreseen that Zhang Fan would turn out to be such a person, violently assaulting his daughter without a care for her safety? "Father, please don't say that. I do not regret being your son-in-law, and I will not leave. I want to build a good life with Xiao Jing," Zhang Fan declared. "Though I am indeed a city dweller, I cannot be a heartless traitor. If I were to walk away, what would you all bear in terms of reputation? What burdens would Xiao Jing have to endure? I cannot let you suffer for my mistakes. If you grant me a chance for redemption, I vow to treat Xiao Jing well and make amends for my past wrongs. Please believe that I will sincerely cherish her, and such a situation will never arise again." Before Li Jing's family, who were all genuinely good-hearted individuals, Zhang Fan felt the weight of his words. Li Jing's eldest brother, Li Changsheng, had once risked his life to save someone from drowning, only to be struck by a floating log that left him with a limp. Her second brother, though astute, was kind-hearted and had never harbored malice towards others. As for Li Jing's parents, their presence was indispensable in every village endeavor, large or small. These were revelations Zhang Fan came to understand later. In his previous life, he had never truly grasped the essence of this family. "Sigh, everyone makes mistakes. It is easy for us to forgive you, but it ultimately depends on Xiao Jing's feelings. As long as she does not blame you, we need not say much more," Li Jing's father responded, his tone softened by the prospect of Zhang Fan's repentance. After all, his two sons had already given Zhang Fan a thorough beating the previous day, which explained why he had struggled to rise from bed this morning. Some of his anger had subsided. Xiao Jing, will you forgive me? Zhang Fan asked, gazing at Li Jing, who stood quietly by his side. There is no need to stay out of obligation. If you wish to leave, then go. But if you choose to remain, I hope you will not deceive me this time, she replied, her heart heavy with resignation. For her, Zhang Fan's departure or stay made little difference. This time, I will not deceive you. If you are willing to forgive me, I promise to treat you well. Zhang Fan implored, panic rising within him at the thought of returning to life, only to find Li Jing unwilling to forgive him, rendering his efforts futile. Very well. I will trust you once more, she said. Deep down, Li Jing believed in Zhang Fan and harbored affection for him, drawn to this cultured young man. Father, I wish to annul the marriage with Xiao Jing. We have been married for so long without the proper documentation, and it is a source of ridicule in the village. Grant me 1 more month, and I will give Xiao Jing a splendid wedding. In this era, obtaining a marriage certificate is akin to a solemn promise. A single document binds 2 individuals for a lifetime. Zhang Fan's mention of acquiring the certificate was merely to reassure Li Jing, to demonstrate that he would not abandon her, and to affirm his unwavering resolve to remain in Li Jiao Mountain. Heaven has granted him a chance to amend past regrets. Should he fail to seize it, he has no one to blame but himself. All right, I will inform the team tonight. After 2 years, it is time to get the certificate. Li Jing's father gazed at his daughter, ultimately softening. She is their only child, and all he desires is for her happiness. If you dare lay a finger on Xiao Jing again, my brother, and I will ensure you regret it. After overcoming the initial concerns of Li Jing and her father, the 2 brothers of the Li family were reluctant. Their little sister, who had been nurtured in fortune, had never suffered hardships nor faced the slightest harm. To their dismay, she found herself bullied and beaten by Zhang Fan after marriage, a reality they could not accept. Brothers, in the past, I was not a good man. I assure you, I will never harm Xiao Jing again. If I lie, throw me into a latrine to drown. Zhang Fan's tone was earnest. With the opportunity to rectify his past mistakes bestowed upon him, if he were to squander it, he would bear the consequences. I hope your words hold true, otherwise, we shall teach you a lesson. The Li brothers, known for their kindness, would not show leniency when it came to their sister's well-being. I promise I will never repeat my mistakes. Rest assured, Zhang Fan reiterated his vows repeatedly, solely to alleviate the brothers' concerns. Now, we shall return to the fields. You 2 enjoy your time together. Today, I shall grant you a day off to rest. Hearing Zhang Fan's assurances, old Li grasped his 2 sons and led his wife out the door, leaving the couple to converse privately. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Once more, their gazes locked, and Li Jing's heart raced. She was uncertain whether Zhang Fan would truly change and could not foresee what lay ahead. Suddenly, Zhang Fan stood, startling Li Jing, who stumbled backward. Please, don't hit me. Now that they have left, if you wish to go, then go quickly, she stammered, trembling. She had grown accustomed to Zhang Fan's advances, which always resulted in violence. Taking a step forward, Zhang Fan gently enveloped Li Jing in his arms. After decades of longing, the warmth of her presence stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. I'm sorry, it was all my fault. I have wronged you, and I promise to make amends for my transgressions. Please forgive me. I miss you so much. You are in my dreams. I dreamed of losing you forever, and it frightens me. I fear a life devoid of you. I beg you, forgive me. In that moment, with no reservations left, Zhang Fan poured forth the emotions he had harbored for far too long, waiting for this day for decades. Holding her close was the first time in many years that he felt a sense of peace and warmth, a sensation that no wealth could ever procure. Do not act this way. I forgive you. I have forgiven you. As Zhang Fan wept once more, Li Jing felt a surge of anxiety. She was perplexed as to why this man had cried twice in a single day. Was it possible that her 2 brothers had been too harsh, causing him unbearable pain? Or could it be that Zhang Fan was genuinely remorseful, yearning for redemption? These questions lingered in Li Jing's mind. I hope your decision to stay is not rooted in guilt towards me. I am not worthy of your attachment. Returning to the city would be a far better choice for you. Li Jing, meticulous in her thoughts, understood that returning to the city had long been Zhang Fan's greatest aspiration. If he chose to remain out of guilt, he would inevitably depart once more. Rather than becoming ensnared deeper, it would be wiser to let go sooner. You are an intellectual from the city, a sent-down youth. I do not wish for you to be burdened by the trivialities of the Li family because of me. If you wish to leave, now is still a suitable time. Li Jing, shedding her bashful demeanor, gazed at Zhang Fan earnestly. My decision to stay is not solely due to guilt. It is also because of my affection and the responsibilities I bear. You carried our child for 10 months, and instead of treating you with kindness, I have only intensified your suffering. I am despicable. I wish to atone for the pain you should never have had to endure. Please trust me this once." The sincerity in Zhang Fan's demeanor was unprecedented for Li Jing, and her once dull eyes flickered with renewed vitality. She glimpsed hope in him once more. The Zhang Fan she had once cherished had returned. "All right. From this moment on, I understand that Zhang Fan truly belongs to me. There will be no unforeseen events." Zhang Fan surveyed the bare walls around him, his mind focused on a singular thought: earning money. He was determined to provide a good life for Li Jing and her family. It was his duty as a man and a husband. Moreover, armed with memories of his past life and the identity of a sent-down youth, he found that his endeavors would yield double the results for half the effort. Chapter 4. The Path to Wealth. Having gained the forgiveness of the Li family, Zhang Fan began to contemplate the matter of wealth. Although he possessed the memories of his previous life and had a unique vision and opportunities, he currently lacked the necessary capital to commence his ventures. Since marrying, his temperament had drastically changed, leading him to a life of excessive drinking. He rarely worked, forcing Li Jing to bear the burden of two individuals' labor. Their financial resources were painfully meager. As a former top-tier tycoon, Zhang Fan's journey to wealth had begun with the humble trade of snacks. After returning to the city and marrying, his city-born wife had left him for a southerner, and his father-in-law had increasingly turned against him. The owner of the state-run restaurant wielded considerable influence and power in that era. In his previous life, Zhang Fan, driven by a desire to prove himself, had ventured into the restaurant industry, entering into fierce competition with his former father-in-law, a rivalry that lasted decades. Ultimately, his father-in-law faced defeat, allowing Zhang Fan to vindicate himself. Although this life diverged from the path his father had envisioned, Zhang Fan's foremost consideration remained food. As the saying goes, food is the foundation of the people. With the relaxation of policies, many cities had become pilot cities where small vendors could set up stalls to sell assorted goods and food. This presented Zhang Fan with an opportunity, a chance to rebuild and lead Li Jing towards a brighter future. After careful consideration, Zhang Fan began to contemplate what culinary delights he could sell in the county. He intended to start with snacks, which required minimal capital investment and primarily relied on skill. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had traversed the length and breadth of the nation, sampling various local delicacies, and had acquired numerous recipes at a high price. Although he could not perfectly recall the recipes, he could reproduce about 80 to 90% of them without any difficulty. A multitude of snack ideas flickered through his mind, yet most were swiftly discarded. It was not due to his inability to prepare them, but rather the lack of essential ingredients. In this era, food was exceedingly scarce, and purchasing rice, flour, and oil necessitated ration tickets, with many regions imposing weight restrictions on purchases. This consideration left Zhang Fan feeling quite overwhelmed. The Li family's circumstances were already considered above average in the entire Li family mountain. However, their provisions of rice and flour were merely sufficient for the family's daily expenses and were far from enough for Zhang Fan to indulge in. Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of children's voices outside interrupted his contemplation. Typically, these children would gather around him, seeking his attention. Zhang Fan exhibited great patience, treating both the young and the elderly equally, which was fundamental to his standing in Li family mountain. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of 3 or 4 young boys, bare-chested and carrying a tattered cloth bag, approaching him eagerly. It was late August, still during summer vacation, and the weather was sweltering. The village boys were running about in their shorts. The cloth bag they carried appeared heavy, and the joy on their faces indicated its contents were something special. "Look, chestnuts!" exclaimed the lead boy, grinning widely as he raised the bag with pride. Chestnuts. As Zhang Fan accepted the bag, the unprocessed chestnuts revealed themselves before him. In that instant, an idea sparked in his mind. Li family mountain, situated in the northern central region, was abundant in chestnuts. The hills were blanketed with wild chestnuts, which, during the harvest season, could hardly be consumed in their entirety. Yet, in these times, many people simply smashed them open for raw consumption or roasted them briefly to mitigate their astringency. However, Zhang Fan regarded these wild chestnuts as priceless treasures. In his previous life, he often indulged in roasted chestnuts, relishing their sweet and soft texture, which ranked among his few lifelong favorites. The mere thought of that taste made his mouth water. Gazing at the chestnuts before him, the idea of roasting them filled his mind. This area was rich in chestnuts, yet lacked the know-how to prepare them. This presented Zhang Fan with a golden opportunity for a fresh start. Mao Ho, are the chestnuts in the mountains ripe? The lead boy, affectionately nicknamed Mao Ho by the villagers, was fond of his moniker, and Zhang Fan followed suit. Zhang Jiqing, the wild chestnuts are fully ripe and falling to the ground. Look at my arm. It's swollen from being hit by the fallen chestnuts. Mao Ho exclaimed, lifting his arm to show Zhang Fan the reddened area. Mao Ho, I shall take this half bag of chestnuts for now. I plan to visit the county tomorrow, and upon my return, I will return them to you. In the presence of several children, Zhang Fan exhibited remarkable courtesy. He must venture to the county to sell the chestnuts, as it is only in bustling areas that he can find customers. Zhang Jiqing, these are for you to use. We shall head home for our meal now. After saying this, Mao Ho poured the half bag of chestnuts into the bamboo basket beside Zhang Fan and, carrying his cloth bag, returned home with his companions. The half bag of chestnuts filled the basket significantly, yet this merely represented the initial state of the chestnuts. Zhang Fan did not delay. He squatted down and began to crack the chestnuts with a small hammer, shattering their shells to extract the kernels within. You are going to the county? The previously composed Li Jing, seated in the room, heard nothing but the mention of a trip to the county. Yes, I plan to make a trip to the county tomorrow to see if I can engage in some business and earn some money. In response to Li Jing's inquiry, Zhang Fan answered earnestly, unwilling to exhibit even a hint of indifference. If you are to leave, then do so swiftly. Do not utter sweet words to placate me only to devise your departure. Do I appear to you as a mere plaything? Li Jing's emotions once again teetered on the brink of collapse, tears streaming down her face anew. Observing this, Zhang Fan quickly rose and embraced the stubborn Li Jing tightly. Xiao Jing, I shall not leave. Do you see the chestnuts on the ground? I plan to take them to the city tomorrow to earn some money. Zhang Fan, keenly aware of Li Jing's guilt, absorbed every word she spoke, and at the slightest hint of distress, he hurried to clarify. You intend to sell these chestnuts in the county? Li Jing gazed at Zhang Fan incredulously. The wild chestnuts from the mountain were plentiful, yet making a profit from them seemed a daunting task. Yes, I plan to bring a small stove and a large iron pot with me, and I will return them once I am done tomorrow. Zhang Fan earnestly explained to Li Jing, fearful of any misunderstandings. If you have thought it through, then go ahead. I support you. With Zhang Fan's reassuring confirmation that he would not leave, Li Jing finally felt a sense of relief. Claiming indifference to Zhang Fan's departure would have been disingenuous. Her heart yearned more than anyone for him to remain. She held a fondness for this man, and as long as he was willing to embrace life, she could gradually forgive his past transgressions. All right then, I shall first peel all these chestnuts and see if they can be sold in the county tomorrow. Chapter 5. Praise abounds before long. With the combined efforts of Zhang Fan and Li Jing, the half basket of chestnuts was entirely peeled. Zhang Fan meticulously scored each chestnut with a crosscut, ensuring they would burst open while frying, making it easier for people to peel them. Although the peeled chestnuts filled barely half a basket, this aligned with Zhang Fan's expectations. Selling chestnuts in the county was merely an experiment for him, to gauge the public's acceptance of this novel method of preparing chestnuts. Now that the chestnuts were ready, all that remained was an iron pot for frying and the quartz sand specifically for roasting chestnuts. In this era, life is far more convenient than in the past. With just a flick of a finger, one can place an order online. Lacking quartz sand, Zhang Fan had no choice but to procure some sand from a reasonable source. The riverbank's sandy terrain not only contained sand, but was also interspersed with small pebbles, which were perfect for roasting chestnuts. Without delay, Zhang Fan took a bamboo basket and ventured to the river alone. After gathering sand from the river, he returned home and first dried the sand in a firewood pot. Subsequently, under Li Jing's astonished gaze, he poured a dozen chestnuts into the pot. Soon, as he stirred them, the delightful aroma of roasted chestnuts wafted throughout the kitchen. Traditionally, caramel is added to roasted chestnuts to enhance their sweetness and flavor. However, during this era, sugar is a luxury, and one must possess sugar tickets to purchase it. Moreover, white sugar does not compare favorably to caramel. Thus, Zhang Fan decided against adding sugar, opting to preserve the natural flavor and see how delicious they would be in their pure form. After more than 20 minutes of roasting, he gently pinched one chestnut between his fingers, and the shell easily cracked open. The fragrance of the chestnut enveloped him entirely. The aroma was exquisite. In his previous life, Zhang Fan adored roasted chestnuts. He would buy 1 or 2 kilograms to sample, regardless of their quality, whenever he passed a chestnut vendor. Now, the scent of these wild chestnuts eclipsed all the roasted chestnuts he had ever tasted before. He split the peeled chestnut in half, offering one portion to Li Jing while he savored the other. Upon tasting, the sweet, soft, and glutinous texture burst in his mouth. Delicious. Zhang Fan could only describe the wild chestnuts with a single word: fragrant. The experience was utterly delightful, akin to a form of indulgence. Was it tasty? After swallowing half of his chestnut, Zhang Fan looked at Li Jing with hopeful eyes, eager to hear her opinion, the most significant woman in his life. It's truly exquisite. I have never tasted such delicious chestnuts in my life, Li Jing exclaimed, licking her lips, savoring the lingering flavor that was unforgettable. Come, come. If it's so delicious, keep these 5 for yourself. I'll save the rest for our parents and let my elder and younger brothers taste them too. With Li Jing's affirmative response, Zhang Fan promptly reduced the heat and extracted the remaining chestnuts from the pot. The hot sand was too scorching to handle, so he left them in the pot to cool naturally. In rural kitchens, there are typically 2 large pots. Zhang Fan used the less frequently employed one for roasting, reserving the more commonly used one for cooking meals. He selected 5 plump, large chestnuts from the roasted batch and placed them before Li Jing. The others were gathered in a small bowl for his parents and brothers who would return from their farm work. You've given us all the chestnuts. What will you have? Li Jing inquired, perplexed, as she observed Zhang Fan distributing the chestnuts while neglecting his own portion. I have tasted this delicacy before. Today, I have prepared it especially for you all. There is an abundance of it in the mountains behind us, and should you wish for more, I shall gladly make it again. However, tonight, I shall abstain from eating. Zhang Fan smiled at Li Jing. Despite how he had treated her in his past life, she still thought of him in all matters. For this reason alone, Zhang Fan found it hard to forgive himself. No, we are a family. We shall eat together, or else I shall not partake either. Seeing Zhang Fan unwilling to share, Li Jing grew upset and pushed the chestnuts in front of her away, turning her head. The enticing aroma of the chestnuts tempted her, yet she remained unmoved, waiting for Zhang Fan's decision. Very well, let us share these 5. The rest shall be reserved for our parents. Sensing Li Jing's rising anger, Zhang Fan relented. Upon his rebirth, he resolved to treat his wife with the utmost seriousness. If he were to anger her again, what kind of man would he be? Gently approaching Li Jing, he peeled open the 5 chestnuts, consuming one himself, while offering the remaining 4 to her. Here, eat. Look, I have had one. Now you cannot help but feel happy. Gazing at the 4 chestnuts in her hands, Li Jing selected the largest and most plump one. You should eat another. 3 are sufficient for me. Li Jing's gesture warmed Zhang Fan's heart, intensifying his feelings of guilt. He truly did not understand what kind of person he had been in his past life, abandoning such a wonderful woman to be scorned by others upon returning to the city. This one chestnut held profound significance for Zhang Fan. It represented not merely a simple treat, but encompassed Li Jing's love, her care, and her capacity to overlook his past transgressions. Though the chestnut was sweet, it tasted bitter in Zhang Fan's mouth, his guilt growing ever more pronounced. After finishing the chestnuts, the rice soup in the pot was ready. In these times, rice was precious, making it impossible to achieve the thick porridge of later years. The pot contained only a handful of rice with ample water. The mere hint of rice flavor was deemed satisfactory. Setting the prepared rice soup on the table, Zhang Fan casually picked a few cucumbers from the garden. With a swift chop and a sprinkle of seasoning, a refreshing cucumber salad was ready. At dinner, the entire family savored the chestnuts Zhang Fan had cooked. Afterward, every one of them praised the dish enthusiastically. After hearing Zhang Fan's ideas, old Li inquired, "Do you plan to sell chestnuts in the county?" Zhang Fan nodded, affirming his intention. Good, having ambition is commendable. After we finish eating, I shall visit the brigade headquarters to see if I can borrow a cart. It will make your trip to the county much easier. In these times, livestock was scarce, reserved for the brigade's production needs. Most donkey carts were utilized for transporting grain, leaving no spare vehicles to lend to Zhang Fan. The only available option was a hand-pushed cart, which could carry the iron pot and stove he required. Then it is settled. Thank you, father. I shall give it a try tomorrow. If it does not work out, I will return and diligently work to earn my points. Chapter 6. Delicious yet affordable. Early the next morning, upon rising, Zhang Fan noticed a cart resting in the yard. It was evident that his father had borrowed it from the commune office while he slept the previous night. At this hour, his parents, elder brother, second brother, and Li Jing had all departed for farm work. Due to receiving a notice to return to the city, Zhang Fan was spared from labor during this period, presenting him with an opportunity to earn some income. He promptly loaded the pre-prepared iron stove onto the cart, separating the chestnuts and sand for transport. Finally, he retrieved a bag of coal from a corner and placed it onto the cart. In this era, winter lacked heating systems or electric blankets. The sole means of warmth was burning coal. Any leftover coal from winter would be stored beneath the eaves for use the following year. The coal stored beneath the eaves proved indispensable today. During these times, liquefied gas cylinders were virtually unattainable in rural areas, making coal the most viable option for selling roasted chestnuts in the county. Coal burns efficiently, with a single load sufficient for an entire morning's use. This bag of coal would last Zhang Fan several days. Having organized his belongings, Zhang Fan wasted no time and set off toward the county. Lijiao Mountain was not particularly remote, situated about 8 to 9 kilometers from the county town. Yet, this distance felt substantial while hauling a cart, and it took him a full 3 hours to reach the county, exhausting him considerably. At that moment, Zhang Fan silently resolved that as soon as he made some money, he would purchase a donkey. Relying solely on human strength to pull the cart was utterly taxing. Upon arriving at the county town's entrance, Zhang Fan began to scout for a suitable spot to set up his stall. In this era, street vending had not yet been fully liberalized, with numerous areas still under regulation. He was acutely aware that encountering the wrong authorities could be construed as engaging in speculative activities. After all, he was merely there to conduct a small business and needed to remain discreet. He promptly dismissed the central areas of the county, schools and hospitals, as potential locations for his stall. These places were too conspicuous. After much contemplation, he identified a cement factory on the outskirts of the county as the optimal site. Located approximately a kilometer from the town, the factory attracted a substantial foot traffic. Securing a position within the cement factory was highly coveted, as it offered bustling work and competitive wages. A prized status post-reform and opening up, people's mindsets gradually evolved, with few clinging tightly to their money. The majority preferred to spend on daily necessities and luxuries. Many workers from the cement factory rode bicycles, which served as a symbol of their social standing. Zhang Fan seized this insight, recognizing that selling roasted chestnuts at the factory's entrance would undoubtedly be lucrative. Before long, he set up his stall, a stove, an iron pot filled with sand, which awaited heating before he would toss in the chestnuts to roast. By the time they arrived in the county town, it was already around 10:30 in the morning. After setting up the stall and tending to the mundane tasks of kindling the fire, it was well past 11, and there was less than an hour before the workers would clock out. Zhang Fan poured half of the raw chestnuts into the iron pan and began to stir-fry them. Before long, the delightful aroma of roasted chestnuts wafted through the air, attracting the attention of the factory security guard, who turned to investigate. "Young man, why do your chestnuts smell so enticing?" "I could smell them from quite a distance and had to come over to inquire," said an elderly gentleman who approached, fanning himself and carrying a small stool. "Sir, I am roasting chestnuts, priced at 20 cents a portion. Would you care to buy a serving and give it a try?" Zhang Fan had set the price at 20 cents, considering the labor costs involved, while the raw chestnuts themselves were virtually free. He merely sought to earn a modest sum for his effort, as hauling the cart to the county was indeed exhausting. 20 cents? That seems reasonable. Please pack me a portion. I'd like to take it home for my grandson to taste. The old man's attire suggested he was well off, in the countryside. Someone of his age would typically be toiling in the fields, not leisurely wandering about. "Certainly, sir. You are my first customer of the day, so I'll add a few extra for you to take home. If you find them delightful, do spread the word. Next time you come, I'll treat you to a free serving." As this was his inaugural transaction, Zhang Fan was particularly attentive, generously adding several more chestnuts for the elderly gentleman. With the ringing of the cement factory's bell, a throng of workers began to pour out, many drawn by the enticing aroma of roasted chestnuts, gathering around Zhang Fan's stall. In no time, a crowd of young people had formed before him. These individuals, having secured jobs at the cement factory at such a young age, were free from financial burdens, often indulging in snacks to treat themselves, leading a relatively carefree life. "Come one, come all. Freshly roasted chestnuts, delicious and affordable," Zhang Fan called out as he removed the perfectly roasted chestnuts from the pan, pouring in another batch of raw ones. "How delightful. Boss, I'll have a portion." shouted a chubby boy at the front, licking his lips, not even bothering to ask the price before placing his order. Zhang Fan smiled as he retrieved a simple paper bag and filled it with roasted chestnuts, handing it to the boy. Here you go, your roasted chestnuts, totaling 20 cents. Upon hearing the price, the boy displayed no surprise. He promptly pulled out 2 dimes from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Fan. With eager anticipation from the onlookers, he cracked open a chestnut and popped it into his mouth. Hot, hot, hot. So fragrant, so delicious. The moment the roasted chestnut touched his tongue, his first impression was the heat, quickly followed by an explosion of flavor. Having devoured one, the boy could hardly contain himself, hastily consuming the entire bag of chestnuts without a thought of sharing the taste with those around him. Boss, I'll take 2 more portions. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he tossed down 40 cents and eagerly accepted 2 more bags of roasted chestnuts, delighting in their taste. After the incident involving the chubby boy, many individuals eagerly reached into their pockets to make purchases. The delightful aroma was undeniable, and one could surmise that the taste would be equally exceptional. Fragrant. This was the singular sensation experienced by everyone present. Only the term fragrant could adequately capture it. Soon, all the roasted chestnuts brought by Zhang Fan were sold out, without a single one remaining. After promising to return the next day to set up his stall once more, those who had queued but failed to buy reluctantly departed. Upon briefly tallying today's earnings, it appeared that although half a basket of chestnuts seemed scant, Zhang Fan had still earned nearly 10 yuan, remarkable in an era when the average worker's monthly wage hovered around 30 to 40 yuan. Earning 10 yuan in a single day could be deemed legendary. Chapter 7. All sold out. After tidying up his stall, Zhang Fan did not linger. With 10 yuan in hand, he made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. The day's venture into selling roasted chestnuts had been exceedingly successful, and he intended to purchase some caramel. After all, in later times, roasted chestnuts were primarily prepared with caramel. The sweet, enticing flavor was irresistible. Upon arriving at the cooperative, the clerk's demeanor was exceedingly courteous, and she was quite adept at handling the merchandise. Understanding Zhang Fan's request, she promptly procured the caramel for him. Using both cash and sugar tickets, he successfully purchased half a kilogram of caramel, sufficient for his needs. Zhang Fan planned to prepare 2 varieties, one traditional dry roasted and the other caramel flavored. However, with the addition of caramel, the pricing could not remain at 20 cents. It would need to be raised to 30 cents to ensure a profit. After another arduous 3-hour journey, Zhang Fan returned home just as it approached 4 in the afternoon. Upon his arrival, his parents, Li Jing, were still laboring in the fields, and Zhang Fan did not idle either. The sales of roasted chestnuts had proven remarkably fruitful. But now that he had exhausted his supply, he could not rely on others to continuously deliver for him. Once at home, he retrieved a large cloth bag meant for carrying flour and, donning a backpack, set off towards the mountains behind the village. Along the way, many villagers greeted him warmly. Most were unaware of the recent incident, and Zhang Fan still held significant influence in the village. Zhang, the educated youth, what brings you to the back mountain? Upon reaching the village's rear hills, Mao Ho spotted Zhang Fan and waved enthusiastically. I've come to gather some chestnuts to take home. I sampled some last night, and they were quite delightful. Noticing that Mao Ho was accompanied by a group of children, Zhang Fan refrained from disclosing his recent venture into selling roasted chestnuts in the county. Having lived a full life, he maintained a cautious disposition towards others. It was not that he mistrusted the children. He simply deemed it unnecessary to provide them with excessive explanations. Oh, Zhang, if you enjoy them, just let us know, and we'll pick some for you. Mao Ho exclaimed upon hearing that Zhang Fan was there to gather chestnuts. His parents had always advised him to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Fan. In the village, having such an intellectual figure was significant, and many families encouraged their children to befriend him. This was why Zhang Fan found himself able to converse with so many children. No need, no need. I can simply gather a few myself, Zhang Fan remarked, already bending down to collect the fallen chestnuts. Unlike the children who could climb high and low, he found that picking the ripe ones that had dropped to the ground sufficed. Zhang Jiqing, you pick those from the ground. We shall assist you with those from the trees. Mao Ho, a bold and perceptive child, discerned that Zhang Fan was unable to ascend the tree and wisely offered his help. All right, just be sure to stay safe. Thank you in advance. Observing Mao Ho's insistence to assist him, Zhang Fan graciously urged them to exercise caution. With the children's involvement, Zhang Fan swiftly filled a cloth bag. Gazing at the bountiful collection of chestnuts, he felt a genuine sense of joy. This marked his first venture upon his rebirth, and its unexpected success had exceeded his expectations. After more than half an hour, the backpack was also filled with chestnuts. During the wild chestnut season, the mountain was abundant with them, making the collection remarkably swift. All right, Zhang Jiqing, it's getting dark. We must head home for dinner, Mao Ho observed, noting that both the backpack and bag were full. After escorting Zhang Fan to his doorstep, he waved goodbye, preparing to depart. Wait, here's $1 for you to share, as a token of gratitude for your help today, having lived a lifetime. Zhang Fan understood all too well that monetary compensation facilitates cooperation. Though these children were currently well-meaning, should their assistance be needed again in the future, it would be unreasonable to expect them to help for free. It was far better to offer them payment from the outset. Debts of gratitude can be burdensome. By employing a monetary exchange, one avoids the entanglement of owing favors. No, we were just playing on the mountain and helping you out. How can we accept money? Mao Ho protested, though the eagerness in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. This was indeed a full dollar, and with 7 children assisting. Even a mere 10 cents each would amount to 4 dimes for Mao Ho. For a junior high school student like him, 4 dimes represented a small fortune. Coming from a humble background, he seldom had pocket money, with his only source of enjoyment being foraging for fruit on the mountain. Take it. You all worked hard this afternoon. Use the money to buy some snacks, Zhang Fan said with a smile, pressing the bill into Mao Ho's hand. This time, Mao Ho did not refuse. He found it impossible to turn down the dollar, the 4 dimes that rightfully belonged to him. After sending Mao Ho and his companions on their way, Zhang Fan resumed his task of peeling the chestnuts. Earning money is one thing, but the effort invested must correspond with the income. Every day, the chestnuts gathered required peeling, and each nut needed to be scored. It was a laborious process. Yet for Zhang Fan, who had returned to life, it was also a delightful experience. From a distance, Li Jing and her group, returning from work in the fields, spotted Zhang Fan sitting in the courtyard, peeling chestnuts. Someone curiously inquired, Xiao Jing, what is Zhang Jiqing up to? Isn't that a plethora of sweet chestnuts? What does he intend to do with them? The women in the village gathered together, inevitably gossiping, with some daring to inquire, their gazes directed towards Li Jing's home. He mentioned he wished to gather some sweet chestnuts for consumption, and since he had a break from work these days, they figured it was fine for him to indulge in his whims. Li Jing refrained from divulging Zhang Fan's venture to sell sweet chestnuts in the county, partly because she was uncertain whether they could be sold successfully. Moreover, she was reluctant to expose Zhang Fan's secret too readily, as the taste of the roasted chestnuts from last night lingered in her memory. No wonder. We shall take our leave now. Feel free to call upon us if you need assistance. Li Jing pushed open the door and stepped inside. Throughout the day at work, she felt a gnawing anxiety, fearing that Zhang Fan might leave and not return. Now, witnessing him quietly sitting in the yard, peeling sweet chestnuts, her heart finally settled. You're back. You must be exhausted. I will prepare dinner. As Li Jing entered, Zhang Fan washed his hands and casually wiped them on his apron, deeming them clean enough. Oh, no need. I shall handle it. You've worked hard all day. Did anyone buy the roasted sweet chestnuts today? Li Jing cautiously inquired, wary of displeasing Zhang Fan. After all, he had caused her significant harm in the past, resorting to violence over trivial disagreements. They sold out. Every last one. I made 10 yuan. Chapter 8. The astonishing display of extravagance, 10 yuan? So much. Upon hearing the word sold out, Li Jing exhaled a sigh of relief. But the latter part of his statement left her utterly astonished. To put it into perspective, her family toiled throughout the year, barely earning 700 or 800 yuan in work points. Zhang Fan had managed to earn 10 yuan in just a single day, shattering her perception of value. Is 10 yuan a lot? Zhang Fan scratched his head. Perhaps to others, earning 10 yuan in a day seemed substantial, yet to him, it was akin to a mosquito's leg. This 10 yuan was merely a modest experiment. In the future, it would multiply into 10 tens, 100 tens, 1,000 tens, an innumerable amount of tens. I shall surely build a grand house, making you the envy of every woman in the village. As Zhang Fan spoke these words, he exuded a commanding presence, radiating an alluring aura. Li Jing found herself deeply captivated by this charisma, her fear of him dissipating further. Here, take this 3 yuan. Today I procured some materials we needed, and in the afternoon, I had Mao Ho and the others assist me in gathering sweet chestnuts, giving them a portion, so keep the remaining 3 for yourself. Lost in thought, Li Jing suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing this. I don't want it. You should keep it for yourself. Upon seeing the money extended towards her, Li Jing quickly nodded, still adjusting to Zhang Fan's sudden transformation. Take it. Buy some treats for you and our daughter. Don't hesitate to spend. I can earn more, Zhang Fan insisted, placing the money firmly in Li Jing's hands and removing their daughter from her back. To facilitate her work, Li Jing had tied their daughter on her back with a rope, a traditional method employed by rural women to carry their children. Very well. I shall store this for you. Feel free to request it whenever necessary. Unable to resist Zhang Fan's insistence, Li Jing reluctantly stowed the money away and turned back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan held their daughter in his arms, sitting in the courtyard as he peeled chestnuts. The little girl, with delightful babbles, attempted to stuff unpeeled chestnuts into her mouth, her newly emerged baby teeth working diligently to gnaw at the outer shells. This charming scene brought immense joy to Zhang Fan, making him increasingly reflect on how he had taken for granted the blessings of a wonderful wife and daughter in his past life, hastening instead to squander money and become a source of grievances. After dinner, the entire Li family gathered to assist Zhang Fan in peeling the chestnuts. After all, the task involved a full bag and a backpack, requiring considerable effort to complete. They toiled until deep into the night, finally finishing the chestnuts. Zhang Fan then experimented with caramelized roasted chestnuts, earning unanimous praise once more. With his family's endorsement, he felt a surge of confidence for the sale the following day. Early the next morning, it was time for the familiar routine of transporting the goods. Zhang Fan trekked 3 hours to the county town once again. This time, he had prepared 2 iron woks, one batch of sand for roasting plain chestnuts, and another for caramelized ones. Uncertain of which flavor would sell better, he prepared both. Setting up his stall, as before, Zhang Fan began to switch between woks, roasting chestnuts. Due to the necessity of offering 2 flavors while ensuring they remained warm, he had to continuously alternate the woks for heating and maintaining temperature, thus guaranteeing the best taste. The bell rang, and the workers from the cement factory surged out, many spotting Zhang Fan's stall and hastening towards him. Boss, I'd like 1 portion. Boss, I want 3 portions. In no time, a crowd of workers surrounded his stall. Those who had bought yesterday returned as repeat customers, and those who had missed out became even more enthusiastic. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am introducing 2 flavors. One is plain, and the other is caramelized. The price for the plain remains unchanged, while the caramelized is 3 dimes per portion. Zhang Fan raised the price of the caramelized version by a dime, a necessity due to the cost of the caramel. Boss, I'll take 1 caramelized and 1 plain. I also want 1 caramelized and 1 plain. Contrary to his expectations that announcing the price would dampen their enthusiasm, it instead ignited their eagerness to purchase. Soon, the first batches of both plain and caramelized chestnuts were entirely sold out. Zhang Fan hastily prepared the second and third batches, continuing until the workers' break time. His busy noon left him with little time to rest, his hands aching and too fatigued to lift. Zhang Fan had not brought all the peeled chestnuts from the night before, only half, believing it would suffice for the day, but to his surprise, they sold out completely. After selling the roasted chestnuts, Zhang Fan calculated his earnings for the day, which amounted to 43 yuan and 8 dimes in just one midday period. This income left him somewhat satisfied. To realize the dream of a spacious house, a mere handful of money is insufficient. This time, Zhang Fan did not hesitate. He promptly made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon arrival, he approached the counter with an air of extravagance, declaring, "I would like a can of malted milk essence, 2 pounds of pork, and a pound of caramel." As he spoke, he produced the necessary meat and sugar ration tickets from his pocket. Purchasing meat and sugar necessitated tickets, although malted milk essence could be acquired with cash. In an era when the average monthly salary barely reached 40 yuan, the cost of a can of malted milk essence was 10 yuan, rendering it a luxury for many households. Zhang Fan's bold words drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Such a lavish customer was indeed a rarity. "Hello. Your requested items are ready." The sales clerk at the counter, maintaining her composure, quickly retrieved Zhang Fan's selections. The rich aroma of the malted milk essence wafted through the air, palpable even from within the can. With many admiring gazes upon him, Zhang Fan swaggered out of the cooperative, entirely unfazed by the attention. His thoughts were straightforward. As long as he could earn money, he would strive to improve his family's living conditions. It pained him to see his family endure hardships at an age when they should be enjoying life. Bearing his purchases, He embarked on a long trek home. Yet, having made money, a smile adorned his face, and he felt no weariness. Upon returning, he found Li Jing and the others still laboring in the fields, while Zhang Fan took it upon himself to tidy up the house. Having suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies in his past life, he found disorder intolerable. It was not that his mother-in-law neglected household duties. Rather, the exhaustion from daily work left little energy for meticulous organization. As the only idle person in the household, the task of tidying naturally fell to him. After 2 hours of diligent organizing, both the interior and exterior of the house sparkled with cleanliness and order. Gazing upon his handiwork, Zhang Fan's spirits soared, his face alight with joy. Chapter 9. Divergent Thoughts. After returning home, Zhang Fan remained industrious. With an adequate supply of chestnuts at hand, he refrained from venturing back into the mountains and instead prepared dinner. Once the meal was ready, he brewed a cup of malted milk essence for each family member. The sweet aroma quickly permeated the entire room. "Wow, what a delightful scent! What is that?" exclaimed Li Jing, standing at the doorway. Her curiosity piqued by the enticing fragrance emanating from several bowls of rich malted milk essence. She glanced at her elder brothers, who exchanged looks before shaking their heads. The aroma was so captivating that they had never encountered anything like it before. They could not even begin to guess its source based solely on scent. The Li family had always lived modestly, and her brothers had not experienced much in the way of luxuries. Only Li Jing, the younger sister, had grown up indulged, enjoying all the delicacies. However, everything changed when she married, and life took a bitter turn. The once pampered little sister nearly faced dire consequences at Zhang Fan's hands. "I suspect that Xiao Fan must have brought something back from the county. Let us go inside and find out." As she gazed at her 2 bewildered sons, Li Jing's mother smiled and gently pushed open the door. Although she harbored some resentment towards her son-in-law, she had heard that Zhang Fan had earned 10 yuan yesterday, a substantial sum, considering that their family struggled to make that much in a single day of labor. Upon returning home, Zhang Fan had prepared an abundant feast, having purchased pork from the supply store and harvested garlic shoots from the field. The first dish was twice-cooked pork, followed by another serving of the same, complemented by a bowl of rich egg soup. "You're back. Come quickly, dinner is ready," Zhang Fan exclaimed enthusiastically, pulling out chairs for each member of the Li family as they returned from their day's work, handing them chopsticks with a beaming smile. However, his excessive attentiveness aroused suspicion in Li Jing's 2 brothers, who exchanged glances and silently closed the door. The lavish spread startled Li Jing. She was perplexed by Zhang Fan's actions. Just yesterday, he had given her 3 yuan, and today he had prepared such a grand meal. Her keen intuition began to stir a sense of foreboding. Could it be that he was planning to leave again? This thought plagued Li Jing's mind, as Zhang Fan's behavior seemed exceedingly strange. Observing that no one was moving their chopsticks or speaking, Zhang Fan hurriedly urged everyone to eat and serve themselves. Yet, as they dined, an unsettling feeling lingered in the hearts of Li Jing and her brothers. In contrast, her parents appeared cheerful, enjoying the meal, albeit with a touch of concern. After dinner, Zhang Fan declined any offers of assistance, taking the initiative to clear the dishes and swiftly returning to the living room. "I just bought this malt milk from the county today. I've prepared a bowl for each of you. It's delicious. So drink it while it's hot. Let it cool, and it won't taste as good," he said, presenting the bowls with what seemed like a gesture of goodwill. This time, Li Jing's second brother could no longer contain himself. Grasping the bowl of malt milk, he fixed Zhang Fan with a cold stare. "Zhang Fan, confess honestly, have you done something to wrong Xiao Jing?" The room fell silent at this accusation. Even Li Jing's parents, who had been savoring the malt milk, paused to look at Zhang Fan. They too found his behavior quite peculiar, though they concealed their thoughts. "Huh, what are you talking about, second brother? Why would I do anything to wrong Xiao Jing?" Zhang Fan responded, bewildered by the question. His business was thriving. He had no time to wrong Li Jing, nor had he ever entertained such thoughts. Excessive flattery often conceals ulterior motives. "Speak up, what are you thinking? Are you regretting your decision and wanting to return to the city? If you wish to leave, we won't stop you. We can have father help you obtain a certificate from the commune," Li Jing's brother continued, insinuating that if Zhang Fan had not wronged Li Jing, it indicated his desire to depart once more. These words pierced Li Jing's heart like daggers. Li Jing's expression suddenly darkened, tears welling up in her eyes. "Second brother, what are you thinking? I simply made some money today and wanted to buy something delicious for our family to celebrate together. Why would I go back to the city and leave such a wonderful wife like Xiao Jing behind? I see how hard you all work every day. And now that I have the means to earn, I don't want to labor away. All I wish to do is prepare good food so we can enjoy some happy moments as a family. Since his rebirth, Zhang Fan had become acutely aware of the subtle shifts in the emotions of those around him. He noticed the abrupt coldness in his father-in-law's demeanor and the vanishing warmth from his mother-in-law. The tension in his elder brothers was palpable, and Li Jing appeared disheartened. Zhang Fan quickly sought to clarify, fearing he might be subjected to another beating. Today, his intentions were genuinely benevolent, and he had no desire to leave. After all, how could he consider departing so easily after being reborn? Even if he were to leave, it would be with the intent of earning money to take Li Jing along with him. There's no need to feel distressed. If you wish to leave, just say so, he reassured her. Li Jing lacked confidence, always believing her own words could not retain Zhang Fan. His strange behavior today had indeed startled her. Just when they were beginning to enjoy some good days, Zhang Fan seemed poised to create turmoil again. I am not leaving. I earned 40 yuan today, and I want to share this joy with the family. I will say it again. I will not leave, and if I must, I will take you with me. I will bring you home to meet my father, to let him know I have married and have a child, that he has a daughter-in-law and a granddaughter. Zhang Fan spoke with unwavering certainty and sincerity. His words were not only meant for the Li family, but particularly for Li Jing. As an educated youth from the city, he was exceptional in every respect. In this era, societal norms were quite traditional, and the concept of social standing was paramount. Marrying a rural girl would invite ridicule from neighbors and disdain from relatives. Here, take this 10 yuan. I will go out to earn money every day as I promised. I will build you a grand house, and I will not regret it, Zhang Fan declared, pulling 10 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Li Jing. He aimed to demonstrate to the Li family that he was capable of earning and that he could treat Li Jing well. Through his actions, he sought to prove he was no longer the old Zhang Fan. The beloved Zhang Fan had returned. His ultimate goal was to reassure the Li family and, most importantly, to comfort Li Jing. Chapter 10. The Restless Shui Dashenha? You haven't spent the 10 yuan you gave me yesterday. I don't want it. You keep it. The sudden appearance of the 10 yuan left Li Jing astonished. If yesterday had been a shock for her, today was pure surprise. Her spirits had been low, and she had hardly paid attention to Zhang Fan's earnings. Internally, she was torn, fearing the loss of Zhang Fan, while simultaneously worrying that his presence here would bring him distress. After all, he was an intellectual, a scholar from the city, and the gap in their social standings was considerable. Yesterday belonged to yesterday. Today is today. I pledge to show you money daily, to ensure that you witness a continuous influx of wealth. This is my promise. I have grown weary of mere empty words, and I do not wish to erode your trust in me. I aspire to demonstrate my transformation and to convey the sincerity of my feelings for Xiao Jing. Zhang Fan declared earnestly before the Li family, fully aware that Li Jing has always harbored deep affection for him. In his previous life, she protected him until his final moments, fearful that the others from the Li family might harm him. Gaining the forgiveness of the Li family requires a gradual approach. Zhang Fan understood that, on the surface, it appeared that the Li family had forgiven him, yet a profound resentment lingered in their hearts. Had it not been for this resentment, his second brother would not have reacted so strongly. Oh dear, you all continue your conversation. I shall wash the dishes, Zhang Fan's mother-in-law remarked, noticing the situation, and she pulled old Li into the kitchen. She struggled to grasp the dynamics of the younger generation and preferred to remain immersed in her own world. Seeing this, Li Jing's elder brothers also retreated to their respective rooms. The main room was left with only Zhang Fan and Li Jing, who exchanged a knowing smile. Sharing a moment of silence, Li Jing's smile was not merely a response to the money Zhang Fan offered. She genuinely sensed the transformation within him. This change was beyond mere words. It was apparent that Zhang Fan had reverted to the enthusiastic demeanor he exhibited when he first arrived in the countryside. His fervor and vibrant spirit were deeply appealing to Li Jing, which was why she readily accepted his confession of feelings. A man possessing a unique charm can be more captivating than mere physical attractiveness. It is his essence that draws one in. Zhang Fan had set aside a modest sum, seizing the opportunity presented by the burgeoning market for roasted chestnuts. He intended to capitalize on this moment, for the trade of roasted chestnuts is not a sustainable venture, and large-scale cultivation had yet to commence. Most of the chestnuts available were wild. Once the season passed, without proper stock, the business would falter. Moreover, The preparation of roasted chestnuts is not particularly complex. A keen observer could easily replicate the process after sampling a few batches. Following Zhang Fan's assurances, the mindset of the Li family shifted, albeit slightly. Particularly for Li Jing, she had long since cast aside her prior grievances. In this era, aligning oneself with a man often meant a lifelong commitment. She embodied this belief. Marrying Zhang Fan signified a destiny intertwined with his. Even if Zhang Fan faltered, for the sake of their daughter, she would endure. However, Zhang Fan's transformation brought her great solace, affirming that her judgment had not been flawed. She recognized that her husband was destined for greatness, and the confines of the modest Li family could not contain him. Despite his rural upbringing, her thoughts were intricate, and she considered matters with foresight. In order to follow in Zhang Fan's footsteps, she must also elevate herself. Otherwise, she will inevitably be left behind. Having already experienced the near embarrassment of being cast aside, Li Jing now places great importance on self-improvement. During work, she intentionally seeks the company of several young female intellectuals, eager to glean insights about the outside world from them. From these interactions, Li Jing acquires a wealth of knowledge, finding it not difficult to connect with the other girls. As they converse over time, they grow increasingly familiar with one another, sharing almost everything. However, this burgeoning camaraderie attracts the attention of another individual, Shui Dashan, who has harbored feelings for Li Jing for quite some time and has faced repeated rejections. To his dismay, Zhang Fan unexpectedly swoops in, and even more astonishingly, Li Jing consents. This is something Shui Dashan cannot tolerate. He cannot bear the thought of the woman he desires being taken by someone else, especially by the very person he detests, Zhang Fan. In Shui Dashan's eyes, Zhang Fan is a divine adversary sent to thwart him, intentionally provoking his ire. Upon arriving at Li Jianshan, Shui Dashan initially intended to idly waste time, believing that as long as he bided his time and secured a notification for repatriation, he could leave smoothly. Upon his return, he could have his family arrange a respectable job for him. The prospects seemed bright, but unexpectedly, Zhang Fan emerged as an obstacle. Unlike any other young intellectual, Zhang Fan is warm-hearted, diligent, and even willing to endure hardships without complaint. This ethos disrupts the plans of those who wish to coast through their responsibilities, forcing them to labor diligently each day, which feels akin to descending into hell for these city dwellers. In the dead of night, while others slumber, Shui Dashan lights a candle and sits at the table, his expression dark and brooding. Zhang Fan, you humiliated me that day. Just wait and see what I do to you. The mere recollection of that incident ignites a fury within him. He had initially intended to leverage his relationship with Li Jing to stir up trouble, rallying the villagers to witness the spectacle, only to find that the villagers turned against him midway. A shovel was nearly brought down upon Zhang Fan's head, only to be stopped just in time. Instead of being the one to strike, it was he who received a slap from Zhang Fan. And as for Li Jing, if you won't be my wife, then brace yourself. Your days of comfort are numbered. Shui Dashan had calculated that if he could create a rift between Zhang Fan and Li Jing, he could claim her for himself. He never truly intended to marry her. It was merely a game to him. Moreover, how could a city dweller like him ever marry a rural girl? Such a notion would be laughable. With this mindset, Shui Dashan has been scheming behind the scenes. From what he has gathered, Zhang Fan often resorts to violence against his wife, which has previously left Li Jing's face and arms marred with bruises during her work. Although he has not seen any recent signs of injury on Li Jing, the turmoil within Shui Dashan's heart refuses to abate. Before he was sent to the countryside, he was notorious for being a troublemaker. In the midst of petty mischief, those surrounding him shook their heads in disapproval. Chapter 11. Inversion of truth. At dawn the following day, Zhang Fan, much like the previous days, set off to the county with his cart to sell roasted chestnuts. Based on his experience, he anticipated that this venture would reach its peak in no more than 2 weeks. After all, the simplicity of replicating such a business meant it would not endure for long. Zhang Fan merely sought to amass his initial capital through it. Financial resources were essential for future growth. Although the income from roasted chestnuts was slow to accrue, possessing some foundational capital would pave the way for subsequent opportunities to earn. By noon, the roasted chestnuts were selling rapidly, with numerous workers opting for them as a substitute for lunch. 2 portions of roasted chestnuts were more economical than a full meal, and the primary allure was their delightful taste. 1 portion was plain, another caramelized, and the combination could sustain one through the afternoon. Today, Zhang Fan sales were even swifter than the previous day, all thanks to the small, chubby boy who had purchased roasted chestnuts on the first day. Upon returning to the factory, he acted as a lively herald, extolling the delectable nature of the chestnuts to everyone he encountered. Gradually, the entire factory became eager to try the roasted chestnuts, especially since many had already indulged. Those who had tasted them spoke highly of the lingering aftertaste that left a lasting impression. After tidying up his stall, Zhang Fan returned to Li Jing Mountain with his cart. However, upon his arrival, he sensed a peculiar atmosphere. Many villagers seemed to avoid him, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Confounded, Zhang Fan wondered what had transpired in the village today. Usually, he was met with warm greetings, but today was eerily different. "Granduncle, what has happened in the village today? It seems as if everyone is avoiding me," he inquired, approaching the old man sitting beneath the large locust tree at the village entrance, fanning himself in the shade. According to village customs, Zhang Fan was to address him as granduncle alongside Li Jing, as hierarchy held great significance in rural life. "Go to the brigade office and see for yourself. That educated youth, what was his name, Dashan, has been speaking ill of you today," granduncle replied, gesturing towards the direction of the brigade office. Upon hearing Dashan's name, Zhang Fan began to comprehend the situation. So, it was this Dashan who was stirring trouble behind the scenes. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had investigated Dashan and knew him to be of poor character, notorious for his misdeeds. Furthermore, he possessed a remarkable gift for rhetoric, excelling in the art of slander, having maligned at least 100 individuals. "Thank you, granduncle. I shall head to the brigade office to uncover the truth," Zhang Fan responded. At this hour, most villagers were laboring in the fields, leaving Zhang Fan puzzled as to what methods Dashan employed to incite such aversion among them. After returning the cart home, Zhang Fan leisurely made his way to the brigade office, determined to discover what schemes Dashan was concocting. Sauntering into the brigade office, he found that the dormitory for educated youth was situated within the courtyard. Dashan and his companions resided there, and prior to his marriage, Zhang Fan had also lived in this very place. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the brigade, I found it teeming with people, many of whom regarded Zhang Fan with disdain. Allow me to elucidate. Zhang Fan has committed numerous transgressions, and I am well acquainted with him, as we both hail from the city. In our youth, he was known to surreptitiously observe widows bathing, pilfer the undergarments of female neighbors, and maintain dubious relationships with numerous young women. As I stepped into the courtyard, I beheld Dashan standing on the podium, passionately recounting Zhang Fan's misdeeds. Through his rhetoric, Zhang Fan was painted as a figure of irredeemable villainy. Yet, Dashan paid little heed to Zhang Fan's presence, continuing his soliloquy unabated. "Now you understand my vehement opposition to Li Jing marrying Zhang Fan, do you not? His moral character is deeply flawed. Any woman who weds him is destined for misfortune. I sought to assist Li Jing, but alas, it seems my good intentions were unrecognized. Just days ago, when Zhang Fan attempted to leave, Li Jing forbade him, resulting in her being left bruised and battered. I trust you are more aware of these events than I am. What can be expected of our community, Li Jing Mountain, with such a man amongst us? In other words, why would a city-born youth like Zhang Fan selflessly assist you, even at his own detriment? Ultimately, it is because of his lack of integrity. He seeks to ensnare you, extracting from you what he desires. I implore you to distance yourselves from Zhang Fan. Li Jing has already fallen victim to his deceit, and I caution you to protect your daughters from his machinations." Dashan's impassioned oration was further animated by gestures designed to persuade the villagers of his fabrications. "Nonsense," interjected a voice from the crowd, interrupting Dashan mid-sentence. It was Mao Ho, now a junior high school student. Ever since Zhang Fan had given him a coin, his admiration for Zhang Fan had only intensified. Witnessing this indolent Dashan maligning Zhang Fan, he could not remain silent. "What do you know, you little brat? A mere coin sways your allegiance? Do you lack independent thought? This is the narrow-mindedness of you country folk. A trivial favor compels you to serve. It is truly pathetic." Dashan smirked and shook his head, his gaze filled with contempt. Were it not for his desire to ruin Zhang Fan's reputation, he would not waste words on such trivialities. He would be better off contemplating his future in the city. "Humph, our support is voluntary. Zhang Fan is far superior to you. At the very least, he has consistently contributed positively to the village. And what about you? Since your arrival, you have brought nothing beneficial to the community." Though young, Mao Ho was perceptive. He recognized principles over personalities and understood that the order of speech did not dictate the validity of arguments. This does not concern you. Step aside, you chatterbox. As Xue Dashan realized that Mao Ho was gaining the upper hand in the debate, he pointed at Mao Ho, urging him to leave. Xue Dashan's address had proven effective, with many expressing their intent to support him in expelling Zhang Fan from Li Jing Mountain. Today, I find myself absent. Yet it appears to be quite a lively affair. Your speech is indeed animated. As Zhang Fan strides onto the podium, Xue Dashan, who is currently delivering a speech, becomes immediately flustered. Zhang Fan, what are you doing? Who permitted you to come up here? After receiving a slap from Zhang Fan, Xue Dashan now harbors a psychological shadow whenever he sees him, his voice trembling. Your ability to distort the truth is rather remarkable. Why not continue? Zhang Fan's gaze is piercing, fixed unyieldingly on Xue Dashan, causing him to feel a creeping dread. What's wrong? Speechless? If you're at a loss for words, then to hell with you. Chapter 12. A moment of distraction. Zhang Fan stands on the stage and forcefully kicks Xue Dashan off, having endured enough. He can no longer tolerate watching Xue Dashan continue to malign him. Have you said enough? I see you possess quite the talent for slandering. Why not come up and continue? With a frosty glare directed at Xue Dashan, the latter dares not utter a single word. Nor does he even lift his gaze to meet Zhang Fan's. He knows he is in the wrong, having concocted baseless rumors. After all, the villagers have seldom ventured beyond the confines of their own village, reaching the farthest point of the county town at most, since no one can expose his fabrications. And with the freedom to speak as he pleases, he takes advantage of the situation. Dear villagers, do you see this? Zhang Fan has been driven to anger by my words. Should such a person be expelled from Li Jing Mountain? Xue Dashan recognizes that he cannot contend with Zhang Fan, nor can he physically oppose him. Though Xue Dashan presents himself as an intellectual, a promising youth, his actions behind the scenes are utterly despicable. Zhang Jiqing, that podium is quite high. What if something were to happen when you kick Xue Jiqing down? If you can treat your fellow comrades so harshly, one can only fear what you might do to our entire village. A few villagers, who are on good terms with Xue Dashan, rise to accuse Zhang Fan. They harbor no grievances against him, but purely seek to bolster Xue Dashan's position and incite the others to join in expelling Zhang Fan from the village. I kicked him. If anything occurs, I shall take responsibility. However, should not Xue Dashan be held accountable for the rumors he has spread about me? Zhang Fan gazes thoughtfully at the villagers who have stepped forward, their faces etched in his memory. In his previous life, while investigating the list of those who bullied Li Jing, these individuals prominently featured on that list. They had conspired with Xue Dashan, bullying Li Jing on multiple occasions, ultimately leading to the ruin of the Li family. Such animosities are engraved in Zhang Fan's heart. He is one who repays grievances in kind. Even if these resentments stem from his past life, he shall seek justice for Li Jing in this one. As a man, he cannot stand idly by while his beloved is wronged. Zhang Fan, you claim I spread rumors? What evidence do you possess to support such an accusation? Are you now denying your own actions? You despicable and shameless scoundrel, how revolting. Bah! Xue Dashan was acutely aware that, in front of so many villagers, Zhang Fan was at a distinct disadvantage. After all, he had ingrained the notion of Zhang Fan as a nefarious individual into the minds of the villagers. It is far easier to fabricate a rumor than to dispel one. Xue Dashan understood this truth well. Tarnishing someone's reputation is a simple endeavor, while proving one's innocence requires considerable effort and sacrifice. You claim I lack evidence. Can you provide any to substantiate your assertions? Upon hearing the word evidence, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile. Since Xue Dashan admitted to having no proof, where would he find evidence to validate his claims? Evidence. Li Jing is the most compelling evidence of all. You deceived Li Jing into becoming your wife, and after marriage, you not only failed to cherish her, but also resorted to violence and verbal abuse. By this alone, I deem you morally corrupt. With so many villagers present, many of whom are aware of your mistreatment of Li Jing, do you have any further defense? It was evident that Xue Dashan had come prepared, having meticulously strategized his approach to confront Zhang Fan. Upon hearing Xue Dashan's words, Zhang Fan fell into a momentary silence. If he were to consider his previous life, Xue Dashan's statements held some truth. However, he had not truly deceived Li Jing. Their relationship had been one of mutual affection, a bond that, unfortunately, had not endured. As he had chosen ambition over love, this choice was the source of deep regret and lingering memories from his past life. Now, confronted by Shui Dashin, Zhang Fan found himself at a loss for words. What? Have my words struck a nerve, rendering you speechless? Witnesses, do you see? Every word I utter is the unvarnished truth, devoid of any fabrication. Zhang Fan, this boy, has always been wayward, engaging in petty theft. And ever since arriving in Li Family Mountain, he has transformed remarkably, which is indeed astonishing. To ensure the safety of Li Family Mountain, I propose we expel Zhang Fan. Once he is gone, whatever he does will be of no concern to us. If he meets his demise outside, that is his burden. Do we all agree? As Shui Dashin observed Zhang Fan's silence, he seized the opportunity to claim the moral high ground. After all, no one in Li Family Mountain recognized him, allowing him to weave his narrative freely and without restraint. The villagers, initially hopeful for Zhang Fan, began to perceive his silence as an admission of guilt. Many shook their heads, realizing that this so-called educated youth had merely been masquerading as a good person before them. Zhang Fan, what has become of you? Speak up quickly, or you shall be unjustly slandered. Zhang Fan's thoughts were still ensnared in the memories of his past life, the events vividly replaying in his mind, causing him to momentarily forget the present situation. Meanwhile, Mao Ho, concerned and agitated, rushed to the front, urging Zhang Fan to speak, fearing that remaining silent would lead to dire consequences. Zhang Fan, drawn back to reality by Mao Ho's urgent calls, noticed the villagers' increasingly peculiar gazes directed at him. Regaining his composure, he pondered whether he had said enough. Having spoken enough, I shall resort to legal action. Since you delight in spouting nonsensical claims, let the law hold you accountable. Zhang Fan, seasoned by the experiences of a lifetime, understands that mere sophistry cannot restore his reputation in the eyes of the villagers. The only recourse is to wield the weapon of law. Shui Dashin, being an educated man, is well aware of the grave consequences of slander. If you relish in defaming others and indulging in absurdity, so be it. When the enforcement team arrives, the truth will inevitably be revealed. Moreover, by what authority do you expel me from Li Jing Mountain? I remain a sent-down youth of Li Jing Mountain, a son-in-law of this place. Should any misfortune befall me, the entire community of Li Jing Mountain bears responsibility. Do you presume that everyone else is ignorant of the law, allowing you to deceive them at will? Where is your conscience? Zhang Fan does not intend to coddle Shui Dashin. He knows the law, and he is unafraid of Shui Dashin's slander. Chapter 13. Thank you. Shui Dashin did not expect that, at this critical juncture, Zhang Fan would display no signs of panic, even managing to seize the initiative. After a night of meticulous planning, he believed his scheme was foolproof, devoid of any errors. Do not threaten me with legalities. Do you think I am truly intimidated by your words? Let me remind you, you are a learned man, and so am I. You may wield the law. But do you believe I am incapable of doing the same? You assaulted Li Jing first. On that basis alone, I can bring charges against you. Likewise, upon hearing the mention of the law, Shui Dashin remained unfazed. The extensive research he had conducted overnight was not something he would easily abandon. Giving up was not within his principles. Very well, let us call the police and see whose predicament is more serious. Listening to Shui Dashin's reasoned arguments, Zhang Fan adopted a demeanor of indifference. Regardless, Li Jing and he were family, and he could not fathom Li Jing aligning herself with Shui Dashin at such a pivotal moment. The bustling brigade headquarters attracted an increasing number of onlookers. Since Zhang Fan's return, many workers had concluded their tasks, and Li Jing's family had also returned from the fields. Following the throng to the brigade headquarters, Li Jing soon spotted Zhang Fan on the platform. Throughout the journey, she had sensed the villagers' peculiar gazes, which filled her with suspicion. Upon her return, she encountered this scene. Humph, you know better than I whose situation is more dire. I possess evidence of your assault on Li Jing, and when I report it to the authorities, I will have her testify on my behalf, ensuring that you will face the consequences. Shui Dashin stated with confidence, convinced that Li Jing was merely a victim, a poor girl deceived. He could not accept the notion of Li Jing being with Zhang Fan. Their union, in his eyes, was destined for failure. Li Jing was simply too beautiful, surpassing even the young women sent to the countryside. The fact that such a beauty did not marry him haunted Shui Dashin, robbing him of sleep. Pray tell, what connection do we share? Why should I step forward to assist you? Just as Li Jing arrived at the brigade headquarters, she heard Shui Dashin frantically shouting from below, even demanding that she identify Zhang Fan. He is a man of her own choosing. Despite his past shortcomings and his treatment of her, It is not for Shui Dashan to voice any opinions. Moreover, Zhang Fan has been improving, and she can perceive the transformation within him. The qualities that now emanate from Zhang Fan are precisely those that once captivated Li Jing. Li Jing, with the villagers present. There is no need for you to fear Zhang Fan. If you have suffered any grievances, speak out boldly, and we shall support you. I refuse to believe that under the vast sky, Zhang Fan can wield absolute power. Li Jia Mountain is not solely at his discretion. Shui Dashan, however, paid no heed to Li Jing's words, as if he had not heard her at all, and continued to shout. He was indifferent to her fate, viewing her with the same disdain as he would a fallen woman. The woman he could not possess was now claimed by Zhang Fan, and the only recourse left to him was to disparage her. His cries indeed drew the attention of numerous villagers. Only a select few were aware of the recent uproar, while most were laboring in the fields, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Following Shui Dashan's outburst, many turned their gazes toward Zhang Fan and Li Jing. Is what Shui Jiqing said true? If you have grievances, share them with us, and we will stand by you. Shui Jiqing is right. Li Jia Mountain is not Zhang Fan's domain, and if you have been wronged, we shall support you. Voices of inquiry arose, some genuinely concerned for Li Jing, as they were kin in the same village. Others sought merely to stir the pot, while many of those speaking were closely allied with Shui Dashan, eager to exploit the situation to oust Zhang Fan from Li Jia Mountain. With Zhang Fan's presence, Shui Dashan found it impossible to shirk his responsibilities, as countless eyes scrutinized his every move. Only by driving Zhang Fan away could Li Jia Mountain return to tranquility, allowing it to become the haven Shui Dashan awaited. Zhang Fan remained silent, simply observing Li Jing. Deep down, he understood that he ought to trust this young woman. In a past life, she had treated him with care, protecting him from even the slightest harm as she departed. I appreciate the concern of all the uncles and elders, but Zhang Fan has not bullied me. Do not take Shui Dashan's words at face value. This is a matter among family. Zhang Fan treats me well, and thanks to his presence, our family is thriving. Li Jing stated these words with calm assurance, intending to demonstrate to Zhang Fan that Shui Dashan's influence would not deter them. All of you uncles and elders have watched me grow. I have never been one to lie. It is Shui Dashan who repeatedly stirs up trouble, and I hope you are not deceived by him. Since Zhang Fan arrived in Li Jia Mountain, he has done countless good deeds, and I believe you have all witnessed this. For us rural folk, actions that benefit us are what truly matter, rather than mere slander. With her words, Li Jing swiftly restored Zhang Fan's tarnished reputation in the eyes of the villagers. As a girl who had grown up in the village, many present had seen Li Jing blossom into the woman she was today. Such a charming young lady has captured the attention of every family with a son, each parent anxious lest another seize the opportunity first. Li Jing's words ring true. They have only experienced Zhang Fan's virtues, never having appreciated the merits of Shui Dashan. Xiaojing is correct. We must place our faith in Zhang, the educated youth, and not be swayed by Shui Dashan's deceitful rhetoric. Thanks to Li Jing's reminder, many have finally realized that it is not the one who speaks first who is necessarily right. Oh, what do you mean by this? Truly, you are a band of rural simpletons, believing the words of a village girl over my own. It is no wonder you remain impoverished, destined for poverty. Witnessing the shift in public opinion, Shui Dashan was utterly enraged, deeming them all a rabble. After spending an entire afternoon pleading earnestly, his efforts were rendered futile as Li Jing swiftly undermined his hard-won achievements with just a few words. Begone. One more word, and I shall strike you. Observing Shui Dashan's mortified fury, Zhang Fan showed no mercy, advancing towards him. Having already been struck, Shui Dashan, now psychologically scarred, bolted at the sight of Zhang Fan's raised hand, eliciting hearty laughter from the villagers. As the crowd began to disperse, Zhang Fan approached Li Jing, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards this steadfast woman who always stood by his side. Words failed him, and all he could muster was a heartfelt, "Thank you." Chapter 14, Service to Home. Zhang Fan's expression of gratitude was sincere. Li Jing's willingness to believe in him and stand up to Shui Dashan spoke volumes. Given his past transgressions, Zhang Fan was deeply moved that Li Jing could overlook previous grievances and bravely defend him. There is no need for thanks among family. I cannot simply stand by and watch him ruin you, she replied. Moreover, Shui Dashan is hardly a virtuous man. By comparison, you are far superior. Li Jing smiled. She had known Shui Dashan long before marrying Zhang Fan. He had been her most ardent admirer, clinging to her like a stubborn piece of toffee. This was also the reason for her ire towards Shui Dashan's nonsensical ramblings. Her frustration was simple and understandable. No one would malign her man under her watch. Shui Dashan had no right to conspire with the villagers to drive Zhang Fan from Li Jing. Though Zhang Fan had received a notification to return to the city, he chose not to leave. He remained a part of Li Jing. Though Li Jing was less educated due to her rural upbringing, it did not imply ignorance. On the contrary, she was astute and perceptive. "Come, let us return home," she said, linking her arm with Zhang Fan's as they prepared to leave. "Let our parents head back first. We shall gather some chestnuts from the back mountain. They've all sold out these past few days, and there will be none left to sell tomorrow." Zhang Fan had intended to go chestnut picking immediately upon his return. In this new life, nothing was more important than earning a living. Unfortunately, his return had been marred by Shui Dashan's slanderous attempts to exploit the villagers' goodwill to oust him. Concerning matters that pertain to oneself and one's family, Zhang Fan is not one to easily compromise. If he were to remain silent, he would likely have been driven away long ago by Shui Dashan and the ignorant villagers. "Mao Ho, come here for a moment." The villagers had mostly dispersed. Yet Mao Ho lingered, standing at the brigade headquarters, gazing at Zhang Fan from a distance. "Ah, here he comes." Upon hearing Zhang Fan call for him, Mao Ho dashed over with remarkable agility, reminiscent of a monkey. "Today, gather your friends and help me pick some chestnuts from the mountain, and I will reward you with 1 yuan. What do you say?" Having employed Mao Ho once, Zhang Fan had made up his mind. Climbing up and down the trees was no longer suitable for his aging limbs, but these children, having grown up in the hills, could ascend trees and navigate waters with ease. While Zhang Fan could not climb, he could certainly collect the chestnuts that had fallen to the ground, which would suffice. "All right. Rest assured, Zhang Jiqing, I will call them. Upon hearing of the money, they will surely come running faster than rabbits." Mao Ho's eyes sparkled at the mention of another yuan. Remembering that he had been able to spend a few dimes each day, his joy was palpable. "Then you all go ahead. I will bring a backpack and join you shortly." Before Zhang Fan could finish his encouragement, Mao Ho had already dashed off. He was now experiencing the allure of earning money, enjoying his time on the mountain. Assisting Zhang Fan in gathering chestnuts was just as much fun, and he could earn money while doing it. What could be more delightful? "So, did you have Mao Ho and the others help you pick all those chestnuts last time?" Li Jing could not help but ask. Her curiosity piqued from that night. Zhang Fan, who appeared thin and slight, seemed an unlikely candidate to have gathered so many chestnuts. Seeing Mao Ho now, she suddenly understood. He had enlisted the village children to assist him. "Indeed, did you think I could manage all those chestnuts alone? Look at me. I'm so thin. How could I possibly manage?" Zhang Fan, nearly 6 feet tall, did not quite match the image he painted of being frail. After speaking, he playfully adopted a cute demeanor in front of Li Jing, which startled her considerably. She had never witnessed anyone making such an absurd expression. Yet, Zhang Fan was her partner, and she could not bring herself to retaliate. Besides, even if she did, she knew she could not overpower him. Upon returning home, Zhang Fan donned his backpack, took a cloth bag, and set off with Li Jing. He was not about to miss this rare opportunity for a couple-less outing. Along the way, many villagers, upon seeing the couple so close, waved and greeted them. Li Jing's willingness to accompany Zhang Fan tonight stemmed from her desire to assist him, but also to dispel the rumors circulating about them. Although she had exposed Shui Dashan at the brigade headquarters today, many still held a skewed perception of Zhang Fan. Such stereotypes could not be easily erased with a few words. Perhaps they would not openly reveal their biases, yet deep down, they would be quite affected by them. It is said that while rumors can be spread with ease, dispelling them requires great effort. Li Jing employed the simplest yet most effective method to dispel rumors, a technique that effortlessly dismantles falsehoods. Venturing to the back mountain, a group of children, known as the Monkey Kids, had already gathered several heaps of hairy chestnuts. They piled the chestnuts together, facilitating Zhang Fan's task of filling his bags and backpack. "Zhang Jiqing, you're here. Hurry up and pack. We'll handle the picking. The chestnuts further back are ripening late and haven't fallen yet. We'll go collect those while you stay behind," said Mao Ho, gesturing to the children behind him as they continued deeper into the woods, where the surrounding chestnuts had nearly been harvested. To secure more chestnuts, one must delve further into the forest. That's enough for today. Let us stop here. The depths of the mountain are too perilous, and it's getting dark. We shouldn't venture in any further. I'll pay you all now, he instructed. The sky had grown dim. and the twilight after the sun's descent heightened the dangers of wandering into the woods at this hour. All right, thank you, Zhang Jiqing. We didn't tea-gather much today. Certainly not as much as before. I feel rather awkward accepting your money, Mao Ho remarked, glancing at the chestnuts scattered on the ground, feeling that their collection today paled in comparison to the previous days. Do not say that. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to collect even this many chestnuts. I owe you my gratitude, Zhang Fan replied, retrieving some cash from his pocket and handing a note to Mao Ho. After receiving the money, Mao Ho didn't rush to distribute it among the other children. Instead, he assisted in packing all the chestnuts into the bags Zhang Fan had brought. Once packed, they willingly helped carry the chestnuts, escorting Zhang Fan and his wife to their doorstep. Their exemplary service would have been a rarity in future times. If a service industry owner could find employees like them, they would awaken from dreams with smiles. Chapter 15. Forcing the strong. The next morning, Zhang Fan rose from his bed, his weary body protesting against the effort. He felt utterly exhausted. Since his rebirth, he had scarcely enjoyed a moment of true rest. The hours spent hauling goods during the day were taxing enough, and at night, he toiled late into the hours peeling chestnuts. Truly a grueling endeavor. Yet, he attributed all his fatigue to Xue Dashan, blaming him for the time wasted on frivolous conversations. Had it not been for Xue Dashan's ramblings, he wouldn't have entered the mountains so late to gather chestnuts, and he wouldn't have had to drag his entire family into the late-night labor. Once again, he arrived early at the cement factory's entrance, setting up his stall in the same spot, ready to embark on today's journey of roasting chestnuts. On the way, Zhang Fan had thoughtfully purchased 2 packs of Ashima cigarettes to keep in his pocket. Having sold his wares at the factory for several days, he had enjoyed a streak of good fortune with no one causing him trouble. Having lived a full life, he understood well that one cannot rely on luck indefinitely. Luck is not a sustainable foundation. With 2 packs of cigarettes in hand, Zhang Fan began to steadily stoke the fire, preparing to roast the chestnuts. Today, he brought a greater quantity of roasted chestnuts than usual, leaving him no choice but to hasten the cooking of several batches. He needed to sell all the roasted chestnuts during the brief interval between the workers' shifts at the cement factory. This was his primary source of income. Only during this time would there be customers for his delicacies. Once the workers returned to their duties, Zhang Fan's roasted chestnuts would be much harder to sell. Indeed, as the fragrant chestnuts emerged from the pan, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Zhang Fan himself could not resist indulging in a few. The morning's exertion had left him fatigued, and his feet ached from the long hours. However, in pursuit of profit, Zhang Fan had to endure, without initial capital. He was forced to bear the hardships of launching his venture. Unfortunately, he still lacked the funds to purchase a donkey or mule. Having a beast of burden to pull a cart would significantly ease his load. Finally, after Zhang Fan finished his 3rd batch, the workers from the cement factory began to emerge. A throng of people surged from the factory gates, many of them heading directly to Zhang Fan's stall. Some had already indulged for 3 consecutive days, their appetites piqued by the alluring scent of the roasted chestnuts, eagerly awaiting his arrival each day to savor the fresh delicacies. Before long, Zhang Fan had nearly sold all his chestnuts, with only a few remaining, just enough for 2 or 3 portions. With so little left, he decided against taking them home, opting instead to roast them all at the factory entrance and enjoy them on his way back. The journey home was long and cumbersome, and a quick snack would serve as a well-deserved reward for his efforts. As Zhang Fan busied himself with the chestnuts, 2 middle-aged men approached from the factory entrance. One wore silver-rimmed glasses and exuded an air of confidence, while the other, clad in simple clothing with slightly dry skin, presented a stark contrast. "Young man, where do you hail from? What brings you to set up shop at our factory gates?" inquired the confident middle-aged man, having previously noticed Zhang Fan a few days prior without much thought. However, recent discussions among the workers about the roasted chestnuts piqued his interest. "Here, have a smoke," Zhang Fan replied, choosing not to divulge his origins immediately. Instead, he produced a pack of Ashima cigarettes, offering one to each of the 2 men. Upon accepting the cigarettes, Zhang Fan felt reassured that they were not here to cause trouble. "I came from a nearby area. The chestnuts from the mountains are ripe, and I devised a method to prepare them. I thought I would give it a try in the county town. To my surprise, the response has been quite favorable. Would you gentlemen care to sample some?" As a seasoned individual, Zhang Fan quickly discerned that the confident middle-aged man was likely a leader at the factory, while the one in simple attire was either a security guard or a laborer. With that, Zhang Fan pushed the freshly roasted chestnuts toward the two men. The confident middle-aged man picked one up, peeled it, and tasted it. The moment he did, his taste buds awakened, igniting his interest further. Delicious, truly delicious. I never imagined that there could be such a delightful way to prepare chestnuts. The young comrade is indeed a clever individual. As he savored the stir-fried chestnuts, a man of remarkable spirit sang their praises. Observing his superior indulge, a middle-aged man clad in simple attire hastily peeled one and popped it into his mouth. Having endured a life of hardship, he found the exquisite taste of the stir-fried chestnuts overwhelming, and though he wished to express his admiration, he found himself at a loss for words. Young comrade, I have been following your activities for several days now. My visit is not intended to create trouble. Our county strictly prohibits street vending, and should you be caught, the consequences could be severe. After consuming 2 chestnuts, the spirited middle-aged man spoke up. Although policies have been introduced to encourage street vending and the development of a private economy, their county does not fall within the pilot program's purview, thus rendering Zhang Fan ineligible for such benefits. However, the man's words were not definitive. Zhang Fan discerned the underlying message. The implication was clear. Did he possess a means to ensure his safety from apprehension? Zhang Fan quickly grasped the crux of the matter. If being caught would lead to grave repercussions, then avoiding capture was paramount. I see your mind is quite nimble, young comrade. My uncle has some connections within the county police. If necessary, I can put in a good word for you, the spirited middle-aged man revealed, ceasing to mince words. Zhang Fan was no fool. He recognized that assistance without cause was unlikely. It was evident that the man held a position of some influence, and his approach to Zhang Fan, a mere street vendor, could not be purely altruistic. In that case, I must thank you in advance for your goodwill. However, as a poor fellow, I doubt you have come to aid me without reason, Zhang Fan asserted, eschewing pleasantries and directly inquiring about the man's true intentions. It is indeed effortless to converse with you, young man. Let me be forthright. Our cafeteria will require 500 servings of stir-fried chestnuts daily. Do you think you can manage that? The middle-aged man astonished Zhang Fan with such a staggering request. 500 servings. While he could handle 1 or 200, the thought of fulfilling such a demand daily was daunting. Brother, you are placing me in a difficult position. I could manage 1 or 200 servings for my own sales, but supplying the cafeteria with 200 more is simply beyond my capabilities, Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head in refusal. 200 servings it is, then. It's a deal. Zhang Fan was taken aback by his own casual remark, as the man readily seized upon his words and agreed. Now, it was Zhang Fan who felt the pressure. The 200 servings he originally mentioned were intended for his own sales, leaving him little energy to supply the cafeteria. Brother, you have misunderstood my intention. The 200 servings I mentioned are for my own sales. To produce an additional 200 for the factory would be a Herculean task. Now is not a time for future generations. There exists a specialized frying pan for roasting chestnuts. His iron wok requires pure manual labor, and after a morning of work, one's hands would be left numb. Young comrade, if you cannot produce 200 portions, perhaps 100 will suffice. The more, the better. The spirited middle-aged man observed Zhang Fan's predicament and reluctantly reduced the quantity. My friend, residing in Li Family Mountain, the daily commute with this cart is time-consuming and labor-intensive, leaving me with little opportunity to prepare the quantity you require. Zhang Fan shrugged his shoulders, feeling quite troubled. The journey alone consumes 6 hours of my day, and in reality, I have merely 2 or 3 hours at noon to sell roasted chestnuts. Most of the time is spent on the road, making it impossible to exceed the sales of chestnuts. My enthusiasm greatly outstrips my capacity. Young comrade, how about this? I am Chen Jixiang, the workshop director at our cement factory. If you trust me, you may place your iron wok and stove at the factory. This gentleman is our security officer. A simple greeting is all it takes. The spirited middle-aged man regarded the iron wok and stove that Zhang Fan used for his stall, noting that these items weighed down his cart significantly. If he wished to procure roasted chestnuts from Zhang Fan, he must offer some advantages to alleviate certain unnecessary burdens. If Director Chun can assist me with the storage of the wok and stove, then I shall accept the 200 portions of roasted chestnuts you desire, ensuring that fresh ones are delivered to you promptly each day. Considering the distance, Zhang Fan does not require more than 3 hours for a single trip. The primary issue is that the weight of the wok and stove slows him down considerably, wasting precious time on the road. Very well, then. You may communicate with the security officer. We have an agreement, so do not deceive me." With the negotiations concluded, Qin Jixiang said no more and turned back to the factory, leaving the security officer to liaise with Zhang Fan. After all, matters concerning the storage of a walk-in stove are trivial for a workshop director at a state-owned factory. "Young brother, the director has instructed that you place the wok in my security room, and the stove can be left behind the room. I will keep an eye on it for you. Rest assured, nothing will be lost in our factory." Seeing the director's casual instructions, the security officer took the matter seriously. Securing a position as a security officer in a state-owned factory is no trivial feat. Establishing a good rapport with someone the workshop director takes seriously is certainly beneficial for him. "Thank you very much, dear security brother. Please accept this pack of cigarettes as a token of our newfound friendship." Zhang Fan offered the unopened pack of cigarettes to the security officer, who did not reach out to take it, but rather kept his gaze fixed on the roasted chestnuts. Cigarettes held a certain allure for him, yet it paled in comparison to the temptation of roasted chestnuts. "Young brother, please do not mock me. I shall forego the cigarettes. Instead, might you spare me some of those roasted chestnuts? Alas, at my age, I still possess such an insatiable appetite. Please do not hold it against me." The security uncle gazed longingly at the roasted chestnuts, and Zhang Fan smiled as he wrapped them in newspaper. Come, dear security guard, please take this to enjoy. From now on, I shall bring you a portion daily, so do not hesitate." As he handed the roasted chestnuts to the guard, he also offered a pack of cigarettes. Cultivating a good rapport with the security personnel at the factory gate was crucial for Zhang Fan. He believed in economizing where possible, yet spending without reservation where it counted. Although it appeared that he had sacrificed 2 servings of roasted chestnuts and a pack of cigarettes, the value he would derive from this gesture was boundless. In the future, entering and exiting the cement factory would merely require a friendly nod to the security guard, as if traversing through an unguarded realm. "Thank you, young brother. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall help where I can," the security guard replied. Carrying the 2 servings of chestnuts and a pack of cigarettes, which was indeed a delightful surprise for him. His daily earnings were meager, and receiving such gifts exceeded his expectations. Zhang Fan graciously acknowledged the guard, recognizing that while he typically wouldn't trouble him, one could never predict when circumstances might change. After delivering the chestnuts, Zhang Fan tidied up. He grabbed the iron pot and stove, making his way to the cement factory gate. Following the guard's instructions, he placed the iron pot in the security room and set the stove beside the thicket at the rear of the room, a secluded spot where few ventured. Just in case. Once everything was in order, Zhang Fan departed, taking the caramel with him, as it was essential for his culinary endeavors. And mastering the cooking time was crucial. As he returned home with the empty cart, his speed noticeably increased, free from any hindrance. This time, he managed to reach home in just over 2 hours. Upon arriving, Zhang Fan wasted no time and promptly headed toward the back mountain. He would require a greater quantity of chestnuts, as he planned to double his production daily, presenting a significant challenge in terms of preparation and various aspects. Upon reaching the back mountain, he found a group of children, led by the spirited Mao Ho, gathering wild fruits and mushrooms. They lacked entertainment options, and frolicking in the mountains was their greatest joy. With summer in full swing, parents were reluctant to allow the children near the water, given the annual tragedies of drowning. Mao Ho was regarded as the leader among the village children. As long as he refrained from suggesting they play near the water's edge, the others would obediently follow suit. "Mao Ho, come here quickly," Zhang Fan called out. As if summoned, Mao Ho scampered down from a nearby tree, eager to respond. "What's the matter, Zhang Zhang?" Mao Ho inquired, noticing the urgency in Zhang Fan's expression. Since earning money from Zhang Fan, Mao Ho had grown increasingly eager for his visits to the back mountain. Whenever Zhang Fan appeared, it signaled the arrival of funds, bringing immense joy to Mao Ho. "Gather your friends quickly. Help me pick chestnuts. The more, the better. The one who collects the most will earn a reward of 2 coins. I urgently need these chestnuts by tomorrow, so pick vigorously." Zhang Fan articulated his demands in one breath, alongside the rewards he would bestow. 2 yuan. Chapter 17. This is called happiness. The mere mention of 2 yuan left Mao Ho astounded, as sharing a single yuan had already been a luxury for them. Now, Zhang Fan's words made Mao Ho feel as if he were living in a dream. "All right, Zhang Jiqing, just wait. I will summon them right away, ensuring that today's harvest of chestnuts will be so plentiful that you won't be able to carry them all back." With a newfound zeal for labor, Mao Ho transformed into the king of the jungle, darting between each chestnut tree. The chestnuts fell like rain, and Zhang Fan collected them, leaving the climbing to the children. You all be careful, stay away from dangerous spots, and aim for safe, accessible places to pick. While harvesting chestnuts was indeed important, the safety of the children was paramount. Should anything happen to them, he, as a young intellectual sent to the countryside, could not bear the responsibility. Mao Ho dutifully reminded the children to prioritize their safety, insisting they must not engage in any perilous activities. From just before 4 o'clock until nearly 9, Mao Ho and the others tirelessly assisted Zhang Fan in gathering chestnuts. By the time darkness enveloped the land, the total amount of chestnuts they had collected surpassed all previous efforts combined. This accumulation, born of their afternoon toil, left Zhang Fan feeling rather overwhelmed. Though the picking was complete, there remained the laborious tasks of shelling and processing, each step demanding diligence. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that despite the hassle, all of this was money that would empower him to venture into other enterprises. Reluctantly, Zhang Fan returned home, hauling the cart to the back mountain, where, with the assistance of Mao Ho and the others, he transported the chestnuts back to his residence. Mao Ho, you gathered the most today. Here are 2 yuan for you, and an additional 2 yuan to share with the others. Upon finishing, Zhang Fan counted out 4 yuan from his pocket. The crisp bills formed a substantial stack. Mao Ho grasped the money in disbelief. It was an amount so generous, with half belonging to him, that he felt he might wake from a dream laughing. Zhang Jing, this is too much. Why not just give us 1 yuan to share? Surprised by such unexpected fortune, Mao Ho felt somewhat bewildered, as he believed that earning money should be a more arduous endeavor. Take it. You all have been a great help to me these past few days. I will likely need your assistance throughout this holiday. Zhang Fan waved his hand, encouraging Mao Ho to accept it, honoring a promise made at the onset of their harvesting. He was not one to break his word. In his previous life, his flourishing business thrived on the foundation of trust. This was Zhang Fan's principle. Commitments made to others must be fulfilled, lest one be deemed untrustworthy. Having promised the workshop manager to roast chestnuts, he was determined to see it through the following day, unwilling to leave anyone with a negative impression of him. Moreover, Zhang Fan set up his stall at the entrance of the cement factory, as he might find future opportunities related to it. Cultivating a good rapport with the factory director is of paramount importance. To amass wealth, one requires not only initial capital, but also valuable connections. Luck and relationships are indispensable. Having lived a life, Zhang Fan is acutely aware of these truths. Holding the money in his hands, Mao Ho felt a tinge of disbelief, never anticipating that he could earn 2 yuan so effortlessly in a single afternoon. His parents toil all day for a meager sum that barely equates to 2 yuan. Bringing this home would surely earn him accolades. Thank you, Zhang Jing. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. We shall be there to help. Though young, Mao Ho was perceptive, understanding that Zhang Fan was undoubtedly engaged in significant business endeavors, hence the need for so many chestnuts. I will likely need your help every day from now on. Either wait for me at the back mountain or at the entrance of my yard. As long as I can find you, that will suffice. Zhang Fan, feeling no need for pleasantries, genuinely required assistance, even if it came from mere children. Most of the kids hanging around with Mao Ho were in the 5th grade, with 2 already in middle school. Their ages were neither too young nor too old. Climbing trees to gather chestnuts was well within their capabilities. With the money in hand, Mao Ho gleefully returned home with his companions, leaving Zhang Fan standing in the yard, somewhat helpless. With such a plethora of chestnuts, the task of organizing them was no small feat. He had thought that earning money after his rebirth would come effortlessly. Yet he found it necessitated considerable labor. Although somewhat fatigued, Zhang Fan felt satisfied. The speed at which he could profit from roasting chestnuts was already commendable. However, for someone who once possessed trillions, this sum was insufficient. He yearned for more. Only wealth could grant Zhang Fan a profound sense of security, an endless reservoir of assurance. To provide a good life for Li Jing, money was indispensable. After all, Li Jia Mountain was not Zhang Fan's home, and he could not indefinitely dwell here as merely a son-in-law. How could such a small place confine someone of his former stature, once a titan of wealth? For a person like him, encountering the winds of change was inevitable. Roasting chestnuts was merely the beginning, not the conclusion. Wow, how did you gather so many chestnuts? Business is thriving. Hearing the commotion in the yard, Li Jing hurried outside. The sight of Zhang Fan returning with such an abundance of chestnuts astonished her. Indeed, they sold out quickly. I have also struck a deal with the cement factory in the county to supply them with 200 portions of roasted chestnuts daily. A formidable task. As Li Jing emerged, Zhang Fan greeted her with a smile. Li Jing's growing patience with him brought him joy. Despite his exhaustion, the moment he saw her, all weariness dissipated. Quick, come see. The little one is calling for her daddy. In the yard, Li Jing held their daughter in her arms, who was babbling and attempting to speak. Daddy. The little girl's utterance of daddy filled Li Jing with delight. Hearing the good news from Zhang Fan that their daughter had learned to speak was nothing short of a double blessing. Come give me a hug. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fan instantly felt invigorated. In his previous life, due to his own folly, he had allowed his wonderful wife and daughter to suffer alongside him. Each time he reflected on this, a profound sorrow engulfed him, rendering him incapable of forgiving his former self. Quickly wash up. Look at all these prickles on you. What if they hurt the little girl? Just as Zhang Fan intended to embrace his daughter, he was urged by Li Jing to freshen up. Yes. I must wash up first. My excitement caused me to forget. The mere utterance of daddy from the little girl made him forget all about washing. If those prickles were to prick her, Zhang Fan would undoubtedly feel the urge to chastise himself. What is happiness? This is happiness. Chapter 18. Connections matter. Zhang Fan hastily washed himself and approached Li Jing, gently taking his daughter in his arms. In his previous life, he had never truly observed his daughter, and in this rebirth, he had been so preoccupied that he rarely had the opportunity to hold her and study her closely. As he cradled her, he gazed at her porcelain-like face, delicate and tender. He cautiously brushed his fingertip against her smooth skin, and an overwhelming sense of joy washed over him. Daddy. After a brief touch on her little face, the girl chirped out daddy once more. This simple utterance opened the floodgates to Zhang Fan's heart, making him feel increasingly remorseful for his past self. He had neglected to care for such a wonderful wife and daughter, opting instead for a misguided choice upon returning to the city. Perhaps this was heaven's retribution for his abandonment of happiness. Fortunately, after the punishment came a reward. This rebirth was a blessing for Zhang Fan. Without it, he would never have experienced the joy of holding such a lovely daughter. He would have remained oblivious to how wonderful Li Jing had been to him. All of it stemmed from his own missteps. Come, let mommy hold you. Daddy has work to do. After I finish, I'll hold you again. As Zhang Fan prepared to peel chestnuts, Li Jing reached out to take the girl. However, the little girl clung tightly to Zhang Fan's neck, refusing to let go. No matter what was said, just beginning to speak and having recently learned to call him daddy, she was unable to articulate her unwillingness. She held onto him tightly, even content to sit there and watch him peel chestnuts. It's all right. Let her stay here. I'll be careful. With his daughter nestled in his arms, Zhang Fan meticulously peeled the chestnuts, cautious not to let any prickles harm her. This scene had never occurred in his previous life. He had held Li Jing in disdain and had paid little attention to his daughter. He had been completely unaware of her development, knowing only that he had a daughter. With no knowledge beyond that, the absence of a father during a child's growth left Zhang Fan with considerable regrets in his previous life. Thankfully, fate had granted him the opportunity to mend his regrets and to transform his life. With the precious happiness he had attained, Zhang Fan was determined to cherish it. In this life, his aspirations were crystal clear. Beyond the pursuit of wealth, family was paramount. Li Jing and their daughter were the cherished individuals deserving of his tender care. Observing their daughter nestled in Zhang Fan's embrace, a gentle smile graced Li Jing's lips, a moment she had long anticipated. Previously, she had never dared to hope that Zhang Fan would take an interest in their daughter, even if it were just a fleeting glance. Regrettably, he had never inquired about her well-being or whether she was suffering from malnutrition. In every instance that required a father's presence, Zhang Fan had been conspicuously absent. With an abundance of chestnuts filling a cart, Li Jing would not permit Zhang Fan to tackle the task alone. She rallied the entire Li family to assist him in processing the chestnuts. Following Zhang Fan's remarks at the dinner table, the Li family realized he was now engaged in legitimate business, leading to a complete transformation in their perception of him. The two brothers remained vigilant, ready to defend their sister. Should he dare to harm her again, they would not easily forgive him. After a long night of labor, all the harvested chestnuts were shelled. Although Zhang Fan refrained from processing them all at once, he only prepared the quantity needed for the following day, knowing that if all the chestnuts were processed at once, they would spoil quickly. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan set off with his cart, unburdened by the weight of cast iron pots and stoves, allowing him to move swiftly. Within a little over 2 hours, he arrived at the entrance of the cement factory. Once there, he wasted no time and promptly set up his stall to begin roasting chestnuts. To establish a connection with the workshop director, he must uphold his promises. The director had provided him with every convenience, and Zhang Fan was resolute in delivering the promised 200 portions daily. Integrity was essential to demonstrate his character. Throughout the busy morning, Zhang Fan did not pause for even a moment, managing to prepare 100 portions of each flavor of roasted chestnuts in a timely manner. Once completed, he wheeled his cart to the security office. "Hey, brother, could you keep an eye on my stall while I go deliver these chestnuts?" The security guard, who had been on the day shift since the previous day when Zhang Fan brought him cigarettes and chestnuts, nodded in agreement. "Sure thing, go ahead, I've got you covered." After speaking, Zhang Fan placed a portion of caramel roasted chestnuts on the guard's desk, honoring his promise to provide him with a daily serving. "Oh, I can't accept that. I had enough yesterday. One can't indulge every day." The guard quickly waved his hands, aware that greed is an unbecoming trait. "No worries. Brother, I rely on you to watch my stall. A portion of roasted chestnuts doesn't cost much, so please enjoy." Zhang Fan assured him as he waved goodbye and made his way toward the factory cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the workshop director, Chen Jixiang, waiting for him. "Director Chen, as promised, I have brought you the 200 portions of roasted chestnuts." Upon seeing Chen, Zhang Fan unveiled the chestnuts, slightly covered with a cloth. Zhang Fan's intention behind this action was to prevent the roasted chestnuts from cooling too swiftly, thereby preserving their delightful texture. "Haha, henceforth, do not refer to me as Director Chen. If you do not mind, call me Brother Chen, and I shall address you as Brother Zhang. I was pleasantly surprised that you indeed fulfilled your promise from yesterday. It is commendable to encounter someone who values their word in these times, where sincerity is a rare quality." Observing Zhang Fan, Chen Jixiang could not help but express his admiration. In this era, trustworthy individuals are scarce, with many merely engaging in empty rhetoric, forgetting their words almost instantly. "Haha, then I shall graciously accept your proposal. I will rely on Brother Chen's guidance moving forward." Zhang Fan, naturally, would not be overly formal with Chen Jixiang. In the pursuit of expanding his business, nurturing relationships is paramount, and building a network is essential. Although Chen Jixiang is merely a workshop supervisor, his connections are extensive, and knowing one person can lead to countless others, thus expanding the network further. "Rest assured, I will have the accountant provide you with the funds for the chestnuts. This is a modest venture, and we shall settle daily for now. Once you place your trust in me, we can discuss the possibility of monthly settlements." Chen Jixiang is an astute individual. Zhang Fan meticulously prepared 200 portions of roasted chestnuts for him, ensuring that they would not engage in monthly settlements at this early stage. "Thank you, Director Chen, in advance." Chapter 19. Your affairs are my affairs. Zhang Fan's integrity and reliability allowed him to forge a friendship with Chen Jixiang. Although it was Chen Jixiang who sought Zhang Fan, he recognized that having a friend like Chen Jixiang is crucial for future development. After delivering the roasted chestnuts, Zhang Fan did not linger, as the factory environment felt stifling to him. By nature, he is a free spirit, disinclined to work in such oppressive surroundings. Upon leaving the factory, he headed straight to his small stall, intending to reserve the freshly roasted chestnuts for the factory employees. Even after distributing 200 portions to the factory canteen, Zhang Fan remained untroubled, as he was accustomed to a steady stream of customers lining up at noon. Many were unable to procure roasted chestnuts during lunchtime, which was precisely why he chose to collaborate with Chen Jixiang. He welcomed the factory's demand for his chestnuts. The more they requested, the quicker he could amass his first pot of gold. Roasted chestnuts are not a sustainable long-term venture. Once he discovers a new pathway, he can entrust the chestnut business to his brother-in-law. In his previous life, he felt he owed the Li family too much, and in this life, he is determined to assist them as much as possible. Zhang Fan himself felt a twinge of guilt and was unsure how to face the Li family. In his rebirth, he vowed not to neglect those he had wronged in his past life. He would not let go of those who had caused him suffering. For he is a man of clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. This is Zhang Fan's character. He intends to rectify all past grievances in this life, as he is not one to swallow his losses quietly or suffer in silence. Noon approached swiftly, and the workers at the cement factory continued to pour out in numbers, with a large portion making their way directly to Zhang Fan's stall. The roasted chestnuts, delicious and never overly rich, remained a favorite, even after days of consumption, leaving no trace of greasiness. The sweet and fragrant taste lingers on the palate, evoking cherished memories throughout the afternoon. Zhang Fan found himself with no more than 200 servings of roasted chestnuts left in hand. The relentless pace of the midday rush had left him feeling somewhat weary. Before long, every single serving of the roasted chestnuts had been sold, the fervor of the crowd rivaling that of the second day of his stall. To be candid, the endeavor of roasting chestnuts proved to be quite exhausting for Zhang Fan. Moreover, the speed at which he was earning did not meet his expectations. After this period of selling roasted chestnuts, he had accumulated over 300 yuan. Though this sum was modest, it could serve as the initial capital for a new venture. In his past life, Zhang Fan operated a restaurant. Roasted chestnuts were merely a snack and could not sustain a long-term business. Unlike the future, where chestnuts are available year-round. Currently, no one cultivates them. Once the season passed and the chestnuts from the mountains were gone, Zhang Fan's business would come to a halt. Seizing the opportunity to make a profit from the roasted chestnuts, he contemplated embarking on a new business venture as a more prudent path. Just as Zhang Fan's thoughts wandered, an unpleasant voice interrupted his reverie. "Hey, who allowed you to set up shop here? You didn't pay us protection fees to sell your wares." Three young men, wearing crooked hats and smoking, approached him with a swaggering air. They walked unsteadily, resembling a trio of petty delinquents. "Do I need to ask your permission to set up my stall?" Zhang Fan regarded the approaching trio with indifference, having encountered such characters far too often in his previous life to take them seriously. In this incarnation, he sought only peace and profit, wishing to avoid any entanglements with them. "Hey, you must have never been roughed up, huh? To set up shop here, you need to pay us protection fees. Otherwise, we'll take your goods, and you can make yourself scarce," one of the ruffians declared, placing his hand on Zhang Fan's iron pot. Accustomed to their bully tactics, they felt entitled to impose themselves on anyone attempting to conduct a small business. They were adept at petty thievery and intimidation, thriving on the misfortunes of others. "There's no need for such theatrics. Just tell me how much you want," Zhang Fan replied dismissively, eager to focus on his work and move on to other endeavors. "Smart lad, you see the three of us? Each one of you pays us 10 yuan, and today's matter will be settled. In the future, you'll owe each of us 10 yuan as well, and we'll ensure you can operate your stall without incident," the one touching the pot said, a greedy glint in his eyes. 10 yuan each? That's so little. How about I give you 100 to spare you from running around in this scorching heat? Zhang Fan scoffed, finding their demands absurd. 100 each? Very well, it seems you're a reasonable fellow. Here's the money, and from now on, we'll be your guardians. The ruffian grinned, exchanging glances with his companions, their smiles betraying their delight. To my astonishment, I encountered a considerable nuisance today, 3 individuals, each demanding 100 yuan, sufficient to indulge themselves for several months. Well, go ahead and extend your hands. I shall provide you with the funds. The ruffian, caressing the iron pot, wore a smug expression as he reached out, having completely relegated Zhang Fan to the role of their scapegoat. From now on, he would serve as their cash cow. Whenever they found themselves short on funds, they could simply return here at their leisure. Be sure to catch it properly. Don't let it slip, Zhang Fan remarked, swiftly wielding the fire tongs to extract a glowing piece of coal, directing it towards the man's hand. The ruffian reacted instantly, retracting his hand, yet he still suffered a burn, causing his fingers to swell and redden, eliciting cries of pain. "Ouch, you little brat. I won't let you off so easily," he exclaimed, clutching his injured finger while crouching on the ground, glaring fiercely at Zhang Fan. Typically, they were the ones who bullied others. Never had they been on the receiving end of such treatment. Embarrassed, the other two quickly encircled Zhang Fan. "What are you doing? Get lost." Just as Zhang Fan found himself at a disadvantage, the security guard emerged, wielding a baton. As a guard for the state-run cement factory, he held both the obligation and authority to monitor the entrance, ensuring that no extreme incidents unfolded. Moreover, having recently benefited from Zhang Fan's generosity, he had no reason to remain a mere bystander. Since when did the security guard dare to meddle in our affairs? This doesn't concern you, so scram. The 3 ruffians, accustomed to their tyrannical ways, showed no fear even in the presence of a factory guard. They even seemed inclined to include him in their aggression, entirely disregarding him. "This is our territory. This is my little brother, and his matters are my matters." The guard stood resolutely, gripping his baton tightly. positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Fan. Chapter 20. A debt of gratitude. Despite the guard's intervention, the three assailants remained undeterred. The injured man had regained his footing, casting a menacing glare at Zhang Fan, as if his very stare could consume him whole. "You little brat, come here. Dare to play games with us? You must be looking to get yourself in trouble." He advanced step by step towards Zhang Fan, who remained unfazed. After all, he had lived a full life, encountering far worse scenarios in his past. The larger the business, the greater the dangers that accompanied it. Zhang Fan understood this principle well. Such troubles were simply unavoidable. Step back, take one more step forward, and you shall not be spared. As the assailant approached, the guard tightened his grip on the baton, raising it in readiness. Having stepped forward, he was determined to ensure that Zhang Fan would not suffer even the slightest harm. "Get lost, you old fool. This doesn't concern you. Stay out of it, or we'll take you down as well." The injured ruffian was now thoroughly enraged. In all his time in this area, no one had ever dared to harm him. Other merchants preferred to simply part with a little money to appease the troublemakers, as they understood the value of maintaining a long-term business relationship and avoided unnecessary conflicts with local thugs. Entrepreneurs are not inherently timid or fearful. However, engaging with such petty individuals will undoubtedly impact their business. Constant harassment would render any business endeavor futile and profits unattainable. Yet, Zhang Fan remains unfazed by these concerns. Even if his roasted chestnut venture may not endure, he does not regard these ruffians with any seriousness. "I caution you once more, do not advance further, lest you compel me to take action." The security guard, possessing a robust character, also comes from a background of hard labor. Even in his advanced years, he possesses an abundance of strength, making it effortless for him to handle a few unruly youths. "Very well, if you seek your own demise, do not blame us for the consequences." The petty thug, with a burn on his hand, was increasingly irate. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would face his wrath. "Brother, please step aside. Allow me to handle this matter to prevent any harm coming to you." As the injured individual drew closer, Zhang Fan took a step forward. This confrontation was aimed directly at him. If necessary, he would simply cease operations here. However, the security guard had to report to work daily, and if this incident affected his job, Zhang Fan would feel genuinely remorseful. "Do not worry, my friend. Your roasted chestnuts are delectable, and I wish to savor them again. I shall navigate this turbulent situation today." Standing side by side with the security guard, Zhang Fan understood that if they did not resolve this predicament, his future workdays would be fraught with complications. "Ah, you relish playing the hero, do you? Today, I shall ensure you never dare to act the hero again." The three thugs slowly surrounded Zhang Fan and his companion. They were accustomed to this area and were resolute in not being outmatched. Zhang Fan clutched the iron ladle used for roasting chestnuts, and it would be disingenuous to say he felt no apprehension. Despite having weathered storms in his past life, such a situation would evoke a sense of unease in anyone's heart. "What brings you here? Who permitted you to congregate in this place?" Just as the trio was about to strike Zhang Fan and his companion, Chen Jixiang emerged from the factory. He exuded an aura that made it clear he was not to be trifled with. Upon seeing Chen Jixiang, the three thugs instinctively took a few steps back. They had grown up in this vicinity and were well acquainted with the factory directors. The name of Chen Jixiang resonated with formidable authority. Zhang Fan, having departed early in his previous life, held no recollection of Chen Jixiang. However, in the context of the county, Chen was a legendary figure. Since assuming the role of workshop director at the cement factory, Chen Jixiang's workshop had consistently been recognized as an advanced collective, earning accolades monthly. His workshop was regarded as a model within the county, and many factories sought to recruit him at high prices. Yet, Chen Jixiang was a man of principles, unyielding to monetary temptations. His goal was to enhance the factory's productivity, and he was committed to diligent service wherever he worked. Of course, Zhang Fan was unaware of these details at that moment. Upon encountering Chen Jixiang, the three thugs instinctively retreated a few steps. Their typical bravado was overshadowed by their fear of Chen Jixiang. It is well known that Chen Jixiang has some connections with the county police department. Provoking him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. "Director Chen, we are merely passing through, not loitering," the three insignificant figures hastily asserted upon encountering Chen Jixiang. At that moment, they had entirely relinquished any thoughts of vengeance. Their priority was to vacate the entrance of the cement factory before provoking Chen Jixiang's ire. "Stop! Aren't you three the ones who threatened to kill us?" Why are you running now? As Chun Zhixiang emerged, the security guard stepped forward to obstruct their path. The guard held Chun Zhixiang in the highest regard. Having such a leader made his work here exceedingly comfortable. Oh, do you three possess such audacity? To claim you would kill someone? Upon hearing the guard's words, Chun Zhixiang's expression darkened, and he coldly fixed his gaze upon the trio. Meeting his eyes, the three instantly wilted, stammering in fear. And no, we merely wanted to buy some chestnuts. We would never dare to cause trouble. They shook their heads vigorously, frightened to continue their disrespect in Chun Zhixiang's presence. Very well, I shall overlook today's incident. Let me inform you that my brother sells those chestnuts. In the future, do take a detour when you see him to avoid upsetting my brother, Chun Zhixiang stated. In his youth, he had also been part of the underworld. But he was not like these petty individuals. His brazen demeanor had shaped his diligent and earnest work ethic. Chun Zhixiang fully understood the weight of his warning to the three. Understood, we will remember to keep our distance in the future. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave, they hurriedly replied, disregarding Chun Zhixiang's response, and scurried away in embarrassment, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan and his companions paid them no mind. Zhang Fan clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Chun Zhixiang, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chun, for your timely intervention. I genuinely thought we would have to engage in a scuffle with those troublemakers. Chun Zhixiang, upon hearing this, adopted a serious demeanor and replied earnestly. When you sell goods at our cement factory, it signifies trust in us. Moreover, as brothers, we have a partnership to uphold. It would be unacceptable for you to be harmed. If word got out that someone was assaulted at our factory entrance, we would be ridiculed by other establishments. He patted Zhang Fan on the shoulder, and once again, Zhang Fan found himself indebted to Chun Zhixiang for his timely assistance. The most challenging debts to repay are those of gratitude. Chapter 21. We are all family. With the issue resolved, Zhang Fan wasted no time. After placing the iron pot and coal stove into the cement factory, he prepared to return home. On his way back, Zhang Fan remained industrious. Having acquired a small sum of capital, which he intended to use for preparations for his forthcoming career transition. Today, he had dealt with 3 troublesome individuals, but he anticipated that more would emerge tomorrow, followed by yet another batch the day after. These bothersome flies perpetually buzz around, and Zhang Fan had returned to this life to amass wealth, not to engage in a battle of wits with these irritating nuisances. Upon reaching Li Jing, the sun had yet to set. Zhang Fan walked briskly, his mind racing as he pondered his next steps. Zhang Fan did not pause his steps. He pulled the cart and made his way towards the back mountain. The business of roasting chestnuts could not be interrupted at this time, for it was his sole source of income, and he still had a partnership with the cement factory. It was imperative for Zhang Fan to maintain this connection, as future developments would hinge on his relationship with the factory. Upon reaching the back mountain, he found that several of his companions, including the young boy Mao Ho, had been waiting for him. Ever since they began earning money alongside Zhang Fan, they had come to regard this as a job. As long as they could earn some money with him, they would be able to pay their school fees independently. Mao Ho, now in middle school, excelled academically and displayed remarkable maturity for his age. Aside from spending 20 cents on the first day, he had diligently saved the remainder of his earnings. The first priority upon the new school year was to pay his tuition, as he did not wish to witness his parents' embarrassment over financial struggles. In this era, providing an education for children proved to be a daunting challenge, with farmers facing limited income and barely enough surplus grain at home. Even at a young age, Mao Ho understood this reality. Thus, when the opportunity to earn arose, he was determined to contribute to his family. Zhang Jiqing, you've arrived. We've been waiting for you for quite some time, exclaimed Mao Ho and his friends, their spirits lifting at the sight of Zhang Fan approaching with the cart, heralding the prospect of earnings. Let us begin our work. Remember to prioritize safety while foraging. We must avoid any perilous areas. Today, as with yesterday, the one who gathers the most will receive a $2 reward. Zhang Fan, having accumulated a modest sum of money, regarded this small amount as inconsequential. Upon hearing this, the children's energies surged, and they dashed into the mountains like agile monkeys. In a brief span of time, Zhang Fan's cart was already half filled with chestnuts. Despite their youth, these children exhibited remarkable efficiency in their tasks. In contrast, children of later generations, often coddled, had long lost such robust work abilities. After 2 hours of diligent labor, the cart was completely loaded with chestnuts. Once Zhang Fan calculated their earnings, he returned home. as the others were still engaged in their work. Upon his return, he took the initiative to prepare dinner and then resumed peeling chestnuts in the yard. Such tasks required manpower. If he did not undertake them, his family would have to, and finishing early would grant them more time to rest. The time since his rebirth had certainly been exhausting for Zhang Fan. However, the money earned served as a consolation, dissipating all the hardships and fatigue. During dinner, as everyone gathered around the table, Zhang Fan looked at his two brothers-in-law and said, "Second brother, would you be interested in joining me in the county to sell roasted chestnuts? I intend to teach you the business." This proposition had been carefully contemplated by Zhang Fan for quite some time. After today's experience, he had come to a realization. While the chestnut business could not be interrupted, he could not afford to remain stagnant in it either. The longer he delayed, the fewer opportunities for profit would emerge. His elder brother-in-law was honest and steady, yet lacked a touch of shrewdness. Being overly honest in business yielded little profit. The second brother-in-law, though kind, was exceedingly astute, a quality that Zhang Fan greatly valued. As for my brother-in-law, Zhang Fan is yet to determine what task to assign him. However, having known him for so long, Zhang Fan is eager to lend a helping hand. It is merely a matter of time. Are you thinking of leaving again? And leaving this mess for me to resolve? It is evident that my second uncle's resentment toward Zhang Fan has not entirely dissipated. After all, who could easily forgive someone who treated their beloved younger sister in such a way? Deep down, he understands that Zhang Fan would not commit such a grievous error. Yet he cannot refrain from making sardonic remarks. Rest assured, dear brother, I will not depart. Even if I were to leave, I would take Li Jing with me. I intend to venture into other business endeavors, and I require someone to assist me with the chestnut roasting here. I have just finalized a partnership with the cement factory, and to abandon my responsibilities abruptly would be quite irresponsible. Zhang Fan expressed his dilemma, for the chestnut business must not cease at this juncture. This season marks the peak for enjoying chestnuts, and in a month's time, when their availability diminishes, they will be a rare treat indeed. You intend to pursue other ventures? Do you possess the necessary capital? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's intentions, my brother-in-law inquired first. He is more composed than the second brother and considers matters with greater foresight. The capital I have is what I've accrued from roasting chestnuts over the past few days. In another 2 or 3 days, I should have enough funds to embark on this new venture. I made a promise to provide Li Jing with a good life, and I am resolute in fulfilling that commitment. No matter the hardships, I shall strive diligently. Zhang Fan's current savings are modest, but according to his calculations, he will soon have sufficient funds. By then, his second uncle will have mastered the art of roasting chestnuts, allowing Zhang Fan to step back with confidence. Well, it is commendable that you harbor such aspirations. Should you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to inform us. We, as your elders, still have some savings. At this moment, old Li, seated nearby, interjected. This was the money he had set aside for his sons to marry. He had never disclosed this to Zhang Fan. But witnessing his son-in-law earnestly embarking on a business venture, he felt it was time to be forthright. Father, please do not say that. How could I possibly use your money? I am determined to save up on my own in these next few days. Upon hearing his father-in-law's words, Zhang Fan quickly shook his head. He was resolute in his belief that he could earn his own living without relying on his father-in-law's funds. He brims with confidence in his ability to generate income. Since joining the Li family, he has brought upon them considerable criticism and disdain. He does not wish to further burden the Li family by using their money. He is determined to be self-sufficient and shield them from more ridicule. In his previous life, the Li family bore too much for him, and he feels an obligation to make amends in this life. We are all family. There is no need for formality. If you require this money, feel free to come to me at any time. The next morning, Zhang Fan set off with his second uncle. The primary objective for the day was to teach him the art of roasting chestnuts. After fully teaching his second uncle how to roast chestnuts, Zhang Fan would relinquish his stall to him, fearing that opportunities to return to this business would diminish. According to Zhang Fan's estimation, as long as he procured a sufficient quantity of chestnuts this month, their supply could last for another 2 months. After that, the chestnut roasting venture would essentially come to a halt. However, he need not worry excessively, as there would be other products to take its place, be it sweet potatoes, corn, or other edible items from the mountains. Zhang Fan possessed the knowledge to prepare them all. After a lengthy journey of over 2 hours, they arrived at the entrance of the cement factory, with his second uncle handling the transportation throughout the trip. Zhang Fan referred to this as allowing his uncle to experience the joy of driving in advance. Yet, for someone who had toiled in the fields for years, this distance and the weight of the load were insignificant. Upon arrival, Zhang Fan began guiding his uncle to retrieve the boiler, making each step abundantly clear. His intention was for his uncle to understand precisely what needed to be done, thus preventing any mishaps in his absence. Once the boiler was properly set up and everything was ready, Zhang Fan turned to his uncle and said, "Brother, I will roast the first batch. While I do, I will teach you how to control the heat and master the technique, and for the next batch, you will try your hand at it." The first batch Zhang Fan prepared was plain roasted chestnuts. He had no intention of teaching his uncle the caramel version just yet. After all, caramel required a more delicate control of heat, and if mishandled, the entire batch could turn dark and bitter. While it was a minor concern if the batch couldn't be sold, the waste of raw materials was unacceptable. Zhang Fan was determined not to waste a single chestnut, especially since they would be hard to come by once the season passed. The first batch was soon completed, emanating an enticing aroma. The steps to prepare plain roasted chestnuts were quite simple, requiring only the right control of heat. After finishing the first batch, Zhang Fan encouraged his uncle to give it a try. Initially, his uncle appeared somewhat flustered, as he had never engaged in such a task or even witnessed it before. Zhang Fan had learned about roasting chestnuts from the future, so it was entirely normal for his uncle to be unfamiliar. However, under Zhang Fan's guidance, his uncle quickly adapted. Before long, he produced a batch of plain roasted chestnuts. Zhang Fan sampled them and found the flavor satisfactory. "Brother, for the next batch, let it roast a bit longer and increase the heat," he suggested, pointing out the minor shortcomings before commencing on the caramel chestnuts. On this day, Zhang Fan had brought an additional stove for his uncle, as sharing a single one would be rather cramped. With two stoves ignited simultaneously, their efficiency increased significantly. Soon, they had prepared a total of 200 portions of roasted chestnuts. With the freshly roasted chestnuts in hand, Zhang Fan led his uncle into the cement factory. Upon entering, he still offered a portion of roasted chestnuts to the security guard. Today's offering was the caramel variety, as yesterday the guard had bravely stepped forward to assist. Zhang Fan would never forget this kindness. Even the smallest gesture of gratitude should be repaid tenfold. Zhang Fan was acutely aware that those who dared to step forward in times of adversity were deserving of a lifetime of trust. Both the security guard and Chen Jixiang belonged to this esteemed category. Today, Chen Jixiang was already waiting for Zhang Fan downstairs in the restaurant. The roasted chestnuts sold exceptionally well in the cafeteria yesterday, drawing a significant crowd. Many who failed to secure chestnuts outside found themselves enjoying them upon returning to the cafeteria. "Brother Chen, I'm here. Here are the 200 portions for today," Zhang Fan announced, presenting the generous offering of roasted chestnuts to Chen Jixiang. "Good. I hope everything was fine yesterday," Chen Jixiang inquired, noticing Zhang Fan's timely delivery. While he could manage the entrance of his factory, he could not oversee Zhang Fan's journey home. "It's all good. Those three little rascals must be quite intimidated by you. They fled as soon as they saw you yesterday," Zhang Fan remarked, puzzled by Chen Jixiang's demeanor. Indeed, the three miscreants had scurried away like mice upon encountering a cat. "Perhaps it's because I have some connections at the police station. It's natural for them to fear me," Chen Jixiang chuckled modestly, refraining from boasting. "By the way, Brother Chen, this is my second brother. If I get busy, I'll have him deliver roasted chestnuts to you," Zhang Fan casually mentioned, introducing his second uncle to Chen Jixiang. "Hello, Brother Chen. I am Zhang Fan's second brother, Li Jing," he introduced himself. Zhang Fan's elder uncle was named Li Jianjun, while his second uncle was named Li Jing. "Greetings, I am Chen Jixiang," he replied warmly, shaking hands with Li Jing. Chen Jixiang was thoroughly pleased with Zhang Fan and naturally extended the utmost respect to those he brought along. "Brother Chen, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave and not disturb your work any longer," Zhang Fan said, achieving the purpose of their introductions. "All right, do take care. And feel free to come to me if you need anything," Chen Jixiang replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Fan and Li Jing departed, resuming the roasting of chestnuts. The lunchtime business remained vibrant, with employees from the cement factory surrounding the entire stall. As the cafeteria began selling roasted chestnuts as well, many who typically abstained from dining out were eager to experience the allure of freshly roasted chestnuts. Although the chestnuts sold in the cafeteria were slightly cooled, they still retained their delightful flavor. Hearing that freshly roasted chestnuts were available at the factory entrance, The number of patrons today surpassed that of previous days. Why are there so many people? Were you managing all this alone just a few days ago? Li Jing exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of customers. After all, he was a humble farmer, entirely unaccustomed to such scenes. Indeed, the more people there are, the better it is for business, Zhang Fan affirmed confidently. It's quite laborious. Far more arduous than working at home, Li Jing reflected, having assumed that his brother-in-law was effortlessly making money in the county, only to realize the reality was much more challenging. There is some toil involved, but fret not, the burdens of labor will soon fall upon you, second brother. Zhang Fan said with a sudden laugh. His own hardships were nearing an end, and the coming days would see Li Jing shouldering the responsibilities. You mischievous rascal. You intended for me to endure your burdens. I shall report to Xiaojing upon my return tonight. Observing the stack of bills accumulating, Chen Zhengwo's spirits lifted considerably. Coupled with Zhang Fan's diligent efforts to earn money, any lingering resentment towards his brother-in-law dissipated entirely. Do report and see whether Xiaojing sides with you or with me. Chapter 23. The walking bills after a bustling midday. Even the robust Li Jing appeared somewhat overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that selling roasted chestnuts could be so exhausting. Even this sturdy man, accustomed to laboring in the fields, found it challenging. How are you holding up, second brother? Zhang Fan inquired, noticing the beads of sweat adorning Li Jingwo's brow. Selling roasted chestnuts in the sweltering summer is indeed a laborious endeavor. However, having endured much hardship in the past, Zhang Fan found solace amid the toil. It did not weigh heavily upon him. One must persevere, regardless of the strain. It is imperative to endure. Chen Zhengwo, possessing a resolute character, reflected the general tenacity of people in this era. They do not shy away from challenges. Instead, their thoughts revolve around overcoming obstacles and adapting to solutions. In contrast, those of later generations often consider retreat or evasion at the first sign of difficulty. All right, second brother, extinguish the fire and take the stove and pot to brother's security. I shall venture into the county for a while. Once you are finished tidying up, return home and instruct the monkeys on the back mountain to gather chestnuts. I will compensate them upon my return. After giving these brief instructions, Zhang Fan departed. Gradually transitioning the roasted chestnut stall to Li Jingwo's stewardship, it was indeed time to find a suitable location. Very well, return promptly. The roads are perilous after dark. Reports of robberies often circulate in the county, a seemingly endless occurrence. Zhang Fan, having left in his previous life at an early age, had scarcely heard of such incidents and paid little attention to this area. His singular focus had been to leave and return to the city, remaining oblivious to local developments until his second return, which granted him profound insights. With that, Zhang Fan made his way towards the county. The cement factory lies on the outskirts of the county, a fair distance from the town center. After walking approximately a kilometer, Zhang Fan successfully entered the county's domain. The county, named Qingshan, is nestled among mountains, characterized by its picturesque scenery and clear waters. The abundant wildlife and plant resources brought forth by the mountains are rich and varied. One can find an array of wild plants for sale within the county, including wild mushrooms, wild vegetables, and fruits. Essentially, anything edible can be procured. However, this was not Zhang Fan's focal point. His attention was drawn to breakfast establishments. During this era, the awareness surrounding breakfast was markedly faint. It was rare for families to partake in morning meals daily. Most individuals carried rations to work in the fields until midday, consuming their provisions alongside water, effectively merging breakfast and lunch into one meal. Zhang Fan aimed to capitalize on this gap, seeking to generate income through breakfast offerings. While breakfast may seem inconspicuous, with effective marketing and advertising, profitability is merely a matter of time. Zhang Fan intends to sell steamed buns, as they are relatively easy to prepare, cost-effective, and require minimal effort. Most importantly, they are delicious and convenient, easily consumed on the go. In his previous life, he operated a nationwide chain of bun shops, all of which featured handmade products. He would not even consume machine-made buns himself, nor would he stock them for his customers. This principle guided his business philosophy. While many machine-made bun establishments faced closure during the downturn of the breakfast industry, only Zhang Fan's shops withstood the onslaught, successfully weathering the tumultuous tides of the era. In his past life, he had ventured into every sector of the food industry, exploring all manner of consumables. Now reborn, armed with the wisdom of his former experiences. Zhang Fan's mind brimmed with ideas as he prepared to put his earnings into practice. Upon surveying the county town, he found a conspicuous absence of breakfast establishments. During this nascent stage of individual entrepreneurship, larger cities served as experimental hubs, leaving Qingshan County unable to secure such privileges. Consequently, the county boasted few private eateries, and not a single breakfast shop existed. For Zhang Fan, this was fortuitous news. Seizing the initiative was the key to financial success. With his previous experience and sharp instincts, he was confident in his breakfast venture. Having considered all factors, the next step was to select a location. In the food business, flavor is paramount. Yet the choice of a prime location is equally critical. As a breakfast shop, it must be situated where foot traffic is abundant in the morning. Presently, the only 3 bustling spots in the county town were the central department store, the state-owned factory, and the school. The department store only attracted crowds on weekends, and its hours were beyond the breakfast rush. The state-owned factory, generally located on the outskirts, was unsuitable for a shop. The only viable option was the school, which integrated elementary and middle levels. In the mornings, parents delivering their children formed a veritable blockade on the streets. Zhang Fan swiftly approached the school gates, arriving just as classes commenced. A significant number of students were entering, escorted by their parents. The throng of guardians outside the school was staggering, and this was merely during midday. Many parents only had the time to drop their children off in the morning. The sheer volume of foot traffic ignited Zhang Fan's ambition. This was no mere gathering of people. It was a veritable parade of potential revenue. 1 bill, 2 bills, 3 bills, 4. An endless cascade of currency flashed before Zhang Fan's eyes. In his previous life, he was indifferent to fame and had little regard for wealth. However, reborn and determined to fulfill his promises swiftly, he recognized that he needed money above all else. Only by accumulating sufficient funds could he endure the forthcoming decades amidst the waves of change. Without financial resources, he would ultimately become a casualty of the era, swept aside by the relentless tide. Zhang Fan felt genuinely pleased with the location near the school. The overwhelming foot traffic alone promised to fill his coffers to the brim. Resolute in his decision, he now focused on finding a suitable storefront. Across from the school lies a row of residential houses, yet only a few have ventured to open shops. Zhang Fan took a brief stroll, observing that most of the structures were modest single-story homes clustered together, with 2 rooms occupied by residents and the others serving as storage for miscellaneous items. He could not help but click his tongue in disbelief at the sight of such prime real estate being used to house clutter. What a waste! In a more prosperous era, such low-end storefronts would be beyond the reach of those with substantial means. The small shops surrounding the school generate profits that would make anyone salivate with envy. While Zhang Fan was not quite at the point of drooling, he recognized that such a lucrative opportunity should not be overlooked. No one would ever complain of having too much money, and when the chance to earn presents itself, one must seize it. Otherwise, one might as well have passed away in a previous life. After a thorough search, Zhang Fan settled on a particular house. From the outside, it appeared dilapidated, and through the broken, drafty windows, one could glimpse a world of cobwebs and scattered debris, in worse condition than any other storage area he had seen. This shabby dwelling was precisely what Zhang Fan was looking for, not out of any peculiar preference, but primarily because its low price was appealing. He was, after all, quite impoverished. Chapter 24. Choosing the storefront. The primary reason for selecting this location was due to his financial constraints. Zhang Fan was exceedingly poor, and although it seemed he had made a decent sum from selling roasted chestnuts over a few days, every penny was accounted for, and not a single cent could be squandered. As for the storefront, the cheaper, the better. It would be far more economical for him to tidy up a less expensive place than to rent a pricier one. After all, every penny counts. The thought of opening a shop made Zhang Fan acutely aware of how tight his finances were. The appearance of 3 small, troublesome figures hastened his progress toward establishing a store. In these times, street vending was fraught with complications, and Zhang Fan was not one to relish such inconveniences. He had returned with the sole purpose of making money in peace. Anyone who hindered that was an enemy. Shaking his head to dismiss other thoughts, Zhang Fan pushed open the large door beside him and stepped inside. "Hello, is anyone there?" Upon entering the yard, he found it surprisingly neat, adorned with potted plants and a fuzzy peach tree. "Who are you looking for?" After a moment of silence following his question, a voice emerged from within. An elderly man, his hair a mix of white and gray, appeared. Though his hair was frosted with age, he walked with a lively spirit, his physique still robust. "Hello. I'm looking for the owner of this house," Zhang Fan said, gesturing toward the dilapidated storage room behind him. He intended to use it as a breakfast shop to sell buns. "I am the owner of this house. What brings you here?" The old man furrowed his brow, unsure of the young man's intentions. "Ah, so you are the owner. What a pleasure to meet you," Zhang Fan replied with a smile, deftly retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to the elder. The old man accepted it without hesitation and placed it in his mouth. "Is this house available for rent?" With the pleasantries out of the way, Zhang Fan got straight to the point. It was time to discuss business. "No renting, no renting. This is merely a storeroom, overflowing with clutter, impossible to clean out. Where am I supposed to rent?" The elderly man shook his head. This house was indeed quite dilapidated. And besides, it served as a repository for his belongings. He was too apathetic to tidy it up or to consider renting it out. "Sir, you need not worry about the clutter. I shall assist you in clearing it out. I hope that afterward, you might consider renting it to me." Zhang Fan quickly patted his chest, discerning the old man's indifference towards the property. The elder had a place to stay and was too lethargic to deal with the mess. After all, exerting himself unnecessarily might lead to ill health, which would be counterproductive. "Fine, if you truly wish to rent, you may tidy it up yourself. I will bring you the keys shortly. But I must ask, what do you intend to do with such a rundown place?" The old man regarded Zhang Fan with a perplexed expression, unable to fathom the purpose behind renting such a decrepit abode. "I intend to sell steamed buns. The harvest in my hometown has been poor, so I thought I might try my luck in a different place." Zhang Fan spoke with a fluent accent from another region, leaving the old man momentarily speechless. "Given your accent, you are indeed from afar, but I fear that business ventures in our humble locale may not yield success." It was evident that the old man had received an education, and Zhang Fan's words did not deceive him. "Ah, whether it will succeed or not, I cannot say. I must at least attempt it. With no acquaintances here, I can only muster the courage to try. If it fails, I shall return to my homeland to farm." Zhang Fan exaggeratedly displayed a face of pained resignation, portraying himself as a refugee seeking solace in this new place, evoking sympathy from the old man. The elder had lived through times of hardship and understood the suffering of that era, where clothing was scant and hunger was rampant. Such anguish was a burden one could endure only once in a lifetime. "Very well, if you truly wish to have it, take it, just tidy it up yourself, and I shall not assist you further." Hearing Zhang Fan's resigned words and observing his exaggerated expressions, the old man ceased to inquire further. "Sir, how shall we discuss the rent? I cannot simply utilize your property for free." Upon sensing the elder's concession, Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy and promptly inquired about the rental terms. "Forget the rent. I see you're not having an easy time. If business is good, just bring me a couple of buns daily. If not, prioritize your own well-being." The old man waved his hand dismissively, reasoning that this room would remain a storeroom regardless of whether it was rented out. He figured it would be kinder to allow Zhang Fan to use it, extending a gesture of compassion to the unfortunate young man. "By the way, if you find yourself short on funds, refrain from indulging in such fine cigarettes. Focus on surviving first." The elder noted that the cigarette in Zhang Fan's hand, despite being unlit, was evidently expensive from a mere glance, having smoked for a lifetime. "All right, thank you, sir. I shall heed your advice." Zhang Fan nodded eagerly, recognizing that encountering such kindness in these times was something to be cherished for a lifetime. After speaking, the old man turned without a backward glance and retreated into the inner room, having already placed the keys into Zhang Fan's hand. Once in possession of the keys, Zhang Fan wasted no time. He opened the storeroom door, and a strong, musty odor assailed his senses. The stench caused him to cough repeatedly, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose with his hand. Enduring the intense, unpleasant odor, he made his way to the window, flung it open, and began to air out the room. After approximately 10 minutes, the odor in the room had dissipated significantly, and Zhang Fan stepped inside once more. Upon entering, he observed an assortment of clutter scattered throughout the space. Broken radios, crushed bicycle tires, and even a sewing machine cover were among the many items present. Clearly, the elderly gentleman possessed a remarkable identity. Anyone capable of affording such substantial belongings in this era could hardly be deemed ordinary. Upon seeing the various antiquities in the storage room, Zhang Fan felt a sense of relief. It was no wonder the old man had generously allowed him to utilize the house. It seemed he truly had no need for money. and the cost of renting might hold little significance in his eyes. After appraising the quantity of items, Zhang Fan had a rough sense of the situation. However, it was getting late, and he lacked the time to deal with the clutter today. "Grandfather, I will take my leave for now. I shall return tomorrow to organize the belongings," he said as he locked the storage room door and bid farewell to the old man before departing. On his way back, Zhang Fan could hardly contain his elation. Securing the storefront was a monumental achievement, indicating that his dumpling shop would soon commence operations. Nevertheless, to open a shop, he needed to acquire a business license and permits. The thought of obtaining these documents brought a hint of apprehension. In these times, lacking connections could render the process rather arduous. As he pondered this, a figure emerged in his mind, Chun Jixiang. As the workshop director of a state-owned factory, Zhang Fan believed he could assist him in procuring a business license. However, their relationship had yet to reach a level of familiarity where one might expect such a favor. He would need to contemplate how to persuade Qin Jixiang to lend his support. Securing a business license was indeed a significant matter that required careful consideration. Chapter 25. Gaining family recognition and support. Upon returning to Li Jing Mountain, Zhang Fan immediately made his way to the hillside. Today, not only were Mao Ho and a few others gathering chestnuts, but Li Jiangguo had also joined the harvest. By the time Zhang Fan arrived, the cart was nearly filled to capacity with chestnuts. Each chestnut had been neatly bagged and organized, demonstrating a commendable level of orderliness. "Second brother, that should be sufficient. Let us head back," Zhang Fan called out to the group, surveying the nearly full cart. Shortly thereafter, Mao Ho and his companions gathered around. Zhang Fan distributed the payment according to the quantity they had harvested, and the delighted recipients eagerly assisted in bringing the cart back home. Upon returning, they found dinner ready. After washing their hands, Zhang Fan and Li Jiangguo took their seats at the table. "Today has been incredibly exhausting. I never imagined that selling chestnuts could be so tiring," Li Jiangguo remarked as they sat down, the seasoned farmer feeling overwhelmed by the day's labor. If it had merely involved roasting chestnuts, he would have been unfazed. However, the tasks of packaging and collecting payments compounded the physical and mental fatigue, making the endeavor all the more strenuous. "Brother, this is just the beginning. You'll see how tiring it truly is when it's just you left in a few days," Zhang Fan replied. Zhang Fan chuckled and shook his head, speaking nothing but the truth. Once his Baozi shop commenced operations, he found himself bereft of time to attend to Li Jiangguo's affairs. After all, Zhang Fan was no deity, unable to shoulder such a multitude of responsibilities alone. Exhaustion was inevitable, yet he found solace in the notion that hard work would yield financial rewards. Li Jiangguo, heartily consuming his meal, muttered to himself. He was inherently a man unafraid of toil, and the returns on this modest labor were indeed substantial, making the effort worthwhile. "Ha ha. Let us embrace the fatigue. It would be splendid to work so hard that I collapse into bed, too weary even to eat, saving the family a bit on provisions." Observing the improving rapport between his son and son-in-law, Li Jiangguo's mother began to jest. "Mother, even you conspire against me. Is it your desire to see your son toil so?" Li Jiangguo could not help but click his tongue. Even his own mother teased him. How was he to endure such a life? And here I am, lamenting on the very first day, while look at Xiao Fan, who has been out selling for several days without uttering a word of fatigue. A true man ought to work harder to provide for his family. Compared to his wife, old Li's tone was considerably more grave. His two sons rarely complained of exhaustion, but the fact that the younger one did today indicated he was genuinely worn out. With both of them in such a state, he could only surmise the extent of Zhang Fan's recent exertions. "I understand, father. I have come to appreciate the hardships my brother-in-law faces. He has truly turned over a new leaf. We must all cast aside our prejudices against him. Today, I found newfound admiration for him. A scholar is indeed a scholar, quick-witted and resourceful. You should have witnessed the scene today. After the employees of the state-run cement factory finished work, they flocked to my brother-in-law's stall. With such an abundance of chestnuts, he sold out in just over an hour." As Li Jiangguo reminisced about the bustling scene of the day, he was overwhelmed by the sheer impact of the moment. "Seeing our family in harmony is enough. In the future, you two brothers should be more courteous to Xiao Fan. No one is without faults. Let us put the past behind us." Old Li, tapping his pipe against the wall, understood through Li Jiangguo's words that Zhang Fan had truly changed for the better. The Li family had always been good-hearted, and they were ready to forgive Zhang Fan's past misdeeds. "Thank you all for your understanding. I intend to entrust this stall to my second brother. Today, I secured a space near the primary school in the county. I will tidy it up tomorrow and open a Baozi shop. Zhang Fan deeply bowed to the Li family, grateful for their willingness to overlook past grievances. His deepest gratitude, however, was reserved for Li Jing. Without her forgiveness, it is likely that the Li family would have long since cast him aside. Open a Baozi shop? When did you learn to make Baozi? Upon hearing this, Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhang Fan. Throughout their marriage, he had never once made Baozi, nor had he even been seen with a bowl of noodles. I learned to make Baozi for a brief period while in the city, but I never found the time to showcase my skills. Zhang Fan could only rely on the knowledge he had acquired in the past, unable to reveal that he was a reincarnated soul who could master any culinary creation. Having studied the matter, dear brother-in-law, feel free to proceed. I wholeheartedly support you. Before anyone else could voice their thoughts, Li Jiangguo was the first to stand in favor of Zhang Fan. The profits earned today were astonishing to Li Jiangguo. He had never imagined that making money could be so effortless. The wild chestnuts he had gathered in his youth to feed ducks and geese were now in such high demand. I support you as well. I have faith in you. Upon witnessing the previously indifferent second brother stepping forward to endorse Zhang Fan, Li Jing promptly followed suit, for as a devoted partner, her support was essential for the success of their venture. Since you all agree, I find no reason to dissent. I, too, am in favor. Li Jianzhu nodded, resigned to the consensus. With his siblings backing their brother-in-law's endeavor to open a bun shop, he had no grounds to oppose. The elderly couple need not express their stance, having made their position clear the night before. They were willing to allocate the funds intended for their son's future brides to assist Zhang Fan in his entrepreneurial pursuits. The monetary resources for marrying off their sons could be accumulated again. Missing this opportunity to earn would raise uncertainties about future prospects. I am grateful for everyone's support. I will work diligently to live up to your expectations. The overwhelming support from his family brought a radiant smile to Zhang Fan's face, a sensation he had never experienced in his past life. After returning to the city, each day had been fraught with distress, a life dictated by others that he no longer wished to endure. Zhang Fan's mother had passed away early, and he had grown up under the strict control of his father, whose dominance was almost pathological. Obeying his father's commands and adhering to a predetermined path upon returning to the city had ultimately led to a life devoid of happiness. Now that he had been reborn, he was determined to forge a new path. While filial piety is paramount, Zhang Fan would not fall into the trap of blind obedience. He could discern between respect and control. As the dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy, the family resumed their busyness. The wild chestnuts harvested each day required shelling and precise preparation for the next day's needs. Each step was crucial. Neglecting any part could jeopardize the business and hinder their earning potential. Chapter 26. Failure is the mother of success. The crowing of the rooster heralded the dawn of a new day. Before the sun had risen, Zhang Fan and Li Jiangguo set out. The two departed early, eager for Li Jiangguo to master the essence of roasting chestnuts. Zhang Fan also needed to allocate time to tidy up the storeroom, for it would soon serve as the location for his bun shop. A lack of cleanliness would be a disservice to both himself and his customers. After more than 2 hours of arduous travel, Zhang Fan and Li Jiangguo arrived at the entrance of the state-owned cement factory. They spent approximately half an hour setting up their stall. Once all preparations were complete, Zhang Fan produced a pot and addressed Li Jiangguo. "Brother, today I will teach you how to make caramelized roasted chestnuts. Since it is still early, I will instruct you now. Otherwise, we might not have the time later when things get busy." With that, Zhang Fan began to roast the chestnuts under Li Jiangguo's watchful gaze. The initial steps remain unchanged. One must first heat the sand and gravel. However, the only distinction lies in the precise timing for adding the caramel. If the caramel is added too early, it tends to clump together, while if added too late, it risks burning. Thus, mastering this timing is crucial. Li Jiangguo observed intently, realizing that he would soon be the sole proprietor of this stall. It was imperative for him to learn diligently, as he could not expect Zhang Fan to assist him daily. Watching Zhang Fan effortlessly prepare a pot of caramelized chestnuts filled Li Jiangguo with eagerness. He believed he could succeed as well. "All right, brother heir. How do you think it looks? Would you like to give it a try?" After completing the dish, Zhang Fan rewarded himself with the caramelized chestnuts, for he had always relished this treat in his past life and continued to do so in this one. Moreover, The satisfaction of having prepared them himself made them all the more delectable. All right, let me give it a go and see how challenging it truly is. As Zhang Fan skillfully crafted a batch of caramelized chestnuts, Li Jing was brimming with anticipation. When it was his turn to take the reins, he drew upon his previous experience from yesterday's endeavor, finding today's task not particularly daunting. Familiar with the heating process, he followed Zhang Fan's instructions and began to add the caramel to the pan. As the caramel melted, Zhang Fan also commenced his own cooking. The first batch was meant for the factory, and Zhang Fan could not afford to delay. After observing Zhang Fan and receiving his guidance, Li Jing began to experiment. Once the aroma of caramel wafted through the air, he hastily poured the chestnuts into the pan. However, after the chestnuts were added, the anticipated fragrance that usually permeated the streets failed to materialize. Li Jing paid no heed and continued to stir. Zhang Fan, watching from the side, could tell immediately that Li Jing's caramelized chestnuts would likely turn out bitter. His timing was off. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan refrained from intervening, believing that true mastery of the skill would come only through the experience of failure. After completing the task, Li Jing appeared quite elated. For successfully preparing a pot of caramelized chestnuts meant he could manage the stall independently in the future. Xiao Fan, what do you think? They look splendid, don't they? The batch of caramelized chestnuts exhibited a beautiful sheen, and Li Jing felt a swell of pride at being able to produce such satisfying results, boosting his confidence. Indeed, Brother Heir, they look remarkably appealing. Why not try one? Zhang Fan merely smiled without elaborating further. While they were indeed visually striking, the taste was likely another matter altogether. All right, I'll peel one and sample my own creation, Li Jing exclaimed, brimming with excitement and self-assurance. He retrieved a caramelized chestnut from the pan, tossing it between his hands to alleviate the heat before carefully peeling it and swiftly popping it into his mouth. As the caramelized chestnut hit his palate, a wave of bitterness overwhelmed him, completely overshadowing the chestnut's natural sweetness. So bitter. Why is it so bitter? After just one bite, Li Jing grimaced, struggling to swallow down the bitterness. Brother Heir, if it's bitter, just toss it away. Why endure the taste? Observing Li Jing swallowing down the bitterness with great reluctance, Zhang Fan felt a pang of sympathy. After all, what is a little bitterness when one can eat? Such a fine delicacy should not be wasted. After consuming one, Li Jing smiled faintly in response. Being a man of the countryside, he was accustomed to hard times and could not bear to see an entire pot of caramelized chestnuts discarded. Forget it, brother. This pot is a failure anyway. Let us just set it aside and not eat it. I know you loathe waste, but consider the consequences if it upsets your stomach. The expense of medical care would be far greater, wouldn't it? Seeing Li Jing's determination to continue eating, Zhang Fan hurriedly intervened, fearing that in a moment of impulse, Li Jing would consume the entire pot of roasted chestnuts. All right, let us just dispose of this pot then. I want to eat any more. Upon hearing that a trip to the hospital would incur expenses, Li Jing promptly ceased his actions. He was still capable of discerning priorities. Not only would hospital bills be a burden, but it would also hinder his ability to earn money. Definitely not worth it. Seeing Li Jing finally relent, Zhang Fan disposed of the pot of roasted chestnuts along with the sand and stones into a nearby trash heap. Zhang Fan had prepared an ample supply of sand and stones to handle unexpected situations. After replacing the sand and stones for Li Jing, Zhang Fan meticulously demonstrated the process once more. Li Jing observed intently this time, asking questions the moment doubts arose. Eager to master the art of caramelizing chestnuts in this batch, Zhang Fan, unhurried, explained each step with great care, ensuring Li Jing comprehended the process thoroughly. Before long, the pot of caramelized chestnuts was ready. Li Jing sampled one and immediately recognized a distinct difference from his previous attempt. After savoring that piece, he eagerly resumed cooking, as this pot was specifically designated for caramelized chestnuts. Using the same sand and stones for both pots would lead to cross flavors, a detail Zhang Fan was keenly aware of. Having navigated many pitfalls in his past life within the culinary industry, he had learned countless lessons from his misfortunes. These failures were his teachings and experiences, forming the very foundation of his current endeavors. Armed with the wisdom of his past, Zhang Fan felt invincible. No one could pose a threat to him due to their lack of experience. Li Jing approached the cooking process with utmost caution and meticulous attention. Especially after the previous loss of an entire batch of chestnuts, along with wasted coal, caramel, and sand. Each of these losses represented money, and as a frugal individual, Li Jiangguo could not afford such waste. Indeed, diligence bears fruit. Soon, the aroma of Li Jiangguo's pot of caramelized chestnuts wafted through the air. Zhang Fan, who was preparing the original flavor, also caught the delightful scent, which carried only the sweetness of the chestnuts and the rich flavor of caramel, devoid of any burnt notes. Zhang Fan knew that Li Jiangguo had succeeded. Once finished, without a moment's hesitation, Li Jiangguo, enduring the heat, peeled one and placed it in his mouth. The sweet and rich flavor exploded in his mouth, identical to the ones Zhang Fan had prepared. He had triumphed. Chapter 27. What a waste. The rich taste enveloping Li Jiangguo made him feel that all his efforts were indeed worthwhile. Moments ago, a pot of caramelized chestnuts was regrettably wasted, resulting in a significant loss of both ingredients and finances, which weighed heavily on Li Jiangguo's heart. During the preparation, he appeared quite anxious, fearing yet another squandered batch. Fortunately, this time, he did not falter. The caramelized chestnuts turned out delicious. Well done, my brother. Keep up the good work. Today, you shall handle the caramel, while I will take care of the original flavor. We need to finish promptly, and afterwards, please assist me in tidying up the house. Witnessing Li Jiangguo's success, Zhang Fan felt a wave of happiness, for it indicated that he could entrust the stall entirely to Li Jiangguo. This arrangement would also alleviate some of the financial strain on the Li family, especially since Zhang Fan had made numerous mistakes in the past and felt a lifelong obligation to atone for the family's previous misfortunes. Leave it to me. Let us work swiftly. It will be done in no time. With the confidence gained from a successful endeavor, Li Jiangguo felt emboldened, unconcerned about dedicating the entire day to caramel preparation. After distributing today's tasks, Zhang Fan wasted no time and promptly commenced the cooking process. The goal was to prepare 200 portions for the cement factory, with the remainder reserved for personal sales. With an early start, the 200 portions of chestnuts were ready in no time, and Zhang Fan led Li Jiangguo into the cement factory. Upon locating Chen Jixiang, Zhang Fan entrusted the chestnuts into his hands and inquired, "Brother Chen, do you happen to know anyone who can assist with obtaining a business license? I would like to apply for one." Zhang Fan was candid, understanding that in the presence of someone like Chen Jixiang, being evasive would only invite disdain. A business license? Are you planning to open a shop selling chestnuts? Chen Jixiang was somewhat taken aback. It had only been a few days since Zhang Fan set up his stall, and opening a shop seemed a considerable risk. Indeed, I plan to open a shop, but not for selling chestnuts. I intend to sell buns. He readily acknowledged his intention to establish a business, though he felt that selling chestnuts did not warrant the need for a dedicated shop. Selling buns? You possess that skill as well. Chen Jixiang found this revelation astonishing. Despite Zhang Fan's youth, he seemed to have a wealth of talents. I'm merely going to give it a try. I noticed that there are no bun vendors in our county, and I aim to tap into that market. The absence of bun vendors in the county presented Zhang Fan with a prime opportunity, ensuring he would not be outpaced by competitors. It is commendable for a young person to have ambitions. Since you are determined, I will help you leverage my connections. Work diligently, young man. Chen Jixiang could not help but commend Zhang Fan for his market research, recognizing that an individual willing to invest time in understanding the business landscape was bound for success. Thank you, Brother Chen. Here, take this money. One must spend to get things done. Zhang Fan produced an envelope containing his entire savings. Knowing that acquiring a business license would entail various expenses, unlike in the future, where one could simply visit the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to obtain a license. The current era required connections and considerable effort to secure such an authorization. Zhang Fan, with his wealth of experience, understood that navigating bureaucratic processes necessitated both financial investment and the cultivation of relationships. Upon receiving the envelope, Chen Jixiang did not hesitate to accept it. All right, I shall inquire on your behalf in the coming days. I have high hopes for you, young man. After securing the envelope, Chen Jixiang chuckled heartily, genuinely admiring the vigor of youth. Gazing at Zhang Fan, he was reminded of his own youthful days, a time when he was less accomplished than Zhang Fan. Perhaps if fate granted him a chance to relive his life, he would choose an entirely different path. Yet, life unfolds in such a manner that there is no medicine for regret, no path to retrace. After bidding farewell to Chen Jixiang, Zhang Fan and Li Jiangguo returned to their stall to continue roasting chestnuts. The two worked diligently during the midday hours, meticulously preparing each batch. With the afternoon being limited, Zhang Fan was eager not to squander time, wishing to finish early so they could tidy up their stand. Before long, all the roasted chestnuts they had brought were prepared and packaged, awaiting the workers' departure. As the bell rang, workers surged out, and soon a crowd gathered at Zhang Fan's stall. Since everything was pre-packaged, the workers simply paid and selected their portions. Each portion was measured, and Zhang Fan would only add a few extra pieces if some were notably small. In just 40 minutes, all the roasted chestnuts were sold out. Following the sales, Zhang Fan and Li Jing placed their items in the security room and hurried towards the school gate. Upon arriving at the gate with their cart, Zhang Fan greeted the elderly man and opened the storage room door. Inside, he and Li Jing began to place unwanted scraps onto the cart. It was difficult to find a proper disposal area at the school gate, which was likely why the elderly man had neglected to clean up. The accumulated items were mostly worthless debris. The elderly gentleman, being of advanced age, might have wanted to tidy up but lacked the strength to do so. He had previously instructed that any useful items could be taken freely, while anything deemed unnecessary could be discarded without reservation. Having experienced life, Zhang Fan felt no remorse as he moved everything he considered useless onto the cart. This action caused distress to Li Jing, who exclaimed, "Oh no, don't throw that away. It's still good. Xiao Fan, put that down. That's valuable, don't mess with it. Seriously, why discard everything? What a waste." Li Jing busied himself, voicing his reluctance to waste anything, wanting to keep it all. "Second brother, the stall is for selling buns. What use do we have for this junk? Look at these items. No one would want them even for free. Let us toss them out. Once we earn some money, we can buy new things." Zhang Fan disdainfully tossed the scraps away, asserting that they were entirely unnecessary. After spending over 2 hours, they finally managed to clean out the storage room. Most of the items had been discarded, leaving behind a reasonably new table. When it came to selling buns, a table was indispensable, and this particular one, though dusty, was not particularly worn out. After spending over an hour meticulously cleaning the house, Li Jing felt a sense of accomplishment regarding today's tasks. On his way home, he was reminded of the discarded items that Zhang Fan had thrown away, and a profound sorrow washed over him. "Xiao Fan," he lamented, "such fine possessions, how could you so easily discard them? It is truly a waste." Li Jing continued his tirade, while Zhang Fan hummed a tune as if oblivious to his complaints, completely ignoring Li Jing's grievances. Eventually, feeling exasperated, Li Jing decided to cease his chatter, resigning to silence as he trudged home with a look of helplessness. Chapter 28. My money is not easily earned. Upon returning to the village, Zhang Fan and Li Jing wasted no time and headed straight for the back mountain. However, upon their arrival, the atmosphere seemed markedly different. The back mountain was not just occupied by Mao Ho and a few others, but was teeming with a larger crowd. Among them were many familiar faces, young intellectuals from various regions who had come to the countryside for temporary service. They congregated at the mountain, blocking Zhang Fan's path. At the forefront stood Shui Dashan, who had been obsessively plotting ways to vex Zhang Fan since his previous public humiliation at the brigade meeting. His desire for revenge had intensified, keeping him awake at night. Recently, he had noticed that Zhang Fan was increasingly elusive in the village, which he found peculiar. The once boisterous Zhang Fan, always engaged in good deeds, was now seldom seen. After some investigation, Shui Dashan discovered that Zhang Fan had been spending his days gathering chestnuts on the mountain, enlisting several village children to assist him and offering them generous compensation. Upon learning this, Shui Dashan returned to the youth camp and spread the word. He twisted Zhang Fan's intentions, claiming that Zhang Fan was hiring people for 10 yuan a day to help him collect chestnuts. The youth at the camp could hardly contain their excitement. 10 yuan was a significant sum in an era when the average monthly wage for workers hovered around 30 to 40 yuan. This was the impetus for their blockade of Zhang Fan. As Zhang Fan regarded the gathering of young intellectuals, a frown creased his brow. "Zhang Fan, we hear you're hiring for chestnut gathering at 10 yuan a day. Is that true?" inquired a young woman standing beside Shui Dashan. 10 yuan a day for gathering chestnuts? When did I say that? I'm completely unaware. Zhang Fan exclaimed, bewildered. 10 yuan a day? That's extortion. The rumor had spread throughout the village, claiming that anyone who assisted him in gathering chestnuts would earn 10 yuan a day. "Are you really going to let us starve here?" the young woman pressed, displaying a sense of solidarity while withholding Shui Dashan's role in the matter. "What does your hunger have to do with me? If you're hungry, go work. Labor yields points. which in turn yield money. Why come here to wallow in pity? Even if you are fellow youth from my hometown, I have no sympathy for you. Zhang Fan scoffed dismissively, unmoved by the lamentations of those around him, and found himself stifling a laugh. You, regardless of our shared background as educated youth, if you choose not to assist, why must you speak so derisively of us? His words ignited a wave of indignation among the group, their glares directed at him as if they wished to consume him whole. How is it possible that, despite your education, you are so easily swayed by mere words? What has become of you? 10 yuan a day, and yet you do not consider robbing a bank? What audacity you possess! Zhang Fan chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. These so-called educated youth lacked intellect. Those with true discernment would never fall prey to such manipulation. If only they exercised their minds, they would realize the absurdity of such claims. Go outside and inquire about the monthly wages of the workers. Enough of this nonsense. I have matters to attend to. To Zhang Fan, conversing with these individuals was a sheer waste of time, detracting from his opportunity to gather chestnuts. This was all conveyed to us by Shui Dashan. He diligently sought information in the village. Do you truly believe our news is baseless? A male educated youth, known for his independent nature and solitary demeanor, stepped forward. He had never mingled with any group of educated youth and, unafraid of offending anyone, pointedly questioned Shui Dashan. Although he usually remained composed, the allure of 10 yuan a day was too enticing to resist. Did Shui Dashan say that? Come on, Shui Dashan, join me inside. I will give you 10 yuan if you come help me. Zhang Fan boldly pointed at Shui Dashan, prepared to take a risk for the sake of 10 yuan. Me? You are offering me 10 yuan. Shui Dashan's face displayed shock. He was indeed in dire need of money, yet he had not anticipated such sudden fortune. Yes, you. I will give you 10 yuan. Do you dare come and assist? There is only one spot available. If you are hesitant, let someone else take it. Zhang Fan understood that Shui Dashan was sensitive to his reputation, and the best way to deal with individuals like him was to provoke them. Shui Dashan, do you dare? If not, step aside and let us proceed. Observing Shui Dashan's indecision, the others began to urge him on. What are you all clamoring for? A fool who neglects to seize money is a fool indeed. I am determined to earn that 10 yuan today. Shui Dashan could hardly withstand the provocation. After all, 10 yuan felt akin to a gift. If you are truly brave, then come along with me. With that, Zhang Fan, accompanied by Li Jing, ventured into the mountains, with Shui Dashan trailing behind them. The rest of the educated youth followed suit, enticed by the promise of 10 yuan. They had not been strangers to money, nor to the notion of 10 yuan, but the prospect of earning 10 yuan a day was exhilarating. Zhang Fan, are you truly going to give him 10 yuan for a day's work? If this sets a precedent, others may perceive us as easy targets, Li Jing inquired, perplexed by Zhang Fan's motives as they made their way into the mountains. 10 yuan is no small sum. To have it so easily taken away would surely lead the villagers to treat Zhang Fan as a mere cash dispenser. Rest assured, my second brother, my money is not so easily earned, Zhang Fan remarked with a faint smile. His wealth did not come from thin air, and those who sought to exploit him would do well to consider whether Shui Dashan possessed the capability to do so. As Zhang Fan and his companion ventured further away, an unsettling premonition began to stir within Shui Dashan. However, the presence of a group of educated youth following behind provided him with a measure of comfort, for he believed that Zhang Fan would not dare to act against him. After approximately half an hour of walking deeper into the mountains, they found themselves amidst a plethora of chestnut trees, yet danger lurked at every turn, with insects and wild animals prevalent. The forest harbored numerous perilous beasts, and both Shui Dashan and the educated youth trailing him grew increasingly apprehensive. They were accustomed to the outskirts of the forest, but had never ventured so deep before. The sudden immersion into this unfamiliar territory heightened their sense of dread. Zhang Fan remained unfazed. Having lived a lifetime of experiences, he had encountered far greater dangers. Li Jing beside him maintained his composure as well, for they had grown up in these mountains and were intimately familiar with their environment. Only the group of educated youth trembled in fear, hesitant to advance another step. Chapter 29. Consequences of Arrogance. Zhang Fan. The mountains are teeming with chestnuts. Why must we venture further? The deeper they went, the more anxious Shui Dashan became, despite the numbers behind him. Here, one can easily reach out and pluck them. Why should I hire you at such a high price? If you wish to earn 10 yuan, follow me further. That is where you ought to gather. Without looking back, Zhang Fan continued deeper into the woods, accompanied by Li Jing, leaving Dashin with no choice but to follow. He felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. Retreating would signify cowardice. It seemed that earning money today would prove challenging for Dashin. As the further they ventured, the more difficult it became to gather chestnuts. Nevertheless, the allure of 10 yuan was indeed enticing enough for the others to consider pursuing it. Finally, after 20 agonizing minutes, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. A gentle breeze swept through the area, refreshing yet ill-suited for enjoying scenic beauty. At the cliff's edge stood 2 wild chestnut trees, their fruit abundant due to the harsh growing conditions. The wild chestnuts on these trees could easily supply Zhang Fan with enough for 3 to 4 days. Observing the trees, Zhang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. To earn that 10 yuan, one must be willing to pay a price. All right, we've arrived. You will gather every chestnut from these 2 trees today, and the 10 yuan will be yours, Zhang Fan declared, pulling out 10 yuan from his pocket, most of it in small denominations. At the sight of the money, Dashin felt a surge of excitement. It appeared he was guaranteed to earn today. He had not expected Zhang Fan to be so trustworthy and reached out to take the money from Zhang Fan's hand. What are you doing? Did you not hear my words? Pick all the prickly chestnuts from these 2 trees, and this 10 yuan shall be yours. With so many witnesses, I assure you, I would never deceive you. As long as you gather them, the money will be yours. As Dashin approached to claim his reward, Zhang Fan swiftly seized the opportunity, leaving no room for Dashin. Very well, if you wish to give away money for free, I have no reason to refuse. Today, I shall show you what it means to earn. Having said that, Dashin hurried towards the 2 wild chestnut trees. Upon reaching the trees, regret washed over him. He had not anticipated that the ground beneath those trees concealed a perilous cliff. A fall could spell disaster. What are you hesitating for? Don't you desire to earn my money? Zhang Fan urged impatiently, observing Dashin's indecision. How could 10 yuan be so easily obtained? That is a sum of 10 yuan, and I have given you the chance. Surely you do not wish to forfeit it? The group of educated youth behind him recognized Zhang Fan's intention to set Dashin up. They understood that Zhang Fan had never mentioned finding anyone. This entire scenario was a fabrication of Dashin's imagination. Nevertheless, since they were already present, they relished the entertainment and the spectacle. What are you all making a fuss about? My earning money is none of your concern. What do 2 trees full of chestnuts amount to? I, Dashin, have faced far greater storms. These 2 trees are merely child's play. He struggled to quell the rising tide of anxiety within, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. Come on, Dashin, you are the best. For the sake of that 10 yuan, give it your all. He continually encouraged himself inwardly, suppressing his fear. Determined to climb for that 10 yuan. Grasping the tree trunk, he took a deep breath and began his ascent. Initially, Dashin was exceedingly anxious, fearing that his quaking legs would betray him and send him tumbling down. Gradually, he acclimated to the height, climbing faster and higher. Dashin is quite impressive, scaling that tree with such speed and showing no fear. It seems Zhang Fan shall suffer a loss today. They had underestimated his courage, mistaking him for a coward. The other educated youth were astonished by Dashin's audacity. They had come to mock, yet he had unexpectedly turned the tables on Zhang Fan. Xiao Fan, this fellow is truly ascending. It appears we may indeed lose that 10 yuan today. Li Jing, witnessing this scene, frowned in disbelief, unable to comprehend Dashin's newfound bravery. Rest assured, he will not walk away with that money. Gathering chestnuts from these 2 trees is far from simple. Zhang Fan maintained his smile, convinced that earning money was not so straightforward. If it were, he would not be selling roasted chestnuts, but rather climbing trees daily for a fortune. Zhang Fan, I have reached the top. This 10 yuan is as good as mine. Dashin shouted from the treetop, firmly believing that the money was already his. Are you deaf? Let me reiterate, Zhang Fan coldly remarked as he gazed at Dashin perched in the tree. You shall receive your payment only after all the prickly chestnuts from these 2 trees have been collected. Climbing trees for profit? Such a notion is hardly as delightful as it may seem. To deal with Dashin, one must ensure the task is executed thoroughly, lest he re-emerge like a jester seeking attention every few days. I'm already up here. Collecting a few prickly chestnuts is a trivial matter. Whether you like it or not, I will claim this money. Dashin boasted, his confidence seemingly solidifying the funds as if already secured in his pocket. Enough with the chatter. Hasten your gathering. I have urgent use for the money by tomorrow, Zhang Fan replied dismissively, unwilling to engage in further conversation. It would not be so simple to swindle him out of his hard-earned money. As Zhang Fan urged him on, Shui Dashan began to pluck the chestnuts with remarkable speed, quickly clearing the tree of its bounty. Incredible. Shui Dashan shows no fear at all. I would have fainted by now, a few young women observed, their respect for him growing. Who would have thought he would dare to scale a tree on the edge of a cliff? Such bravery. We can no longer mock him, chimed in several male youths, equally astonished by Shui Dashan's audacity. Huh. Zhang Fan, prepare to pay up. If it's merely picking prickly chestnuts, I shall come daily to assist you. Shui Dashan, emboldened by his ease, shouted from his lofty perch. Unbeknownst to him, his foot slipped, and he began to slide downwards. The sight rendered the nearby young women speechless, their cries echoing through the air. In a panic, Shui Dashan summoned every ounce of strength to grasp the trunk of the chestnut tree, stabilizing himself just in time to avoid plummeting into the abyss. Chapter 30. The gesture that annoys the eye. The unexpected turn of events startled everyone present, causing Li Jing's expression to shift slightly. The only one unfazed was Zhang Fan, whose past experiences had taught him to remain indifferent amidst chaos. Even if Shui Dashan were to fall today, Zhang Fan would feel no remorse. After all, he had not coerced Shui Dashan. Any misfortune that befell him would be of his own making. Help! Save me! Shui Dashan trembled, clinging to the trunk, unwilling to look down. When he had begun to fall, a chilling sense of mortality had washed over him. Please, I beg you. Save me. His voice quivered, his body shaking uncontrollably. Shui Dashan, I have your payment ready. Can you continue picking? If not, I shall take my leave, Zhang Fan said. Ignoring his pleas, he had no concern for Shui Dashan's fate. Compassion was a weakness he did not possess. The best way to deal with a scoundrel was to instill fear in him all at once. No more, no more. I don't want the money anymore. Zhang Fan, please, I beg you, save me. Shui Dashan's head shook fervently. Genuine fear had seized him. The thought of falling was no jest. He knew the gravity of the situation. Well, you said it yourself. Since you have chosen to give up on making money, we shall take our leave. Come on. Second brother, let us return. As Zhang Fan prepared to leave, pulling Li Jing along, Su Daxian, realizing he was about to be abandoned, urgently called out, Zhang Fan, don't go. You haven't saved me yet. Are you really going to leave me like this? Zhang Fan, undeterred, replied, I came merely to see if you could earn my money. Your fate is of no consequence to me. If you desire assistance, call upon those who care for you. I am under no obligation to save you. With that, he turned decisively and walked away. Li Jing glanced at Su Daxian, shook his head, and hurried after Zhang Fan. Today he was thoroughly impressed by Zhang Fan's methods. His brother-in-law was becoming increasingly astonishing. He mused that he could never be so heartless. If the situation were reversed, he would have undoubtedly rushed to save Su Daxian without hesitation. Second brother, do you think I perhaps went a bit too far today? Zhang Fan inquired as they walked. Noticing Li Jing's silence, his past experiences had sharpened his insight into human nature. He recognized that Li Jing was a good man, as was the entire Li family, incapable of such ruthlessness. I don't believe you did anything wrong. I just wonder if I could ever be as resolute as you in such a situation. Li Jing shook his head. He did not consider Zhang Fan's actions to be erroneous. Rather, he was placing himself in Zhang Fan's position and doubting his own capacity for such harshness. I know it's not just you. If it were Big Brother or Uncle Jing, none of you could be as merciless as I, Zhang Fan chuckled, having recognized the goodness in the Li family, which further reinforced his conviction. But worry not. From now on, I shall take on the role of the villain. As the son-in-law of the Li family, I am willing to shoulder this burden. His tone turned serious, for in this era, good people were often victimized. Friends and relatives would exploit the benevolent until they had drained every ounce of their usefulness. Well, from now on, we too have a villain in the Li family. We shall not be bullied any longer, Li Jing responded, laughing heartily. After spending days with Zhang Fan selling roasted chestnuts, he was astounded by the speed at which they were making money and felt a growing admiration for his brother-in-law. Upon returning to the mountain entrance, they found that Mao Ho and his companions had filled the cart with chestnuts. Though they had come to witness the excitement, the prospect of earning money was far more enticing. While Zhang Fan dealt with Su Daxian, Mao Ho and his friends had gathered enough chestnuts. Zhang Jiqing, you've emerged. We've harvested the chestnuts for you. Let us help you take them back. Mao Ho exclaimed, and before Zhang Fan could respond, he began to pull the cart away. Mao Ho truly is capable. It seems our Li family will soon have an extraordinary individual emerging from the mountains, Li Jing remarked, unable to stifle his praise as he watched Mao Ho's retreating figure. Previously, he had little interaction with Mao Ho, always viewing him as just a child while he considered himself an adult, unable to relate. Since having interacted with Mao Ho on several occasions, he has come to realize that Mao Ho is exceedingly reliable, never having reneged on any commitments made. Indeed, I have always regarded Mao Ho as a good child, and I shall strive to support him and his family in the future. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, appreciating Mao Ho's steadfastness and even wishing to nurture him further. Given Mao Ho's family's modest circumstances, the lad has been remarkably sensible from a young age. Now that he has entered junior high, he can earn some money, alleviating his parents' burdens significantly. Li Jing wholeheartedly endorsed Zhang Fan's intention to assist Mao Ho's family. Soon after returning home with Mao Ho, they settled their accounts, and the group departed joyfully. Once Mao Ho and his companions had left, Zhang Fan began to invite everyone to peel chestnuts. Xiaojing, you cannot fathom how valiant Xiao Fan was today. He dealt with that Su Dashan quite severely, Li Jing exclaimed as they settled into the courtyard, eager to share his delight with his younger sister. Su Dashan? Did he come looking for trouble again? Upon hearing the name Su Dashan, Li Jing felt a surge of anxiety, fearing for Zhang Fan's safety. Yes. Today he rallied a bunch of educated youth to block our way at the mountain pass, claiming Xiao Fan was hiring people at 10 yuan a day. Those young folks thought there was easy money to be made, so they rushed over. Li Jing recounted candidly, never one to be duplicitous in front of family. 10 yuan a day? Those educated youths are truly audacious. Don't they realize how implausible that is? After hearing her brother's recounting, Li Jing shook her head in disbelief. They were all educated individuals, having come to the countryside as part of the youth movement. How could they lack such discernment? Haha, my dear wife, I share your sentiments. I too labeled them as a bunch of dimwits. They think that with a group of 10 or 20, each earning 10 yuan a day, I am running a bank. Zhang Fan laughed heartily at Li Jing's words, finding amusement in the situation. To put it bluntly, they are a collection of fools, having read themselves into ignorance, devoid of any sound judgment. Yet, the crucial matter was whether Su Dashan had managed to extricate himself from the tree where Xiao Fan had ensnared him. Li Jing could not suppress his laughter, feeling no sympathy for Su Dashan's predicament. Serves him right, Li Jing exclaimed, unable to contain her disdain for such a buffoon, finding his antics utterly irritating. Chapter 31. The way of the world, a night of pranks left the Li household enveloped in laughter and joy. However, it was a different story for Su Dashan. After Zhang Fan and his companion departed, he was seething with rage. Fellow companions, we are all educated youth who came here together. We are like family. Would you kindly assist me and help me down from here? With no recourse to Zhang Fan and his friend, Su Dashan was left to seek aid from the other educated youths. It was he who had deceived them into this predicament, now shamelessly begging for assistance. The group of educated youths harbored resentment towards Su Dashan, having rushed over from work without even having time for dinner. Su Dashan, this is what you get for your own misdeeds. Who told you to deceive us? This is your just punishment. Enjoy your stay. We wish to save you, yet we too suffer from acrophobia. My sincerest apologies. We shall meet again. Those harboring resentment towards Su Dashan turned on their heels without a moment's hesitation. Once they departed, only 3 remained with Su Dashan, the individuals closest to him, who lingered until the end. What are you 3 dawdling for? Hurry and rescue me. Upon witnessing the others leave, Su Dashan directed his ire towards his 3 acquaintances. Su Dashan, at this moment, it is you who is in need of our assistance, and yet you display such an attitude? Typically, they regarded Su Dashan as a comrade, a brother. However, in this critical moment, he treated them as mere pawns. All 3 were educated youths, well aware of the underlying tensions. Though they remained silent, they understood all too well that their resentment towards Su Dashan had long been festering. Enough of your prattle. Will you 3 assist me or not? If not, then be gone. Your presence is an eyesore. Faced with their defiance, Su Dashan was not one to easily relent, and he shouted at them in fury. Fine. If that is your stance, we shall return to our slumber. Best of luck to you. At that moment, their pent-up grievances erupted, and shaking their heads, the 3 departed. The bond of friendship between them and Su Dashan dissipated into thin air. After their exit, the mountains lay desolate, leaving Su Dashan alone. As night descended, the forest echoed with various sounds, the howls of wolves, the calls of cuckoos, the chirping of cicadas, the croaking of frogs, and the incessant bites of mosquitoes that left Shui Dashan covered in welts. Each sound relentlessly shattered the defenses of his heart, and as deep night approached, anxiety took hold of him. His body trembled uncontrollably, the chill of the wind sending him into a frenzy. Who will save me? Is there anyone to rescue me? His cries resonated throughout the forest, the echoes returning only with the calls of insects and the growls of beasts, leaving him in utter silence. In the depths of the night, one either erupts in despair or succumbs to it. Drawing strength from his fear, Shui Dashan seized a tree trunk with both hands and firmly planted his feet upon it. Gradually, he began to descend, his movements persisting despite the terror that gripped his heart. Ultimately, he triumphed over his fear and successfully climbed down from the tree. Once on the ground, engulfed by the shadows of the night, Shui Dashan sprinted back to the youth station. Zhang Fan, just wait. I will not let you off easily. Repeating this mantra on his way back, he was alone in his resolve, with no one else to bear witness. The following morning, Zhang Fan and Li Jing, as was their custom, hurried towards the county town with roasted chestnuts in tow. Having collaborated on the chestnut venture over the past few days, Zhang Fan decided to increase their supply to the cement factory. Shui Dashan would prepare 600 portions daily, delivering 300 to the cement factory while reserving the remaining 300 for his own sales. The Baozi shop has yet to open, and opportunities to earn money abound. Zhang Fan is determined to seize every moment to generate income. Currently, all the earnings from the roasted chestnut stall belong to Zhang Fan. He had proposed a 50-50 split with Li Jing, but Li Jing firmly declined. Witnessing his brother-in-law's gradual improvement and the steady progression of their lives brings Li Jing satisfaction. Ultimately, they agreed that once Li Jing fully takes over, the profits will be divided, with Li Jing receiving 70% and Zhang Fan 30%. This was a result of Zhang Fan's insistence. Initially, Li Jing had planned for an even split, but Zhang Fan refused any portion. Li Jing's persistence compelled Zhang Fan to compromise, leading to the 370 division. Today's venture into roasting chestnuts went exceedingly well, with 300 portions completed effortlessly. However, before the chestnuts were delivered, Chen Jixiang arrived at Zhang Fan's stall. Xiao Zhang, I've obtained the business license you requested. Are our roasted chestnuts ready? Chen Jixiang appeared with a beaming smile, holding the food operation permit and business license. With these documents, Zhang Fan could confidently operate his stall without fear of disturbances. He was also astonished by Chen Jixiang's efficiency in procuring the business license in such a short time, showcasing the vastness of his connections. Brother Chen, I am fully prepared. Here are 300 portions. With the two of us here over the next few days, I plan to supply even more, Zhang Fan said as he began to push the cart to deliver the 300 portions of roasted chestnuts. Haha, I knew I had not misjudged you. Excellent. Let us add another 100 portions. This will suffice. Chen Jixiang's smile was unwavering upon hearing Zhang Fan's initiative to increase the order. His keen judgment of character had proven correct once again. Brother Chen, you flatter me. Today, I am giving all 300 portions to you as a token of my gratitude, Zhang Fan acknowledged. He understood that the funds he had for the business license were sufficient, but other expenses would likely come from Chen Jixiang's pocket. For someone like Chen Jixiang, it might not be a significant sum, and he likely wouldn't mind. However, Zhang Fan, having lived a full life, recognized that maintaining a good friendship hinges on sincerity. Only through genuine intentions can one truly connect with others and cultivate lifelong friendships. Ah, Xiao Zhang, you are being too formal. We are brothers, so there is no need for such gratitude. Chen Jixiang waved his hand, intending to decline. He was happy to assist and never thought of taking advantage of Zhang Fan. Please accept it, Brother Chen. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy. You have helped me immensely, and if you refuse, I might hesitate to reach out in the future. Zhang Fan insisted firmly, determined that these 300 portions of roasted chestnuts must be accepted by Chen Jixiang. Very well, since you insist. I suppose rejecting it would make me seem difficult to get along with. Chapter 32 Preparation before opening with the business license and operating permit graciously arranged by Chen Jixiang in hand, Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although he had already lived a lifetime, his current existence was starkly different from that of his past. In his previous life, he was solitary and indifferent, feeling as though he were the only soul in the vast expanse of the world. Now, however, he was surrounded by friends, family, a beloved partner, and the warmth of a home. Everything was unfolding positively, and Zhang Fan's yearning for wealth intensified with each passing day. He longed for a future filled with beauty and abundance, driven by the debts he owed to the Li family, to Li Jing, and to his children. He felt an urgent need to repay these debts and provide care and protection for each of them. Zhang Fan's desire to earn money was more fervent than anyone else's, a restlessness within him that was ever present. Lunchtime was always busy and fleeting. Today, even 300 servings of roasted chestnuts were insufficient to meet demand. Many were clamoring to purchase them, a scenario Zhang Fan had grown accustomed to, given his own fondness for roasted chestnuts and his awareness of their popularity in the future. In that time, roasted chestnuts were as beloved as popcorn and candied hawthorn. Naturally, he had considered these two snacks as well, but the circumstances and environment did not permit it. Popcorn and candied hawthorn were more suited for young couples in love, newlyweds, or children, while the workers at the cement factory would not likely consider them their first choice. A warm bag of roasted chestnuts after a meal would truly satisfy their hearts, whereas popcorn and candied hawthorn merely gratified their superficial cravings. Little Fan, will they ever grow tired of them? He pondered, noting that even with such a large preparation, it was still insufficient for sales. It appeared that the days ahead would be challenging. After a busy afternoon, Li Jing was drenched in sweat. In this era, acquiring a fan was a luxury. However, selling roasted chestnuts at the cement factory's entrance made the idea of purchasing a fan impractical due to the inconvenience of electricity. Don't worry, second brother, the roasted chestnut business won't last long. In a couple of months, the weather will turn cold, and chestnuts will become scarce in the market. Once winter arrives, I will look for other suitable foods to sell. Our family must unite in our efforts to earn money and live a good life. Zhang Fan reassured Li Jing that the days of selling roasted chestnuts were numbered. Typically, winter was the season for roasted chestnuts, as the cold weather made the warm treat especially comforting. However, summer conditions limited the storage of chestnuts. Without refrigeration, they could not be preserved for long periods. Investing in a freezer solely for roasted chestnuts was not feasible, as a single freezer would not meet the entire winter's demand. To preserve them properly, one would need a cold storage facility. Given Zhang Fan's current financial situation, the prospect of owning a cold storage was far-fetched. Even acquiring a simple freezer was a significant challenge. The current circumstances were incomparable to the future, where a mere tap on a smartphone could procure necessary materials within days. In this era, selling goods necessitated a relentless search for sources, highlighting the importance of the intelligent, information-driven age. However, each era possesses its own merits. In this contemporary age, people exhibit a remarkable simplicity, and the warmth of human connection prevails, with every household resembling a close-knit family. In contrast, in future times, towering buildings will dominate the landscape, and neighbors who have cohabited for decades may remain oblivious to one another's names. As society progresses and develops, the essence of human warmth gradually dissipates, and the amusing anecdotes of yesteryears can only be cherished through recollection. After tidying up their stall, Zhang Fan and Li Jing ventured to the building materials market, procuring several bags of wall putty and latex paint. After all, a rented shop necessitates a touch of renovation to enhance the appetite of patrons savoring the buns. Upon their return, Zhang Fan skillfully smoothed out the areas on the wall that required attention, and after allowing it to dry, he applied a fresh coat of latex paint. Once completed, the walls transformed into a pristine and smooth surface, exuding an air of sophistication. The floor, too, was uneven, providing an unsolicited massage to anyone standing upon it. He discarded the excess wall putty onto the ground, making a valiant attempt to level it out, ensuring that standing on it would not result in an unsteady wobble. By the time they finished, the clock edged towards 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Fan and Li Jing quickly freshened up before departing. With everything in place, the next step was to prepare for the grand opening. This bun shop represented Zhang Fan's inaugural venture since his rebirth, serving as the foundation for his future success, and he harbored a firm belief in his ability to excel. Upon returning home, twilight had begun to envelop the sky, although night had yet to fully descend. For bags of chestnuts lay in the yard, and Li Jing had prepared dinner. These chestnuts were a gift from Mao Ho, who, noticing their absence from the back mountain that day, took the initiative to gather several bags for them. Upon seeing Zhang Fan return, Li Jing approached him, explaining the contents of the bags. "Xiao Jing, when you see Mao Ho tomorrow, please give him this money. It is his wage for today," Zhang Fan instructed. retrieving a few bills from his pocket for her to pass on. Originally, Zhang Fan's funds were entrusted to Li Jing, but this time, in preparation for opening the shop and acquiring the necessary business license, he had nearly exhausted his resources. Don't worry, I've already compensated them. The bun shop is about to open, and there will be many expenses ahead. You should keep this for yourself, Li Jing replied, surprising Zhang Fan. Despite her limited education, she possessed a remarkable understanding of circumstances and was immensely supportive of her husband when he needed her most. In these moments, Zhang Fan found himself consumed by self-loathing, regretting the decision to abandon such a wonderful partner in his past life, and despising his choice to pursue a future rather than remain by her side. He resented his previous self for being arrogant and dismissive of a truly remarkable wife. The consequences of past actions invariably echo into the present. With such a kind-hearted and understanding spouse, many would envy a lifetime without such fortune. Very well, I shall go to the mountains to gather some bamboo. You assist Ergue and help him process the chestnuts, he concluded. Now, the shop has been tidied up, and the only remaining tasks involve the kitchenware, such as steamers. The steamer is essential for the dumpling shop. However, there isn't a single dumpling shop to be found in the entire county. Zhang Fan has perused various department stores and supply cooperatives, yet he has not encountered any vendors selling steamers. With the opening of the dumpling shop imminent, Zhang Fan intends to craft one himself. In his previous life, he was a distinguished figure in the culinary world. Not merely an aficionado of fine dining, but also a skilled cook. He has personally crafted numerous kitchen tools, with the steamer being the first utensil he learned to make with his own hands. The most convenient method for constructing a steamer is through bamboo weaving. The dumplings steamed in fresh bamboo carry a delightful aroma of the wood. After concluding his thoughts, Zhang Fan wasted no time and set off into the mountains with a sickle in hand. Chapter 33. Shift of focus. Nightfall descended swiftly, and by the time Zhang Fan reached the mountain's entrance, darkness enveloped the sky. According to the temperament of his former self, he would have never dared to venture into the mountains at night. However, having experienced the vicissitudes of life, he now felt unafraid, striding confidently into the woods. Zhang Fan does not subscribe to the belief in ghosts or deities, yet he refrains from provoking them unnecessarily. Following his own path would not lead to any troubles. Upon entering the bamboo grove, he selected several sturdy bamboo stalks and felled them. In a short span of time, he had cut down 3 bamboo poles, not due to a scarcity of bamboo, but rather because he found it challenging to transport more. 3 was the limit he could manage. After trimming all the small branches, Zhang Fan began his trek home, burdened by the 3 processed bamboo poles. This journey left him thoroughly exhausted, although he possessed the memories of his past life. His current body was entirely that of this life. His physical condition was far from optimal, but fortunately, his recent experience of roasting chestnuts had strengthened him. Otherwise, he would have struggled to carry these 3 poles back. Once home, Zhang Fan skillfully wielded his sickle, slicing the bamboo into strips for future use. The strips required for weaving the steamer varied in width, and drawing upon his memories from his previous life, he began to assemble the steamer based on the prepared bamboo strips. In no time, the initial form of a steamer emerged, leaving the Li family in awe. Zhang Fan, when did you acquire this skill? We've never seen you do this before. After spending several days together, Li Jiangguo's relationship with Zhang Fan had improved significantly. Observing his brother-in-law, curiosity once again graced Li Jiangguo's face. He had never witnessed Zhang Fan exhibit such talent, and it truly astonished him. I learned a bit by watching others weave back at my home. I never anticipated it would come in handy now. Zhang Fan began to recount the knowledge he had acquired at home, knowing he could not divulge to the Li family that he was a reincarnate. Regret over his past life and feelings of guilt towards Li Jing were sentiments he could not express, as such confessions would lack credibility. It was far better to weave a harmless lie that would convince those present of his words. Truly, you are a learned individual. Your ability to master such skills is commendable, from roasting chestnuts to adeptly weaving steamers. Li Jiangguo could not help but give a thumbs up, praising Zhang Fan for his remarkable skills. The other members of the Li family also joined in the compliments. While Li Jing stood nearby, her curiosity piqued. She only knew that Zhang Fan was handsome, knowledgeable, and a young intellectual from the city. Beyond that, she was oblivious to his other attributes. After their marriage, Zhang Fan underwent a significant transformation, no longer displaying the gentleness he once had towards her. Instead, he became increasingly irritable, revealing none of his hidden talents until now. As Zhang Fan grew more enigmatic, Li Jing's intrigue deepened. Before long, a fresh bamboo steamer was meticulously crafted, with Zhang Fan taking care to smooth out all the rough edges to avoid any potential injuries. Once completed, Li Jing picked it up, her curiosity evident as she inspected it from various angles. Though she had seen steamers before, she had never encountered one so exquisitely crafted. While the craftsmanship of bamboo steamers generally shared similarities, this particular one was Zhang Fan's first creation since his rebirth, and he approached it with utmost seriousness. The design remained unchanged, yet every corner was impeccably refined, free of any blemishes. How beautiful! I've never seen such a stunning steamer. Your hands are truly skilled, Li Jing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Any prior feelings of resentment or fear toward Zhang Fan had long dissipated. Impressive, brother-in-law. Your craftsmanship rivals that of a master craftsman. No, it surpasses it. Li Jiangguo could not contain his admiration, declaring it superior to that of the town's finest artisans. The entire Li family was enveloped in a night of praise, particularly Li's mother, who could not stop her accolades, gently caressing the steamer in her hands. Her face radiated joy. Zhang Fan noticed his mother-in-law's desire for the steamer, but recognized her hesitation to express it. He took the initiative and said, "Mother, if you like it, you can take this one to use for now. I can make a few more later." Upon hearing this, Li's mother quickly shook her head and returned the steamer to Zhang Fan. "Oh, Xiao Fan, I do not wish to take it. I simply admire your skill and diligence. Your progress fills my heart with happiness." She understood the significance of priorities. While the steamer was beautiful, the opening of Zhang Fan's Baozi shop was paramount. "Then I shall craft a few more for you. Not only can I make steamers, but I can also weave bamboo baskets and carriers. I will prepare several of each for you." In the rural setting, bamboo baskets, carriers, and other such items were indispensable. They could be used for carrying vegetables, storing grains, or a multitude of other purposes wherever something needed to be contained. The Li family toiled together until deep into the night, completing all the chestnuts needed by Li Jiangguo. Zhang Fan's steamers were nearly finished as well, 3 large steamers and 6 small ones. The initial investment for steamers was not substantial, especially since Zhang Fan did not possess many stoves. Unlike later times, there were no specialized steamers for Baozi. Currently, only wood-burning or coal-burning stoves were available. Merchants with slightly better circumstances might rent liquefied gas cylinders, but given Zhang Fan's current financial standing, that was clearly beyond his reach. Moreover, acquiring a liquefied gas cylinder for rental or purchase is not a straightforward endeavor. The myriad of procedures can be quite exasperating. For Zhang Fan, a stove fueled by firewood or coal is perfectly adequate, requiring no pleasantries with anyone and offering convenience and speed. Early the next morning, just as the dawn began to break, Zhang Fan and Li Jiangguo set off. Their departure time each morning was precisely synchronized, leaving no room for delay. Time equates to money, as they needed to supply roasted chestnuts to the cafeteria of the cement factory daily, while also reserving some to sell to the factory workers. Every moment wasted on the road counted against their earnings. Gradually, Li Jiangguo adapted to this lifestyle, witnessing a steady influx of money. Even if he only received a small fraction, was entirely sufficient for him. After all, the earnings from a single day here could equate to the laborious wages earned over half a month in the village. "Brother, today I need to tidy up the bun shop, so I'm leaving the roasted chestnut stall in your capable hands. Is that all right?" As they walked, Zhang Fan looked at Li Jiangguo earnestly, realizing that his focus would soon shift predominantly to the bun shop. After several days of observation, Li Jiangguo had mastered 2 methods of roasting chestnuts proficiently. The chestnuts he prepared were indistinguishable from those Zhang Fan roasted, their flavors nearly identical. This assurance allowed Zhang Fan to confidently entrust the stall to him. "Rest assured, brother-in-law, I can handle it." Chapter 34. Are you here to cause trouble? Upon arriving at the cement factory's entrance, Zhang Fan helped Li Jiangguo set up his stall before wheeling a cart towards the school. The previous day, he had nearly completed the necessary tidying at the bun shop. He had made minor repairs to the walls and floor, effectively executing a simple renovation. Upon entering the shop across from the school, Zhang Fan looked with great satisfaction at the fruits of yesterday's labor. If the roasted chestnut stall was his initial foray, this bun shop would serve as the foundation for his future endeavors. Inside the shop, he had meticulously cleaned every area that required attention. Today, he primarily aimed to arrange the placement of items and the positioning of tables and stoves. Opening the door to the storage room, Zhang Fan cloth dampened with water in hand, began to diligently wipe away dust, leaving no corner unattended. While engaged in his work, the landlord approached. "Well done, young man. I never anticipated that my shabby place could be tidied up so efficiently." The landlord couldn't help but praise him upon entering. He had long been weary of that storage room, which served little purpose beyond a repository for discarded items. "Sir, as someone running a bun shop, cleanliness must be my utmost priority. No matter how delicious my buns may be, poor hygiene would be a disservice to my customers," Zhang Fan replied with a smile, genuinely grateful to the landlord. The fact that he could use the space for free spoke volumes about the landlord's character. Certainly, maintaining cleanliness and hygiene is commendable. "You carry on with your tasks. I shall take a brief stroll." I glanced briefly at Zhang Fan's bun shop, and the landlord, without lingering, went out for a walk. Most elders of his age in the countryside toil from dawn till dusk. Yet, the landlord appears carefree, spending his leisure time either at home, enjoying the breeze from a fan and watching television, or taking leisurely walks. The landlord's way of life is Zhang Fan's aspiration. In a previous life, such a lifestyle was readily accessible to him. However, now that he has been reborn, it is not only his desire to relish this life, but also to share it with those around him. Before long, Zhang Fan had tidied the bun shop to perfection. Once everything was in order, he chose a bright and prominent spot to display his business license and operating permit. Last night, while assembling the steamer, he had conveniently crafted 2 frames to encase the business license and operating permit. Covered with a layer of glass, they exuded an aura that uplifted the spirit. These documents represented more than mere licenses. They were the keys to Zhang Fan's prosperity, essential for ensuring a better life for Li Jing. After hanging the business license and operating permit, Zhang Fan did not remain idle. He had already contacted the vendor for tables and stoves, who assured him that the delivery would arrive by noon. Although the landlord's storage room contained a single table, it was evidently insufficient. Zhang Fan's bun shop focused solely on sales and lacked the capacity for dining in. However, since he only sold breakfast, parents of students typically had no time to prepare meals in the morning, while lunch and dinner could still be managed. Zhang Fan was targeting the breakfast market, recognizing it as a lucrative venture. Moreover, this shop was located right by the school, and there was not a single breakfast establishment in the entire county, presenting Zhang Fan with a unique opportunity. This was a chance to prosper. If successful, it was not inconceivable to establish the first chain store in the county. As he pondered these prospects, a smile crept upon Zhang Fan's lips. "Boss, the stove and tables you requested have arrived," interrupted the voice from outside, pulling him from his thoughts. Upon stepping outside, he saw the delivery personnel had arrived with the tables and stove. "Please assist me in moving them inside," he requested. After the delivery workers placed the items as per Zhang Fan's specifications, he settled the payment promptly. Adhering to the principle he upheld in his past life, payment is to be made immediately upon delivery. With the essential work nearly completed and all necessary items procured, the next step was to commence operations. Being a bun shop, it was imperative to showcase the buns at the grand opening. With the furniture acquired, the remaining tasks involved preparing the dough and fillings. However, the day had grown late, nearing noon, well past the time students would be attending school. He then placed an order for a ton of coal, which would be piled in the corner behind the bun shop. Zhang Fan had previously inquired with the landlord about that corner, which was typically used for coal storage, ensuring that his placement of it would pose no issues. All preparations have been meticulously arranged, and Zhang Fan arrived at the agricultural market to seek the ingredients necessary for making steamed buns. Unlike the future, meat buns are the true delicacies of the populace. Even those residing in the county town can indulge in meat only a handful of times each year. Moreover, Zhang Fan intended to prepare 2 distinct varieties, the sauced meat bun and the soup-filled bun, which stand apart from conventional meat buns. These 2 types are more fragrant, and their meat flavors are more pronounced, significantly enhancing one's appetite. Upon reaching the market, the productivity of Qingshan County had long surpassed the designated targets, and purchasing meat was no longer restricted to quantity per individual. Approaching the meat stall, Zhang Fan instinctively pulled out a cigarette and offered one to the vendor. In this era, fresh poultry and meat were still sold uniformly, without the rights of private sales. "Comrade, looking to buy some meat? How much do you need?" The vendor accepted the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear. The simple act of sharing a cigarette bridged the gap between them, and the vendor, smiling amiably, inquired further. "Brother, I'd like to purchase 20 pounds of pork. How much would that be?" Zhang Fan's request startled the meat vendor. Comrade, 20 pounds? Are you trying to put me in a difficult position? I assume this is for personal use, right? Each person is allotted only 1 pound per month, and you want 20 pounds at once. Impossible. The vendor waved his hands dismissively. The request for 20 pounds was indeed alarming. Brother, how about we discuss this? I come here every day to buy 20 pounds of pork as a baseline, and I could potentially require more. Do you think this business can be accommodated? Initially shocked by the request for such a large quantity, the vendor was now taken aback by Zhang Fan's assertion of a daily purchase. Comrade, you don't seem like someone merely here to buy meat. Are you looking for trouble? The vendor said, gripping his meat cleaver tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Fan. Brother, you misunderstand me. I genuinely come to buy meat. If you are unable to make decisions, could you kindly summon someone who can? I would like to discuss this matter with them. Zhang Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Such misunderstandings were the unfortunate downside of this era. Even a simple meat purchase could lead to being perceived as a troublemaker. If the vendor were to learn that in his past life, he routinely bought meat from a pig farm, it would surely frighten him. Chapter 35. Should you require? Return again. Hearing the sincerity in Zhang Fan's tone, the vendor gradually relaxed his grip on the cleaver. Very well then, I shall fetch our supervisor. You can discuss your needs with him. I'm merely a worker here. You're asking for 20 pounds. And then stating you'll need that amount daily. This is beyond my authority. With that, the vendor turned and walked towards the back door, realizing that such a significant matter required the supervisor's involvement. After approximately 3 or 4 minutes, the vendor returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man was bald yet donned an oddly formal suit. Supervisor, this is the young man I mentioned who wishes to purchase 20 pounds of pork daily. The vendor introduced Zhang Fan as they approached. Securing a daily order of 20 pounds of pork would indeed be a substantial deal. If successful, even without a commission, the vendor would find joy in it. Hello, I am Li Jing, the supervisor responsible for the fresh poultry and meat section. The balding middle-aged man proactively extended his right hand, introducing himself. Hello, my name is Zhang Fan. Without a hint of shyness, Zhang Fan clasped Li Jing's hand. I heard from my workers that you purchase 20 pounds of pork daily. May I inquire about the purpose of your meat procurement? Li Jing, the head of the fresh poultry section, boldly posed the question, eager to ascertain Zhang Fan's intentions behind such a significant purchase. I run a baozi shop, and I buy meat to prepare fillings for the buns. Initially, 20 pounds may suffice, but as demand grows, I fear that won't be adequate, Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly, as if 20 pounds of meat were a trivial matter to him. Ah, a baozi shop, then purchasing 20 pounds of meat seems reasonable, Li Jing acknowledged. I can sell you the meat, but I must see your business license and operating permit to ensure your intended use of the meat. Otherwise, it complicates matters for me. Li Jing spread his hands, aware that as the person responsible for the area, any issues that arose would ultimately fall upon him. He could not afford to be careless. Not a problem. If you have the time, you may visit my shop. I have already displayed my business license and operating permit. But it would be difficult to take them down now, Zhang Fan readily agreed, recognizing that purchasing meat necessitated compliance with Li Jing's inquiries. Furthermore, with policy relaxations, acquiring meat would become increasingly convenient. Zhang Fan merely needed to open the market for effortless procurement. Very well, I will accompany you shortly. Please prepare the meat you need for today. It would be unreasonable not to conduct business when an opportunity arises. According to the market price, pork was priced at 0.72 yuan per pound, but given the quantity Zhang Fan sought, Li Jing offered a rate of 0.7 yuan per pound, totaling 14 yuan. Upon hearing this, the butcher swiftly prepared the 20 pounds of pork, efficiently slicing and packaging it into a large black plastic bag. Having settled the payment, Zhang Fan wasted no time and loaded the meat onto his cart. Director Liu, please wait here for a moment while I buy some flour and seasoning. I will call for you shortly. Li Jing nodded. He was not concerned about Zhang Fan absconding, as he was intimately familiar with the area. Besides, with such a substantial cart, running away would not be easy unless Zhang Fan abandoned his purchases. Acquiring flour was a straightforward task for Zhang Fan, who had exchanged numerous grain tickets through Qinjixiang. As long as he possessed grain tickets, purchasing flour was unhindered. With the enhancement of agricultural productivity, the per capita supply of rice and flour had significantly increased, unlike the stringent regulations surrounding meat. Once he procured the flour and necessary seasonings from a nearby supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Fan returned to the meat stall. Director Liu, could you kindly make an exception and sell me a pig's bone and a few pieces of pig skin? I have use for them. In these times, pig bones and skin were not particularly valuable. Lu Liang waved his hand, allowing the butcher to select 3 pig bones and 2 pieces of pig skin to place on his Zhang Fan's cart. With all the materials gathered, Zhang Fan and Lu Liang set off. Comrade, you seem quite young. What inspired you to start a baozi shop? On their way back, Lu Liang engaged Zhang Fan in casual conversation, observing his age and pondering why he would choose entrepreneurship over working in a factory, which was undoubtedly a viable option. Director Liu, I am a person who cherishes freedom. I understand you may wonder why I do not work in a factory. Although factories offer high salaries, they are not conducive to my spirit. Moreover, our nation is vigorously supporting individual entrepreneurship, which I perceive as a remarkable opportunity. As a young individual, I aspire not to confine myself within the rigid walls of a factory. The vast sky beckons for my soaring ambitions. Zhang Fan spoke eloquently, and although Lu Liang's appearance was somewhat peculiar, Zhang Fan discerned his intelligence after their conversation. Such candid remarks are seldom uttered by Zhang Fan, only revealed in the presence of those he deems astute. Indeed, it is commendable for the youth to possess such vigor. I, old Lu, wish you great success in your business. May we collaborate frequently in the future. Should you require other meats or eggs, I have them available as well. A few words from Zhang Fan garnered Lu Liang's complete trust. He recognized the young man as potential and vast future accomplishments. As the regional head of fresh poultry and meat, establishing a good rapport with such a promising youth would ensure ample sales in the future. Higher sales would lead to increased commissions, which is undoubtedly advantageous. Before long, Zhang Fan's baozi shop arrived. However, it had yet to open. With only furnishings set up inside, Lu Liang naturally walked in. Well done, young comrade. The cleanliness is commendable. I look forward to your grand opening. Lu Liang surveyed the surroundings, genuinely pleased with the decor and environment. Having dined at numerous eateries in the county, he found few that matched the exemplary hygiene standards of Zhang Fan's establishment. Thank you for your kind wishes, Director Liu. By the way, the operating permit and business license are up there, but I cannot retrieve them. Would you please take a look? Zhang Fan pointed to a prominent spot overhead, and Lu Liang followed his gesture. The documents were not hung too high, and the contents were clearly visible. Lu Liang's visit was not solely for inspecting Zhang Fan's business, but primarily to ascertain whether Zhang Fan was genuinely opening a baozi shop. It was essential to understand the usage of the surplus pork they sold, to avoid any future misunderstandings. All right, I have seen enough. Young comrade, work diligently. I shall take my leave now. You can directly come to me for meat next time. I will make the necessary arrangements. After confirming that Zhang Fan was indeed opening a baozi shop, Lu Liang did not linger but departed, his bald head gleaming in the light. Having procured the meat and necessary items, Zhang Fan cut 3 to 4 pounds of pork and began preparing the dough for baozi. He opted for all-purpose flour, fully aware from his previous life in the food industry that only this type of flour yields soft and fragrant baozi, while allowing the dough to ferment. Zhang Fan commenced chopping the meat filling. Chapter 36. I'm stuck on you. Chopping 3 to 4 pounds of meat was a breeze, and soon the filling was ready. Zhang Fan intended to experiment with both braised meat bao and soup dumplings, as these were his specialties in his past life, and he naturally aimed to excel in familiar areas upon his rebirth. A pot simmered with large bones, while Zhang Fan began preparing pork skin to make aspic, a necessary component for the soup dumplings. The braised meat bao was simpler. It merely required finely chopped filling mixed with the prepared seasonings. The preliminary preparations had exhausted Zhang Fan considerably. In his previous life, he never felt fatigue performing such tasks. It appears that this reanimated body of a youth is exceedingly frail. Given that the preparation of jelly requires time, Zhang Fan commenced by crafting the braised pork buns. He meticulously seasoned a generous amount of filling for the buns, intending to bring them home in the evening for his family to savor. The meat filling comprised half of each variety of bun, and in a short span, he successfully assembled nearly all the braised pork buns. The jelly had nearly solidified, so he placed the buns in the steamer and began preparing the soup dumplings. The process of making soup dumplings is not as straightforward. It begins with mixing broth into the filling and crushing the jelly. When assembling the dumplings, one must incorporate both the filling and the chopped jelly. Only upon completing all these steps can a soup dumpling be considered finished. Before steaming the dumplings, Zhang Fan thoughtfully lined the steamer with a white linen cloth. This method ensured that the buns would not stick to the steamer, a common practice in households of this era. Although applying cooking oil to the steamer would also prevent sticking, oil was scarce and expensive during these times. Zhang Fan was certainly not foolish enough to waste it on such matters. The braised pork buns quickly emerged from the steamer, and after arranging the soup dumplings, he commenced their steaming process. Upon lifting the steamer lid, a wave of steam enveloped him, and the aroma of the buns instantly filled the entire shop. Wow, how fragrant! What is that delightful scent? It seemed to emanate from the house, and the fragrance was simply irresistible. So aromatic, and I am so hungry. It is torturous. As the braised pork buns were unveiled, Zhang Fan opened the window wide, allowing passers-by to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma. Carefully extracting one bun, he found it scalding hot, causing him to alternate between hands as he adjusted to the heat. After a brief moment, he finally steadied himself, gently pulling apart the bun. The enticing scent enveloped his nostrils. Even though he was accustomed to exquisite delicacies in his previous life, the aroma made his throat involuntarily swallow. Grasping the open bun, he aimed for the meat filling and took a hearty bite. The flavor surged through him, intoxicating his senses. Delicious, exquisitely fragrant. It was an indescribable aroma, perhaps due to the quality of the meat, or perhaps because he had not relished anything delightful since his return. As the bun melted in his mouth, the mingling of saliva and the chewed bun created a euphoric sensation that spread throughout his body. Just as Zhang Fan was savoring the braised pork bun, the soup dumplings were ready. This time, he refrained from recklessly grabbing the dumplings with his hands. Splashing scalding broth would be an unpleasant experience. He took a plate and gently placed a soup dumpling onto it, watching it jiggle enticingly. With his left hand holding the plate and his right hand delicately picking up the dumpling, he took a small bite, allowing the savory broth to flow into his mouth. The satisfaction enveloped him completely. Delicious, equally fragrant. This aroma was entirely distinct from that of the braised pork bun. If the fragrant aroma of the braised meat bun envelopes one's senses, then the soup dumpling presents a clear and delicate meat fragrance. The savory broth that flows from within is replete with flavor, rich in meaty essence. In these times, when meals are often less indulgent, the delightful taste of the meat bun surpasses that of the past. Even Zhang Fan, accustomed to the finest delicacies of his previous life, finds this moment to be a transcendence of the soul. The intoxicating scent ascends to the heavens, filling the entire room with the enchanting aroma of soup dumplings. The fragrance of the braised meat bun is completely overshadowed, as both types of buns compete in their allure. Ah, how delightful! Young man, are your buns ready? Just as Zhang Fan savored the last of the soup dumplings, the landlord, leaning against the doorframe, inquired. Indeed, they have just come out of the steamer. Please, come and taste, and judge my culinary skills. Grateful for the landlord's waiver of rent, Zhang Fan felt compelled to share the first batch of his buns with him. Well then, I shall not be courteous, I shall partake. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's invitation, the landlord stepped inside without hesitation. As he entered, Zhang Fan promptly offered him a soup dumpling. Freshly steamed, the dumpling emanated a rich meat aroma that was visually appetizing. Be careful, it's hot, Zhang Fan warned. Passing him the plate, the landlord, grabbing the dumpling, took a hearty bite. Ah, hot, so very hot. As the dumpling entered his mouth, the scalding broth caused his tongue to tingle. Observing this, Zhang Fan swiftly took the plate back, as the landlord spat the dumpling onto the floor. Young man, what sort of dumpling is this? So much broth, it nearly scalded me. The landlord looked at Zhang Fan with confusion. In his youth, he had traveled to the county town, where dumplings were sold, yet none had such abundant broth, nor were they so scorching. Sir, this is a soup dumpling. The broth is its defining characteristic. Perhaps you would like to try my braised meat bun instead? It's not hot and quite delicious. Noticing the landlord grimacing from the heat, Zhang Fan hesitated to offer him another soup dumpling. Instead, he retrieved a braised meat bun from the steamer and handed it to the landlord. Your soup dumpling is indeed fragrant, but too hot for my taste. Let me try this braised meat bun. The landlord accepted the braised meat bun and, this time with caution, took a gentle bite. Upon discovering the rich filling of braised meat, he felt reassured and devoured it eagerly. Delicious. Young man, your skills are commendable. It seems my rent exemption was well worth it. As the landlord relished the braised meat bun, he praised Zhang Fan, declaring it far superior to those he had tasted in the provincial capital. Would you care to try a soup dumpling again? This time, take care. I assure you will be satisfied. As the landlord finished the braised meat bun, Zhang Fan was about to offer him another soup dumpling. However, the landlord waved his hands in refusal, his expression resolute. No, no, I am not meant for such soup dumplings. I shall stick to the braised meat bun. With that, the landlord turned his attention back to the braised meat buns and soon consumed 3 more. Zhang Fan simply smiled, seeing this as a validation of his culinary talent. Sir, I will be opening for business tomorrow. Do stop by if you have time. There will be plenty of buns. Watching the landlord enjoy his meal with such delight, Zhang Fan chuckled and remarked, Rest assured, old man, I have decided to become a regular at your table, visiting daily for a taste of your culinary delights. Chapter 37. Questions unfit for the young. Welcome, welcome, anytime, the landlord warmly responded. Zhang Fan treated the landlord, who generously allowed him to use the shop for free, as a benefactor. Despite having been extraordinarily wealthy in his previous life, he now found himself a mere pauper, starting from scratch. Every penny had to be meticulously accounted for, spent wisely and judiciously. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still come every day. This flavor is simply unforgettable. After finishing his words, the landlord took 2 more braised meat buns and leisurely returned to the backyard. Noticing that it was nearly time, Zhang Fan began to gather his belongings in preparation to fetch his second brother. The cart had been taken away, and the items from Li Jing would have to wait for Zhang Fan to collect them. The steamed braised meat buns were nearly finished, with only 7 or 8 soup-filled buns remaining. Zhang Fan packed these buns carefully, ensuring to take all the uncooked ones as well. The leftover pork posed a dilemma. It was the height of summer, and without refrigeration, it would spoil easily. Remembering that the storage room had previously housed bicycles and sewing machines, Zhang Fan decided to take a gamble. From the parts he could see in the storage room, his past experiences indicated that the landlord was no ordinary man. As he circled around to the backyard, he noticed the landlord's door was ajar, and the sound of a fan wafted through. Grandpa, are you home? He tentatively inquired, lightly tapping on the glass door. Yes, I'm here. Come on in, came the landlord's voice from within. Zhang Fan entered the house, and upon stepping into the main room, he was greeted by the sight of a magnificent large freezer. In the sweltering heat, a refreshing chill emanated from the freezer's seams. Upon seeing the freezer, Zhang Fan knew he had made the right decision. He had been worried about how to preserve his meat, and now a solution had presented itself. Little Zhang, your braised meat buns are absolutely marvelous. Be sure to make more tomorrow. I simply adore them, the landlord exclaimed upon Zhang Fan's arrival, unable to contain his praise. He knew that whenever Zhang Fan was around, the buns would be plentiful. Rest assured, Grandpa, as I always say, there will be more than enough buns. I fear not your love for them, but rather your lack of appetite, Zhang Fan replied with a smile, knowing that as long as the landlord enjoyed his cooking, their arrangement was bound to succeed. Well then, I shall come by every day. Just don't find me bothersome, the landlord remarked, recognizing Zhang Fan's remarkable culinary talent. Little Zhang, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to speak up. You are my first tenant, and I shall do my best to accommodate your requests, the landlord stated wisely, understanding that no one visits without purpose. Nothing escapes your keen perception, Grandpa. I do indeed have a small matter, Zhang Fan admitted. You see, I bought quite a bit of meat today and haven't used it all. I was thinking of storing the meat in your freezer. I'm worried the heat will spoil it. As the landlord's gaze seemed to pierce through him, Zhang Fan no longer concealed his intentions and candidly expressed his purpose. Oh, it's merely a trifling matter. You needn't bother to inform me. Simply place the meat in the freezer, he remarked. Upon hearing that the meat would be stored in the freezer, the landlord waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such a minor detail did not warrant discussion. After all, his freezer was typically devoid of contents, save for a few ice creams. If you wish to indulge, feel free to help yourself. I shall not impede you, he said, making his way into the main room, prompting Zhang Fan to hastily follow. Upon entering the main room, the landlord opened the freezer, revealing it neatly stocked with an ample assortment of ice creams. The sight of those treats flooded Zhang Fan with memories from his past life. In his previous existence, he had never allowed Li Jing and their child even a single ice cream, let alone any delectable treats. The thought of this left him profoundly distressed, which did not go unnoticed by the landlord. Xiaozhang, what troubles you? Are you well? The landlord inquired, gently nudging Zhang Fan. After being roused from his reverie by the landlord's concern, Zhang Fan reassured him, I'm fine, just recalling some unpleasant memories. He shook his head, burying those sorrowful thoughts deep within his mind. This time around, he vowed to ensure that the mother and daughter would experience all that he had failed to provide in his previous life. Come, enjoy the ice cream. Young man, focus your energies on striving forward. There's no merit in idle contemplation. It only wastes time, the landlord advised. Despite his amiable demeanor, he admonished Zhang Fan with the authority of a mentor, exuding an unspoken gravitas that was difficult to dismiss. Yet, Zhang Fan, as a reborn individual, had encountered numerous influential figures in his past life. The landlord's charisma undoubtedly hinted at a background far beyond that of an ordinary elderly man in a county town, piquing Zhang Fan's curiosity about his true identity. However, this was not the moment for such musings. The priority was to earn money. Only through financial stability could he ensure a life free of want for his wife and child, enabling the Li family to navigate the vicissitudes of life with assurance. Rest assured, I shall heed your guidance, dear sir. I will dedicate myself to my work and financial pursuits, ensuring that no distractions impede my efforts, Zhang Fan vowed. In his past life, he would have certainly engaged in a spirited debate with the landlord. Once a man of wealth and influence, he now found himself a mere penniless fellow, facing the first noble figure of his rebirth without the rationale or courage to dispute. After all, the landlord's admonishments stemmed from a place of goodwill, aimed at improving Zhang Fan's circumstances. He was not one to confuse right and wrong. Before achieving success, he felt gratitude for any encouragement he received. Indeed, that's the spirit. Young people ought to refrain from becoming entangled in matters of love, focusing instead on diligent work and financial success, the landlord declared. Zhang Fan could not help but smile at the landlord's perspective. It seemed he was perceived as a youth ensnared by matters of the heart. Yet, given Zhang Fan's striking appearance and diligent nature, it was only natural that young women might find him appealing. Sir, you have misunderstood me. I harbor no romantic intentions. Let us not dwell on that. May I inquire, out of curiosity, about your wife? I have only encountered you, but not her. Zhang Fan promptly redirected the conversation, eager to avoid further entanglement in matters concerning himself. Oh, my wife. Well, let us not discuss her, just like you suggested. The elder seemed poised to speak, yet hesitated, lost in thought. Zhang Fan chose not to press further, merely offering a look of curiosity. It was uncommon to see the elder's face flush with a hint of embarrassment when the subject of his wife arose, deepening Zhang Fan's intrigue. This reaction irked the elder, who promptly admonished, "Young man, do not delve into what does not concern you. Focus on making your buns." Chapter 38. A stunning family. Noticing the elder's increasing shyness, Zhang Fan cleverly excused himself from the main room. Upon returning to the bun shop, he carried the remaining pork to the elder's living area and placed it in the freezer. With this, Zhang Fan felt a sense of relief, assured that the meat would remain fresh for future use. After storing the meat, the landlord sat in a nearby chair, lost in contemplation. Zhang Fan waved a hand, but upon receiving no response, he discreetly departed. Perhaps the landlord, like him, harbored untold secrets deep within. After leaving the landlord's home, Zhang Fan set off with his cart. Upon reaching the entrance of the cement factory, Li Jing had already prepared everything, awaiting Zhang Fan's arrival. "Brother, you must try the buns I made today and tell me how they taste." Upon seeing Li Jing, Zhang Fan produced the remaining sauce pork buns and soup buns, offering them to him. "Wow, so this is what a bun looks like. Truly delightful," Li Jing exclaimed as he accepted the buns and began to savor them eagerly. The mere sight enough to make one's mouth water. Zhang Fan hastily packed the items meant for home into the cart. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. I've never encountered buns before. Who knew they could be so exquisite? In a matter of moments, Li Jing devoured the buns entirely. "As long as they taste good, I have more to take home for dinner tonight." Zhang Fan indicated the iron basin filled with buns on the cart, reserved for steaming later. Upon hearing that there was more to eat for dinner, Li Jing eagerly took over the cart, as though invigorated by newfound energy. "Brother, I fear I must rise early tomorrow, around 3 or 4, so I won't be able to accompany you." Throughout their journey, Li Jing appeared exceedingly cheerful. Since embarking on the chestnut roasting venture, he had met many people and gained confidence. Numerous single women at the factory complimented his looks, which bolstered the self-esteem of the single Li Jing, lifting his spirits. Leaving so early? Isn't that unsafe?" Upon learning of Zhang Fan's early departure, Li Jiangguo immediately expressed his concerns. The roads from Lijia Mountain Village to Qingshan County were notorious for robberies, often resulting in violence. Zhang Fan had become a blessing for the Li family. Should anything happen to him, it would not only affect the family, but would be particularly devastating for Li Jing. Rest assured, my dear brother, I have calculated the situation. The bandits along this road have long succumbed to slumber by 3 or 4 o'clock. They would hardly have the leisure to rob me. Furthermore, I am currently devoid of wealth, leaving them with nothing to gain from me. Zhang Fan chuckled at his own predicament, unperturbed by the thought of encountering robbers. Given his circumstances, should he truly cross paths with such individuals, the most valuable possession he would possess is, perhaps, his very life. In this day and age, it is the affluent who fall victim to violence. The impoverished are often overlooked, particularly those who cannot even produce a few coins. Never mind, I shall accompany you tomorrow morning. It would be prudent to lend you a hand, as your safety is paramount. Li Jiangguo remained anxious for Zhang Fan's well-being, reluctant to allow him to venture to the county alone at such an early hour. Brother, do rest well. There is no purpose in your early arrival. Moreover, selling roasted chestnuts is hardly a light endeavor. One must be well rested to manage it. Zhang Fan shook his head, declining Li Jiangguo's offer to accompany him to the county. He believed that facing danger alone was more manageable. The presence of others only increased the risk of becoming a target, potentially leading to dire consequences. Nowadays, robbers often operate in groups of 3 or 4, rarely alone. Thus, Zhang Fan felt more at ease as a solitary traveler, unconcerned about encountering them. Very well, let us return for now and consider the opinions of our family. Li Jiangguo, realizing he could not sway Zhang Fan, conceded, planning to enlist the support of their family to persuade him later that evening. Upon returning home, Li Jiangguo set off to gather chestnuts from the mountain with a cart. The children had formed a sizable group, eagerly joining in the endeavor. Word had spread through the village that Zhang Fan was offering money to the children in exchange for their help in collecting chestnuts. The villagers were delighted by this arrangement, as it provided a means for their children to earn a little money while enjoying themselves, thereby contributing to the household or indulging in some treats. This time, Zhang Fan did not accompany Li Jiangguo. The oppressive heat urged him to return home swiftly to steam the buns. He feared that if he delayed, the buns would spoil, resulting in a considerable loss. Zhang Fan had brought back a substantial quantity of buns, too many for a single steamer, so he divided them into 2 batches. The first batch consisted of savory pork buns, which could withstand some cooling without losing their flavor. However, soup buns required immediate consumption. They were only delectable when served piping hot. If left to languish, the broth would congeal, rendering them tasteless. While Zhang Fan busied himself in the kitchen, the Li family returned home from their labors in the fields. Li Jing carried their daughter on her back, and upon seeing them, Zhang Fan hurried forward to take the child. Daddy! His daughter, still in her babbling phase, could only utter that one word, which seemed to spring forth only in his presence, while at other times she merely cooed incomprehensibly. Ah, my sweet little one, let Daddy feed you some buns. Cradling his daughter, he noted that the buns were now ready. He passed her to Li Jing and proceeded to unveil the steaming baskets. Before long, Zhang Fan had transferred all the savory pork buns into a bowl. Each soup bun was placed on its own dish, ready for enjoyment. To facilitate dining, Zhang Fan meticulously crafted simple straws from bamboo. He polished both ends of the straws to perfection, leaving no rough edges. The completed straws had been boiled in hot water, imbuing them with a subtle fragrance of bamboo. Dinner is served. Come, everyone, sample my culinary skills, Zhang Fan announced as he embraced his daughter, eager to share the moment. Xiao Fan, what is this? You didn't use straws when you served me this afternoon, inquired Li Jiangguo, observing a straw inserted into a bun. By then, the soup dumplings had cooled, making the straws unnecessary. Brother, now that you have the chance to try again, the flavor will surely redefine your impression of the soup dumplings from earlier, Zhang Fan explained. Do be cautious while eating. Gently draw out the broth from the bun with the straw before indulging in the skin and filling, he continued, demonstrating his technique. He slowly sipped the meat broth through the straw, then deftly picked up a bun with chopsticks and took a delicate bite. The others, inspired by his example, began to follow suit. Li Jing was the first to sip the broth, and upon tasting it, she was instantly enchanted. It evoked memories of her romantic days with Zhang Fan, a feeling both delightful and surreal. Chapter 39. The perils of rumor. Each sip of broth brought Li Jing immense joy. She had never tasted a bun before, having lived her entire life in Li Jing Mountain. The farthest she had ventured was to the county town. There were no vendors selling buns in Qing County, which meant that neither she nor anyone in the Li family had ever experienced this delicacy. Is it delicious? Zhang Fan leaned closer to Li Jing, whispering curiously as he noticed her engrossed in savoring the broth. Yes, it's delightful, she replied, too absorbed in her enjoyment to fully engage in conversation. Zhang Fan beamed at her response, eliciting laughter from the Li family members around the table. Lost in her blissful indulgence, Li Jing remained oblivious to the merriment until she finally finished savoring the broth and looked up, perplexed. What are you all laughing at? She asked, her family still chuckling without providing an answer. We find your enthusiasm endearing. You are quite adorable when you eat, someone chimed in. While Zhang Fan quickly seized the opportunity to add, oh, how delightful. Xiao Fan, I never realized you had such a charming side. Li Jiangguo shivered with amusement, seemingly affected by Zhang Fan's playful remark. In these times, such candid expressions of affection were rare, and Zhang Fan's boldness stood out. Li Jing, blushing from Zhang Fan's compliment, shyly lowered her gaze, nibbling on her bun without daring to meet his eyes. Satisfied with the effect of his words, Zhang Fan turned his attention to feeding his daughter. Having just turned 1, she had developed several baby teeth. Chewing on something hard was still a challenge, but she managed well with the soft and fluffy buns. Zhang Fan carefully tore the bun into small pieces and placed them in his daughter's hands, who eagerly stuffed the morsels into her mouth. Despite her tender age, she was well aware of the delectable nature of the food. Upon savoring the first morsel, she incessantly smacked her lips, then began to call out for her father, urging Zhang Fan to continue the culinary offerings. Zhang Fan, in turn, meticulously tore the soup dumplings into smaller pieces for his daughter to enjoy. Throughout the evening, he scarcely indulged himself, preoccupied solely with feeding her. Xiao Fan, you ought to eat something too. Let me hold the child. I see you haven't had much, her mother-in-law remarked, her satisfaction with her son-in-law growing with each passing moment. It's fine, mother. I want to hold her a little longer. I've been away all day, and the little one hasn't seen me. Please, enjoy your meal. I'm not hungry, Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. His declaration of being unhungry was merely a fade. In this lifetime, he was determined to atone for the shortcomings he felt he had in his past life concerning his daughter. He aspired to provide Li Jing and their daughter with a life of unparalleled comfort, one that would evoke envy in others. Very well, if you tire of holding her, let Xiao Jing take her for a while. You've had a long day. You should rest early, Li's mother observed, conceding to Zhang Fan's paternal instincts. Xiao Fan, have you truly made up your mind? You intend to go to the county alone at 3 or 4 in the morning? Li's mother inquired once she returned to her seat, prompting Li Jiangguo to speak up. His words were aimed at the family, as he understood that he could not dissuade Zhang Fan and could only rely on others to persuade him. Yes, I need to get there early to prepare the dumpling filling. There's much to be done. If I delay, I'll miss breakfast, Zhang Fan nodded, resolute in his decision, which was rarely swayed by others. Really? Must you leave so early? The roads are quite perilous at that hour, Li Jing voiced her concerns, her tone tinged with anxiety upon hearing the exchange between her brother and Zhang Fan. Do not worry. I've perused the recent newspapers, and those robbers have been unusually quiet of late, causing no further disturbances. Besides, at such an early hour, they too must be asleep. Who would be out robbing then? Zhang Fan assured her with a smile, taking her hand to reassure her. Yet, even with his comforting gesture, Li Jing's heart raced with unease, an instinctual trepidation that many women possess. Xiao Fan, let the second brother accompany you. It would be safer for both of you, Li Jianjun, who had remained quiet until now, suggested. As the eldest son, his opinions carried weight. No need for that, brother. Let the second brother rest a bit longer. He wouldn't have much to do so early, and I need to prepare breakfast. Frying chestnuts is quite laborious, and if he doesn't rest well, it could hinder tomorrow's tasks. Zhang Fan hesitated but ultimately declined the offer. His reasoning was straightforward. If danger were to arise, it would be easier for him to navigate alone. A larger group might draw undue attention, making escape more difficult. Very well, just be cautious on your own. Do not act impulsively if you encounter them. If you come across those individuals, it's best to avoid confrontation, oldly observed Zhang Fan, recognizing his stubborn nature. Once he made a decision, it was unlikely others could sway him. Rest assured, father, I am aware of my limits and will avoid any conflict, Zhang Fan responded confidently. Zhang Fan nodded earnestly, committing every word to memory. After dinner, he continued to amuse his daughter while Li Jing and the others assisted Li Jing in preparing the chestnuts required for the following day. Since Zhang Fan had departed early, he refrained from participating this time, opting instead to embrace his daughter and drift into slumber. In an era devoid of alarm clocks, only a large timepiece marked the passage of time, and upon awakening, he found that it was nearly time to rise. Without further delay, he gathered his belongings and set forth. He relinquished the cart to Li Jing, who still needed to transport the raw chestnuts. The materials he required were already stored at the bun shop, allowing him to travel light without any burdens. As he emerged from the village, confronted by the dark, foreboding path, a twinge of anxiety gripped Zhang Fan. He had traversed many experiences in his past life, yet during those times, his heart had grown numb, living each day as though a mere puppet, indifferent to life and death. However, this second chance was markedly different. He now harbored attachments, with loved ones awaiting his return. The cherished people he had longed for throughout his existence now by his side. Zhang Fan could not recklessly charge ahead as he had in his previous life. Unmindful of the dangers that lay ahead, taking a deep breath, he stepped into the darkness, consciously attuning himself to every step forward. The hour was still early, and it would likely take another hour or so for dawn to break. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely discern indistinct shapes along the path. Though he carried a flashlight, he hesitated to use it. The notoriety of robbers along this road was well known across several neighboring counties, and few ventured here after dark. Even those visiting friends and relatives would choose to travel during daylight, resolutely avoiding the night. Nonetheless, these were merely rumors, and Zhang Fan remained vigilant. The journey proved uneventful, as he encountered no so-called robbers. In the distance, the lights of the county town flickered into view, signaling that he was nearing his destination. Estimating that he was just over a kilometer away, Zhang Fan finally allowed himself to relax and slow his pace. Just as he pressed onward, a rustling sound abruptly interrupted his path. "Brother, what we're doing is illegal, isn't it? What if we get caught and have to face the consequences? What are you afraid of? Did you not hear the amount that man promised us? 500 yuan for a child. Besides, this is known only to the three of us. You needn't worry." As Zhang Fan eavesdropped on the distant conversation, he crouched low amidst the grass. Not far away, three individuals were engaged in animated discussion, seemingly eager for their misdeeds to be known. Squinting, Zhang Fan discerned that one of them was carrying a burlap sack, which appeared to contain something struggling within. It looked like a person, a child. With keen vision, Zhang Fan realized that the sacks held 3 children. Suddenly, he felt a surge of alertness. He had inadvertently stumbled upon a child trafficking operation. From their dialogue, he learned that a single child could fetch a staggering reward of 500 yuan. In an era when the average monthly salary was merely 30 yuan, that sum was astronomical. The 3 individuals remained utterly oblivious to the presence of Zhang Fan, who hummed a cheerful tune as he strode into the distance. Why did these 3 seem so familiar? Gazing at their figures and hearing their voices, Zhang Fan felt a profound sense of recognition, yet his memories were shrouded in ambiguity. He sensed familiarity but could not recall where he had encountered them. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he momentarily set aside the question of their identities and stealthily trailed behind them. For the sake of caution, Zhang Fan maintained a considerable distance, refraining from drawing closer. After following them for some time, he discerned their intended destination, prompting him to depart. The expanse of Qingshan County was limited, and they would not dare to brazenly venture into the town. Their path led solely to an abandoned village, devoid of inhabitants, which served as an optimal hiding place. Upon discovering their lair, Zhang Fan realized he could not afford to take unnecessary risks. Alone, a reckless approach would not only jeopardize any chance of rescuing the child, but could also endanger his own life. Returning to the county to devise a plan was not a viable option, as alerting the police would hardly be prudent. He might find himself ensnared in suspicion. Dismissing these thoughts, Zhang Fan entered a bun shop. In the sweltering summer heat, the landlord had left the door unlocked, the front room slightly ajar, seemingly inviting Zhang Fan in. He did not hesitate, gently pushing open the door and swiftly emerging with a piece of meat. The pork, having been frozen overnight, had hardened to the consistency of stone, rendering it impossible to chop. However, Zhang Fan remained unperturbed. He still needed to knead the dough and prepare the meat broth. These tasks would consume time, Thus, he decided to postpone chopping the meat until the final step. Placing the frozen meat in the sink to thaw, he began kneading the dough. As it was the first day of business, Zhang Fan had a rough estimate in mind. Given the deliciousness of his buns, he anticipated using an entire bowl of dough. He poured half a bag of flour onto the counter, and the resulting mixture was just right for a bowl. As he kneaded the dough, a pot of meat broth simmered on the stove, allowing both processes to occur simultaneously without delay. Soon, the broth was ready, perfectly sufficient for the day's needs. With the availability of a freezer, Zhang Fan planned to prepare additional broth in the afternoon when business was slower. The completed gelatin could be stored in the landlord's freezer, eliminating the need to prepare broth every morning. In no time, he had kneaded the dough, setting it aside to rise while checking on the pork, which had largely thawed. It was now around 5:30, and Zhang Fan wasted no time in beginning to chop the meat. At this hour, many households were already awake, and the sound of chopping would not disturb anyone's rest. After half an hour, the meat filling was nearly ready, leaving Zhang Fan's arms sore from the exertion. This labor-intensive process of kneading and chopping could certainly be deemed a strenuous task. Looking at the bowl of dough and 2 bowls of meat filling before him, Zhang Fan found himself reminiscing about the conveniences of modern dough mixers and meat grinders. Indeed, technology transforms lives. In his current setup, apart from 2 knives and his own hands, there were no other aids in sight. Having finally minced the meat, Zhang Fan set aside 1 bowl to prepare savory meat buns and another for the succulent soup dumplings. With the experience from his previous life guiding him, he skillfully seasoned the meat, and soon both bowls were perfectly prepared. As dawn approached, Zhang Fan steamed a batch of buns, placing them in the pot to cook. Before long, the delightful aroma of the buns wafted through the entire street. There was only one breakfast shop at the school entrance, renowned for its fried dough sticks, soy milk, and cold skin noodles, bustling with customers each morning. As the first 2 batches of buns emerged from the steamer, Zhang Fan quickly began to steam another set. Freshly steamed buns for sale. Come and take a look, he called out enthusiastically from the doorway. For him, there was no shame in hawking his goods. The true embarrassment lay in the absence of profit. Buns? What are those? A child exclaimed. Mother, they smell incredible. I want to eat one. Zhang Fan's calls indeed drew attention, and many parents accompanying their children gathered around. For numerous individuals who had never ventured beyond Qing County, the mention of buns sparked their curiosity. In no time, a crowd of students and parents had assembled in front of Zhang Fan's stall. Boss, how much are your buns? A parent inquired as the crowd thickened. Both types are meat buns, costing 30 cents each or 20 cents with a 2-tail grain coupon, Zhang Fan replied. His prices were only slightly higher than those of roasted chestnuts, and given that these were meat buns, the pricing seemed justifiable. 30 cents each? That is quite expensive. Many parents hesitated upon hearing the price. Considering their monthly salary of around 30 yuan, spending 30 cents on a single bun felt extravagant. These are pure meat buns. If you don't believe me, I'll split one open for you to see. There are no fillers, just pure meat, Zhang Fan declared, breaking one of the savory meat buns in front of the crowd, revealing the vibrant filling inside, which astonished everyone. Wow, it's truly all meat. I'll take 2. A parent exclaimed, immediately handing over 60 cents. One for herself and one for her child. They savored the rich flavor that enveloped their palates. Delicious. It's so good. I'll be back tomorrow. With the first satisfied customer, others eagerly approached, intent on purchasing their own. They recognized that this parent was no mere shill. She was a familiar face seen daily dropping off her child. If she were a plant, they would accept it. Before long, the first batch of savory meat buns sold out, while not a single soup dumpling had been purchased. Dear customers, I still have soup dumplings available. Would you care to try some? Chapter 41. Escalating matters. Noticing that customers were primarily purchasing the savory meat buns, Zhang Fan quickly began promoting the soup dumplings. In his mind, the soup dumplings were far superior in taste. After all, they required more effort and time to prepare, and thus should sell even better. Moreover, their alluring appearance was bound to entice buyers. Soup dumplings? Are they delicious? A customer who had missed out on the savory buns inquired. Delicious, absolutely delectable. Allow me to demonstrate the proper way to savor this dish, lest you scald your mouth. Zhang Fan carefully extracted a soup dumpling from the steamer, gently pinching it before taking a small bite to suck out the rich broth within. This particular soup dumpling, intended for sale, contained a modest amount of gelatin, ensuring an abundance of soup that made it a delightful experience. Once he had savored the broth, Zhang Fan proceeded to consume the dumpling in bites. It is imperative to enjoy the broth first for the dumpling to truly be exquisite. As he indulged, he provided commentary solely to entice others to purchase. Bring me one. I'd like to try? Observing the complexity involved in eating the dumpling, many chose to decline, yet a few adventurous souls stepped forward to buy. The immense popularity of the pork buns reassured potential buyers that the flavor of the soup dumplings would surely not disappoint. After acquiring their dumplings, they mimicked Zhang Fan's technique, first savoring the broth before indulging in the dumpling itself. This soup dumpling is indeed more fragrant. The proprietor did not deceive us. Is it truly that delicious? I shall also buy a couple to taste. With one brave soul having ventured to try, others began to follow suit. Numerous patrons of the soup dumplings also opted for the pork buns, their trust in the latter prompting their purchase of the former. Wow, this broth is incredibly fragrant. The chef is truly skilled. Mother, this bun is exquisite. I must come here every day from now on. The students consuming the soup dumplings were so animated, their exaggerated gestures prompting laughter from onlookers. No, you can only have it 3 times a week at most. How could one eat it daily? Hearing their child's enthusiastic remarks, the parents promptly interjected. Daily consumption? What family could afford such a luxury? Each bun costs 30 cents. Indulging 3 times a week is already quite lavish. Very well, then 3 times it shall be. The slighted student pouted, ultimately choosing to acquiesce. 3 times a week of such delicious buns would indeed suffice. The first batch of pork and soup dumplings sold out completely, followed by the swift sale of the second and third batches. Despite the seemingly ample quantity, within minutes, all were gone. Zhang Fan was taken aback by the day's overwhelming success, especially considering it was his inaugural day of business. Without banners, firecrackers, or any formality, he achieved remarkable success simply through a few enthusiastic calls. The sale of dumplings continued unabated until 8 in the morning, marking the end of Zhang Fan's bustling morning. For pork buns remained in the steamer, specifically reserved for the kind landlord. The landlord had made it abundantly clear that he did not wish for soup dumplings, a fact Zhang Fan recalled vividly. After all, the landlord was a benefactor, deserving of sincere treatment. Carrying the 4 pork buns, Zhang Fan knocked on the landlord's door. Good sir, I have brought you buns. It is time for breakfast. Upon entering the landlord's abode, he found him seated before the television, engrossed in the morning news. In this day and age, possessing a television signifies a certain status. Setting aside the exorbitant cost, simply acquiring a television license is no small feat. One must possess connections to secure tickets for the television, yet the landlord's residence is replete with all the necessities. I was taken aback by your thoughtfulness towards my elder, as you went out of your way to deliver dumplings. The landlord's face beamed with delight upon seeing Zhang Fan, the bearer of the dumplings. How could I forget anyone? Especially you, my dear elder. Your forbearance in waiving the rent has been an immense favor to me, Zhang Fan replied, feeling more at ease in the landlord's company. Just a small gesture, he added. By the way, you haven't mistakenly brought me those scalding soup dumplings, have you? I cannot abide them. The landlord peered anxiously at the 4 dumplings in Zhang Fan's hands, wary of finding a soup dumpling among them. Fear not, dear elder. I am well aware of your preferences. All 4 are filled with savory meat, devoid of any soup dumplings, Zhang Fan assured him, placing the dumplings before him with a confident pat on his chest. That is reassuring. I shall indulge without worry. Thank you, the landlord said, taking a hearty bite as his gaze returned to the television. Morning news. 3 children have gone missing in Qingshan County. Anyone with information is urged to report to the Qingshan County Public Security Bureau. This matter is of utmost importance, and we express our gratitude in advance for your cooperation. As Zhang Fan lifted his head, he was struck by the shocking news of the missing children. What an uncanny coincidence. I just encountered this earlier this morning, and now it's making headlines. Such despicable scoundrels. Why must they stoop so low as to abduct children? If I were 30 years younger, I would have surely dealt with them severely. The landlord, seething with anger, felt his teeth clench at the sight of the news. Stealing chickens and dogs might provoke irritation, but to abduct children is a heinous crime, deserving of eternal damnation. This infuriates me to no end. These wretches better not cross my path, he exclaimed, his fists tightly clenched in fury, resulting in the deformation of the dumplings he held. Unbeknownst to him, his palpable rage had an effect on Zhang Fan, who stood nearby. Dear elder, let us together pray for the safety of these children and wish them well, Zhang Fan suggested. He possessed knowledge of potential leads, but he was reluctant to disclose them indiscriminately. Qingshan County was on high alert, and providing information would require careful consideration. If he were to recklessly approach the Public Security Bureau to reveal the location of the traffickers, he could very well find himself branded as a suspect. If only prayer could yield tangible results, Zhang Fan mused. Let us pray for them nonetheless. The landlord seemed to ponder something, his tone softening. Zhang Fan discerned that the landlord harbored many unspoken thoughts, yet he opted not to pry further. Everyone has their own secrets. Unless one willingly wishes to share, it is best to refrain from inquiry. Should he inadvertently touch upon a painful topic, it could lead to emotional turmoil, and Zhang Fan would find himself culpable. Furthermore, given the elder's advanced age, it would be regrettable if he were to suffer from high blood pressure over past grievances. Please, enjoy your meal. I must tidy up and take my leave, Zhang Fan said. The news reported that Qingshan County had sealed all access routes into and out of the city, conducting thorough inspections house by house. This prompted Zhang Fan to think of Li Jing. Although street vending had gained support in recent times, Qingshan County had not yet been granted pilot status. Li Jing recklessly set up a stall at the entrance of the cement factory, fearing that if he were to be accused of speculation, it would ruin his life. Chapter 42. Providing clues after leaving the Baozi shop. Zhang Fan hurried towards the entrance of the cement factory. The matter of the missing child was far too serious. All law enforcement agencies in the county had united in their efforts, and Zhang Fan was anxious about Li Jing's safety. Upon arriving at the factory's entrance, he found that Li Jing had not yet arrived. Typically, Li Jing departed from home at 7 o'clock and required more than 2 hours to reach the factory, meaning he would likely arrive around 9. Seeing that Li Jing was absent, Zhang Fan felt a slight sense of relief. With Li Jing's situation under control, the remaining challenge was to find a way to relay this crucial information to the police. That morning, he had witnessed 3 human traffickers attempting to abduct a child. Zhang Fan possessed this knowledge, yet he was uncertain how to convey it. Approaching the police openly might lead them to doubt his credibility. Furthermore, Zhang Fan could only speculate about a general location, lacking precise details. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had left Qingshan County long ago and was scarcely informed about its current affairs. However, he had seen reports in the newspaper concerning a kidnapping case in Qingshan County, which resulted in the sacrifice of 3 gallant police officers, including a captain. This incident had garnered national attention. Although Zhang Fan was unaware of the specifics, he had followed the case with a modicum of interest. The fallen captain was named Wang Xianyang, who was merely 24 years old at the time of his sacrifice. Reflecting on the timeline, Zhang Fan recalled that he had seen this case shortly after returning home. If he was not mistaken, the kidnapping incident he encountered last night was likely the same infamous case that shocked the nation. It was said that the bandits were armed with real weapons. Zhang Fan was aware of this, yet the police remained oblivious, which heightened his anxiety. Having been reborn, he could not idly watch as the brave police officers perished. Just as Zhang Fan was at a loss for what to do, an idea struck him. Chen Jixiang. Chen Jixiang's brother-in-law worked at the county police station. Relaying this information through him would undoubtedly be more effective than presenting it himself without any backing. Resolute, Zhang Fan hastened to the entrance of the cement factory. After greeting the security guard, he proceeded inside. The factory grounds were modest, with each area clearly delineated. Soon enough, Zhang Fan located Chen Jixiang's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," a voice called from within. Upon entering, he found Chen Jixiang engrossed in work, appearing quite busy. "Brother Chen, are you occupied?" Zhang Fan inquired, knowing the urgency of the situation. Any delay could have dire consequences that would weigh heavily on his conscience. "Little brother Zhang, what brings you here today? Come in, take a seat," Chen Jixiang exclaimed upon recognizing Zhang Fan, quickly rising to greet him, for he held great fondness for this young man. "Brother Chen, I won't take much of your time. You have a brother-in-law at the police station, right? Could you assist me in conveying something crucial? I have an important matter to discuss with him." Zhang Fan wore a grave expression to honor his conscience. He felt compelled to speak. "What has transpired?" Chen Jixiang, encountering such seriousness in Zhang Fan for the first time, found his own smile fading. "This morning, I came across news of a child abduction in our county. On my way to open the shop, I spotted the kidnappers. They were taking the child towards the abandoned Zhao family village south of the county, and most alarmingly, they were armed." Zhang Fan recounted this alarming news to Chen Jixiang. who was visibly shaken. Are you certain? You're not deceiving me, are you? Chen Jixiang's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The significance of the situation required absolute confirmation. Indeed, I am not lying. I witnessed it firsthand. Zhang Fan's words inspired a considerable degree of trust in Chen Jixiang. Very well, I shall take you to meet my brother-in-law. You can inform him of the situation so he can report it to the higher authorities. With that, Chen Jixiang led Zhang Fan away, opting for a car this time. The cement factory had a vehicle available for urgent matters. Given the severity of the circumstances, driving to the police station was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Once in the car, Chen Jixiang drove swiftly, reaching the entrance of the police station in a mere 5 minutes. The scene outside the county police station was bustling, with numerous officers diligently gathering and relaying various pieces of information. Adhering to the principle of better to believe it than to dismiss it, they meticulously collected all incoming reports, scrutinizing each one and discarding the falsehoods. As they entered the police station, several officers recognized Chen Jixiang, yet they merely exchanged glances, lacking the time for greetings. After navigating a couple of corners, they finally encountered Chen Jixiang's brother-in-law. Xiangyang, I bring you a critical lead that could assist in your investigation, Chen Jixiang stated upon seeing his brother-in-law. Xiangyang? Could it be the Captain Wang Xiangyang who fell in the line of duty in my previous life? What an extraordinary coincidence. This thought crossed Zhang Fan's mind as he realized the serendipity of the situation. The man he had casually followed in his past life was indeed Chen Jixiang's brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? What lead do you have? The department is swamped with work, and we are under immense pressure to solve the case within 3 days. Upon hearing Chen Jixiang's voice, Wang Xiangyang turned around. Zhang Fan took a glance, and indeed, it was the very Captain Wang Xiangyang, the officer whose photograph had graced the newspapers. There was no mistaking him. Zhang, please share the lead with my brother-in-law. You two should connect, and it would be beneficial for you young men to get acquainted. It could prove helpful in the future. Chen Jixiang had brought Zhang Fan not only to relay important information, but also to foster a connection between the two young men, both of whom harbored their own aspirations. Hello, I am Wang Xiangyang, captain of the first team of the county police department. Wang Xiangyang, recognizing the significance of Chen Jixiang's companion, extended his hand with earnestness. Hello, I am Zhang Fan, the owner of a dumpling shop. Zhang Fan grasped Wang Xiangyang's hand and continued to speak. The situation is as follows. This morning, while hurrying from Li Jing mountain village to the county, I encountered 3 individuals. Each of them carried a burlap sack, and based on my observations, it seemed that the sacks contained the 3 missing children. From their conversation, it was clear that they were merely responsible for the abduction, while the actual buyers were another party, with each child fetching them 500 yuan. Zhang Fan disclosed all the clues he had gathered, leaving Wang Xiangyang utterly astonished. Do you know which direction they headed? Or their hideout? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's detailed account, which aligned closely with the police investigation, Wang Xiangyang realized that if they could ascertain the criminal's location, solving the case would become significantly easier. I dared not pursue them too closely on my own. I followed for a while, and their destination appears to be the abandoned Zhao family village south of the county. By the way, they are armed. Zhang Fan divulged all the information Wang Xiangyang sought without reservation. Thank you for the clues you provided. If we successfully apprehend them, the Bureau will formally express their gratitude, Wang Xiangyang replied, grateful for Zhang Fan's assistance. Be sure to wear a bulletproof vest tonight, or you may find yourself in grave danger. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Xiangyang, who had unexpectedly uttered such a foreboding statement. Wang Xiangyang's expression shifted. He knew that before a mission, it was taboo for others to speak carelessly, and Zhang Fan had crossed that line. I appreciate your information, but I hope you refrain from such reckless remarks before I embark on my mission. Wang Xiangyang's anger flared momentarily, but he ultimately restrained himself. Zhang Fan, witnessing Wang Xiangyang's ire, felt no offense. He had issued his warning, and how much Wang Xiangyang chose to heed it was beyond his control. In his past life, he had learned through the newspaper that Wang Xiangyang, in his bravado, had once given his bulletproof vest to a teammate during an arrest, resulting in his own tragic demise. Additionally, in that previous life, they were also unaware that the traffickers were armed, which ultimately led to their misfortune. Come on, Zhang, my little brother. With such a significant incident happening in the county today, my brother-in-law is extremely busy, so I hope you can bear with it. Observing the tension in the relationship he had hoped to mediate, Chen Jixiang quickly stepped in to play the peacemaker. It's all right, Brother Chen. Heroes who serve the people deserve my respect. These are merely minor issues, nothing to worry about. Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of little concern to him. As for whether they could rescue the children or prevent the tragedies of the past from repeating, Zhang Fan could not predict. What was needed now was to await further news and see how the night would unfold. By the way, little brother Zhang, let your second brother come to the factory to roast chestnuts today. With the county on high alert, roasting them at the factory entrance might attract too much attention. Chen Jixiang suddenly thought of the chestnut stall and spoke up. All right, I will tell him when he arrives. Thank you, brother Chen. Zhang Fan had been troubled by the lack of a place to roast chestnuts today, and now that issue was resolved. Trivial matters often find their way into the hearts of factory workers, and the cafeteria is no exception. It serves as a convenient gathering place for all. Upon returning to the factory, Zhang Fan stood at the entrance of the cement plant, awaiting the arrival of his elder brother. While Chen Jixiang ascended the stairs to continue his industrious tasks for the day, the factory was currently focused on fulfilling production quotas, with construction efforts underway all around. As the demand for cement surged significantly, before long, Zhang Fan intercepted Li Jing, who was preparing to set up his stall. Brother, let us set up inside the factory today. It's better not to linger at the entrance as the county has been rather tumultuous lately. Zhang Fan's words left Li Jing somewhat bewildered. How could the county have turned chaotic overnight? What happened, Xiao Fan? Is there something I should know? Li Jing, residing in Lujiashan, had no means of receiving news and had rushed to the county upon waking, unaware of any rumors circulating in the village. The county lost 3 children last night, and they are currently searching for them. There's a heightened state of alert everywhere. I fear that our open stall might draw undue attention, Zhang Fan explained, choosing to keep certain details to himself, particularly his own encounter with a human trafficker. He thought to himself that sharing such a revelation would only cause unnecessary worry for Li Jing and the rest of the family. Really? How serious? Those despicable kidnappers. Why must they abduct children? Li Jing exclaimed, his anger palpable as he pulled his cart toward the cement plant, cursing the perpetrators under his breath. Brother, calm down. Venting our frustration won't help. Let us hope the police can resolve the case swiftly and locate the missing children. Having experienced the gravities of life in his previous existence, Zhang Fan had long since become accustomed to such horrific events. The trafficking of children he had seen frequently in the media. Thankfully, all traffickers had met their just deserts, unable to escape the clutches of the law. He recalled a few notorious criminal cases that had shocked the nation, the methods of those criminals often surpassing even those of the traffickers. Zhang Fan had no desire to cross paths with such desperate individuals. In this life, he sought wealth, power, and reputation. His life was of paramount importance, for there were loved ones waiting for him at home, eagerly anticipating his return for dinner, with children yearning for their father's presence. The most significant difference between this life and his past was the presence of family. Previously, he had been alone, wallowing in despair, without any ties or concerns. Now, with a family to care for, a wife and children to cherish, living a cautious life, avoiding danger, became his utmost priority. After finding a suitable spot within the cement factory, Zhang Fan assisted Li Jing in setting up their stall. As the morning rush at the bun shop wound down, Zhang Fan delighted in the leisure it afforded him, stepping in to help Li Jing roast chestnuts. After all, it was family business. The output, whether abundant or scarce, ultimately belonged to them. Zhang Fan saw no need to delineate their contributions too sharply. Even though he managed the entire stall for Li Jing, he'd never shy away from lending a helping hand when needed. With Zhang Fan's involvement, the roasted chestnuts required by the cafeteria were soon prepared. Li Jing, familiar with the routine, promptly delivered the 200 portions to the cafeteria. Zhang Fan continued to stir the chestnuts below. The 200 portions from the cafeteria had been completed, and it was already past 11. With less than an hour remaining until the worker's shift ended, he needed to prepare his own batch next. The duo worked much faster than one person alone, and with their combined efforts, they managed to finish roasting all the raw chestnuts before the workers clocked out. The remaining task was for the workers to collect the chestnuts, pay, and depart, leaving Zhang Fan free from further concerns. The midday hours slipped by swiftly. After a light lunch, Li Jing planned to head home. Brother, I want to be returning tonight. There's still some work left at the bun shop, and I'll sleep there once I finish. Please let Xiao Jing know not to worry about me. Zhang Fan's heart was heavy with anxiety over the night's impending actions. His leads had been established. given the efficiency of the county police. An operation was undoubtedly in motion tonight. After all, it involved a child, and time was of the essence. Zhang Fan wished to remain and observe whether his words would alter the course of the night. He did not want the tragic events of his previous life to repeat. These vibrant lives must not be lost to human traffickers. Zhang Fan had always harbored a patriotic spirit, holding deep respect for the police officers who fought valiantly for the nation and its people. He hoped for their safe return. Chapter 44. Anger harms the body. Having gathered his belongings, Li Jing pulled the cart and turned to Zhang Fan, asking, "Xiao Fan, are you truly not coming back? The county is not safe. Perhaps you should return with me." Li Jing was reluctant to leave Zhang Fan alone in the county, aware of the unrest that lurked within. If anything were to happen, he could not face his sister. "It's all right, brother. You go ahead. Please tell Xiao Jing not to worry. I'll be fine." Zhang Fan waved his hand, determined to stay in the county to witness the unfolding events of the night. Although Wang Xianyang's words were often harsh, he was undeniably a hero, honored posthumously as a people's hero after his sacrifice. Zhang Fan felt a greater sense of tolerance towards those designated as heroes of the people. "Very well, take care of yourself. I will return tomorrow morning," Li Jing conceded, unable to sway Zhang Fan further, and he set off with the cart. Meanwhile, at the police station, discussions regarding strategies had commenced following Zhang Fan's intelligence. From the clues gathered, it was determined that the traffickers were hiding in the abandoned Zhao family village to the south of the county. These traffickers had contacts, and most crucially, they were armed. The operation tonight must prioritize safety, with adequate protective measures in place. Heroics must be avoided. The terrain of Zhao family village was complex, with many dilapidated houses providing ample hiding spots. A thorough search was imperative. "Relay my orders. Seal all exits around Zhao family village. No one is to enter or exit." Ensuring the success of our mission, the police chief commanded, strategizing to guarantee the completion of their task. "Comrade Wang Xianyang, you will lead the operation tonight. It is essential that we rescue the abducted children." Following the completion of the operational plan, Wang Xianyang received his orders to lead the team. Rising to attention, I acknowledged the task at hand. Subsequently, each squad was assigned distinct missions, with the operation scheduled for 9 o'clock this evening. Following the issuance of orders, all roads within a 3-kilometer radius surrounding the abandoned Zhao family village were sealed off. Pedestrians and vehicles were permitted entry but barred from departure, a clear indication that something was amiss. Nonetheless, to avert panic, the details of today's mission were kept confidential, aside from internal personnel. No one was privy to the information. After bidding farewell to Li Jing, Zhang Fan chose not to return to the bun shop, but instead made his way to Chen Zhixiang's office. Seated at his desk, Chen Zhixiang furrowed his brow. Despite having completed most of his tasks for the day, he felt an unsettling discomfort. "Zhang, you've come. I can't quite pinpoint it, but I feel a sense of unease. Surely nothing will transpire today?" Upon Zhang Fan's entrance, Chen Zhixiang confided his anxieties. "It's nothing, Brother Chen. You've likely been overworked and fatigued. When you get the chance, take some time to unwind. A little rest will surely rejuvenate you." Zhang Fan, too, was deeply concerned about the mission that lay ahead. However, Chen Zhixiang remained oblivious to the impending operation, attributing his restlessness to an inexplicable source. "Very well. I shall endeavor to rest more during my breaks. I wouldn't want to hinder my work." Chen Zhixiang acquiesced to Zhang Fan's advice with a nod. "By the way, how is your young uncle Wang Xianyang?" Once he sensed Chen Zhixiang's anxiety dissipating, Zhang Fan seized the opportunity to inquire. "Xianyang, you both are of similar age. He is 24 and still single, which has caused quite a stir at home. My father-in-law and mother-in-law have issued an ultimatum. If he doesn't find a partner and marry by the end of this year, he shall be barred from their home." Speaking of Wang Xianyang seemed to lighten Chen Zhixiang's demeanor as he shared insights about his brother-in-law. "In terms of work, I've heard from his colleagues that he is diligent and responsible. He has never failed to complete a task assigned to him. Even when faced with perilous challenges, he strives to fulfill his duties. So regarding this morning's incident, please don't hold it against him. He is not usually like that. It was simply a matter of urgency that provoked his outburst." Chen Zhixiang presumed Zhang Fan had come to reprimand Wang Xianyang for the earlier incident, and thus hurried to defend his brother-in-law. "No, not at all. I harbor no grievances. I merely wish to understand him better. A young hero deserves respect," Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. He was not one to take Wang Xianyang's words to heart, especially at such a critical moment when the stakes were high. Just don't dwell on it. I hope you two can connect. Both being ambitious young men, it would be beneficial to support one another in times of need. Chen Jixiang articulated his intentions, relieved as long as Zhang Fan was not upset. He recognized that Zhang Fan would not be confined by the trivialities of Qing County. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When faced with the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. This was Chen Jixiang's internal assessment of Zhang Fan. He had a keen eye for character and had seldom erred in his judgments. Brother Chen, I shall take my leave for now. There are tasks awaiting me at the bun shop that require my attention. After gleaning some insights into Wang Xianyan's character from Chen Jixiang, Zhang Fan departed. He did not wish for such young heroes to be sacrificed. Their absence would be a loss to the people. Such individuals should not be commemorated on stone tablets. Rather, they ought to thrive in the world. Upon leaving the cement factory, Zhang Fan made his way directly to the bun shop. This afternoon, he intended to simmer a substantial quantity of bones to prepare aspic, placing the finished product into the landlord's freezer. With ample space in the freezer, he was not concerned about lacking room for the aspic. After simmering for 2.5 hours, Zhang Fan produced 2 large pots brimming with broth, enriched with pigskin to solidify the mixture. Once the broth had cooled and set, he carried it to the landlord's quarters. Today, the landlord appeared rather despondent, having not ventured outside for a stroll all day. Upon Zhang Fan's entrance, a flicker of expression graced his face. Xiaozhang, do you think those lost children can be found? What if they encounter danger? The landlord voiced his worries, having spent the day praying for the 3 missing children. The secret he harbored within was known only to him. Rest assured, sir. Let the police handle it. All we can do as ordinary citizens is await news patiently. Fretting is futile. I urge you to take a proper rest. You look as though you haven't even napped today. At your age, it's unwise to become overly anxious over matters. It could harm your health. I still hope you can enjoy my buns for many more years, so please take care of yourself. Zhang Fan was puzzled by the landlord's state. Perhaps his fury towards the traffickers had reached a boiling point. Having known the landlord for some time, Zhang Fan had never witnessed him so anxious. Ordinarily, minor troubles would not perturb him. He would take his afternoon nap and go for his strolls without concern. Today's unusual behavior deeply troubled Zhang Fan. It's nothing. Xiaozhang, you need not worry about me. I know my own health. I am quite robust. I only fear for those children. If they encounter peril, how heartbroken their parents and grandparents would be. The landlord's final words emerged almost hoarsely, as though he were the grandfather of the lost children himself. Do not fret, sir. We must trust the police to rescue the children. There is no need for worry. Zhang Fan struggled to comfort the elderly gentleman, finding a semblance of empathy for his plight. After having lost his wife and daughter in a previous life, he had wept daily, often haunted by their memories while engaged in work. This sensation was intensely painful for him. Now, under the influence of the landlord's emotions, Zhang Fan began to feel sorrow as well. Perhaps this was the divine retribution he faced, coincidentally encountering a situation involving lost children. Everything seemed so coincidental, as if he were destined for such trials. With a shake of his head, Zhang Fan cast away his negative emotions and, despite the discomfort he felt, spoke again. Sir, you should go rest for a while. I won't be returning home tonight. I will keep watch for you and will inform you immediately if there is any news. Witnessing the landlord's distress, Zhang Fan felt a pang of sympathy, fearing that the landlord might succumb to despair. Very well, please do call me with any updates. And keep a vigilant eye, the landlord replied. He had spent the entire day anxiously awaiting news, terrified that something might happen to the 3 kidnapped children, which would undoubtedly rob him of sleep. After speaking with Zhang Fan, the landlord did not retreat to his bedroom. Instead, he settled into a recliner, gently fanning himself. The presence of an electric fan tempered the heat, yet his anxious heart made him restless. As the landlord reclined, Zhang Fan focused intently on the television, which was broadcasting the evening news. Fixated on the case of the missing children, the entire county was concerned for their safety. Zhang Fan shared in this anxiety, anxiously awaiting updates. He was uncertain if the police had any plans for action tonight, or if their strategy mirrored that of his previous life. Deep down, he hoped for the safe return of all involved and for justice to be served upon the traffickers. In a moment of reflection, Zhang Fan recalled the 3 individuals he had seen that morning. Were they not the same 3 ruffians who had caused him trouble at the chestnut stall? To his shock, they were indeed traffickers. As he remembered their figures and silhouettes, he confirmed it without a doubt. they were unmistakably the same. The familiarity of their voices and forms was indelible in his memory. Since his rebirth, while echoes of past life memories often surfaced, he had encountered few who had troubled him, and he was certain of their identities. He realized he must convey this information. It would undoubtedly aid in their investigation. With this thought, Zhang Fan set off to find Qin Jixiang, intent on relaying this crucial information. Those three miscreants must be registered with the police. They regularly engaged in petty theft and robbery. To think they had the audacity to abduct children. Exiting the courtyard, Zhang Fan quickened his pace toward the cement factory, determined to share this news with Qin Jixiang before the latter finished work. After approximately 10 minutes of running, he arrived at the factory gates just as the closing bell rang. Ignoring the throngs of departing workers, he pushed against the tide and entered the factory. He hurried up the stairs and finally reached Qin Jixiang's office door. This time, he did not knock. He simply pushed the door open. Qin Jixiang was slumped in his chair, cup in hand, with an expression of discomfort on his face. "Brother Qin, I've recalled something important that you need to relay to your uncle immediately." Observing Zhang Fan's breathless demeanor, Qin Jixiang set down his cup and inquired seriously. "What is it?" Without delay, Zhang Fan replied. "Do you remember those three ruffians who came to my chestnut stall a while back? This morning, the sounds I heard belonged to the three of them. I am uncertain whether this information will be of assistance to the police, but if I remain silent, it may deprive them of vital clues." Zhang Fan spoke rapidly, so much so that Qin Jixiang could barely comprehend him. "The three of them? I have a vague recollection of them. Typically, they engage in petty theft. What audacity drives them to abduct a child this time?" Qin Jixiang was astonished by their boldness. While minor thefts were one thing, targeting a child was entirely different. "We must hurry. I cannot ascertain if this information will aid them, but remaining silent would undoubtedly deprive them of a crucial lead." Zhang Fan urged Qin Jixiang to move quickly. Uncertain of any impending actions that evening or when they would commence, he merely wished to relay the information. "Let us proceed without delay." The two hastened downstairs, resumed their vehicle from the factory, and drove toward the county police station. Upon arriving at the police station's courtyard, the team had largely assembled, preparing for the night's operation. As soon as darkness fell, they would spring into action. The police station had been cordoned off, preventing ordinary citizens from entering or witnessing the internal proceedings. This was to maintain the confidentiality of the operation, ensuring that no information leaked and that this opportunity would not be squandered. At the entrance of the county police station, Qin Jixiang negotiated for quite some time before finally securing permission to enter. Once inside, he quickly spotted Wang Xiangyang, who was gathering the team. Upon seeing his brother-in-law accompanied by Zhang Fan, Wang Xiangyang felt a surge of frustration. With their departure imminent, he did not want Zhang Fan to utter any disheartening words. "Xiangyang, my younger brother Zhang has news to share," Qin Jixiang said, noticing Wang Xiangyang's displeasure. "The three individuals involved in the child abduction should be on record with your department. They typically engage in petty theft near the cement factory, and this time, it was indeed them." Zhang Fan's words seemed rather vague, leaving Wang Xiangyang bewildered. "Three habitual petty criminals near the cement factory? Such individuals about. There are at least 100 on file at the station. Zhao Long and his companions. Do you remember them? They were the ones who came to our cement factory to steal and whom I personally brought in." Observing the confusion etched on Wang Xiangyang's face, Qin Jixiang quickly interjected. "Those three? Those cowards dared to abduct a child? You must be jesting." Chapter 46. Do you have any idea how much I have lost? Wang Xiangyang could not bring himself to believe that Zhao Long's trio would stoop to child abduction. He was exceedingly familiar with these three. They were quintessential cowards. Whenever apprehended and brought to the station, their contrition was sincere, and they cooperated fully. Such timid individuals committing child theft was simply beyond belief. "I cannot confirm if they are called Zhao Long, but I can assure you it was undoubtedly them. Just days ago, they caused a ruckus at my stall," Zhang Fan remarked, observing Wang Xiangyang's incredulous demeanor. He remained oblivious to the true identities of the three individuals. On that day, Qin Jixiang was also present. It sufficed to ascertain that they were indeed the three in question. "Xiangyang, if Brother Zhang asserts that they are those three, then it must be Zhao Long and his companions. He managed to locate me before my shift concluded, insisting that I relay this information to you all, hoping it would prove beneficial for your investigation." Qin Jixiang was well acquainted with his temper. It was imperative to convey authentic information to him. Else gaining his trust would be an arduous task. "Understood. There is a mission at the bureau tonight. If you have no further matters, you may leave. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to explain later, Wang Xiangyang stated as he observed the team assembling. He urged Zhang Fan and the others to depart first. After all, tonight's assignment was classified, and typically, no unrelated personnel were permitted within the public security compound prior to a mission. The entrance of Zhang Fan and Chun Jixiang could be deemed an exception, placing Wang Xiangyang at considerable risk. Very well, we shall take our leave. Wishing you all a successful operation tonight, Chun Jixiang remarked, giving his nephew a reassuring pat on the shoulder before turning to get into the vehicle. Zhang Fan, understanding Wang Xiangyang's temperament, exchanged a glance but refrained from speaking, opting instead to board the car. He had already expressed all that needed to be said. Lingering with further chatter would be quite bothersome, especially considering the mission at hand. In his previous life, Wang Xiangyang was a hero, sacrificing his life for the people. Such individuals are prone to having a temper. It is only natural. Had he not experienced his past life, Zhang Fan might have hesitated to remind him of his demeanor. However, Zhang Fan wished to see no one harmed. He yearned for every police officer on duty to return home unscathed. After exiting the public security compound, Zhang Fan alighted partway. He needed to return to the Baozi shop, for tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. The meat supply was nearly depleted, and he had to rise early to procure more. While he needed to remain vigilant regarding the robbers, business must continue. Essential matters could not be neglected. Upon returning to his grandfather's room, he found the old man already asleep. Zhang Fan chose not to disturb him, gently draping a thin blanket over him. Cautiously, he retreated from the room, but his mind was restless, unable to find tranquility. The hour was still shy of 7, too early for sleep. Yet there was little else to occupy his time. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to personally visit the abandoned Zhao family village. Although the police were engaged in their mission, he believed it prudent to observe from a distance. He was genuinely concerned for their safety. Should his warnings prove ineffective, he would find it unbearable. As Zhang Fan and Chun Jixiang departed, the assembled police force set forth in grand formation. They split into 3 groups, with Wang Xiangyang leading a team towards the abandoned Zhao family village. The remaining 2 teams scoured the surrounding hills and any potential hiding spots. They also secured all access points, allowing no one to leave until the mission concluded. Upon reaching the abandoned Zhao family village, Wang Xiangyang donned a bulletproof vest and helmet, adopting a defensive posture as he advanced towards the interior of the village. In the dim interior of an abandoned house, 3 individuals from the Zhao family sat. Bound to them were 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. Brother, the buyer has specified they do not want the girl. What should we do with her? The elder brother lamented. In these times, many families lack sons, which has led to a surge in child abduction cases, particularly of young boys, who fetch a high price in the market. What can we do? Are we to return her? Do we really want the police to find us? Zhao Long glanced at his second brother, his expression filled with helplessness. Under the cloak of night, he never anticipated that they would end up with a girl. You little one, why did you have to shave your head and wear boys' clothes? Do you have any idea how much I have lost because of you? He glared at the trembling girl beside him, his frustration mounting. My mother said she would raise me as a son, and from now on, I shall be her son. The girl nervously spoke, looking up at Zhao Long. Your mother is quite mistaken. A girl is still a girl, no matter how you dress her. Now, look at the predicament you've put me in. I've lost $500. Zhao Long felt exasperated, yet he found no outlet for his anger directed at a mere child. He had never taken a life, and killing this girl was not a feasible option. Zhao Long's father had once lived by hunting, and 2 double-barreled shotguns had long been kept in their home. One now lay at Zhao Long's feet. Listen, little one, when dawn breaks, we will leave. I will untie you, and you can return home. If your mother asks, just tell her you were playing and got lost. Zhao Long felt utterly powerless. Selling her was impossible, and killing her was out of the question. But what about the other 2? We are all from the same village. Why not just set all 3 of us free? The girl bravely protested, asserting that they had all come out to play together. Hey, you little girl. If I let you go, you think you can dictate terms? You either leave or stay. If you choose to stay, I will sell you too. Zhao Long found the girl's words absurdly infuriating. He had endeavored to show mercy, to grant her a chance at life, only to have her concern for others thrown back at him. Uncle, you are a good person. If you let me go, you can let the others go too. I will bring you some sweets when I get home. My mother just bought half a kilogram of sugar. It's so sweet, the girl exclaimed. mimicking the act of drinking sweetened water. Though she had only tasted a small cup, the delightful flavor lingered in her memory. Silence. Speak another word, and I will seal your mouth shut. Zhao Long snapped. Do you have any idea how much sugar I could buy with the money from selling them? I could fill a whole room with it and drink it whenever I pleased. After scolding the girl, Zhao Long continued the absurd conversation. Elder brother, it's bad news. There are numerous flashlight beams outside the village. Do you think we are being watched? The youngest brother, stationed as lookout, hurried in, having spotted multiple lights illuminating the surroundings. This unusual sight filled him with unease. Flashlights? Could it be the police have arrived? The trio, accustomed to their illicit activities, reacted with heightened sensitivity at the mere mention of law enforcement. Chapter 47. Playing the emotional card this time, they were involved in a perilous endeavor. Should the authorities truly set their sights on them, the consequences would be dire. Quick, seal that little girl's mouth. We mustn't attract the attention of the police. Upon Zhao Long's command, the second brother promptly used tape to muffle the girl's voice. The other two boys remained bound throughout, never once released from their restraints. Nor had the tape been removed from their mouths. The trio encased the three children in bags and stealthily approached the doorway, peering cautiously into the surrounding village. Zhao family village lay in ruins. It was nearly impossible to spot any flickering lights. Indeed, while Zhao Long was often timid, this venture was a matter of life and death. If they were discovered, their lives would be at stake. Third brother, are you sure you saw something? It looks quite normal to me. It's still so dark, the second brother remarked, glancing around in search of the supposed lights, doubting the third brother's observation. No. I distinctly saw several flashlight beams just moments ago. Why are there none now? The third brother scratched his head, beginning to question his own perception. Third brother, if you're tired, go inside and rest for a while. Second brother will keep watch. Standing guard is no small matter. You can take over later in the night. The second brother urged, noting the uncertainty in the third brother's demeanor. After all, he had been on guard all day and might simply be weary, leading to illusions. Second brother, stay vigilant and report anything unusual. As soon as the sun rises, we shall leave, Zhao Long reiterated, his concern prompting him to survey the area once more to ensure their safety, lest they be captured. After making 2 thorough rounds without discovering anything amiss, the third brother followed Zhao Long indoors. Once inside, the third brother laid down a makeshift bed of wheat straw and soon drifted into slumber. After the commotion, Zhao Long lost all inclination to engage in conversation with the girl, his thoughts consumed by how to escape the following morning. The three of them needed to transport the children to the designated locations specified by their employer, exchanging the children for payment. Zhao Long had spent the entire day devising a plan for their escape. In his estimation, the parents would not react swiftly upon realizing their children were missing. After all, in this day and age, children often wandered into the mountains to play, sometimes getting lost for a day or two. Zhao Long intended to exploit this very notion as a pretext for abducting the children. Unaware of the situation outside, he knew he could not delay. They must leave at first light. Any prolonged hesitation would allow the parents to notice the absence of their children, making escape impossible. Meanwhile, on Wang Xiangyang's side, as they entered the village, several police officers held flashlights in hand. At Wang Xiangyang's signal, everyone extinguished their lights and quietly infiltrated the village to avoid alarming the culprits. Zhao family village was extensive. Even in its dilapidated state, it had once housed hundreds of families. Searching each household one by one was evidently impractical. The entire squad maintained a flanking formation, peering through windows as they passed by, checking for signs of life within. Having fallen into disrepair, the village's electrical infrastructure was long gone. To survive inside, one would need either a fire or a flashlight. The pace of the investigation was not swift, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. At this hour, only the sounds of insects and birds could be heard, with scarcely any other noise present. Wang Xiangyang communicated all his commands through gestures, uttering not a single word. Meanwhile, the sentry outside, known as Old Two, had grown increasingly inattentive. It seemed that all was peaceful that night, and nothing would transpire, allowing him to rest easy. Perched on a stone at the entrance, Old Two leaned against the surrounding wall, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Since the previous night's plan to abduct the child, he had scarcely closed his eyes, and fatigue soon enveloped him, leading him into a deep slumber. Old Two's slumber provided an opportunity for Wang Xiangyang's team to advance. They began encircling from the periphery, surveying nearly every house along the way, yet found no signs of life. At last, the team stealthily approached the center, where they discovered Old Two asleep against the wall. Wang Xianyang signaled, and the others promptly responded, swiftly covering Old Two's mouth and capturing him. Upon his capture, Zhao Long seemed to sense something amiss. He immediately rose, the double-barreled shotgun appearing in his grasp. "Listen, you are surrounded. Surrender at once for leniency," Wang Xianyang shouted through a megaphone, no longer concealing their presence. "Brother, the police are here. What should we do?" Old Three was abruptly awakened, taken aback by the police's swift arrival, leaving them with no time to react. "What can we do? If it comes to it, we'll perish together." Zhao Long's demeanor was chillingly composed. He no longer pondered the issue of ransom, but focused solely on their escape. "Tie the three of them together with rope, secure them to your waist, and hold a knife to the boy's throat. We must first ensure our own escape." Old Three hastily complied. It was infuriating how unreliable Old Two was. His negligence had led to their predicament. Zhao Long, gun in hand, peered through the window, observing the outside situation. Upon seeing Old Two captured, he could not help but curse under his breath. Had he known, he would have preferred Old Three to stand guard outside. He was far more dependable than Old Two. "Expect us to surrender? Not a chance. I still have 3 hostages. If you wish for the child's safety, you must let us go, or else we all perish together." Zhao Long faced the police outside without fear. At this critical juncture, with death looming, he resolved to seek a means of survival. "Release the child, and we will negotiate for leniency." Wang Xianyang's voice continued to echo, as they remained unaware of the situation inside, their priority being the safety of the 3 children. "If you agree to release us, we shall free the child. We will accept our fate this time," Zhao Long shouted back through the window, asserting that they could release the child, but only if he was released in turn. Otherwise, there would be no negotiations. "Zhao Long, do you think your actions are justifiable to your mother inside? She toiled tirelessly, raising you single-handedly, and this is how you repay her?" Realizing that mere words were futile, Wang Xianyang seized the megaphone and shouted at Zhao Long. Wang Xianyang was well acquainted with Zhao Long's circumstances, having been in and out of the police station multiple times. He planned to appeal to Zhao Long's emotions, hoping to reason with him. Upon hearing the words "old mother," Zhao Long showed signs of vulnerability. Renowned for his filial piety, he could endure hunger and thirst, but his elderly mother must not suffer the slightest indignity. "Silence. My family's affairs are none of your concern." Chapter 48. Everyone is kind at first. Zhao Long despised it most when others mentioned his mother in his presence. His father had passed away early, and it was his mother who raised him single-handedly. From a young age, she had hoped he would grow up to be a talented individual, someone praised by neighbors and relatives alike. Unfortunately, life dealt Zhao Long harsh blows. With only the 2 of them left, they were often bullied by the villagers. During grain distribution, they would deliberately withhold rations from the mother and son. Zhao Long quickly saw through the reality and the true nature of these people. Though they appeared amiable on the surface, their hearts were filled with malice. In his youth, Zhao Long excelled academically, consistently ranking first in the local school. However, no amount of academic excellence could shield him from the taunts of being fatherless, or the slurs against his mother as a widow. Many in the village even labeled her a harbinger of death, claiming she was responsible for his father's demise. Such vicious words cut deeper than any blade, leaving indelible scars on Zhao Long's psyche. After finishing the novel, Zhao Long chose not to continue reading. Firstly, his family's circumstances did not permit further education. Secondly, he had become disillusioned with human nature. What good was academic prowess if it did not improve his mother's living conditions, only serving to silence the mouths of others? After abandoning his studies, Zhao Long initially assisted his mother in farming the land. However, he soon realized that farming was futile, no matter how hard they worked. They always received the least during grain distribution. Growing up during his formative years, Zhao Long never experienced a full meal, laboring tirelessly each day. Eventually, he left the village, setting off alone for the county to seek his fortune. Initially, Zhao Long was determined to forge a better life for himself, hoping to earn the respect of his fellow villagers. Yet, he underestimated the harsh realities that awaited him in the county. He sought various jobs, many of which exploited him, demanding labor without recompense and resorting to violence if he dared to disobey. Despite never having been treated kindly, Zhao Long maintained a benevolent heart towards the world. However, kindness alone could not satiate his hunger, and years of wandering taught him the harshness of life. Upon returning home, he encountered villagers who insulted his mother, accusing her of being a harlot, a disruptor of other families. His mother, in tears, shook her head in denial, and Zhao Long understood her true character. From that moment forth, he transformed. His innate kindness vanished completely. The very next day, he sought out those who spread the rumors and broke their legs. Since the world cannot treat itself kindly, there is no need for oneself to continue showing kindness to it. After Zhao Long broke the legs of the rumormonger, the villagers' attitude towards him shifted dramatically. They began to avoid him at all costs, and even Zhao Long's mother gained a certain status in the village. The distribution of grain from the collective was never again shortchanged. Not only did their rations remain consistent, but they even received an extra portion. Zhao Long observed all of this, realizing that kindness only invites bullying, and it is only through strength that one can command respect among the villagers. Villains have their own reckoning, and his reckless behavior led him to become the undisputed tyrant of the village. However, his mother wished to see him change for the better, urging him to reform. Zhao Long feigned agreement, but upon arriving in the county town, he became utterly enamored with the thrill of bullying others. His days were filled with looting and tormenting others, which became one of his greatest sources of amusement. This time, his intention to abduct a child completely deviated from his original plan. He had merely aimed to engage in petty theft to improve his mother's living conditions. Unexpectedly, she fell ill, and the surgical expenses amounted to 1,000 yuan. After some effort, he could only gather 200 yuan, and it was clear he could not raise the full amount in a short time. At this critical juncture, he met two southerners through acquaintances in the underworld. Their accents immediately revealed their origins, and they had come to Qingshan County with the intention of purchasing 3 boys, each promised to fetch 500 yuan. With money capable of moving mountains, this could alleviate Zhao Long's pressing predicament. If he sold these 3 children, he could use the proceeds for his mother's medical treatment. He had already informed his accomplices, the second and third brothers, who were like siblings to him. Zhao Long's mother regarded them as her own sons, and they were more than willing to contribute their share to aid her. However, before the children could be sold, they were discovered by the police. Zhao Long, I do not wish to interfere in your family affairs, but have you not considered your mother? Wang Xiangyang called from outside, desperate to awaken the vestiges of conscience within Zhao Long. I will say this one last time, do not mention my mother. Let us leave. I will release the children. Otherwise, there is nothing more to discuss. Zhao Long despised Wang Xiangyang's incessant references to his mother, as it struck a nerve. Do not resist stubbornly. Think of your mother. Surrender now, and you may receive leniency. Do not walk down a path of no return. As Wang Xiangyang attempted to reason with Zhao Long, he had already arranged for other team members to encircle the house, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Captain, may I join you? It seems they are short-handed over there, said a speaker beside Wang Xiangyang, pointing to a nearby position lacking personnel. Normally, the speaker was responsible for communication with the criminals and did not need to engage directly, but given the circumstances, there was no choice. Here, put on my bulletproof vest. Just in case, Wang Xiangyang said, handing over his vest to the speaker as he noticed the latter was unprotected. At that moment, an inexplicable phrase from Zhang Fan echoed in Wang Xiangyang's mind. As night descended, he donned his bulletproof vest, lest he befall a calamity. Shaking his head, he dismissed such nonsensical utterances. Having already managed numerous cases, he was no stranger to perilous situations and did not require the counsel of outsiders. Once all personnel were deployed, Wang Xiangyang continued to call into the house. I acquiesce to your demands. You may emerge, but you must allow us to see the children safely, or none of you shall leave today. Hearing the shouts from outside, Wang Xiangyang turned to the third brother beside him and instructed, Go, take these 3 children outside, and I will cover you from behind. The third brother nodded, pressing a knife against the neck of a young boy, while gripping the other 2 children by their hands. The 3 children were tethered together by a single rope. As the third brother appeared, all guns were aimed at him. Yet the sight of the children rendered everyone hesitant to act rashly. Their mission was to rescue the children. Any harm to them would signify a complete failure of the operation. As the third brother exited safely, Zhao Long emerged with a double-barreled shotgun in hand. From the moment he reached the door, he was already pre-aiming, pressing the gun barrel tightly against the child's head. Anyone who dared to move would face no mercy. Chapter 49. Emotional collapse. Stepping out of the house, Zhao Long beheld the encircling police and bellowed, Stand aside. Clear the way for me. With the shotgun pressed against the little girl's head, He advanced step by step. The boy was his prized asset, but the girl was not. The mere thought of having stolen a girl nearly drove him to madness. Zhao Long, do not act impulsively. Everyone, step back. Upon seeing the gun in Zhao Long's possession, Wang Xiangyang hastily instructed all team members to retreat. He understood the power of the shotgun and feared for the safety of his team, knowing that any mishap was unacceptable. As the police parted to grant him a path, Zhao Long began to push the children towards the village's outskirts. Surrounding officers could only encircle them, watching as they moved away from the village. To rescue these children, it was imperative to stabilize Zhao Long's emotions. Zhao Long, do not act rashly. Think of your parents. Surrender now, and you may receive leniency. Wang Xiangyang continued to counsel Zhao Long, devoid of sympathy, but determined to ensure the children's safety. Spare me your nonsense. It's all the same to me. I refuse to fall for your tricks. Shut up. Zhao Long shot a glare at Wang Xiangyang. Fully aware of the grave consequences of child trafficking, a crime punishable by death. Zhao Long, do not do anything foolish. There is still a way back. Observing Zhao Long teetering on the brink of emotional collapse, Wang Xiangyang refrained from provoking him further. Having captured the second brother earlier, Wang Xiangyang had already called for reinforcements. It was estimated that help would arrive soon, and if he could keep Zhao Long's emotions in check until then, the situation would be much easier to resolve. Enough of the chatter. Keep your distance, or my gun will not discriminate. Zhao Long glared at Wang Xiangyang, expressing his disdain for the latter's incessant prattling. According to our investigation, your mother is currently residing in the county hospital, eagerly awaiting surgery. Are you truly willing to jeopardize yourself? To send a gray-haired person to mourn a black-haired one? Wang Xiangyang once again brought up Zhao Long's mother, having learned of her hospitalization. Do not mention my mother. Do you think I am unaware of her condition? Do you believe I have abducted these children for no reason? I am doing this to afford her medical care. Zhao Long bellowed, his frustration boiling over. He detested the constant reminders of his mother in conversations. You must earn money for the medical expenses. How can you resort to illegal activities? Wang Xiangyang regarded Zhao Long, bewildered by his willingness to ruin his life for a mere sum of money. Having lived a life of comfort, with a brother-in-law managing a cement factory, he could not fathom Zhao Long's desperation or the struggles of others. Ha ha ha. Earn money, you say? That is over 1,000 for medical fees. Do you think I can simply obtain that through hard work? Tears welled in the corners of Zhao Long's eyes. That substantial sum was not something one could easily come by. Then strive harder. Is it not possible to earn through effort? Wang Xiangyang rolled his eyes at Zhao Long, unable to comprehend the mindset of criminals. If you lack funds, work to earn them. Why resort to child abduction, showing no regard for the families of the children? Enough with the nonsense. One more word, and I will end her. Zhao Long was engulfed in despair, realizing that reasoning with Wang Xiangyang was futile. The latter could not grasp the hardships faced by the impoverished. Even a single coin could thwart a hero. Given the choice, Zhao Long would not have chosen this path of crime. Captain, hold your tongue. The criminal's emotions seemed dangerously unstable. One of the officers nearby hastily interjected, as Wang Xiangyang was about to speak again. Their mission today was to rescue the children. Provoking Zhao Long could lead to disastrous consequences. As Zhao Long's agitation escalated, Wang Xiangyang promptly fell silent, fearing Zhao Long's wrath. Eventually, as Zhao Long quickened his pace, they reached the main road. Upon arrival, Zhao Long continued to stipulate his demands. Remain where you are and do not move. Allow us to leave, and once we are out of sight, we will release the three of them, without hesitation. Zhao Long knew that as long as the police followed him, escape was impossible. Only by ensuring they stayed put could he find a chance to flee and truly break free. Zhao Long, think of your mother. Surrender. Do not resist futilely any longer. If you surrender now, I will request permission for you to visit her in the hospital. Otherwise, you may never see her again. Wang Xiangyang continued to urge Zhao Long, aware that if he let Zhao Long escape, his mission would be deemed a failure, resulting in inevitable repercussions upon his return. I shall reiterate, do not mention my mother. With that exclamation, Zhao Long's emotions spiraled into complete disarray as he raised his gun and fired a shot at Wang Xiangyang. Fortunately, the distance was not too close, and Wang Xiangyang's reflexes were remarkably swift. The bullet merely grazed his left arm, and he dared not contemplate the implications had it struck elsewhere. With blood gushing from his wounded arm, the other officers swiftly intervened to subdue both Zhao Long and Lao San. As Wang Xiangyang observed the two being restrained, it marked the last flicker of consciousness before he succumbed to the pain. Upon hearing the gunshot, Zhang Fan felt a tightening in his chest. He had never anticipated that. Despite being reborn and having issued a warning, the outcome might remain unaltered. Gazing towards the derelict Zhao family estate, he was consumed with anxiety. He had harbored the hope of altering the course of destiny, yet found himself powerless to effect change. Captain, are you all right? Call for an ambulance. The voice of the speaker rang out urgently as he watched Wang Xianyang collapse into unconsciousness. He had always admired Wang Xianyang for his exceptional capabilities and competence in handling cases. Most notably, he had risen to the rank of captain at such a tender age, which had earned him the speaker's deep respect. Above all, Wang Xianyang had just lent him his bulletproof vest. Had it not been for that, the vest would still have been protecting Wang Xianyang. Please, Captain, you must not be harmed. It is all my fault for wearing your vest. I am to blame. As Wang Xianyang lay unconscious, the speaker's despair became palpable. He berated himself for donning Wang Xianyang's protective gear, believing that had he been more resolute in his refusal, Wang Xianyang would not have been injured. Stop crying, get up. The ambulance is on its way. Do not delay Captain Wang's trip to the hospital. Others rushed forward to pull the speaker away and assisted the medics in placing Wang Xianyang onto a stretcher, hurrying him into the ambulance. Chapter 50. A heart at peace. Zhang Fan stood at the roadside, watching the ambulance pass by, confident that it was carrying Wang Xianyang. Why was it that despite his warning, the shooting had still occurred? Was this tragedy truly unavoidable? Frantically, he began to pursue the ambulance, filled with regret and frustration. Had he known that this would be the outcome, he would have braved Wang Xianyang's displeasure and spoken more fervently. As Zhang Fan sprinted down the road, police cars whizzed past him. It was evident that the mission had been successfully accomplished. 3 children had been rescued. However, it appeared that one officer might have made the ultimate sacrifice. The journey from the abandoned Zhao family estate to the county hospital spanned 3 kilometers, and Zhang Fan ran for a full hour. Upon arriving at the county hospital, he found only one police car parked outside. The rest had returned to the precinct to file their reports. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Fan dashed up the stairs. He rushed toward the emergency room, as it was the only place that warranted consideration at such a late hour. Upon reaching the door of the emergency room, he noted that the lights were not illuminated, prompting him to look around anxiously. Finally, at the far end of the corridor, he spotted 2 police officers standing outside a patient room. Without delay, Zhang Fan hurried over to them. In the hospital room, Wang Xianyang was receiving intravenous fluids, a needle inserted into his arm, while 2 anxious police officers awaited news. Zhang Fan kept his distance, also waiting for updates from the doctor inside. After a short while, the doctor emerged, removing his gloves and walking slowly towards them. Doctor, how is our captain? You must save him, one officer implored, gripping the doctor's arm as if on the verge of kneeling. Rest assured, your captain is fine. He suffered a gunshot wound to the arm and has gone into shock from excessive blood loss. He is expected to awaken by tomorrow at the latest. So do not worry, the doctor reassured, calming the officer before departing. Upon hearing this, not only did the officer relax, but Zhang Fan felt a sense of relief as well. It appeared that his warnings had indeed made a difference. He had genuinely feared that his cautions would go unheeded, leading to tragedy. If that had been the case, it would have signified his inability to alter the course of destiny. Fortunately, Wang Xianyang's situation confirmed to Zhang Fan that he possessed the power to effect change in the world. A small act of his had saved a hero's life and averted disaster. With the outcome he desired now realized, Zhang Fan silently left. He had no intention of intruding, knowing there were still 2 police officers outside. Given the sensitive nature of the situation, any uninvited entrance would require lengthy explanations. After leaving, Zhang Fan returned to the bun shop. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted the landlord sitting there, gazing towards the entrance. What are you doing? I'm worried about those 3 children. My heart is racing with unease, the landlord remarked upon seeing Zhang Fan. He felt anxious. Yet the television had not reported any news regarding the incident. Rest easy, sir. The 3 children have been successfully rescued. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You can sleep soundly tonight, Zhang Fan assured the visibly anxious landlord. Really? You actually saw it? Don't tease me with such matters. I can't bear to be disappointed, the landlord responded, a smile breaking across his face, suspecting Zhang Fan was merely trying to comfort him. I truly witnessed it. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will be in the news tomorrow. The county police handled this magnificently. Zhang Fan had no intention of misleading anyone regarding such a serious matter. All right, I'll take your word for it. Since the children have returned safely, I shall go rest. Don't forget to save me some of those sauced meat buns for tomorrow morning, the landlord replied, moving his chair back towards the house after hearing Zhang Fan's confident assurance. Brother, are you really sure you want to have any of the soup dumplings I made? Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask again, wondering why anyone would refuse such a delectable treat. Enough. I will absolutely not eat those scalding things. I wouldn't touch them no matter what, the landlord retorted before closing the door. The memory of burning his tongue on the soup dumplings lingered, a painful reminder of past discomfort. Alas, dear sir, it is indeed unfortunate that you are missing out on such delectable steamed buns. Zhang Fan stood in the courtyard, his tone laden with regret, yet the elder offered no response. The landlord entered, merely closing the door to the back room while leaving the main door ajar, a deliberate invitation for Zhang Fan to remain. Since Zhang Fan had chosen not to leave today, it was evident he intended to stay the night. The landlord held a favorable view of this young man, regarding him much like a son. Noticing the open door, Zhang Fan understood the unspoken cue and made his way inside, seeking a bed to rest. The hour had already surpassed midnight, and he needed to rise by 3 or 4 to prepare the dough and meat filling. With precious little time for slumber, he quickly lay down and succumbed to sleep. Hours passed in the blink of an eye, and when Zhang Fan awoke, it was nearly 4. He wasted no time, hastily retrieving meat from the freezer and returning to the bun shop. The day's routine mirrored that of the previous one, beginning with kneading the dough, followed by chopping the meat filling, and then wrapping the buns, leaving only the wait for students to arrive and purchase them. Everything proceeded smoothly. And today Zhang Fan intentionally prepared an extra steamer of braised pork buns. He observed that, despite the deliciousness of the soup dumplings, many still opted for the braised pork buns, as the risk of burning one's mouth with hot broth was a deterrent. Soon, the time for school arrived, and most of the patrons were familiar faces from the previous day. The new customers primarily came through the recommendations of returning ones, as reputation is best spread by word of mouth. Zhang Fan realized that no matter how scrumptious his buns were, true validation could only come from customer acknowledgement. Boss, are these the only 2 types of buns you offer? Do you have vegetable buns? One customer inquired. I once visited another province where their vegetable buns were unforgettable. Just as the frenzy of bun sales peaked, this discordant voice disrupted the atmosphere. Vegetable buns? I don't have them at the moment, but if there's enough demand, I can make them tomorrow, Zhang Fan replied. To him, vegetable buns were far simpler and less costly to produce than meat buns. He was astonished that in this day and age, some would choose vegetables over meat. However, it was not entirely surprising. In this era, many in the county dressed fashionably, and the desire for vegetable buns could be understood. Your meat buns are delicious, but we would love to try the vegetable buns as well. You must make them tomorrow. As one voice led, others soon echoed, and before long, the demand for vegetable buns reached a sufficient level. Chapter 51. A personal expression of gratitude. By the end of the morning, apart from the buns set aside for the landlord, Zhang Fan had sold all his offerings. He was utterly exhausted. After a long night of running about and insufficient rest, he had risen early once again to prepare the dough. Coupled with the demands of selling, Zhang Fan felt nearly incapacitated. This work was undeniably taxing, and he was on the verge of feeling overwhelmed. Yet, the thought of his past debts to Li Jing and the gratitude owed to the Li family weighed heavily on him, an obligation he felt would be difficult to repay in this lifetime. This is the driving force behind Zhang Fan, no matter how arduous or exhausting the journey may be. He perseveres. Even as a reincarnator, fatigue is inevitable. However, compared to the heartache and guilt of his past life, these struggles are nothing short of a delightful experience. Upon waking in the morning, the landlord had yet to venture out for his usual stroll. Instead, he was already stationed in front of the television, eagerly awaiting the morning news. He yearned to learn whether the 3 children had been rescued. Although Zhang Fan had reassured him, he remained unsettled without witnessing the event with his own eyes. While he held great trust in Zhang Fan, uncertainty plagued his mind, leading to nightmares about the 3 children during the night. At last, the landlord discovered the reassuring news on television. The 3 children had been successfully rescued, and the traffickers faced justice. With this news, the landlord beamed with joy, looking forward to enjoying his buns and taking a leisurely walk later that day. Turning off the television, he ambled over to Zhang Fan's stall, where he found Zhang Fan diligently cleaning the steamer. With a playful tone, the landlord inquired, "Busy, are we? Have you saved any buns for this old man today?" The successful rescue of the 3 children filled the landlord with pure happiness, surpassing even the sweetness of honey. Not too busy, Zhang Fan replied. How could I forget you? Here, I've prepared some buns for you. Zhang Fan had thoughtfully set aside the landlord's buns long ago, leaving the steamer unwashed and continuously heating it. After all, he understood that cold buns would lose their appeal. Once cooled, the dough would harden and the meat would congeal, making it quite unpalatable. Ah, you haven't forgotten me. Young man, I won't keep you any longer. I'm off for my walk, the landlord said, accepting the buns from Zhang Fan and promptly departing. Having spent the previous day consumed by worry for the 3 children, he had refrained from going outside. Today, his spirits lifted. He felt compelled to take a stroll. After all, there were many elderly folks nearby, all of whom were companions. It was perfectly normal for them to gather and chat about their lives. Zhang Fan acknowledged the landlord's departure and resumed tidying the steamer, resolving to rest well after his laborious tasks. The intensity of the past 2 days had truly worn him out. Given that he had not slept comfortably at the landlord's place, he planned to return home today. Once he finished his work, he would seek out his brother and await their joint return home. Having organized everything at the bun shop, time had already passed 10 o'clock. Zhang Fan wasted no time, locking the door and making his way to the cement factory. Upon arrival, he spotted Li Jing already preparing roasted chestnuts. Zhang Fan felt immense trust in Li Jing. His brother was steady and astute, which was precisely why Zhang Fan entrusted the stall to him. Brother, I'm here. Zhang Fan called out from a distance as he approached the chestnut stand. Ah, you've arrived. You must be exhausted. Take a moment to rest while I finish up. And then we can head home, Li Jing replied. After the previous night's unsuccessful attempt to bring Zhang Fan home, he had faced a good deal of scolding. Meanwhile, Li Jing had been so worried that she couldn't even finish her dinner, constantly fretting about Zhang Fan. This marks the first night that Zhang Fan has not returned home since his marriage. Now, he is the cherished treasure of the Li family, and past grievances have been laid to rest. Judging from his recent actions, Zhang Fan undeniably embodies the qualities of an exemplary husband and son-in-law. Very well, brother two. You may continue with your tasks. I shall head in to speak with brother Chun about a few matters. Regarding the incident last night, where Wang Xiangyang was shot, Chen Jixiang is undoubtedly aware of it. Zhang Fan intends to seek out Chen Jixiang to reassure his older brother's troubled heart. After all, no one wishes to witness harm befall their family, and fortunately, this time, only his arm was injured. Had it been elsewhere, the outcome could have been far graver. Upon arriving at the cement factory, Zhang Fan has become quite the familiar face. The security guard readily granted him access. For any other outsider, signing in and stating their purpose would be mandatory, but Zhang Fan has attained a sort of local celebrity status at the factory, allowing him to bypass such formalities with just a friendly nod. At the entrance to Chen Jixiang's office, Zhang Fan knocked lightly, but received no response. He then turned the doorknob, discovering the door ajar. Upon entering, he found Chen Jixiang asleep at his desk, appearing weary, likely due to a restless night. Brother Chen, you should cover yourself with a blanket to avoid catching a cold, Zhang Fan remarked, draping a small blanket over him, mindful that even in the heat of summer, many succumb to illness from such careless slumber. Ah, you've arrived, brother Zhang. My brother-in-law was injured last night, and I tended to him all night, inadvertently dozing off. Chen Jixiang exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Fan, his words pouring forth like a waterfall. I heard about it. Is Captain Wang all right? Zhang Fan inquired, aware of the severity of Wang Xianyang's injury since he had been present at the scene. However, as he was not intimately acquainted with Wang, he refrained from using his first name, opting instead for the respectful title of Captain Wang. He is fine. The doctor assured us there is no serious harm, just an injury to his arm. He lost quite a bit of blood and fainted. But he woke up around 5 this morning, insisting on seeing you to express his gratitude personally. Chen Jixiang conveyed Wang Xianyang's wishes, puzzled by why his brother-in-law's first thought upon regaining consciousness was not about his own condition, but rather a desire to meet Zhang Fan. Given Wang's temperament, if he held a dislike for someone, there would certainly be no opportunity for a second encounter. Chen Jixiang had assumed that the tension following Zhang Fan's earlier remarks would sever ties. Yet here was Wang Xianyang exhibiting a complete change of heart. Chen Jixiang could not fathom what gratitude Wang might wish to express, pondering for some time, without resolution. There's no need for gratitude, as friends. It is only fitting that I bring a small token when I visit him, Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. The notion of thanks seemed unnecessary. However, as a citizen hero, he naturally wished to cultivate a friendship with him. Brother Zhang, what could Xiangyang possibly wish to thank you for? I cannot seem to decipher it. Chen Zhixiang mused. Despite his exceptional management skills, even his astute mind could not grasp the reason behind Wang Xiangyang's gratitude. I suspect it is due to the valuable information I provided. Yes, that must be the reason, he concluded. Zhang Fan, too, adopted a nonchalant demeanor, for such revelations could be perilous if noticed by the wrong eyes. Chapter 52. A lack of consideration. Zhang Fan's response evidently did not satisfy Chen Zhixiang. Yet he refrained from further inquiry. The answer would soon become apparent at the hospital, a truth that Wang Xiangyang understood better than anyone. Let us not delay. We must head to the hospital at once. Wang Xiangyang has been clamoring to see you since morning. If you do not arrive soon, I shall be compelled to seek you out at your bun shop, Chen Zhixiang declared, rising to wash his face with cold water. Then taking Zhang Fan by the arm as they set off for the hospital. Wang Xiangyang was cherished by his in-laws, and the previous night's incident had alarmed the entire family. His mother-in-law had wept through the night, but fortunately, the injuries were not severe, just a hurt arm, which would heal in due time. Chen Zhixiang was eager to accommodate any request from his brother-in-law. After Wang Xiangyang awoke, he repeatedly expressed his desire to thank Zhang Fan in person. Brother Chen, you go ahead. I shall join you shortly, Zhang Fan insisted as he exited the factory gate, urging Chen Zhixiang to proceed, while he himself needed to procure some gifts. After all, it would be quite improper to visit a patient empty-handed. The sales of buns had been promising in recent days, with 1/3 of the initial investment already recouped, leaving him with a modest sum of money. Shall I go first? Will you be able to find it? Chen Zhixiang queried, puzzled by Zhang Fan's suggestion that he should precede him. How could Zhang Fan possibly locate the hospital room without guidance? Realizing he had nearly misstepped, Zhang Fan quickly amended his words. Although he had witnessed last night's events firsthand, he wished to keep his secrets closely guarded, as he bore many of them. I certainly could not find it. That is why I require Brother Chen's assistance, Zhang Fan quickly clarified, knowing that Chen Zhixiang would likely overlook such minor inconsistencies. All right. It's on the second floor of the county hospital, room 203. Please come promptly. I shall go ahead as someone is needed to provide care there. Chen Zhixiang understood Zhang Fan's intentions well. Such social niceties were essential, and he did not impede the young man's efforts to foster a closer relationship with Wang Xiangyang. Chen Zhixiang felt quite pleased with Zhang Fan's actions, recognizing him as a diligent young man who approached tasks with meticulousness. Although it was Wang Xiangyang who wished to express his gratitude, Zhang Fan's decision to bring a gift underscored his conscientiousness. After bidding farewell to Chen Zhixiang, Zhang Fan first ventured to the fruit market, as it was customary to purchase some fruits. However, fruits were quite scarce in this era, and he settled for a few apples. Subsequently, he visited the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 cans of malted milk, which was considered a prized commodity at that time, an ideal choice for a gift. Its rich aroma alone was invigorating. Having selected his gifts, Zhang Fan wasted no time and hurried toward the hospital, eager to complete his task so he could return home for a well-deserved nap in the afternoon. The relentless pace of daily life had begun to wear Zhang Fan down. Were it not for the family of Li Jing, he would have considered renting an apartment in the county, sparing himself the tiresome back and forth, the exhausting hustle and bustle. Much of his time was squandered on the road, leaving him with little opportunity for rest, and his body could scarcely endure it. Once an idea takes root, its realization is merely a matter of time. Zhang Fan planned to discuss this issue with the Li family upon his return. After all, maintaining such a high-intensity routine was untenable for anyone. Although the few kilometers to the county were not far, it was hardly a leisurely stroll. Each day's journey involved kneading dough and chopping meat, far from a simple life. With gifts in hand, Zhang Fan arrived at the county hospital, fully aware of what Wang Xiangyang wished to express his gratitude for. In truth, Zhang Fan preferred to keep this matter discreet. He harbored many secrets, easily discernible to the observant. His sole desire was to avert tragedy, to ensure that a hero was not buried in obscurity. Yet, one must accept the consequences of good deeds. Zhang Fan felt uncertain about how to confront this act of gratitude. He and Wang Xiangyang were hardly friends. He had heard of Wang Xiangyang in his previous life, a hero deserving of assistance. However, his intention was purely to help, without any expectation of reward. Ideally, he wished to quietly earn his living, without attracting undue attention, This would suffice for him. Pushing the door to the hospital room open, he found Wang Xiangyang with his arm bandaged, while Chen Jixiang sat nearby, accompanied by a woman, presumably Chen Jixiang's wife. "Brother Chen, I apologize for my tardiness," Zhang Fan greeted as he entered, merely speculating on the woman's identity without voicing his thoughts. "Ah, you're here, Brother Zhang. Allow me to introduce you. This is my wife," Chen Jixiang said warmly, rising with his spouse to welcome Zhang Fan. "Hello, sister-in-law. Brother Chen often speaks of you, praising your beauty and grace. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Zhang Fan offered the customary pleasantries, having expressed such sentiments frequently in his previous life. Moreover, given the assistance Chen Jixiang had rendered him, such words would surely bring joy to the couple, serving to maintain their relationship. "Ah, so you are Xiao Zhang. Your brother Chen has mentioned you often, saying that you are a reliable young man. It seems he was right. You've even brought gifts. Please, have a seat." Chen Jixiang's wife chimed in, her demeanor lively. She invited Zhang Fan to sit down, pouring him a glass of warm water, as the hospital room offered limited accommodations. "I wish to apologize for my rudeness the other day." Wang Xiangyang spoke slowly from his bed as Zhang Fan settled in. "It's quite all right. What I said that day would have affected anyone's mood. Moreover, it was before your mission. My words were thoughtless," Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. Had it not been for dire circumstances, he would never have chosen to speak so before a critical task. "Ah, fortunately, your words served as a reminder. Otherwise, I might not even be here chatting with you now," Wang Xiangyang sighed. Wang Xiangyang shook his head, reflecting on how foolish he had been that day. This was his benefactor, a true savior who had spared his life. Such a debt of gratitude could not be repaid with mere wealth or material possessions. Let it rest, he thought, dismissing any ill omens. As long as the present was secure, that sufficed. Zhang Fan took a sip of water and smiled, saying, "By the way, how did you know they had firearms? And how could you possibly anticipate that I would remove my bulletproof vest? Can you truly foresee the future?" With Zhang Fan's arrival, Wang Xiangyang could not help but voice the two questions that puzzled him. He could not fathom how Zhang Fan possessed such intimate knowledge of the kidnappers' personnel, even down to their weaponry. Chapter 53. A Clear Conscience. Oh no. This was Zhang Fan's immediate thought. That day, he had been driven solely by the desire to save lives, wishing to rescue the child and prevent unnecessary sacrifices by the police. Logically, it should have sufficed for Zhang Fan to merely provide the location of the kidnappers. There was no need for him to divulge unverified information, caught up in the moment. However, he had recklessly shared everything with the police. He had witnessed the firearms with his own eyes one fateful night. They were brandishing them and had a hunting rifle in hand. The information he provided to the police was based solely on his first-hand experience. He could not afford to make baseless claims, as that would entail responsibility for any inaccuracies. Wang Xiangyang could not help but feel impressed upon hearing that Zhang Fan had dared to continue following them despite seeing their firearms. "Once I am discharged from the hospital, I shall petition for a reward on your behalf." The very notion of having witnessed firearms elicited a thumbs up from Wang Xiangyang. Such courage was rare. Most would likely be so overwhelmed with fear that they would risk being discovered by the kidnappers. "I am simply a curious person. So what if they had guns?" It was worth it to take a closer look. As for the reward, he would defer that discussion for later. If a bonus were to be offered, he would gladly accept it. Zhang Fan, however, genuinely did not care much for accolades. Whether or not they existed would not alter his life significantly. Bonuses, on the other hand, could amount to substantial sums in these times, capable of affecting real change in one's circumstances. Rest assured, there will definitely be a reward. Wang Xiangyang chuckled upon hearing the mention of a bonus. He found Zhang Fan's forthright nature quite appealing. Any pretense of modesty would have felt disingenuous. Zhang Fan's candidness exuded a certain charm. "Then I thank you in advance. I shan't refuse this reward. As long as it is offered, I shall accept." This bonus was well deserved by Zhang Fan, who had taken considerable risks to provide evidence. A token of compensation was only fitting. Through this experience, Zhang Fan learned that he must not act impulsively in the future. The world is rife with those who are perceptive. Should his ability to foresee events be discovered, he might find himself subjected to scrutiny and experimentation. Yet this time, Zhang Fan had acted out of a desire to save lives and avert tragedy, and he chose to forgive himself. "By the way, you still haven't explained how you anticipated that I would remove my bulletproof vest." It was a spontaneous decision, one that still eludes my understanding. Zhang Fan had initially intended to circumvent the topic, yet unexpectedly, Wang Xiangyang steered the conversation back. This left Zhang Fan in a quandary. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to fabricate a response. I have learned about you from Brother Chun. You are not a selfish individual. Moreover, as the captain, in the event of an emergency, you would undoubtedly prioritize the safety of your teammates. Given the urgency of this kidnapping case, I surmise that your preparations were hasty and that both personnel and resources were insufficient. Based on these considerations, I deduce that in a critical moment, your bulletproof vest would surely be removed and placed on your teammate. Zhang Fan's thorough analysis resonated with Wang Xiangyang. He had not anticipated that there could be someone so astute in this world, capable of predicting forthcoming events based solely on a few existing conditions. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. It appears that my brother-in-law intended for us to become acquainted. Admittedly, I held a certain disdain for you in my heart. However, I hope you do not take offense. That was in the past. Presently, I have a deep admiration for you, one that comes sincerely from within. Speaking candidly, Wang Xiangyang revealed his true feelings. Initially, he had indeed looked down upon Zhang Fan. Particularly after Zhang Fan uttered those words prior to his mission, Wang Xiangyang regarded him with even greater disdain. To him, Zhang Fan was merely an ordinary person trying to curry favor with his brother-in-law, a type he had encountered many times. His sister, as the workshop director of a state-owned cement factory, attracted many who sought to ingratiate themselves with her. In this era, establishing such connections could at least ensure a worry-free existence. Wang Xiangyang had initially categorized Zhang Fan among these individuals. However, after last night, his attitude toward Zhang Fan transformed. He could hardly believe that everything Zhang Fan had said came to fruition. Yet, had it been a critical moment, Wang Xiangyang pondered. If Zhang Fan's predictions had not been heeded, it might have been a far more severe injury than just an arm. This understanding filled Wang Xiangyang with genuine gratitude toward Zhang Fan. It's quite all right. If I were in your shoes and someone had inexplicably spoken such words before my mission, I too would have been angered and looked down upon them. We are all human, susceptible to emotions. As long as misunderstandings are resolved, all is well. Zhang Fan chuckled and shook his head, drawing from his life experience. Those in positions of power often regard those at the bottom with disdain. Many may not voice their thoughts, yet that sense of superiority lingers within. Wang Xiangyang nodded vigorously. Zhang Fan's observations were astutely accurate. By clearing up misunderstandings, all grievances dissipated. Little Zhang, not only does my brother owe you gratitude, but our entire Wang family is thankful to you. Why don't you do us the honor of dining with us once Xiangyang is discharged from the hospital? Consider it our way of expressing our appreciation. Throughout the conversation between Zhang Fan and Wang Xiangyang, Chen Zhixiang and his wife listened attentively. As their discussion neared its conclusion, Chen Zhixiang's wife promptly interjected, "Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality. I merely did what any citizen would do. It was a mere coincidence that I happened to witness the incident. I believe that even if it were not me, anyone else in my position would have also gone to the police to provide information." The meaning of dining is quite evident. Wang's family wishes to express their gratitude to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan is merely engaged in his business, focusing on earning money, with little inclination to concern himself with other matters. Zhang, come on, both my father-in-law and mother-in-law are eager to meet you. You saved their son, and the old couple is looking forward to having you over for a meal. Observing Zhang Fan's reluctance to decline, Chen Zhixiang's wife quickly signaled him, and he understood at once, promptly responding, "All right, since the elderly wish to see me, it would be impolite to refuse. Once Team Wang is discharged, I shall certainly come. I hope to trouble you for a meal then." Zhang Fan, ever polite, felt that visiting others was an imposition, as he detests causing inconvenience to anyone. "No trouble at all. I actually quite enjoy cooking, so I will definitely come." Chen Zhixiang's wife's warmth brought comfort and joy to Zhang Fan. He had not anticipated encountering such a wonderful couple since his rebirth. The assistance Chen Zhixiang provided was worth a life. And saving Wang Xiangyang was something Zhang Fan genuinely wished to do. It mattered not that he was Chen Zhixiang's brother-in-law, even if he were a stranger. The captain of the police, Zhang Fan, would still have rescued him, not for any other reason, but for the sake of inner peace and a clear conscience. Chapter 54. Destined for greatness. Upon hearing the name Team Wang, Wang Xiangyang quickly interjected from his hospital bed, "No need to call me Team Wang, given our ages. We are quite similar. You can call me Xiangyang, and I shall call you Zhang Fan. so neither of us feels at a disadvantage. As familiarity grew, the true nature of Wang Xiangyang revealed itself. In the bureau, he was the stern Team Wang, but now he was simply Wang Xiangyang. His previous disdain for Zhang Fan faded entirely, leaving no trace behind. Very well, then from now on, I shall address you as Xiangyang. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My second brother is overwhelmed with work, and I must assist him. Zhang Fan had come primarily to see Wang Xiangyang and to resolve the misunderstanding between them. With that matter concluded, he was eager to return home, needing to assist Li Jiangguo in selling roasted chestnuts as soon as possible. Helping your second brother? Is the stall that busy? Chen Jishang asked, intrigued by Zhang Fan's mention of returning to help Li Jiangguo. Is business thriving to the point of being overwhelming? No. I just want to help him finish quickly so I can get home to rest. I haven't had proper sleep these past few days, and I'm feeling quite drained. Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. As long as the roasted chestnut stall could maintain its current status, he was more than satisfied. By the way, I have opened a steamed bun shop at the entrance of the county middle school. Everyone is welcome to come and enjoy some buns. Before departing, Zhang Fan made a brief promotion for his bun shop. After all, in the realm of business, he currently lacked the funds for advertising. Word of mouth was his only means to expand and flourish. Rest assured, once I am well, I shall certainly patronize your shop and come daily. Wang Xiangyang was the first to raise his hand in affirmation. During his training with the bureau last year, he had tasted buns in the provincial capital and, upon returning, searched fruitlessly for a vendor. Now that Zhang Fan had opened a bun shop, satisfying his craving for buns would be much simpler in the future. Tomorrow, I shall take your sister-in-law along to experience the delights of your newly opened bun shop. As an elder brother, it would be remiss of me not to pay my respects. Speaking of the bun shop, Chen Jixiang has entirely forgotten about it amidst the busyness at the factory. With my younger brother embroiled in his own troubles, I find myself powerless to assist. Nevertheless, it suffices that everyone can grace my little establishment with their presence. I shall take my leave for now. After exchanging pleasantries with a few individuals, Zhang Fan departed from the hospital room. Once outside, the weight on Zhang Fan's heart finally lifted. The hospital room was filled with astute individuals, and he was apprehensive of inadvertently revealing his secret. Fortunately, his eloquence allowed him to navigate through the inquiries without raising suspicion. Had he been discovered, it would have posed significant complications. After considerable reflection, Zhang Fan resolved to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern him, particularly those that could arouse suspicion. Unless truly faced with a critical situation, he would not easily offer assistance. Lost in thought, he walked briskly to the entrance of the cement factory, where Li Jiangguo was perspiring profusely. The day's heat was inexplicably intense, a mystery that Zhang Fan could not unravel. Brother, how is today shaping up? How much is left? I'm here to help, he called out, hastening to lend a hand to the busy Li Jiangguo, eager to finish early. Zhang Fan was genuinely fatigued, nearly dozing off while roasting chestnuts. Ever since his rebirth, he had been tirelessly working, focused on earning money. His life, apart from its warmth, was consumed by the pursuit of wealth. He relished this feeling of striving, of contemplating the future of his family. It was only at the moment when money filled his pockets that he truly felt joy. Don't worry, Xiao Fan, you should rest. There isn't much left, and once we finish, we can head home. Li Jiangguo urged upon noticing Zhang Fan's weary countenance, clearly indicating he had not rested well the previous night. I'm fine, second brother. I'll help you finish quickly. Let us not dawdle, Zhang Fan reassured him. With Zhang Fan's assistance, the midday hours swiftly passed, and they had nearly sold out of the chestnuts. Zhang Fan had ceased helping with the chestnuts since he was exceedingly busy at the bun shop. If he continued assisting Li Jiangguo in shelling chestnuts at night, it would be an imprudent expenditure of time. After everything was tidied up, around 1:30, Zhang Fan and Li Jiangguo finished their tasks. They loaded the cart and prepared to head home, a considerable distance from the county to Lijia Mountain. Zhang Fan was exceptionally tired, lacking energy throughout the journey. Xiao Fan, if you are feeling very weary, you can sit on the cart while I pull you along, Li Jiangguo suggested. This cart, capable of transporting both goods and people, was a familiar sight from childhood, as many children would accompany adults to the fields, often sitting in the cart. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Fan quickly shook his head. At his age, sitting in a cart felt utterly ridiculous. Never mind, second brother. I'm not weary. Let us hurry back. You've been busy all morning and must be tired as well. After speaking, Zhang Fan mustered his remaining energy and strode briskly toward Li family mountain, with Li Jiangguo hastily following behind with the cart. Li Jiangguo felt a profound sympathy for Zhang Fan, regardless of how he had treated his sister in the past. Recent events had painted Zhang Fan as a paragon of a husband and son-in-law. Under his support, the Li family had been thriving. Previously, although the Li family had decent living conditions, with numerous mouths to feed, they could only afford meat on rare occasions. However, since Zhang Fan began earning money, the Li family had frequently indulged in meat, and he even prepared various delightful dishes for them, introducing flavors they had never experienced before. Li Jiangguo observed all of this, as did the entire Li family. Zhang Fan had garnered the admiration and affection of many villagers in Li family mountain. When he married Li Jing, the Li family became the envy of the entire village for having such an excellent son-in-law, with everyone proclaiming that the Li family was destined for prosperity. The saying, "A golden dragon does not dwell in a mere pond. When it encounters the wind and clouds, it transforms," was often voiced by the village elders to describe Zhang Fan. These wise men, having devoted their lives to learning, had never erred in their judgments. They predicted that Zhang Fan's life would be extraordinary, destined for significant achievements. In Li family mountain, the elder and the village secretary, both educated men, spoke with authority, and their words were trusted by all. When they asserted that Zhang Fan's future accomplishments would be remarkable, it was believed without question. "All right, Xiao Fan, slow down. There's no need to rush. You look exhausted. Don't overexert yourself," Li Jiangguo expressed, though Zhang Fan was unaware of his heartfelt concern as he continued forward, consumed by a singular thought, to return home and rest. Physically and mentally drained, Zhang Fan felt that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Li Jiangguo's words fell on deaf ears as Zhang Fan remained oblivious, quickening his pace. Not wishing to call out again, Li Jiangguo merely kept up with him. Before long, after less than 3 hours, the two returned to Li family mountain. As they entered the village, Zhang Fan appeared even more fatigued, having endured so much over the past few days. Since encountering human traffickers on the road to the county the day before, he had not slept soundly. Strictly speaking, these events had no direct bearing on him. They were not his concern. Yet, by a twist of fate, he had crossed paths with those traffickers, who had previously caused trouble at his stall. Coincidentally, he had heard of such incidents in his past life, and had even read about them in the newspapers. Furthermore, Wang Xiangyang was indeed the brother-in-law of Chen Jixiang, rendering all these events seemingly unrelated to Zhang Fan. Yet, they unfolded in his life as if orchestrated by fate itself. It is precisely for this reason that Zhang Fan's spirit is so utterly fatigued, despite having accomplished his work in a conventional manner. Had he merely been engaged in the simple task of making and selling buns these past few days, he would not have felt the slightest hint of exhaustion. However, he has undertaken numerous responsibilities that do not pertain to him, leading to a profound weariness of both mind and body. "Second brother, please venture up the mountain to find Mao Ho. I must return home to rest, as I can no longer endure." Zhang Fan called to Li Jiangguo as he reached his doorstep, the weight of fatigue pressing down upon him. He had not the strength to accompany Li Jiangguo to the mountains, and it had been several days since he last saw Mao Ho. Zhang Fan held a deep admiration for this boy, as he was reliable and possessed remarkable leadership qualities. Zhang Fan harbored his own plans. If Mao Ho were to excel in his studies, he would offer him a position to earn his tuition. In a sense, it would be a form of support for his education, as in these times, it is unthinkable to provide for a student without expectation. With so many children in Li family mountain, he could afford to support one, but what of 10 or 100? They were all villagers, after all, and one could not expect Zhang Fan to shoulder the burden alone. Employing Mao Ho and providing him with a bit more compensation was Zhang Fan's intention. In his previous life, he had departed too hastily, leaving a shallow impression of Mao Ho. He only recalled that upon his return 3 years later, Mao Ho had matured into a fine young lad. By then, he had forsaken his studies to assist his family in farming and earning a living. In rural areas during this era, families generally lacked financial means. Only those with exceptional academic performance would receive support for their education. Those with average grades ultimately found themselves in agriculture or labor. Most individuals did not complete junior high school and opted to drop out, while those who graduated and advanced to high school were the elite. Each of them eventually achieved significant accomplishments, and even a high school diploma elevated one's status within the village. Zhang Fan was unaware of Mao Ho's academic standing and realized he should take the time to inquire about it. Upon returning home, it was still not yet 5 o'clock. Everyone was still working in the fields. Zhang Fan casually tidied his bed and lay down to sleep. He was so utterly exhausted that even the thought of washing up seemed a daunting task. Almost immediately, he slipped into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until after 9 in the evening, awakening to find his family gathered around his bedside, gazing intently at him. Caught off guard by their sudden attention, Zhang Fan felt somewhat bewildered by the fact that his rest had attracted such an audience. "You're awake. Are you utterly worn out? I ventured into the mountains to gather mushrooms for you, and made a soup to help replenish your strength," Li Jing said, hastily approaching him with a bowl of mushroom soup in hand. There were plenty of mushrooms in the mountains, yet Zhang Fan seldom paid them any mind. His hesitance stemmed from his previous life, where he rarely prepared mushroom dishes, often hearing tales of those who consumed toxic mushrooms and found themselves in fantastical predicaments. Zhang Fan feared that a poisonous mushroom might tarnish his reputation. This was a regret of his. He was not omnipotent, and mushrooms remained a weakness for him. In this slumber, Zhang Fan experienced a profound sense of tranquility, resting upon a mere wooden bed. Perhaps it was the comforting presence of family that spared him from the realm of dreams, allowing him to awaken with a clear mind and invigorated spirit. As he reached out for the mushroom soup, Li Jing shot him a fleeting glare, instructing him to open his mouth. Obediently, he complied, having never before witnessed Li Jing's face adorned with such indignation. The Li family observed the scene, and Zhang Fan, feeling the weight of their gazes, dutifully complied, awaiting Li Jing's nurturing gesture. This time, there was no trace of awkwardness among the Li family, for Zhang Fan had become their lucky star. None wished for any mishap to befall him. His return had brought them relief after a period of worry. Particularly, Li Jing, upon returning from the fields and discovering Zhang Fan peacefully asleep, had been consumed by anxiety, fearing the worst. Fortunately, he had awakened successfully, and the mushroom soup he had prepared proved to be quite beneficial. As the warm broth coursed through him, a delightful sensation enveloped his entire being. The wild mushroom soup was exquisite, its flavor unparalleled. Zhang Fan could not help but sing its praises, recalling that in his previous life, the mushroom dishes crafted by others paled in comparison to Li Jing's culinary prowess. Perhaps it was not merely the skill in cooking, but rather the love and concern infused within that made all the difference. This bowl of mushroom soup was a manifestation of Li Jing's affection and worry for him, a blend of emotions that rendered it extraordinarily delectable. Not only were the ingredients superb, but Li Jing's technique was equally remarkable. Of course, she had honed her craft since childhood, mastering every step of the process. It was not solely the mushrooms that contributed to its flavor, but also the undeniable talent of his beloved wife. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan remained unfazed, while the rest of the Li family reacted differently. Li Jing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, prompting her parents to find an excuse to take the two sons outside. In an instant, the crowded room was left with just the young couple, their eyes locking in a shared moment. "The way you call me wife is truly delightful. I long to hear it again," Li Jing said, her face aglow with warmth as she lifted her head, now crimson with shyness. "Wife." This utterance stirred something deep within Li Jing, for she had been captivated by Zhang Fan's tenderness from the very beginning. Her beauty was renowned, akin to that of a village flower. Despite her limited education, suitors from several villages had sought her affection. Men, regardless of the era, have an enduring preference for youthful, beautiful maidens. Even in this time, Li Jing's allure made her a coveted prize. Through his gentle demeanor, remarkable talents, and their instant connection, Zhang Fan ultimately won her heart. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had scoffed at such notions. To him, Li Jing was merely a village girl, and a village girl she would always be, as he aspired to grander ambitions. He yearned to return to the city, where he could indulge in whatever he desired, with countless splendid opportunities awaiting him. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had indeed returned to the city, yet tragically, he left empty-handed. Not only had he been swindled of all his wealth, but he had also lost Li Jing and their child. Now, reborn, Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming tenderness and indulgence towards Li Jing. Observing her bashful demeanor brought him immense joy. The familiar figure stood before him, and he was no longer tormented by the agony of longing, a suffering that had been nearly unbearable for him. Thankfully, Zhang Fan could now hold Li Jing in his arms, eliminating the need for wistful dreams. I've already called you my wife, so what should you call me? Li Jing stood dazed, still reeling from Zhang Fan's affectionate address. Faced with Zhang Fan's advances once again, her cheeks flushed, leaving her speechless. I don't know. You are the father of the child. So perhaps I should just call you that? Li Jing ventured, uncertain, for it was still uncommon to refer to one's husband as husband in these times. The older generation tended to call their partners the child's father, which was the most straightforward term. No, that's simply too unappealing. What do you mean, the child's father? Are we married merely for the sake of the child? Zhang Fan shook his head, rejecting this appellation immediately. What he truly wished to hear was husband. A single utterance of this word could bring him untold joy. I didn't know. My mother calls my father that, so I thought everyone did, Li Jing replied shyly. Her gaze lowered. She had grown accustomed to this notion, having heard her mother refer to her father in that way every day. Once this idea took root, it became difficult for her to alter it. That term is too outdated. Let me teach you a new one. From now on, you should call me husband. Do you understand? Zhang Fan, noticing Li Jing's shyness, felt a mischievous urge to tease the woman he had yearned for throughout his life. Husband? What kind of term is that? I've never heard anyone use it, Li Jing replied, puzzled. The phrase was utterly foreign to her, as she had never encountered it in her surroundings. It's a term used by outsiders. From now on, you will call me that. Do you get it? Have you learned it? Zhang Fan tilted his head, observing Li Jing. She had never ventured outside her small town, nor had she visited a bustling metropolis. In these times, the term husband was becoming popular in coastal cities. Preserving memories from his past life, Zhang Fan had longed to hear Li Jing refer to him as husband. Now, presented with this opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. All right then, if that pleases you, I shall call you that. Li Jing nodded, indifferent to the terminology. As long as it delighted Zhang Fan, she was willing to oblige. It was, after all, a trivial matter. Husband. The word tumbled from her lips for the first time, and she appeared somewhat bashful, despite their years of marriage. However, during those years, Zhang Fan had rarely treated Li Jing kindly, often resorting to anger and criticism. Her predominant sentiment towards him was one of fear, as she dreaded his sudden outbursts. Thus, she has always heeded Zhang Fan's words without question, never once rebelling against him. Ah, how melodious. The term husband resonates deeply within Zhang Fan's heart, a call he has awaited for far too long. Indeed, a lifetime. In his previous existence, he toiled incessantly, amassing wealth that would take others 10 lifetimes to acquire. Yet, for Zhang Fan, riches and fame are mere trifles, external to his essence. In his realm, the world feels illusory, devoid of substance, for it lacks his beloved. There is no Li Jing, no children, nothing at all. In that past life, he was at a loss for how to make amends. All that remained was guilt and longing, with no means of resolution. Fortunately, fate has granted him a chance, an opportunity to salvage what can still be redeemed. Now, at last, he has heard that long-awaited term of endearment, and the sensation is sublime. Just one more time. I yearn to hear it again. After the first utterance, Zhang Fan, like a child boundless in his desires, continued to gaze at Li Jing and said, husband, husband, husband. With each repetition, Li Jing's face flushed crimson, while Zhang Fan felt an unparalleled sense of contentment. The 3 utterances of husband brought him more comfort than a full night's sleep. Ah, my dear wife, you are truly wonderful. Having such an exceptional partner is my greatest fortune in this life. Zhang Fan embraced Li Jing, overwhelmed with joy, utterly astonished by her empathy. Little did he realize that her understanding was tinged with fear. Li Jing had been genuinely terrified in the past, afraid that Zhang Fan might revert to his former abusive self. As she witnessed his transformation, she feared that if he were to return to his old ways, all her hopes would be dashed. In her desire to keep Zhang Fan happy, she complied with all his wishes, for the title was inconsequential. She found it easy to come to terms with it. Your presence is also my fortune, but promise me you won't revert to your former self. Being held in Zhang Fan's embrace was the first time Li Jing felt a sense of security, sensing that the man in her arms had indeed changed. Rest assured, my dear wife, if I ever lay a finger on you again, I shall sever my hand with a knife, he added, gesturing with his hand as if it were a blade. Li Jing, upon witnessing this, quickly intervened, though she recognized it was a playful gesture. She wished to prevent Zhang Fan from harming himself. Do you trust me now? Zhang Fan asked gently, locking eyes with Li Jing. I believe in you. I have always believed in you. If I didn't, I would not have married you. Please, do not speak of such things again. I trust you. Take care of yourself and never harm yourself. Li Jing grasped Zhang Fan's hands, shaking her head anxiously, fearing for his well-being. She would rather endure a beating than witness him lose even a single finger. Chapter 57. This matter is of utmost importance and cannot be delayed. Li Jing's predicament in this context can only be described as a case of infatuation. However, it is often the passionate individuals who are fortunate. After much anticipation, Zhang Fan has indeed transformed into a man capable of captivating her, even more so than he was a few years ago. Yet, these sentiments remain unspoken by Li Jing. She finds it difficult to articulate her feelings. Unlike the contemporary era, society's mindset was still rather conservative at that time, and Li Jing was one of its staunch adherents. The thoughts she harbored rarely found their way into words. Her affection was perpetually manifested through her actions. As the weather changed, she would hastily provide Zhang Fan with an additional layer of clothing. When he felt hunger, she would immediately prepare a meal for him, fearing that her beloved might go hungry. Today exemplified this behavior vividly. Zhang Fan was merely fatigued and returned home for a brief rest. Yet Li Jing was anxious about his well-being. Come, let us assist our second brother. I've napped for an afternoon and am no longer weary, Zhang Fan declared, taking Li Jing's hand and leading her outside. After his slumber, fatigue had dissipated. Upon exiting, they found the entire Li family engaged in peeling chestnuts, a staple evening activity, as these would yield profit the following day. Noticing Zhang Fan and Li Jing's arrival, Li Jiangguo gestured for Zhang Fan to join him. Observing this, Zhang Fan approached, pulled up a chair, and seated himself. Second brother, did you call for me? He inquired. Li Jiangguo, engrossed in his task of peeling chestnuts, kept his gaze lowered but spoke. Xiao Fan, you are aware of the incident regarding the missing children in the city yesterday, correct? This matter had become a topic of widespread discussion throughout Qingshan County. The community had gleaned bits of information from the news. Li Jiangguo had also heard about it, prompting him to question Zhang Fan. I am aware, it created quite a stir, and the county is currently investigating, Zhang Fan replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Noticing the gravity of Li Jiangguo's expression, Zhang Fan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as well. Our village has lost 5 children. 5 little boys who were helping you gather chestnuts. Li Jiangguo suddenly exclaimed, capturing the attention of the entire Li family. The disappearance of children is a grave matter, and losing 5 at once is catastrophic. It's akin to a calamity. What? When did this happen? We must quickly go out and search. Zhang Fan could no longer remain seated upon hearing that 5 children were missing. Such a loss cannot be taken lightly. Moreover, they had been diligently gathering chestnuts for him, and now their disappearance weighed heavily on his conscience. They vanished in the afternoon. Mao Ho informed me about it in the evening. They had become too scattered, and when they regrouped, they discovered 5 were missing. Li Jiangguo's expression was exceedingly grave. When Mao Ho relayed this information, he was nearly in tears. As the leader of this group of children, the loss was devastating, and families were now turning to him, seeking answers, leaving Mao Ho utterly helpless. Hurry, let us ascend the mountain and search. Perhaps they have lost their way. Zhang Fan did not doubt the authenticity of Mao Ho's account. After all, Mao Ho had always proven to be reliable, and tasks entrusted to him had never gone awry. If he had spoken of the matter, it warranted serious attention. Useless. The mischievous child designated specific areas for gathering chestnuts, and the others obeyed him without question, never venturing beyond those boundaries. In the evening, when I accompanied him to search, the 5 children appeared to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Even if they had fallen prey to the wolves or leopards in the mountains, remnants of clothing would surely remain. Yet, nothing was found. It was as if they had evaporated from the earthly realm. Li Jiangguo's countenance was grave. The matter of lost children could indeed be reported to the authorities. However, the true complication extended beyond mere notification as it intertwined with Zhang Fan's involvement. All 5 missing children had been assisting Zhang Fan in gathering chestnuts, and their disappearance was particularly alarming. The other children playing in the village were unharmed, which rendered Li Jiangguo unable to report the incident. Brother, as soon as dawn breaks, I shall go to the city to report this. This situation is likely more complex than a mere disappearance. We must alert the police. The absence of the 5 children left Zhang Fan without any leads, and the immediate course of action was to involve law enforcement. No, Xiao Fan, Li Jiangguo interrupted hastily. If we report it now, the police will undoubtedly suspect you since those 5 children were working for you. Do not contact the authorities. Let us devise another plan. Zhang Fan had become the treasured darling of the Li family, and there was a palpable fear of any misfortune befalling him. Brother, do not fret. Reporting to the police is the only way to resolve this issue thoroughly. Relying solely on our own efforts to locate them is a futile endeavor. Zhang Fan reassured Li Jing, drawing from his extensive experience as a reincarnated individual. The more intricate and convoluted the case, the more imperative it became to involve the police. The adage that problems should be directed to law enforcement was not mere rhetoric. Zhang Fan was willing to trust the police and engage their assistance. After all, these were 5 children, not mere livestock, and caution was essential. The entire Li family spent a restless night, as the ramifications of this incident were vast and serious. If mishandled, Zhang Fan could find himself in dire straits. With the first light of dawn, Zhang Fan set out, carrying nothing but the essentials. The journey to the county would take over 2 hours on foot, and given the early hour, caution was paramount. Following the previous day's events, Zhang Fan proceeded with utmost care, wary of any potential robbers, as such encounters could derail his mission. His sole purpose for the day was to report the children's disappearance. All other matters seemed trivial in comparison. Upon returning to the city, Zhang Fan had no intention of opening his stall. After all, the meat was safely stored in the landlord's freezer and would not spoil until the children were found. He lacked the motivation to sell buns or pursue profit. Arriving in the county just before 8 o'clock, he knew Chen Jixiang would certainly be at work by then. Chen Jixiang was an exemplary model worker at the cement factory, arriving earlier than the laborers and thoroughly inspecting the workshop upon his arrival. This was a testament to his professional integrity. In any position, one must fulfill their responsibilities diligently and never resort to deceitful shortcuts. Upon reaching the cement factory and presenting his identification to the security guard, Zhang Fan successfully gained entry. Zhang Fan wasted no time and headed straight for Chen Jixiang's office, prioritizing locating him above all else. Given that Wang Xiangyang was still hospitalized with family members attending to him, seeking him directly felt somewhat abrupt. Approaching Wang Xiangyang through Chen Jixiang seemed more reasonable, perhaps even presenting an opportunity for Wang to earn merit. Zhang Fan's thoughts were straightforward. Since there was an opportunity for commendation, why not extend it to a friend? Concerning the disappearance of the 5 children, his intuition assured him that they were in no way connected to the recent human trafficking case. Chapter 58. The dedicated Wang Xiangyang. Upon arriving at Chen Jixiang's office, Zhang Fan discovered that he was not present, likely inspecting the workshop. Chen had previously informed Zhang that he would arrive early to check the machinery in the cement factory. This diligence was not only a testament to his commitment to the factory, but also to the well-being of the employees. Any malfunction could potentially harm someone, and the repercussions of such an incident would transcend mere financial loss. It could irrevocably alter a person's life. Chen Jixiang was indeed a commendable leader, meticulous and earnest in his endeavors. Zhang Fan chose to wait rather than search the workshop for Chen, as he still needed to consult with Wang Xiangyang. If Chen's responsibilities were not fulfilled, he would be delayed in his own mission. After about half an hour, Chen returned, his appearance dusty and disheveled from his inspection of the machines. Brother Zhang, why are you here so early? The bun shop isn't even open yet. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Chen couldn't help but inquire, noting that it was quite rare to encounter him at such an early hour. In the past, when he peddled roasted chestnuts, he would not see Zhang until well past 10 or 11. Now that he owned a bun shop, their meetings had become even later. Brother Chen, 5 children have gone missing from our village. I wish to discuss this with Wang Xiangyang and report it to the police. Zhang Fan did not hesitate and spoke promptly. The urgency of the situation overshadowed the opening of the bun shop. What? When did this happen? Let us go? We can talk while we walk. Upon hearing about the missing children, Chen Jixiang rushed out without even washing his face, pulling Zhang Fan along. This was a significant matter, one that could potentially involve lives. Arriving at the factory, Chen, having the authority to drive, took Zhang Fan directly to the county hospital. Wang Xiangyang was still recuperating there and had not yet met the discharge criteria. Despite his persistent protests to leave, everyone was opposed, including his family and the police. They recognized the value of having such a capable leader. If he did not fully recover, it could lead to complications in the future. Last night, my second brother informed me about the situation. Those 5 children were the ones who helped me gather chestnuts. Now they have vanished without a trace. As they settled into the car, Zhang Fan spoke candidly, acknowledging the inextricable connection he had with the missing children. Have they searched the mountains? Could they have gotten lost while picking chestnuts? Should we wait a bit longer? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Qin Jixiang proceeded to inquire. Perhaps it is plausible that the children ventured into the mountains to gather chestnuts and lost their way. In this day and age, communication has greatly improved. Locating someone often relies on shouting. If they were to become lost in the mountains, with no response from the heavens or the earth, the situation could indeed become dire. The mountains have already been searched, and these 5 children are remarkably obedient, always adhering to instructions without fail, making such minor issues unlikely. Furthermore, they have profited under my guidance, thus I suspect that their disappearance bears deeper implications. Once we reach Xiangyang, I shall report the matter, relying solely on my own efforts. I fear the chances of finding those 5 children are slim. Zhang Fan's tone remained remarkably calm. He recalled these 5 children, known for their compliance, seldom straying far into the mountains. They would typically remain within a 5-meter radius of the group, a precaution Zhang Fan had specifically advised to ensure mutual safety in case of danger. Before long, Qin Jixiang parked downstairs at the county hospital and hurriedly ascended with Zhang Fan. Upon reaching the upper floor, Qin Jixiang's wife was attending to her brother. Seeing the 2 men, she quickly stood to greet them. "Hello, sister-in-law. I have some matters to discuss with Xiangyang." Zhang Fan promptly greeted Qin Jixiang's wife before taking a couple of steps toward Wang Xiangyang. "Xiangyang, 5 children from our village have gone missing. The situation is extremely urgent, and I require your assistance." Upon encountering Wang Xiangyang, Zhang Fan was devoid of any pretense. They had previously agreed to support one another in times of need. Given the gravity of the situation involving 5 missing children, Zhang Fan opted not to report it immediately, but rather sought Wang Xiangyang, reflecting the profound trust he placed in him. 5 children missing? Such a serious matter. Quickly, we must return to the bureau at once. This case requires immediate attention and cannot be delayed. With a cast on his arm, Wang Xiangyang sprang up, brimming with excitement at the prospect of a case. The presence of a case signified his chance for discharge from the hospital, as his nature was not one suited for prolonged rest. He often reminded himself that even if he were to perish on the battlefield, he could not languish on a sickbed. It was this indomitable spirit that earned him the position of captain, attained solely through merit without any underhanded means. Wang Xiangyang's exceptional capabilities were the foundation of Zhang Fan's trust in him. He held each case in high regard, believing that the welfare of the citizens surpassed his own interests. He always prioritized the people's concerns, a commitment that often led to his personal affairs being set aside. 3 months prior, Wang Xiangyang's family introduced him to a prospective match. The young woman, only 22, was already a proud educator, hailing from a family of considerable means. The match was quite suitable for Wang Xiangyang, with both parties enjoying a balanced standing. Moreover, she was strikingly beautiful, a rarity even in the county. Following the introduction, Wang Xiangyang was pleased with the arrangement, but their meeting was abruptly interrupted when the police station received word of a pressing case that demanded immediate attention. During his vacation, Wang Xiangyang received news of an urgent case and promptly donned his police uniform to attend to his duties. This encounter, however, left a rather unpleasant impression on the other party, who had spent a full 3 hours preparing for their meeting. To his dismay, the initial meeting did not go as planned, and Wang Xiangyang's reputation suffered greatly. Ultimately, thanks to the persistent apologies from Qin Jixiang's wife and Wang Xiangyang's elder sister, the other party reluctantly granted a second chance for a meeting. Yet, during this second rendezvous, which he hoped would conclude positively, Wang Xiangyang encountered a petty thief en route. Driven by his instincts as an officer, he pursued and apprehended the thief, yet this valiant act cost him the date once more. The young woman, disheartened, declared that no matter how eloquently Wang's family might speak, she would not agree to a relationship. In her words, a person who lacks time for a date would surely be absent from home for weeks after marriage. She was unwilling to endure such a life and deemed it prudent to distance herself early on. Thus, Wang Xiangyang's matrimonial prospects became a significant concern for his family, who were all deeply invested in his situation. Chapter 59. Just a piece of evidence. Having tidied himself up, Wang Xiangyang prepared to leave the hospital under the watchful eyes of those around him. Witnessing this, Qin Jixiang's wife expressed her discontent, concerned for her brother's well-being. "Xiangyang, are you being reckless? Your arm isn't fully healed yet. How can you just leave?" she exclaimed as she noticed his intent to depart. "Sister, my arm is nearly recovered. There is no need for concern. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Wang Xianyang held deep respect for his sister, who had always treated him kindly. Her worry stemmed from her genuine care. If she were indifferent, she would hardly be concerned about his recovery. You are so disobedient. If you leave like this, how will I explain it to our parents? If something were to linger with your arm, how could you ever marry? Chen Zhixiang's wife was visibly frustrated, as her brother consistently disregarded her advice. Now it seemed he was eager to leave the hospital at the first mention of a case. Sister, matters of marriage cannot be rushed. Urgency will not hasten the process. Besides, I know my own body. It's merely a gunshot wound to my arm. It will heal in a few days, so please do not worry. Did you not hear what Zhang Fan said? He lost 5 children, 5 precious lives. We cannot simply turn a blind eye. Wang Xianyang, ever respectful of his sister, endeavored to soothe her concerns. Forget it. I tire of arguing with you. You transform into another person at the mere mention of a case, and no amount of persuasion seems effective. If only you could change. Perhaps that wonderful girl would not have dismissed you. What a pity. Chen Zhixiang's wife gazed at Wang Xianyang with disappointment, noting how swiftly he rushed away at the mention of a case. It is precisely for this reason that he feels a sense of loss regarding that girl from before. Such a fine young lady could have almost become his sister-in-law. Sister, please refrain from further discussion. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. I apologize for my 2 missed appointments, but I cannot neglect my responsibilities towards the case. Wang Xianyang shook his head, expressing genuine regret for the previous incident. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the other party was already sensitive about his work, such concerns would undoubtedly persist even after marriage. Given this understanding, it seemed wiser to bring matters to a close from the outset, ensuring that neither party would hinder the other. Wang Xianyang believed in fate. If it was not meant to be, he felt no urgency, never worrying about the significant events of life. As for marriage, he had long since surrendered to destiny. If it was meant to happen, it would, and if not, then it was farewell. Very well, you can see for yourself. Regardless of how much our parents urge you, I shall no longer speak in your favor. Observing her brother reverting to this familiar line of thought, Chen Zhixiang's wife chose to remain silent, realizing that further discussion was futile. All right then, sister, we shall take our leave. If you have nothing pressing, please head home and await my return. With that, Wang Xianyang waved goodbye to Chen Zhixiang's wife and promptly exited the hospital room. I will accompany Xianyang. I am leaving as well. Chen Zhixiang waved dismissively, following suit. Only Zhang Fan and Chen Zhixiang's wife remained in the room. Zhang Fan extended a look of sincere apology before hastily departing. Preoccupied with the notion of having Wang Xianyang achieve success, he overlooked the issue with his own arm. To his astonishment, Wang Xianyang was indeed a workaholic. Upon hearing about a case, he dashed out faster than anyone else, a sight that was quite alarming. Once outside the hospital, Wang Xianyang reveled in the sensations brought forth by the sunlight and fresh air, unable to suppress his exclamation. Ah, this is the essence of sunlight and fresh air. I have long since grown weary of the overpowering scent of alcohol in that room. Thankfully, I escaped. Otherwise, I could have been confined for an indefinite period. For Wang Xianyang, being hospitalized was hardly distinguishable from imprisonment, the only notable difference being the absence of physical labor. Xianyang, your sister is only looking out for your well-being. Do not hold it against her. If your arm were to develop a lingering ailment, it would indeed lead to troublesome circumstances in the future. Chen Zhixiang, observing Wang Xianyang's cheerful demeanor, couldn't help but offer a few words of caution. Ah, brother-in-law, please refrain from being as long-winded as my sister. I am well aware of my own body. My arm is perfectly fine. Wang Xianyang, almost boasting, lifted his arm in front of Chen Zhixiang, only to be met with a sudden surge of pain that made him grit his teeth in restraint. He certainly did not want Chen Zhixiang to detect any signs of distress. Should he be sent back to the hospital, it would truly feel like serving a prison sentence. Enough of that. Let us hasten to the bureau. The matter of the missing children must be promptly addressed. 5 children is no trivial issue. Chen Zhixiang glanced at Wang Xianyang, unable to suppress a slight shake of his head, and then continued without further ado. After their exchange, the trio, Zhang Fan, Wang Xianyang, and Chen Zhixiang, boarded the vehicle and set off toward the police station. Zhang Fan, please provide me with the details. We shall need them for the case filing upon our return. Seated in the car, Wang Xianyang began to inquire about specifics, such as when and where the children had gone missing, as these details were crucial for the case. The disappearance of the 5 children occurred around last evening, though I cannot specify the exact hour, as I fell asleep shortly after returning home and only learned of their absence upon waking. The location of their vanishing is in the mountainous area behind Li Jing Mountain Village, known for its abundant wild chestnuts, which they often gather in that region. Despite searching the nearby mountains, we have found no trace of them. In desperation, I have come to seek your assistance. Zhang Fan recounted all the details he was aware of without omitting a single fact. After all, that was all he knew. He was not present at the scene and had not ventured into the mountains to search, remaining entirely in the dark. The purpose of reporting to the police is to enhance efficiency and expedite the search for the 5 children, preventing any unfortunate incidents. All right, this information is sufficient. I will return shortly to file the report. Once it's filed, the 3 of us will head to Li Jing Mountain Village to gather more information. Now that we have a vehicle, it will be convenient to reach the village without the need to walk for several hours, said Wang Xianyang. Brother-in-law, you don't have anything pressing today, do you? Can we use the vehicle? He inquired, deliberately speaking in front of Chun Jixiang to secure a ride to Li Jing Mountain. No problem. As long as your bureau provides me with a certificate, the vehicle is at your disposal, Chun Jixiang responded easily, smiling at his brother-in-law's tactics. That's settled then. It's just a matter of a certificate. I'll prepare it shortly. We must prioritize the case, Wang Xianyang acknowledged. Well aware that when Chun Jixiang presents the certificate upon returning to the cement factory, he would not only avoid reprimand, but might also receive commendation. Assisting the police in solving cases is a commendable act, one that many aspire to but few have the opportunity to achieve. Upon arriving at the police station, Wang Xianyang promptly submitted the case materials and provided Chun Jixiang with the necessary certificate. Subsequently, the trio set off in their vehicle towards Li Jing Mountain. The submission of the case materials instantly garnered significant attention from the county police department, elevating the status of the case. Just after solving a case involving 3 missing children, the disappearance of 5 more posed a troubling escalation. After a bumpy journey of over half an hour, Zhang Fan, Chun Jixiang, and Wang Xianyang finally reached Li Jing Mountain Village. The roads leading to the village were unpaved and rugged, making the drive quite challenging. Upon their return, Li Jiangguo had not come to the county town to sell roasted chestnuts today. Zhang Fan had informed him the previous evening that he should refrain from setting up stall today, as the primary task was to locate the children. As for the matter of earning money, there would be ample time and opportunity in the future. It was not worth concern for just a day or 2. Naturally, Li Jiangguo respected Zhang Fan's wishes and chose not to set up stall. Arriving at Li Jing Mountain, Zhang Fan led Chun Jixiang and Wang Xianyang back to his home, where only Li Jiangguo remained, as the others had gone to the fields. Originally, Li Jiangguo had intended for Li Jing to stay with the children since he had ample time to care for them today. However, considering that today Li Jiangguo would assist Zhang Fan in locating the 5 missing children, Li Jing ultimately declined the suggestion. Brother, I'm back, Zhang Fan said. I want to introduce you to Chun, but this is Wang Xianyang, the squad leader of our county's criminal police team. Upon returning home, Zhang Fan promptly introduced Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo was remarkably astute. It was evident that Zhang Fan would inevitably venture outward, and since he could not maintain the familial connections alone, someone was needed to uphold them. Clearly, Li Jiangguo was the optimal choice, as his working style was very much in alignment with Zhang Fan's, possessing a commendable emotional intelligence. It would be advantageous for him to broaden his circle. Hello, Team Leader Wang. I am Zhang Fan's brother, Li Jiangguo, he said, rising swiftly to welcome the guest and hurriedly fetching a bowl from the kitchen to serve tea. In this day and age, there were no glass cups available for drinking water at home. The highest form of hospitality extended to guests was to bring out a bowl from the kitchen to pour tea. After pouring the tea, Wang Xianyang began to discuss serious matters. Since you call him brother, I shall also address you as brother. I would like to inquire. During your search in the mountains yesterday, did you leave no corner unexamined? Today's purpose was to handle the case, and Wang Xianyang was acutely aware of this. Given that Li Jiangguo had been among those who ascended the mountain yesterday, questioning him would yield the most accurate answers. Last night, we searched every possible location, but the 5 children seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Initially, we intended to continue our search today, but Xiao Fan insisted on reporting to the police, so I had no choice but to wait for him to return home. Li Jiangguo recounted the events of the previous evening without reservation. Since Zhang Fan had reported the case, he was obliged to fully cooperate with the authorities in their investigation. Most importantly, this incident was intertwined with Zhang Fan, as the 5 children had gone missing while he was gathering chestnuts. Should they remain lost, Zhang Fan would find himself in a precarious situation. Setting aside the legal ramifications that could befall Zhang Fan, he would find it impossible to provide any reassurance to the parents and families of the 5 children. In this day and age, though families often had more than one child, each child was dearly cherished by their parents. Losing 5 children at once would render Zhang Fan unable to face anyone in Li Jing Mountain Village. Very well, were there any eyewitnesses last night? I still need to gather some clues before we head back up the mountain. After listening to Li Jiangguo's recount, Wang Xiangyang had a general understanding. There was no need for further discussion at this point, only to gather a bit more information before embarking on their search. After all, with 5 children missing, the priority was to find them, irrespective of any accolades that might follow. Yes, there is one child, named Mao Ho. I will fetch him. Mao Ho had been present throughout the ordeal and was a witness to the entire event. He had also searched for the missing children, but had come up empty-handed. After Li Jiangguo finished speaking, he dashed out to find Mao Ho, who would surely not refuse to assist at this crucial moment. In a short while, Mao Ho was summoned. When faced with Wang Xiangyang's inquiries, Mao Ho was exceedingly cooperative, recounting every detail of the events that had transpired. Having grasped the situation, Wang Xiangyang, accompanied by Zhang Fan, Chen Jixiang, Li Jiangguo, and Mao Ho, ventured towards the back mountain. The clues indicated that these 5 children were undoubtedly still within the confines of the mountain. However, Wang Xiangyang was uncertain of their exact whereabouts, making the task of locating them rather formidable. Upon arriving in the mountainous region, the 5 began their search, dispersing in different directions. Wang Xiangyang emphasized the importance of not overlooking any potential hiding spots, urging them to conduct a thorough investigation of each area. After a morning of searching, they found no trace of the children, who remained elusive. Exhausted, the group made their way back to the village just in time for lunch. The laborers from the fields were returning home, all eager to partake in their midday meal. At that moment, the village's community center was abuzz with activity. The figure standing at the podium was unmistakable by voice alone, Xue Dashan. This was the very Xue Dashan who had been frightened to his core by Zhang Fan. He held a deep-seated grudge against Zhang Fan, one that had festered over time. Despite being fellow villagers, their lives had taken drastically different paths. While Zhang Fan had married a young and beautiful wife and was well-liked in the community, receiving cordial treatment even from the village secretary, Xue Dashan found himself toiling endlessly in Li's mountain with little freedom or respite. He felt overshadowed and deeply resentful. As a fellow villager, Zhang Fan had offered no assistance to him. In fact, he had continuously undermined him. Since the incident involving the chestnut gathering, when Zhang Fan had played a cruel trick on him, Xue Dashan's desire for revenge had only intensified. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. The villagers were already aware of the disappearance of 5 children, a matter that had become common knowledge. Xue Dashan had been the one to spread this news, motivated by a simple goal, to drive Zhang Fan away, thus allowing himself to establish a foothold in Li's mountain. Though seemingly a small village, it held immense potential for wealth. The profits Zhang Fan had accumulated from chestnut gathering only fueled Xue Dashan's envy. He lamented not having seized the opportunity to gather chestnuts himself, for had he acted sooner, the profits would have been his. Chapter 61. Distorting the Truth. Fellow villagers, I am aware that many of you harbor disdain for me, but regardless of your feelings, I have some significant news to share. Xue Dashan bellowed from the podium. The village secretary had forbidden any youths from entering the broadcast room, leaving Xue Dashan with no choice but to rely on his voice, shouting to convey his message to those far away. Step down. You can't just come up here every day as if this podium belongs to you. A voice from the crowd interrupted, expressing dissatisfaction at Xue Dashan's unwarranted appearance. Please, everyone, hold your comments until I have finished speaking. What I have to say will undoubtedly astonish you. Observing the uproarious crowd below, Xue Dashan gestured for silence. However, his request went unheeded, and the clamor persisted unabated. Surely, everyone is aware of the unfortunate incident involving the disappearance of 5 children from our village. I possess knowledge of who has taken these 5 children. Would you care to know? Following this statement, an unexpected hush fell over the audience, each person brimming with anticipation. The age-old tradition of gathering to witness a spectacle remains deeply entrenched in our culture. Wherever there is commotion and intrigue, there will be an audience. It was clear that the eager onlookers had assembled, many now awaiting Xue Dashan to unveil this sensational news. Speak quickly. To leave us hanging is utterly maddening. Have you lost your voice? The crowd's impatience began to bubble over as Xue Dashan stood in silence, having delivered his tantalizing remark. Speaking only halfway is one of the most exasperating forms of communication. Please, do not rush me. The crowd is still small. I shall wait for a few more to arrive before I disclose this information. I am confident it will satisfy everyone. Dear villagers, I kindly ask you to summon your neighbors and relatives to come and hear this thrilling announcement. Clearly, the assembly before him did not suffice to satisfy Xue Dashan's ambitions. He yearned for a larger audience. At the very least, he desired half the village to hear him, for otherwise, his meticulously orchestrated scheme would be in vain. He sought revenge on Zhang Fan, a fierce retribution that would see Zhang Fan reduced to a pariah, reviled by all. Only then could Xue Dashan assuage his fury and quell the storm raging within him. Xue Dashan was not one to forgive easily. Any slight against him was met with relentless vengeance. The last encounter with Zhang Fan had left him utterly humiliated, and unless he could return the favor tenfold, he feared he would be unable to swallow even a morsel of food. Enough of this. If you have something to say it already. You truly know how to tease our curiosity. We have sacrificed our rest just to hear your tale. Can you not be more forthright? Be a man. A portion of the audience had already departed to fetch others, eager to hear the news sooner. Those remaining were primarily interested in the spectacle, rather than adhering to Xue Dashan's directives. Who was he to hold sway over them? Soon, the crowd beneath the platform swelled in numbers, and Xue Dashan felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. The more, the merrier, as this elaborate scheme was crafted specifically for Zhang Fan. With so many gathered, will you not speak? Delay any longer, and they may disperse. The crowd continued to swell, and many impatiently urged him to proceed, unwilling to wait any longer. The afternoon would soon call them back to their labors in the fields, and they sought to rest during this brief interlude. To squander their precious time for mere gossip would indeed be a loss. Very well, everyone, please be patient as I elaborate. You all know that 5 children have gone missing from our village. Currently, no one knows their whereabouts, and their families must be in a state of great distress. But what if I were to tell you that I know the fate of these 5 children? Xue Dashan concluded, deliberately pausing to direct his gaze toward the families of the missing children. They have been awaiting news since last night, and to this day, they have refrained from seeking out Zhang Fan, as they firmly believe in him. Zhang Fan has also helped them earn a considerable sum for their children. If they were to recklessly search for him, and the child had merely strayed, what would they do if he no longer brought in money for them? For various reasons, they now prefer to wait, hoping the child will return on his own. Speak quickly, why are you dragging this out? Xue Dashan's pauses once again provoked discontent among the crowd, who urged him to present the matter straightforwardly rather than with unnecessary embellishments. Have you not noticed how peculiar Zhang Fan has been lately? Can he truly earn such a fortune merely by gathering chestnuts? With so many chestnuts on our mountain, if they were that profitable, I am certain the villagers would have already struck it rich. Xue Dashan's remarks held merit. After all, others had attempted this before. Back then, those who ventured to the county to sell their goods were often labeled as opportunists, and only the bold dared to try. Once they reached the county, very few would buy, as these chestnuts were difficult to peel and not particularly palatable. Over time, interest dwindled, and few thought to pursue chestnuts any longer. Upon hearing Xue Dashan's words, many nodded in agreement. Zhang Fan's recent behavior was indeed strange. Selling chestnuts seemed to have transformed him entirely. Just the chestnut monkey alone had earned nearly 50 yuan during this time, a sum comparable to the wages of an ordinary worker over 2 months. This incident had caused quite a stir in the village, as a mere middle school studentess' earnings shamed the adults. Why then does Zhang Fan earn so much money? Could it be that he is selling children? After listening to Xue Dashan, someone in the audience began to speculate. Indeed, you are correct. Zhang Fan must be selling children. Just think of the profits from such a venture. Just yesterday, 3 children went missing from our county, and now we discover that our village harbors a trafficker. Imagine the fortune he could amass from 5 children. Have a good think about it. Now do you see Zhang Fan's true nature? He has the children help him gather chestnuts, which can hardly fetch a decent price, certainly not enough to cover their wages. Yet, look at Zhang Fan's lavish demeanor, his extravagant displays. If he isn't selling children, I cannot fathom how he acquires such wealth. Shui Dashan spoke passionately, his tone brimming with criticism of Zhang Fan. He aimed to incite the villagers' resentment towards Zhang Fan, making him a pariah within the community. Only when Zhang Fan fell from grace could Shui Dashan hope to elevate his own status, for he could no longer endure being overshadowed by Zhang Fan. Is what you say true, Shui Dashan? Do you have evidence to substantiate these claims against Zhang Fan? Gradually, some began to believe Shui Dashan's assertions. After all, Zhang Fan had only ever labored in the village. There had been no whispers of him possessing the skills to thrive in the city. During this period, it seems as if I have transformed into an entirely different person. Each day, I merely gather a few chestnuts from the hills behind the village. Yet I manage to earn a substantial amount of money. The interconnectedness of these events easily leads one to indulge in fanciful thoughts, and with Shui Dashan's embellishments. Some have begun to believe. What I assert is undoubtedly true. I possess the evidence in my hands. If I lacked proof, would I dare to emerge and speak so recklessly? Observing the villagers who are gradually coming to believe, a barely perceptible smirk of cold amusement graces Shui Dashan's face. Humph. Zhang Fan, this time, your demise is assured. Following that sardonic smile, Shui Dashan's innermost thoughts reveal his true intentions. If he can redirect the public outrage regarding the lost children towards Zhang Fan, then he will consider today a triumph. The last time he stood on the podium, he fled in disgrace. This time, he would not allow himself to be humiliated. Losing 5 children is a grave matter. If he does not ruin Zhang Fan's reputation, he might as well share the same surname. As Zhang Fan and his companions emerged from the hills, they noticed the villagers congregating towards the brigade office. What has transpired? Let's take a look. The children are still missing, yet the village is abuzz with activity, which strikes Wang Xiangyang as peculiar, prompting him to investigate further. Following the villagers' footsteps towards the brigade office, Zhang Fan and his 3 companions closely trailed behind. Logically, this would be the time for villagers to rest at home. They still had to work in the fields later, so gathering in the midday sun must signify either good news or mere idle gossip. The loss of 5 children certainly does not bode well. Thus, their current assembly must be merely for the sake of excitement. Upon arriving at the brigade office, merely standing at the entrance, they could hear Shui Dashan passionately exaggerating Zhang Fan's misdeeds from the podium. Let me tell you, keep your children away from Zhang Fan. This is merely the appetizer. We have plenty of children in our village, and once Zhang Fan has tasted the sweetness of this, he will seek to abduct even more. As for the adults who have lost 5 children, do not fret. I will ensure that you receive an explanation. I refuse to believe that Zhang Fan can act with impunity in our Li Jing mountain village, flaunting his power. This time, I will seek justice for all of you. Witnessing the villagers gradually begin to accept his narrative, Shui Dashan's ability to stir emotions is formidable. He has spent considerable time devising strategies against Zhang Fan, and he has rehearsed this rhetoric countless times in secret. Now, as he articulates it, the impact is palpable, inciting growing anger among the villagers. This Zhang Fan is truly inhumane. We have treated him so well, yet he dares to abduct our village's children. This cannot be tolerated. Indeed, I have always said he is not a good person. Look how well Xiaojing has fared, enduring daily abuse. We cannot forget these matters. Many began to rally in support of Shui Dashan, insisting they must retrieve the children, and this issue cannot be easily compromised. Standing at the entrance of the brigade office, Zhang Fan and his companions clearly overheard these declarations, as the one who has tirelessly sought the children has inexplicably been branded a trafficker. Let's go back. Listening to this charlatan speech serves no purpose. Listening to Shui Dashan's slanderous words, Zhang Fan had grown accustomed to such behavior. It was not the first time Shui Dashan had resorted to such tactics. After losing a child, Zhang Fan had long anticipated that Shui Dashan would exploit this incident for his own purposes. Ignoring him seemed to be the most prudent course of action. This individual was indeed suspicious. Rather than assisting in the search for the child, he chose to defame Zhang Fan at the brigade office, warranting an investigation into his motives. Wang Xiangyang, relying on his unique professional intuition, discerned that Shui Dashan was not to be trusted. I too sense that this man harbors significant criminal suspicions. His refusal to mobilize the villagers for the search while he maligns you raises serious doubts, he remarked. Chen Jixiang concurred, asserting that, as a leader in the local cement factory, he had encountered many individuals and had immediately perceived Shui Dashan as a dubious character upon their first meeting. On the way back, the group deliberated on Xue Dashan's intentions. Suddenly, Mao Ho recalled something significant. Wait, I saw Xue Dashan on the back mountain yesterday. Upon voicing this revelation, Zhang Fan quickly turned his gaze toward Mao Ho. You saw Xue Dashan yesterday? Why did you not mention it sooner? This information was undoubtedly the most compelling evidence. Having seen Xue Dashan the previous day constituted a crucial lead. Yes, while we were gathering chestnuts. I caught a glimpse of him. However, I was preoccupied with the task at hand and did not pay him much mind. Now, seeing him on the podium, I realized he was acting rather suspiciously yesterday, as if he were engaged in some nefarious activity. With this vital clue, Wang Xiangyang felt a surge of inspiration. It appears I must delve into the affairs of Xue Dashan. The 5 missing children from yesterday are undoubtedly connected to him. Following Mao Ho's hint, the search for the children gained momentum, and Wang Xiangyang hurried toward Zhang Fan's home. Given that his arm was still injured, he needed to wait for his colleagues. He had encountered too many individuals like Xue Dashan in the past. Attempting to confront him alone would yield no fruitful inquiries. With colleagues present, he could employ unconventional methods if necessary, which would surely produce immediate results. After all, locating the children was of utmost importance, and such measures were justified in the pursuit of justice. Zhang Fan believed that since Xue Dashan held a grudge against him, he should confront him directly rather than resorting to underhanded tricks. If anything were to happen to the children, both of them would be implicated. No worries. We will handle this matter flawlessly. Based on my instincts as a police officer, I am convinced that Xue Dashan is unequivocally problematic, and the issues he presents are substantial. While awaiting his colleagues, Wang Xiangyang took another look around Li Jing village, ensuring that they had indeed identified the suspect and left him with no avenue for escape. Wang Xiangyang approached the case with meticulous diligence, mirroring the thoroughness of his brother-in-law, Chen Jixiang. Both men were scrupulous in their work, leaving no room for oversight. After familiarizing himself with the village's layout, Wang Xiangyang settled down to await the arrival of his colleagues. The case had already been filed. All that remained was patience. Given that Xue Dashan seemed intent on causing trouble, Wang Xiangyang felt reassured. If the traffickers are indeed real, it is likely that these 5 children have been sold. However, judging by Xue Dashan's demeanor, it is certain that the children remain within the confines of Li Jing Mountain Village, unable to venture far. Chapter 63. Remaining would reveal the truth as Wang Xiangyang was devising a plan for their misdeeds. A cacophony erupted outside Li's residence. Zhang Fan, come out and return the children you abandoned in the village. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entirety of Li's home. The 5 individuals seated within could hear it distinctly. It was evident that the voice belonged to Xue Dashan. Zhang Fan approached the door, swung it open, and beheld a throng gathered in the courtyard. Xue Dashan, are you itching for trouble again? Here to seek a beating? Zhang Fan offered no kindness to Xue Dashan. The more one shows leniency to such individuals, the more they take advantage. Fellow villagers, observe. I share the same roots with him, yet he dares to threaten me upon our meeting. Consider your own children. Those 5 innocent souls, who may have already fallen victim to this monster, sold for mere profit. Look, there still sits a car in his yard. It must have been purchased with the proceeds of child trafficking. Together, let us expel this trafficker from Li Jing Mountain Village. Xue Dashan possessed an unparalleled talent for inciting the crowd's emotions. Within moments, many rallied to his side, united in their enmity. Xue Dashan, engage your feeble mind and contemplate the cost of an automobile. Even a pig would know better than to utter such nonsense. Zhang Fan shot Xue Dashan a silent glare. In this day and age, an automobile costs at least several $100,000. The 5 children, at most, could fetch a few thousand. One could scarcely afford even a couple of wheels with that sum. Enough of your prattle. Hand over the children. You have stolen 5 from Li Jing Mountain. Who knows how many more you have abducted from other villages. The 3 children reported missing in the county yesterday were likely your doing as well. Our village has truly suffered by bringing you, this demon here. As Xue Dashan spoke, tears threatened to spill, stirring the emotions of the crowd further. Enough. Seal your lips and leave. You are unwelcome at my doorstep. Zhang Fan waved dismissively and turned to retreat inside. Engaging with someone like Xue Dashan was a futile endeavor. A waste of life and breath. Did you all see? He is enraged, realizing he has been exposed, and now seeks to drive me away. Let us unite with determination to reclaim our children. This situation had been meticulously orchestrated by Xue Dashan for days. He would not allow his plans to falter so easily. If Zhang Fan allowed him to depart, It would go against the meticulous scheming he had undertaken. Zhang Fan, return the children. We appreciate the small financial gain you provided, but if you have merely sold them, we cannot accept this. A parent of a missing child stepped forward, asserting that no sum could ever compensate for the anguish of losing a child. Return the children, and we shall ensure they do not follow you to gather chestnuts any longer. Zhang Fan, I truly misjudged you. I once believed you had reformed, only to realize you have transformed into a malevolent trafficker. The crowd at Zhang Fan's doorstep continued to swell, many drawn merely to witness the unfolding drama. Today, a multitude of individuals are embroiled in this commotion, and it is imperative to unveil Zhang Fan's true identity. Very well, since you choose to heed Shui Dashan's words. I have nothing further to say. I have already alerted the authorities. We shall await their intervention. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Fan truly prepared to depart. Humph. Alerting the police? You dare to accuse the wronged first? Do you truly believe that calling the police will prove beneficial? Let me inform you. Unless the child is surrendered today, even the mightiest deity shall be powerless. Shui Dashan's tone was exceptionally resolute. He would not budge until the child was returned. Moreover, with so many villagers gathered, if Zhang Fan were not to be vilified, then his plans would be rendered futile. Oh, you assert that even the mightiest deity would be impotent? It seems you hold our law enforcement in contempt. Shui Dashan had scarcely uttered these words when Wang Xiangyang emerged from the dwelling. His demeanor was cold, and the mere intensity of his gaze upon Shui Dashan sent chills down his spine. And no, I simply refuse to let this human trafficker, Zhang Fan, escape. I harbor no ill will towards the police, Shui Dashan stammered, eager to clarify. Internally, he lamented the unforeseen predicament. Zhang Fan had indeed summoned the police to his residence. It appeared that his plan was doomed to failure once more. Why? Why must all my painstakingly devised plans be dismantled by Zhang Fan's actions? Greetings, fellow villagers. I am Wang Xianyang from the County Police Department, and here is my identification. We take the matter of the missing child very seriously, and I assure you that we shall provide a satisfactory resolution. At this juncture, he urged, for now, please disperse. Once the child is found, I shall notify you all. Wang Xianyang's words were immensely reassuring, prompting the villagers to gradually depart. With the police now involved, their presence was rendered superfluous. As Shui Dashan observed the crowd dissipating, he too contemplated a discreet exit. Although the plan may have faltered, he was determined to evade arrest. He was acutely aware of the whereabouts of the 5 children he had abducted. It is crucial to understand that this constituted illegal confinement, and capture would result in severe consequences. Imprisonment is no trivial matter. Shui Dashan dared not take that risk. His initial intention was merely to drive Zhang Fan away. Yet the arrival of the police escalated the situation significantly. Shui Dashan, please remain. I require your assistance in clarifying certain matters. As he attempted to sneak away, Shui Dashan was suddenly halted by Wang Xianyang's voice. This is bad. How did I attract his attention? This must be Zhang Fan's doing. In that fleeting moment of being summoned by Wang Xianyang, a torrent of thoughts surged through Shui Dashan's mind, ultimately placing the blame for all his misdeeds squarely on Zhang Fan. Officer, I still have work to attend to in the fields this afternoon. Perhaps I could return later to discuss the matter? Shui Dashan was adamant about not lingering. Remaining could spell disaster. He had no inkling of what Zhang Fan might concoct to torment him further, and he was determined not to stay. I will speak on your behalf regarding your work. However, you must remain, as your cooperation is essential to this case. Despite Shui Dashan's reluctance, Wang Xianyang insisted he stay, leaving him in a state of profound dilemma. Leaving it to oneself would undoubtedly reveal the truth. He was all too aware of the whereabouts of those 5 children. After all, those 5 children were the ones he had taken, yet he wished to keep the matter contained. In the event of an unforeseen complication, it would spell disaster for him. Officer, why not let me get back to work? There's no need for inquiries. I know nothing, Su Dashan said as he prepared to flee. At that moment, Wang Xianyang interjected, I know you are a sent-down youth. If you never wish to return, then you may leave. Upon hearing these words, Su Dashan panicked. Despite his constant opposition to Zhang Fan, he longed to escape, to go home. Remaining in this village felt like an endless darkness, an unbearable existence. Chapter 64. Fearless. Very well. Ask away, officer. I hope you can finish quickly, as I truly have matters to attend to, Su Dashan replied, feigning urgency. Where are the 5 children hidden? Speak the truth. Wang Xianyang had no intention of speaking kindly to Su Dashan, He needed to be dealt with sternly. What are you saying, officer? The 5 children were taken by Zhang Fan. How would I know? Su Dashan immediately denied Wang Xiangyang's inquiries. He was not one to confess easily. After all, this was a crime. If things escalated, imprisonment loomed, and at his young age, how could he bear such a fate? He aspired to return to the city, to earn a fortune, to become a successful businessman, not to languish in a cell. Do not make me ask you a second time. My patience is limited. Wang Xiangyang's expression suddenly turned frigid as he fixed his gaze upon Su Dashan. In his mind, he had already deemed Su Dashan a suspect, and thus, there was no need for a gentle approach. This is coercion. I cannot admit to something I did not do. Are you suggesting that Zhang Fan brought you here, and whatever he claims is the truth? Everyone in the village knows that the 5 children were taken by Zhang Fan. You cannot arbitrarily demand that I hand over the children. Where do you expect me to find them? Su Dashan felt no fear in response to Wang Xiangyang's demeanor. As long as he maintained his assertion of ignorance, there would be no repercussions. After all, no one else could locate the children he had hidden. As long as they remained undiscovered, he could comfortably place the blame on Zhang Fan. Naturally, Zhang Fan would become the scapegoat, even if he escaped legal consequences. The 5 families that had lost their children would seek retribution against him. Su Dashan had come to a realization. Not only did he want Zhang Fan expelled from the village, but ideally, he wished for Zhang Fan's demise. He had come to regard Zhang Fan as his arch-nemesis, and he could not bear to see him continue to live freely. This life was rightfully his, and he harbored deep resentment towards Zhang Fan and the entire village. To slander someone requires evidence. What proof do you have that I stole the children? Zhang Fan calmly interjected from the side, accustomed to Su Dashan's accusations. Such slander holds no weight for him. It lacks any semblance of aggression. Evidence. Do you require proof for the accusation of child theft? If one is not engaged in the abduction or sale of children, how does one amass such wealth? You distribute a meager sum to these children daily, mere coins, with some even receiving a couple of dollars. This amount rivals the daily wage of a laborer. Dare you assert it is all earned from selling chestnuts? Do not conceal the truth. Confess your crimes, for the police are present, and I trust they will address this matter. Su Dashan wore a mask of righteous indignation, determined to place the burden squarely on Zhang Fan. He could not reveal the whereabouts of any child, lest his own life be irrevocably ruined. Your arguments are truly remarkable. One can casually label someone without evidence. Should I commend you for this? The nonsensical ramblings of Su Dashan nearly elicited laughter from Zhang Fan. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but none as audacious as this. He could hardly fathom that Su Dashan had prepared so thoroughly. His words were persuasive enough to sway anyone who listened. For a brief moment, Zhang Fan almost found himself convinced by these assertions. Officers, I truly do not know the whereabouts of the children, but you may investigate Zhang Fan. Let me tell you, he is quite wealthy now, distributing several dollars daily to those children who assist him in gathering chestnuts. Surely your daily wage does not reach such heights? Consider the origins of that money. While others in the village have attempted to sell chestnuts, none have succeeded in the county, if others could not sell them. How could Zhang Fan? Su Dashan glanced at Wang Xiangyang and resumed his narrative. He had immense confidence in his persuasive abilities, capable of transforming white to black, death to life. Through his eloquence, even the most absurd claims could be rendered plausible. He claimed that his earnings from selling chestnuts surpassed the officer's salary. Is such a scenario conceivable? Perhaps, officer, you should heed my advice. Release me and conduct a thorough investigation into Zhang Fan. You will undoubtedly uncover the truth. At this moment, Su Dashan's sole desire was to escape, feeling increasingly uneasy in this setting, convinced that Zhang Fan would devise a means to ensnare him. Remaining here was torturous. Continued questioning would surely expose him. 5 children were involved, and now even the police were alerted. It was unwise to linger in this entanglement. Stop evading the question. Simply inform me of the children's whereabouts. You need not say anything else. Wang Xiangyang's expression had remained unchanged, but now it had grown exceedingly cold. He needed to extract a breakthrough from Su Dashan. Intuition told him that Su Dashan undoubtedly knew the children's location. His instincts rarely failed him, particularly given the blatant nature of Su Dashan's actions, who would relentlessly target an individual without cause. This indicated that Zhang Fan was meant to bear the blame. 5 children were missing. It was a heavy burden to bear. In a strict sense, Zhang Fan could be considered his savior. Had it not been for Zhang Fan's timely reminder, The injuries sustained might have extended far beyond just an arm. That particular phrase from Zhang Fan lingered incessantly in his mind, ultimately allowing him to evade a calamity. For this act of salvation alone, Wang Xianyang would never cast suspicion upon Zhang Fan, especially since Zhang Fan had been in the county town for the past few days. Framing him would prove to be no simple task. "Officer, you see, you do not believe my words. I truly have no idea where the children are," Su Dashan proclaimed. "Even if you were to arrest me or execute me, it would be futile. I genuinely do not know." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he exuded an air of defiance, confident that as long as he clung to his ignorance regarding the children's whereabouts, the police would be utterly incapable of uncovering any clues. "Rest assured, if you choose to remain silent, when my colleagues arrive, we shall find a way to make you speak," Wang Xianyang replied with a slight smile. Faced with someone unwilling to cooperate, their department had numerous strategies at their disposal. "Threatening me? Very well, then come and arrest me. If you cannot uncover anything from me, I shall sue you." Su Dashan, having received an education and possessing some knowledge of the law, felt no anxiety in response to Wang Xianyang's threats. Chapter 65. Exhilaration. Su Dashan's arrogance thoroughly incensed Wang Xianyang. He was taken aback by the other's unwavering stance. "I shall give you one last opportunity to disclose the whereabouts of the 5 children. You may receive leniency for honesty, but resistance will be met with severity." Wang Xianyang's tone shifted as he recognized the urgency of extracting the children's location from Su Dashan. Time was of the essence. The longer it dragged on, the more perilous the situation for the children would become, with consequences that could prove dire. "I reiterate, I do not know where those 5 children are. Asking me is pointless. You might as well inquire of Zhang Fan. Why would I accuse him in front of the entire village? Because I am aware that he is the one who took the children," Su Dashan, filled with righteous indignation, declared. "How can the police be so misguided as to slander me for abducting children? Is there no justice left in this world?" As he sought to distance himself from culpability, he knew that if the children remained missing, he would face no charges. Moreover, the inability to locate the children would afford him the opportunity to continue defaming Zhang Fan, ensuring that Zhang Fan bore the brunt of the blame. With the 5 children untraceable, there was no way Zhang Fan could remain in Li Jing village. Not only Zhang Fan, but also the entire Li family would be forced to vacate Li Jing, leaving Su Dashan to relish in the chaos he would create, returning to the city with satisfaction. With a heart inherently malevolent, Su Dashan had meticulously devised his plans, determined not to let this opportunity slip away. If he aimed to ruin Zhang Fan, he would ensure that Zhang Fan could not continue to reside in peace, driving him away entirely. "You speak nonsense. Yesterday, I was in the mountains gathering chestnuts and personally witnessed you sneaking into the back hills. Do not think to defame Zhang Jijun." Listening to Su Dashan's evasions, Mao Ho, who had been quietly observing, could no longer contain his displeasure. Enraged, he interjected, "I saw Su Dashan with my own eyes yesterday." Although there was no direct evidence of Shu Dashan stealing 5 children, his furtive demeanor was highly suspicious. "Hey, kid, is the back mountain your home? What is wrong with me going to the back mountain? Does my presence there imply that I've stolen children? Many others entered the back mountain yesterday. Should I claim they are all behind the abductions?" Shu Dashan dismissed the accusation from Mao Ho with contempt, noting that numerous individuals ventured into the back mountain daily. This solitary piece of evidence could not substantiate the claim that he was responsible for the children's disappearance. "Don't bother arguing with him, Mao Ho. There is no point in engaging with such a person," Zhang Fan interjected softly, halting Mao Ho's desire to continue. He understood Shu Dashan's character well, and sparring with him was hardly a prudent course of action. The immediate priority was to locate the children swiftly. They must not remain in peril any longer. "Shu Dashan, as long as you possess any sense of humanity, I implore you to disclose the whereabouts of the children. I can appeal to the police not to press charges against you. However, should you persist in your silence, you shall bear the consequences when the authorities arrive." Gazing intently at Shu Dashan, Zhang Fan spoke earnestly, hoping to awaken whatever conscience remained within him. After all, these were 5 lives, the hopes of 5 families. If they were indeed in danger, Zhang Fan would carry the weight of that knowledge with him. He had returned to lead his family to a better life. Yet he could not turn a blind eye to the dangers faced by his fellow villagers. Wang Xianyang was a prime example. Even though Zhang Fan had not known him in his past life, he had resolutely saved him in this one. "Zhang Fan, stop pretending to be the good guy here. Do you think I'm oblivious to your little schemes? You're now a notable figure in Li Jing village, and many children have followed you to earn money. Your life is going well, but have you considered the plight of the other educated youth? We are living in dire circumstances, so spare me your platitudes. Besides, I did not abduct those children. If you have a conscience, reflect on how you have acquired your wealth. As Zhang Fan spoke, Shui Dashan's tone grew increasingly violent. His eyes filled with envy. His words laid bare his grievances, portraying his experience as a sent-down youth as a form of suffering. The more he spoke, the more Wang Xiangyang doubted Shui Dashan, believing that such educated youth in the village could only bring calamity and offer no assistance to the residents. You are responsible for your own conscience. I won't waste my breath on you. Think it over. If you want to end up in prison, then continue being obstinate. With Shui Dashan still slandering him, Zhang Fan's demeanor hardened. If reason would not prevail, then silence would suffice. Officer, have you completed your inquiries? May I leave now? I have work to attend to this afternoon. I am not like some who can profit through deceit and theft. If I miss work, I go hungry. Are you going to feed me? Shui Dashan's sarcastic prowess left everyone present utterly astounded. They had not anticipated the depth of his animosity towards Zhang Fan, constantly slandering him at every turn. While one could depart, it was hoped that next time he would present evidence before speaking. His unfounded allegations of Zhang Fan's deceit were nothing short of baseless slander. As Zhang Fan's savior, Wang Xiangyang naturally stood by his side, his gaze towards Shui Dashan brimming with contempt. He had encountered shameless individuals before, yet none so utterly devoid of dignity. Shui's words were as nonsensical as flatulence. You may slander me without a shred of proof, but do you presume to disallow my words against you? Do you consider yourself superior to me? More esteemed? Shui Dashan seized upon the crux of Wang Xiangyang's remarks and retaliated fiercely. He was not one to be trifled with. Even in the face of Wang Xiangyang's police identity, he felt no fear. With the police at his doorstep, displaying overt terror would surely betray him. To evade any incrimination, he resolved to adopt a defiant stance. Such a resolute attitude would afford him the upper hand, ensuring the police found no flaw in his demeanor. Indeed, Shui Dashan's vigorous counterattack proved effective. Zhang Fan regarded Shui, then glanced at Wang Xiangyang, tugging at him gently. Let him go. In his current state, extracting any useful information will prove exceedingly difficult. Zhang Fan's words prompted Wang Xiangyang to nod in agreement. Shui Dashan appeared almost euphoric, rendering any inquiry futile. You may leave. Your presence is no longer required. We shall summon you when necessary. With a wave of his hand, Wang Xiangyang signaled Shui Dashan to depart, and without delay, he turned and exited the room. Chapter 66. 3-day promise. After Shui Dashan's departure, Wang Xiangyang sat in the room, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The current predicament was exceedingly challenging. They were devoid of any useful leads, yet 5 children were undeniably missing. Every passing minute increased the peril faced by the children. However, Wang Xiangyang needed to await his colleague's arrival. A special task force had been established in the county, dispatched towards Li Jing mountain village. Just 2 days prior, a case involving 3 missing children had been resolved, yet today, 5 more had vanished. A succession of crises loomed, if not swiftly addressed. The entire Qingshan County would descend into a state of unease. Fortunately, the news of the 5 missing children remained confined to a select few. The fewer who knew, the better. An abundance of voices could lead to chaos, and widespread knowledge of the incident could have dire consequences. Approximately an hour and a half later, the special task force from the city arrived. To expedite the search for the children, Zhang Fan, Li Jiangguo, and Chun Zhixiang joined the ranks. Initially, Mao He was not permitted to participate. However, his intimate knowledge of the terrain, particularly the back mountains, proved invaluable. After deliberation, it was decided that Mao He would be accompanied by a police officer to prevent him from getting lost. Thus, a team was formed to venture into the mountains in search of the children. As the day unfolded, the team resonated through the mountains, relentlessly scouring every nook and cranny. Yet, as the hours slipped away, their efforts yielded naught. Not a trace of the children was to be found. As night descended, all gathered at the Li residence, where Wang Xiangyang was appointed the leader of the special operations team. He gazed at the assembly and spoke slowly, suggesting, "Perhaps I should petition the authorities for a search warrant to thoroughly investigate Shui Dashan's residence for any clues. Currently, the case has no leads, and the only course I can conceive is to seek a search warrant." Otherwise, conducting an unauthorized search of Xue Dashan's home would be unlawful. Moreover, Xue Dashan is well versed in the law. Engaging with such a person necessitates adhering to legal protocols to avoid complications. I can approach the village secretary and inquire if we might gain entry for a search. We are all part of the educated youth, and the accommodations provided to us are merely on loan from the village, which retains the right to reclaim or inspect them at any time. Zhang Fan, also an educated youth residing at Li Jing, was acutely aware of the rights associated with their status. In truth, the educated youth possessed limited rights, and since their housing was village-provided, the village could easily justify searching their quarters given appropriate reasons. However, Zhang Fan opined that searching the educated youth's quarters was unnecessary, as they were quite cramped with 4 occupants per room. Adding 5 children would render the space exceedingly congested. Upon concluding his thoughts, Zhang Fan shook his head, firmly opposing the notion of searching the educated youth's quarters. After all, the quarters were already crowded, and accommodating 9 individuals, 4 original residents and 5 children, would be untenable. These children were primarily in the 1st or 2nd grades of elementary school, at an age where they were neither too young nor too old. A typical trafficker would hardly target children of such tender years, as reselling them would prove troublesome. Once they reached a certain age, they developed their own thoughts and could recall many details, making it exceedingly difficult to sell them, let alone 5 at once. Based on this reasoning, Wang Xianyang was resolute in his belief that the children were indeed still in the vicinity of Li Jing village, though their precise location remained elusive. Could there be any areas we have yet to search? He pondered, racking his brain for locations that might have been overlooked. Logically, it seemed implausible that they had missed any viable areas. Every accessible locale had been thoroughly examined. The rear mountain had been scoured, except for the deeper wilderness, which remained untouched. However, venturing into the rear mountain with their limited numbers was insufficient. They must request additional assistance. The rear mountain was fraught with danger, teeming with wolves, tigers, leopards, and venomous snakes. It was a place where ordinary individuals would hardly dare to tread. If the 5 children were indeed lost within, their survival would be perilously in jeopardy. Now, with all avenues exhausted and no leads to follow, the group was left to contemplate where the children might be. Zhang Fan spent the entire night awake, and as a new day dawned, uncertainty loomed large over their minds regarding the whereabouts of the children. He had the monkey find these children to assist him in gathering chestnuts, and should the children truly be lost, the burden of responsibility would be considerable. Early the next morning, Wang Xianyang and the officers returned, for they could not rest easy until this case was resolved. Today, Chen Jixiang was absent. He had work at the factory and could not accompany them daily in the search for the children. The entire village was now gripped by anxiety, with many beginning to believe Xue Dashan's words. If all went as expected, the children would indeed be in Zhang Fan's possession. They had witnessed Zhang Fan's transformation from a destitute individual, notorious for his abusive tendencies, to the wealthy figure he had now become. Around 9 o'clock, as Wang Xianyang and the officers deliberated on today's search locations, cries resonated from the entrance of the Li family home. Zhang Fan, I implore you, return our children to us. We do not seek your money. We only wish for the safe return of our little ones. 3 women knelt at the entrance, whom Zhang Fan recognized as the mothers of 3 of the missing children. With their children lost, 5 families were consumed by worry, unable to eat or sleep, each day filled with hope for their return. Today, they could endure no longer, having fully succumbed to Xue Dashan's narrative. After Xue Dashan returned home yesterday, he had secretly stirred up sentiments among the villagers, inciting them to confront Zhang Fan. Even in the presence of police, they felt undeterred, for the officers could do little to ordinary citizens. Though Xue Dashan remained hidden, he orchestrated the entire situation from the shadows. Dear ladies, I assure you, I did not steal your children. With so many police officers here, I will provide you with answers. Please, grant us and the police a moment. We will surely locate the missing children. Trust me, Zhang Fan implored, facing the distraught mothers. Yet, he could say little more, striving to assure them of the children's eventual return. Zhang Fan, please show mercy and spare our children. We have returned every penny you are owed. We only seek the release of our little ones. The 3 women dismissed Zhang Fan's words, remaining steadfast in their supplication, each producing money from their pockets. These funds were earned by their children during this period. They brought the money solely to reclaim their children, harboring no other desires. Fellow villagers, grant us 3 days. We will surely find the children. Please return home for now, and trust that we, the police, will deliver satisfactory results. As Zhang Fan found himself increasingly overwhelmed, Wang Xiangyang stepped forward to mediate. Chapter 67. Time is of the essence. Wang Xiangyang's intervention proved far more effective than Zhang Fan's attempts. Clad in his police uniform, his presence calmed the agitated families. Truthfully, they did not wish to create conflict. However, they had been swayed by Xue Dashan's assertions, genuinely fearing that their children had been sold by Zhang Fan. After all, these were their own flesh and blood, and if the children were indeed sold, all their sacrifices would be for naught. The plight of parents is indeed a sorrowful one. Today, it was the mothers who gathered, while the fathers toiled in the fields. Dear officers, we place our trust in you, believing that you will ensure justice and help us reunite with our children. However, we implore you to guarantee their safety. We long to see them alive and well, and we dread the thought of any unfortunate events befalling them. The mothers who have lost their children are in tears, consumed by fear that they may never return. If, by chance, they are found lifeless, it would be a grief too profound for them to bear. Rest assured, based on my deductions, the children are currently unharmed. I will exert every effort to bring them back to you, so please have faith in us. After delivering these words, Wang Xiangyang set forth with his team and Zhang Fan once again. Logically, these 5 children could not have wandered far, given their age. They are unlikely to find a market for themselves. Moreover, in this day and age, the organ trafficking networks have yet to fully materialize, making it improbable for these young ones to be sold into such dire circumstances. Upon returning to the vicinity of the back mountain, Wang Xiangyang and his team chose a different direction to continue their search. After all, the vast expanse of the mountains makes locating 5 children an exceedingly challenging task. Throughout the morning, their search yielded no useful information. Approaching noon, Wang Xiangyang sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared and quickly gathered his team to deliberate on their next course of action. Perhaps we should consult the villagers in the nearby communities. It's possible that Xue Dashan has not concealed the children around Li Jing Mountain Village. At that moment, one of the officers reminded them that Xue Dashan was not a fool. He would not necessarily hide the children close to Li Jing Mountain Village, as being discovered would result in severe consequences. This insight prompted Zhang Fan to agree that it would be prudent to inquire with the local villagers if any leads emerged. Their efforts would not be in vain. In the afternoon, the team divided into 3 groups to canvass each village, seeking information about the whereabouts of the children. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. There were no clues in the other villages, and no one seemed aware of the children's hiding place. As night approached, Wang Xiangyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Nearly 3 days had passed, and he remained oblivious to the fate of the children. He feared that if Xue Dashan had hidden them in a remote cave, the children might have already suffered from dehydration and starvation. That evening, Wang Xiangyang refrained from returning to the county and instead borrowed a room at the town's police station for some rest. As the local police were also cooperating with the county's Public Security Bureau, everyone was anxiously awaiting any leads, hoping to expedite the children's rescue. Early the next morning, upon rising, Wang Xiangyang was alerted by a nearby farmer who had come to report an incident. Last night, while preparing to harvest sweet potatoes, the farmer had heard inexplicable laughter emanating from the sweet potato cellar. This eerie sound had frightened the elderly farmer, preventing him from stepping outside all night for fear of encountering something supernatural. As dawn broke, he hurried to the police station, hoping the officers could alleviate his distress. Upon hearing about the supposed haunting, Wang Xiangyang struggled to suppress a laugh, for he was a staunch rationalist. The eerie laughter emanating from the sweet potato cellar was an enigma to Wang Xiangyang, who found himself devoid of curiosity. His foremost priority was to locate the 5 missing children, and he had neither the time nor inclination to ponder other matters. Such alarming incidents were not uncommon. The bizarre laughter could merely be attributed to some creature emitting sounds reminiscent of human chuckles. Situated amidst mountains, Qingshan County was home to an array of unfamiliar wildlife capable of producing such uncanny noises. Old man, please describe the laughter you heard last night, so we can assess the situation and investigate the sweet potato cellar, implored the officer recording the report, attentively observing the distressed farmer. The mere recollection of the previous night cast a pallor of anxiety and terror upon the farmer's face. What should have been a delightful feast of sweet potatoes had devolved into chaos. I cannot articulate it. It was simply terrifying. You must help me, please. Come with me to investigate. I cannot find the words to express my fear, the farmer stammered, his trepidation rendering him nearly speechless. Very well. We shall dispatch personnel to accompany you shortly and thoroughly inspect the cellar, assured the officer. Wang Xiangyang absorbed these words clearly. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the uncertainty of what might unfold in Li Jing mountain village today. It was already the third day, and the children remained unaccounted for. He felt he could not face the families of the missing children any longer. After a morning routine, Wang Xiangyang bid farewell to the local police and returned to Li Jing mountain village. Upon his arrival, he found the atmosphere even more peculiar than before. The village was eerily silent, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, with unrest simmering just beneath the surface. The anguish of families with missing children was palpable, and Wang Xiangyang empathized with their plight. At Zhang Fan's residence, the furrowed brows spoke volumes. 3 days had passed, yet the children were still missing. Without any leads, Zhang Fan feared he would be unable to offer any explanation to the distraught families. After having summoned the children to collect chestnuts, he felt a deep sense of shame as the situation escalated. We must search the educated youth site today without delay. We cannot overlook any potential location where the children might be, Wang Xiangyang instructed calmly as the officers assembled. The mountainous terrain had been thoroughly scoured. The remaining task was to search the village itself. Perhaps Xue Dashan intended to conceal the children in plain sight, a notion that was not beyond the realm of possibility. Despite Wang Xiangyang's extensive investigative experience, even he found himself at a loss. The 5 children had seemingly vanished without a trace. After consultations within the village, the educated youth were occupied with their work in the fields. Wang Xiangyang led a surprise inspection of their accommodations, but the results were disheartening. No sign of the 5 children was found, leaving everyone feeling disheartened. Chapter 68. The eerie laughter beneath the sweet potato cellar. Turning to the local police station, the morning was consumed with addressing the concerns of the farmers. One farmer, now haunted by a psychological shadow, dared not return home, for the bizarre laughter from the previous night haunted his thoughts. That laugh pierced the very essence of his being, leaving him in fear at the mere recollection. Thankfully, he had not mustered the courage to investigate. Had he encountered something truly sinister, it could have spelled disaster. In this day and age, superstitions abound, and tales of the supernatural circulate widely. Most believe in the existence of malevolent spirits. The farmer lingered at the station throughout the morning, refusing to leave unless the police accompanied him. Indeed, remaining at the station felt far safer than returning home, where he was utterly alone, devoid of any sense of security. Sir, why not return home for now? We can send someone over shortly to assist you. How does that sound? The officer on duty was growing increasingly exasperated. Despite their entreaties, the farmer remained steadfast, unwilling to depart. No, you must accompany me back. I am terrified to go alone. As long as you clear out whatever foul presence lurks in my sweet potato cellar, I shall cease to trouble you. Otherwise, I will return daily. The farmer had begun to employ a stubborn stance. As long as the problem remained unresolved, he would not budge. Very well, I shall send someone to accompany you, the officer conceded, ultimately dispatching a relatively free officer to assist the farmer. After all, the town was rife with incidents, brawls, robberies, and thefts were all too common. Compared to the bizarre sounds emanating from the farmer's sweet potato cellar, other matters seemed far more pressing. Finding an officer with a moment to spare, he accompanied the farmer back to his home. The residence was not far from town, yet it stood solitary, with the village several hundred meters away. Perhaps due to years of solitude, the farmer preferred the tranquility of isolation, shunning the clamor of the village, which is why he had chosen such a remote location for his dwelling. However, after the events of the previous night, the farmer now yearned for companionship. Only the presence of another would provide him solace. Upon arriving at the farmer's home, the officer noted the palpable tension in the farmer's demeanor, a clear indication that the previous night's occurrences had left a significant psychological mark. Would you mind checking for me? I feel quite frightened and dare not approach. The farmer stammered, visibly shaken, as this had transcended mere fear into the realm of psychological trauma. Fear not, sir, I shall investigate for you. It is broad daylight. What could possibly be lurking? The officer replied with a reassuring smile, unfazed by the farmer's trepidation. After years of service, he had encountered myriad situations. Today, he would confront the eerie laughter head-on. Arriving at the sweet potato cellar, the officer forcefully pushed aside the large stone that had been resting atop it, intending to lift the wooden cover. Wait a moment. When did such a large stone come to rest here? My frail frame cannot manage such a weight. At this moment, the elderly farmer was filled with bewilderment. When had such a large stone appeared atop his sweet potato cellar? He had always covered it with a layer of burlap and a wooden board. A stone of this magnitude was beyond his means. Sir, are you certain? This sweet potato cellar belongs to you, does it not? The officer, observing the farmer, suspected he might have mistaken the cellar for another. I cannot be mistaken. I am the only household in this vicinity. The other cellars are far from here. Mine is the closest, the old man asserted with confidence. Upon hearing the farmer's resolute words, the officer lifted the wooden board and burlap, revealing a sight that astonished both the officer and the farmer. Through the sunlight streaming down, two little boys stood directly above the well, their faces smeared with dirt. They were gnawing on raw sweet potatoes, yet smiles adorned their faces. Hello there. Would you like to come down and eat some sweet potatoes? Upon seeing the two children, the elderly farmer felt a weight lift from his heart, and the officer felt a similar relief. The farmer was not a miser. Sharing his sweet potatoes with the children was entirely acceptable, even if it meant giving them away. As long as nothing sinister lurked within, there would be no cause for concern. The officer, too, felt joy at having found these 5 children, knowing that he would have a share of the credit when it came time for accolades. Turning his attention to the children in the sweet potato cellar, he asked, I won't eat any of the sweet potatoes. How many of you are down there? In response to the officer's inquiry, the little boy, still munching on his sweet potato, raised his palm and held up 5 fingers. With his mouth full, he mumbled, Uncle, there are 5 of us down here. Can you help us up? Although the 5 children were young, they had grown accustomed to climbing up and down. However, a large stone had been placed atop the sweet potato cellar by Dashin, rendering their attempts to lift the wooden board futile. The only advantage of remaining there was the abundance of raw sweet potatoes, which, while not as palatable as cooked ones, could sufficiently assuage their hunger. Eating the raw sweet potatoes also provided some hydration, without the discomfort that cooked ones could cause. The previous night, the 5 children had played exuberantly, their strange laughter echoing from the sweet potato cellar, which had startled the elderly farmer. Terrified, he had not dared to approach. Had he possessed a bit more courage, he might have discovered the children much earlier. All right, if you could just climb up a bit, I will pull you all up. The officer called out to the 5 children in the sweet potato cellar. The children responded in unison, beginning to climb upward in an orderly fashion, without a hint of panic. In no time, all 5 children were safely pulled up by the officer and the elderly farmer, one of whom continued to nibble on a sweet potato, clearly famished. Come along now, let us return to the station with your uncle. We can have your mothers come to pick you up shortly, shall we? The officer spoke patiently to the 5 children, as he had not been involved in the case and was unaware of the individuals implicated. Moreover, the special task force dispatched by the county police was executing a mission in Li Jing mountain village. Recklessly returning the children could potentially hinder their efforts. Very well. We shall return with our uncle, but it is imperative that our mother comes to fetch us. The 5 children chorused, having spent several days in the sweet potato cellar, yearning for home and their mother. Rest assured, remain closely by my side, and do not wander off. I shall escort you back, the officer declared, leading the 5 children in farewell to the farmer before returning to the town police station. Li Jing mountain village was situated nearly 2 kilometers from the farmer's residence, neither too far nor too close. The most significant aspect was that the farmer typically kept to himself, avoiding contact with others, accustomed to solitude. Dashin seized upon this detail, selecting this location for concealing the 5 children. Chapter 69. The commencement of the capture operation. Upon returning to the police station, the officer ensured the 5 children were settled before hastening towards Li Jing Mountain. He intended to locate Wang Xianyang, who had arrived from the county police department and held a superior position. Furthermore, a special task force had been established, and the responsibility for these 5 children lay with Wang Xianyang. Lacking any authority to manage the situation, he soon arrived at Li Jing mountain village. At that moment, Wang Xianyang and Zhang Fan, among others, were beginning to feel despondent, having scoured every nearby location without success in finding the children. With only a day remaining, if the children were not located, Wang Xianyang would be unable to provide an explanation to their parents. Just as despair engulfed the group, a voice shattered the silence of hopelessness. Captain Wang, we have found the children. Hurry back to the town police station. The officer from the town police station was not oblivious. Upon noticing that apart from Zhang Fan, There were no other individuals accompanying Wang Xianyang. He spoke up. Have the children truly been located? Are you certain they were lost in Li Jing mountain village? Wang Xianyang recognized the individual as an officer from the town police station, with whom he had a brief encounter the previous night. Yes, I can confirm it. There are precisely 5 boys. I have inquired, and they stated they are from Li Jing mountain village. The officer nodded vigorously, having confirmed the identities of the 5 children. They were indeed the missing boys from Li Jing mountain. At this revelation, Wang Xianyang felt a surge of excitement, astonished that his relentless search had yielded results without exerting undue effort. Where did you discover these 5 children? We have searched for 2 days without uncovering their hiding place. Wang Xianyang was baffled. How had these children evaded detection for so long? Captain Wang, to be honest, it was pure coincidence. This morning, an elderly gentleman from the police station insisted that he heard strange noises emanating from his sweet potato cellar. And despite my efforts to dissuade him, he would not relent. Ultimately, I accompanied him to investigate. Upon opening the cellar, there they were, 5 boys. It seems we stumbled upon them quite unexpectedly, the officer recounted, revealing the location of the children, much to Wang Xianyang's chagrin. As he left in the morning, he had encountered the elderly farmer, and what he initially perceived as a somewhat amusing report turned out to be a significant boon for him. It seems that in the future, one must pay heed to such entertaining reports to avoid overlooking valuable clues. Let us return quietly, so as not to disturb anyone. We must inquire with the children about who hid them, and in the afternoon, we shall carry out the arrest. Now that the children have been found, this is indeed a fortunate development. Wang Xianyang, accompanied by his team and Zhang Fan, made their way to the town's police station. They proceeded with utmost stealth, ensuring that no one noticed their movements. The children had been located. The remaining task was to apprehend the suspect. It is crucial to understand that concealing 5 children in this era constitutes a grave crime. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhang Fan immediately recognized the 5 children. They were the same 5 youngsters who had followed Mao Ho every day, gathering chestnuts together. Zhang Jiqing, you've come. Are you here to take us home? The 5 little boys beamed with joy upon seeing Zhang Fan, feeling a warm familiarity, especially since he would reward them with money for their chestnut gathering. With that money, they could purchase snacks, instant noodles, sunflower seeds, and candy. It is precisely for this reason that they held Zhang Fan in such high regard. Yes, I will take you home shortly, but before we do, the police officer has some questions to ask you. Please cooperate. Zhang Fan gently ruffled the hair of the boy in front to reassure them. The 5 boys obediently sat down, awaiting Wang Xianyang's inquiries. Little ones, may I ask you who placed you in the sweet potato cellar? Do you remember? Wang Xianyang's question was straightforward, aimed at swiftly uncovering the identity of their captor. It was Shui Jiqing from our village. He promised to buy us delicious food, things we had never tasted before, and said he would bring us to the town. Once we arrived, he abandoned us in the sweet potato cellar and didn't return for days. If it weren't for those sweet potatoes, we would have starved. The leading boy recounted. At their age, they were neither too young nor too old, but certainly, if sold, they would be considered quite mature. Shui Jiqing. Is that Shui Dashin? Wang Xianyang continued. As merely mentioning Shui Jiqing lacked clarity, having a precise name would enable immediate action for arrest. Yes, that is him. He deceived us and locked us away, nearly causing us to starve. I want to go home. I miss my mother. The leading boy burst into tears, prompting the others to follow suit. The past few days had been unbearably harsh for them, though they could eat similar fare at home. The daily chestnut gathering meant that Zhang Fan would reward them with money, allowing them occasional treats. Do not cry, do not cry. I will buy you all instant noodles to share, Zhang Fan quickly interjected, striving to soothe the children's emotions. After all, these 5 little boys had endured considerable hardship over the last 3 days, and Zhang Fan intended to buy them some instant noodles to comfort them. Instant noodles may not be regarded as a remarkable novelty in future generations, yet in this era, they are a coveted treasure, fiercely sought after by all. A mere packet of instant noodles in the hands of an individual will inevitably attract a throng of children trailing behind. Even the tiniest morsel that falls to the ground becomes a cause for a fierce scramble among the youngsters. Such scenes frequently unfold in Li Jing Mountain Village, where children accompany Zhang Fan in gathering chestnuts, often indulging in the delight of instant noodles. They are invariably followed by a gaggle of little ones, some even from other production teams. Though they share the same village, they belong to different work units, gathering together to play, a unique sight of this era. Gradually, The cries of 5 children subside upon hearing that there are instant noodles to eat, their emotions stabilizing. Zhang Fan, I am now going to apprehend Shui Dashan. His crimes this time are not trivial. Please bring the children back safely. With crucial evidence in hand, Wang Xiangyang no longer hesitates and promptly initiates the arrest of Shui Dashan. Can you manage with your arm like that? Perhaps I should accompany you? Observing Wang Xiangyang's still healing arm, Zhang Fan felt a twinge of concern. It was imperative to capture Shui Dashan and eliminate this menace. But should Wang Xiangyang sustain further injury during the apprehension, it would be a regrettable loss. Do not worry, this injury is insignificant. Await my good news. Chapter 70. The flight of Shui Dashan. After bidding farewell to Zhang Fan, Wang Xiangyang, along with his team, advanced towards Li Jing mountain village. Equipped with conclusive evidence of Shui Dashan's crimes, they were ready to execute his arrest. At that moment, Shui Dashan was clandestinely packing his belongings in the educated youth dormitory, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. A firm believer in metaphysics, he was genuinely apprehensive about the potential discovery of the 5 children he had hidden away. If they were to perish, it would be a lesser concern. However, if they survived and revealed his whereabouts, his fate would be sealed in trouble. Devoid of a return notification or an introduction letter from the brigade, Shui Dashan realized that his escape would rely solely on walking and hitching rides. Traveling by train or bus was an impossibility without any form of identification, making it exceedingly difficult to leave the province. His family resided in another province, and while taking a train home would be the quickest and most convenient option, the absence of a return notification or official documentation rendered such a journey nearly insurmountable. Yet, the difficulty of returning home was still preferable to the prospect of capture, a thought that offered him some solace. Since the beginning of his work that morning, his right eyelid had been twitching incessantly, showing no signs of abating. This unsettling phenomenon left Shui Dashan in a state of distress, and he found himself regretting the decisions he had made. Had he known the consequences of hiding those children, all in an effort to spite Zhang Fan, he would have avoided such reckless actions. Given a chance to choose again, he would resolutely refrain from embarking on such a perilous path. The decisions had been made, and now he needed to depart swiftly to avoid being trapped by the passage of time. After packing his belongings, Shui Dashan stood in the courtyard of the brigade headquarters, scanning his surroundings. Fleeing required utmost discretion. Being discovered would complicate his escape. Once he ascertained that no one was around, he quickly slung his backpack over his shoulders and hoisted the snakeskin bag containing his belongings, hastening out of the youth placement site at the brigade headquarters. Upon exiting, Shui Dashan took a moment to orient himself before sprinting in the direction of the county town. He consciously avoided the town, where he might be spotted by acquaintances. After all, educated youths were held in high regard in every village, and the villagers cherished the idea of keeping them in their communities. At the same time, Wang Xiangyang had already entered the village with his team. They were divided into 2 groups. One headed towards the fields, while the other went to the youth placement site in search of individuals. The only places where Shui Dashan could conceal himself were these 2. Now that the evidence was irrefutable, there was no need to worry about alarming the snake. Capturing Shui Dashan would complete Wang Xiangyang's mission. The relentless journey through the countryside over the past few days had begun to make the wound on his arm throb slightly. Once the mission concluded, he would need to return to the county town for a checkup. Although work was paramount in Wang Xiangyang's mind, he also had to attend to his injury. If it worsened, the consequences would be dire. In a short while, both teams returned, reporting to Wang Xiangyang. Captain, we found no trace of Shui Dashan in the fields, nor at the youth placement site. The simultaneous reports from the 2 groups caused Wang Xiangyang's pupils to constrict. How could they not find Shui Dashan when this operation was supposed to be discreet? Was it possible he possessed some form of foresight? No need to search any further. Head towards the county town. I suspect he has fled, Wang Xiangyang concluded after a brief contemplation. If all went as expected, Shui Dashan had indeed escaped. It was unclear how he had acquired this information, but the current situation was that he was nowhere to be found, and they needed to locate him swiftly. Wang Xiangyang was eager to apprehend Shui Dashan. He needed to return to the county town for medical attention. Delaying could lead to serious complications with his arm, making the cost of this mission exorbitant. Understood. The team members promptly drove towards the county town, all adhering to Wang Xiangyang's orders. Capturing Shui Dashan was imperative to successfully completing this mission. Meanwhile, Shui Dashan trudged along the road, grappling with the difficulties of his escape. Over the years in Li Jing mountain village, he had been cunning and evasive, avoiding work whenever possible. His physical endurance was woefully inadequate, akin to that of a child from this era. Before long, he found himself panting heavily from exhaustion. He lamented that if he had known escaping would be so arduous, he would never have hidden those children, which had ultimately led him to this predicament. Perched on a stone by the roadside, Xue Dashan berated himself for concealing those children, leading to his current plight. He doubted he could even reach the county town, let alone return home. Perhaps I should just go back and turn myself in. Hoping for leniency, the path traversed by Xue Dashan was nothing short of torment. It was a struggle more excruciating than death itself. As he turned his head, he caught sight of a speeding car in the distance, instantly recognizing it as the county police vehicle. Upon seeing the police car, Xue Dashan sprang to his feet and hastily darted towards the village by the roadside. Though he chastised himself internally, the necessity to flee remained paramount. Being apprehended would spell disaster. With that thought, a surge of strength coursed through him, propelling him forward into the village. "Captain, there's a person ahead carrying a bag and a sack. Should we get out and investigate?" The driver reported upon catching a glimpse of Xue Dashan. "Chase him down. Get out and pursue. Better to apprehend the wrong person than to let one escape," came the response. Xue Dashan, burdened with his pack and luggage, was almost entirely obscured from view. His silhouette offered no definitive proof of his identity, yet Wang Xiangyang, adhering to the principle of not letting a suspect slip away, pursued him relentlessly. When Xue Dashan turned around and saw the police car halting, dread enveloped him. He resolved to take drastic measures. He discarded his bag and abandoned his belongings, shedding the weight of comfort and feeling invigorated. His pace quickened as he plunged into the village. In rural areas of this era, people were generally straightforward, with few adhering to the habit of locking their doors. Usually, a simple bolt was sufficient, and locks were a rarity. Spotting a suitable house, Xue Dashan swiftly entered, seeking refuge in a storage room. Hiding in the main room would surely lead to his capture, as the tidy arrangement of any household would reveal his presence. The main room of each home served as a faade, offering insights into the family's lifestyle. A diligent household would present a pristine and immaculate space, inviting comfort upon entry, while a lazy one would evoke an immediate desire to flee. Chapter 71. No place left to hide. The family into which Xue Dashan had intruded was evidently industrious. Through the crack of the door, he could discern the cleanliness of their main room, prompting his choice of the storage room, where an assortment of items made concealment exceedingly easy. Once inside, he simply moved a few objects aside and crouched down, repositioning the items to shield himself from view. In that moment, Xue Dashan felt an unprecedented sense of safety. He had never experienced such reassurance before. Typically, he would have cursed at the clutter, but now it felt more comforting than kin, transforming his hiding place into a sanctuary. If he could evade the police pursuit, he would deem himself victorious. However, Xue Dashan had underestimated Wang Xiangyang's determination. Wang Xiangyang had witnessed Xue Dashan enter the village and was resolute. He would not depart until he found him. Wang Xiangyang commenced the meticulous arrangement of his team to scour the village for any trace of Xue Dashan, determined to unearth him. No criminal under his vigilant gaze had ever evaded capture. His record remained unblemished. This time would be no exception. The concealment of 5 children constituted a grievous crime, one that could warrant the ultimate penalty. Wang Xiangyang, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, had established a special task force with the express purpose of resolving this case. Should he fail to apprehend Xue Dashan, he would find himself at a loss for an explanation to his superiors. "Xue Dashan, you are encircled. Emerge and spare us the waste of time," he declared. The village, known as Laogo Village, had been duly informed by the village secretary, who had agreed to keep the villagers occupied in the fields, as bandits had infiltrated their community. The village secretary complied, ensuring that all inhabitants remained at their work sites. With a loudspeaker in hand, the announcer's voice echoed throughout the village, unaware of Xue Dashan's hiding place. The intention was to instill anxiety in Xue Dashan, to sow fear before addressing any further concerns. Huddled within a storage room, the initial announcement sent a jolt of apprehension through Xue Dashan. The proximity of that first call was unnerving, igniting a fleeting impulse to surrender. However, with the second announcement, he chuckled. "So, this was merely a ruse. You can't find me, can you? Huh. Then let us engage in a battle of endurance." The loudspeaker's cries reverberated through the village, yet instead of fear, Shui Dashin felt a sense of calm. The officers were clearly unaware of his whereabouts, which was fortuitous for him. As long as they remained oblivious, he had no cause for alarm. After half an hour of shouting, Wang Xiangyang ordered a cessation of the announcements, realizing that Shui Dashin had no intention of surrendering. "Captain, what shall we do? It seems Shui Dashin is not inclined to come out. Should we search each household?" The announcer approached Wang Xiangyang, their frustration palpable at the inability to locate Shui Dashin. Searching each residence would be a slow endeavor. Instead, they resolved to retrace the path he had taken upon entering the village, simulating his possible routes and identifying several households as likely hideouts. The expanse of Laogo village was vast, and finding a single individual within it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Wang Xiangyang was not one to resort to such rudimentary methods. He began to analyze the route Shui Dashin had traversed, hypothesizing potential places of concealment. After thorough deliberation, Wang Xiangyang and his team identified 5 households as the most probable locations for Shui Dashin's hiding place. Arriving at the first household, Wang Xiangyang dispatched 4 members to surveil the remaining 4, ensuring that their search would not inadvertently alert Shui Dashin, granting him an opportunity to flee. "Listen carefully. Do not disturb a single thread belonging to the innocent. We are here to apprehend a criminal, but we must also avoid leaving a negative impression on the populace." Wang Xiangyang sternly instructed his team before they began their search. This was indeed a significant matter. Solving the case without tarnishing their reputation was equally their responsibility. "Understood." The police, unified in their command, announced their readiness before entering the farmer's home. Upon entry, they meticulously searched the main room and the inner chambers, followed by the kitchen and storage room, scouring each area diligently. Their investigation of the first household yielded no anomalies. They proceeded to the second residence, employing the same searching technique, yet found nothing amiss there as well. The third household proved equally fruitless in revealing any trace of Shui Dashin. A sense of dejection washed over many of the team members. They had not anticipated that Shui Dashin could conceal himself so effectively, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Upon arriving at the fourth courtyard, they noticed distinct footprints in the yard. However, the surrounding environment suggested that this household was exceptionally tidy, raising suspicions about the footprints at the entrance. The tracks led towards the storage room, yet the inhabitants had left for work that morning and had not yet returned. How could there be prints leading inward? Noticing these details, Wang Xiangyang issued a directive for silence. The team members responded affirmatively, acknowledging his command. Wang Xiangyang gently brushed his fingers against the footprints, clearly discerning that they were fresh, likely made not long ago. Estimating the time, it had been 5 or 6 hours since the residents left for work. If these were morning prints, they would have dried by now. He concluded that the footprints had been made no more than half an hour prior. A deduction he was skilled at making thanks to the wealth of experience he had accumulated over the years, learning many intricate details from his senior mentors. The ability to gauge time from footprints was among the invaluable lessons imparted to him, which he had diligently committed to memory. Indicating the direction of the storage room, Wang Xiangyang signaled a motion to open the door. The team members understood immediately and began to surround the storage area. Shui Dashin had already barricaded the door from the inside, making it nearly impossible to open from outside. The first officer pushed against the storage room door and shook his head, indicating it was locked. Soon, another officer joined him, and together they exerted their efforts. Yet they were unable to gain entry. In this day and age, storage rooms were typically secured with heavy wooden doors, and despite being bolted from within, the doors still emitted a creaking sound upon their attempts. This noise was akin to a death knell, causing Shui Dashin to hold his breath in fear. He could not fathom how the police had located him so swiftly. The village was vast, and a thorough search should have taken several hours. "Shui Dashin, open the door. There is no point in resisting. You are surrounded." The officer, following Wang Xiangyang's instructions, called out to the storage room. At this moment, Shui Dashin realized he was doomed. He had been spotted, and escape was no longer an option. He shouted a few times, but the storage room remained silent. Shui Dashin, hiding inside, refrained from responding. He was no fool. He could not simply emerge just because they called for him at the door. Given that he had been discovered, he resolved to wait them out, knowing that the heavy wooden door would take time to breach. This is still someone else's house, and Shui Dashin firmly believes that these officers would not dare to force their way in, for damaging the property of the people is also a crime. "Shui Dashin, I warn you once more, come out quickly, or do not blame us for being ungracious. The speaker continued to call out, yet Xue Dashan, hidden within the confines of the house, showed no sign of response. It was not in his nature to foolishly open the door. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: how to escape. If he were captured, his life would be irrevocably ruined. His life had only just begun. How could it be destroyed in such a manner? Xue Dashan felt a deep-seated resentment. Why should all the good fortune be monopolized by Zhang Fan? The most beautiful girl in the village had married Zhang Fan, who now thrived in the county, making a fortune selling chestnuts. Zhang Fan, with his demeanor, still managed to have a devoted wife, and all of this filled Xue Dashan with agitation and bitterness. Why should all the blessings be unrelated to him? Why should every piece of good fortune belong solely to Zhang Fan? He too was a youth who had come from the city. Why were he and Zhang Fan destined for such divergent fates? These thoughts played out vividly in Xue Dashan's mind, and the frustration lingered within his heart. Captain, what shall we do if Xue Dashan does not come out? Shall we truly force the door? The speaker looked toward Wang Xiangyang, aware that forcing the door would not be ideal, especially since the homeowner was not present. I will go find the homeowner and inquire if they consent to our breaching the door. If they agree, we shall proceed. If not, we will simply wait for Xue Dashan to exhaust himself. A person has their limits. Without food or water, he will eventually be unable to resist coming out. Wang Xiangyang reassured the speaker. Individuals like Xue Dashan are easily managed. It merely requires a bit of time, and I, Wang Xiangyang, have plenty of that. With that, he departed to seek the homeowner, as breaching the door was no trivial matter. Should the homeowner refuse, they would find themselves at an impasse. Upon arriving at the fields, Zhang Fan, through the village secretary, located the homeowner. Upon learning of Wang Xiangyang's identity, the homeowner expressed a warm welcome, visibly incensed at the news of intruders in their home. The criminals are hiding in your storage room, but they have locked the door from within, leaving us unable to proceed. We are here to inquire whether you consent to our breaking in. Upon meeting the homeowner, Wang Xiangyang immediately conveyed his purpose. Without hesitation, the homeowner replied, "Officers, you may proceed as you see fit. It is merely a door. If necessary, we can always replace it later." The homeowner nodded at Wang Xiangyang, understanding that a door was of little consequence. After all, the entire Qingshan County was surrounded by mountains, and timber was abundant. Obtaining a wooden door would be a simple task. Having secured the homeowner's approval, Wang Xiangyang returned to the village. At that moment, Xue Dashan remained entrenched within, resolutely refusing to emerge. To step out now would mean certain arrest, yet to prolong the standoff might afford him a glimmer of hope for escape. Upon his return, Wang Xiangyang addressed his team. "Prepare the tools, force the door. The homeowner has consented." Upon hearing Wang Xiangyang's commands, the officers behind him eagerly readied themselves, searching for instruments to breach the door. Ultimately, they selected a robust piece of timber, perfectly suited for their purpose. 6 officers hoisted the wood, positioning one end against the door, chanting in unison, 1, 2, 3, heave. With each synchronized shout, the timber struck the door with tremendous force, causing Xue Dashan within to break into a cold sweat. The sensation was genuinely terrifying. He had hoped to stall for time, yet these officers showed no regard for decorum. This was not their property. How could they so brazenly vandalize another's home? No one was there to answer the tumult of thoughts racing through Xue Dashan's mind, but he was acutely aware that disaster loomed near. With the resounding echo of their chants, the wooden door collapsed under the collective effort, and the officers hastily discarded the timber, rushing into the storage room. Xue Dashan crawled to the innermost corner, seeking refuge behind the clutter. Though the storage room was small, it was teeming with disarray. Upon entering, the officers quickly noted the signs of disturbance among the items. After all, objects in such a space rarely shift, forming webs of dust in due course. Witnessing the shattered webs hanging in the air, Wang Xiangyang comprehended the scenario immediately. The disarray clearly indicated Xue Dashan's previous presence. Moving those items had only served to betray his hiding place. "Xue Dashan, cease your evasion and come forth. Let us not waste each other's time." Wang Xiangyang stated calmly from the doorway, confident that Xue Dashan was indeed within. Yet, he had no intention of disturbing the clutter. "Why me? What have I done wrong? You all favor Zhang Fan. Why is that? Am I somehow inferior to him? I too am a sent-down youth from the city, just like you. Why must the ire be directed solely at me? I refuse to accept this." In the end, Xue Dashan relented, emerging from the shadows, consumed by maniacal laughter. At that moment, he struggled to comprehend why all the world's blessings seemed to favor Zhang Fan. He believed himself equal to Zhang Fan, hailing from the same province, possessing even more knowledge than Zhang Fan. Yet here he stood, the unfortunate one. This conundrum was left for him to ponder. How could one steal a child, hide them, and frame another, yet still expect kindness in return? Wang Xiangyang shot a cold glare at Xue Dashan, having encountered numerous criminals in his career, each with their own justifications. Some truly faced dire circumstances, compelled into a life of crime. But Xue Dashan was a pure architect of his own misery. He had brought this upon himself. His transgressions rendered him unworthy of sympathy. From Zhang Fan's recounting, Wang Xiangyang had gleaned insights into Xue Dashan's character. Petty, deceitful, and riddled with flaws. Such deficiencies were telling of his moral fiber. Throughout, Wang Xiangyang had regarded Xue Dashan with disdain. Do not speak of the educated youth, those who are morally corrupt, who tarnish character and engage in criminal acts, are unworthy of respect. Ha ha ha. Indeed, all of this is my fault. You all should assist Zhang Fan. I confess my sins. In this moment, Xue Dashan was utterly driven to madness. Chapter 73. Prioritizing learning upon Xue Dashan's emergence. The officer beside Wang Xiangyang promptly placed handcuffs upon him. Xue Dashan uttered not a word, merely acquiescing, his heart having succumbed to despair. He comprehended the magnitude of his transgressions, harboring 5 children, unlawful detention, each detail deepening his hopelessness. Let us proceed. We must return Xue Dashan to Li Jing Mountain Village to exonerate Zhang Fan. After apprehending Xue Dashan, Wang Xiangyang escorted him back to Li Jing Mountain Village. Presently, the entire village held the belief that Zhang Fan was a trafficker responsible for the abduction of their children. Despite Zhang Fan's explanations, they fell on deaf ears. Xue Dashan's words were too cutting, leading many to suspect Zhang Fan's involvement. After all, they had engaged in the chestnut selling trade, yet found no success. As the county was replete with chestnuts, no one purchased chestnuts, leaving them bereft of profit, and thus they readily believed Xue Dashan's fabrications. Upon returning to Li Jing Mountain Village, Zhang Fan had already brought the children back. It was midday, and the parents of the 5 children wept tears of joy, embracing their offspring. The preceding 3 or 4 days felt like an agonizing torment. Without their children, they struggled to eat or sleep. The children's return eased their anxious hearts, and they learned from the children that it was Xue Dashan who had hidden them. Soon, the entire village was in search of Xue Dashan, but alas, he had vanished, his belongings missing as well. Only then did it dawn on them that Xue Dashan had fled, secretly departing Li Jing Mountain Village. Such a despicable man. To have stolen the children and cast blame upon Zhang Fan. He is truly a disgrace to Li Jing Mountain Village. We apologize, Zhang, for our earlier misjudgment. We were misled by our own naivety. To those around him offering apologies, Zhang Fan merely waved his hand, signaling that it mattered not. In truth, the villagers were fickle. The majority were like reeds swaying in the wind, believing only what they heard, indifferent to the actual truth. As long as a belief is widely held, it becomes reality, existing solely in their hearts. Before long, Wang Xiangyang returned with Xue Dashan to Li Jing Mountain Village, where nearly the entire populace had been awake, searching for his whereabouts, harboring an innate disdain for this villain. Witnessing Xue Dashan, handcuffed and escorted by the police into the village, many villagers began hurling rotten eggs and vegetables at him. Devil, begone from our Li Jing Mountain Village. And as for the educated youth, I spit. True educated youth should look to Zhang Fan as a model. It would be best to sentence him to death and swiftly send him to face his punishment. Upon encountering Xue Dashan, many individuals were filled with intense emotion. It was disheartening to witness such a scoundrel in Li Jing Village. Fellow villagers, let us remain calm. I comprehend your sentiments, and I share your loathing for such a fiend. However, violence is not the remedy for our grievances. Let the law adjudicate the matter. As for Xue Dashan's fate, justice will render its verdict, so I implore you to await the outcome in silence. Observing Xue Dashan remain mute while enduring the villagers' wrathful gestures, Wang Xiangyang swiftly took to the microphone, stating that they needed to escort Xue Dashan back to the county to fulfill their duties. Regarding Xue Dashan's ultimate fate, this matter is best left to the court. Their responsibilities have been fulfilled. My primary purpose in bringing Xue Dashan back is to reassure everyone that the true criminal has been apprehended. Let there be no further misunderstandings regarding Zhang Fan. He is innocent and has not engaged in child trafficking. I have conveyed all that I wish to say, and now I must take my leave with Shui Dashan. Farewell. Wang Xianyang's return was specifically to clarify Zhang Fan's situation. He did not wish for Zhang Fan to be misjudged by the villagers. After all, he had forged a friendship with Zhang Fan, and without Zhang Fan's timely warning during their previous task, he might very well have been in grave peril. We are aware that the real villain is Shui Dashan. We mistakenly accused Zhang Jiqing. Officer, please take this demon away. He is repugnant to behold. The villagers echoed their sentiments, acknowledging that since the return of the 5 children, they had realized their egregious error. To their astonishment, the person they had once regarded as virtuous was, in fact, the greatest villain among them, a notion that instilled fear within their hearts. Witnessing the villagers dispel their misconceptions about Zhang Fan, Wang Xianyang wasted no time in escorting Shui Dashan back to the county to fulfill their duties. He felt a sharp pain in his arm and was eager to return to the county hospital for an examination, unwilling to risk any lasting ailment. For such matters could have lifelong repercussions. Once Wang Xianyang and his companions departed, the villagers approached Zhang Fan to extend their greetings. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Fan intended to leave. However, he was soon intercepted by the 5 parents of the missing children. Zhang Jiqing, we ask for your forgiveness. We were misled by Shui Dashan. Might our children continue to accompany you in gathering chestnuts? The parents' intention was clear. They wished for their children to persist in foraging chestnuts alongside Zhang Fan. After all, earning a few dimes each day was no small sum in these times, and the significance of the children earning it made it all the more meaningful. With the school year approaching, they suggested waiting until the next summer holiday, as this summer's chestnut season was nearly at an end. Zhang Fan shook his head, explaining that the chestnut business could not sustain itself for long. The cold season was imminent, and wild chestnuts would soon be scarce. Even if he had a stockpile, based on current sales, it would unlikely last a month. Zhang Jiqing, there are still several days until school starts. Please allow them to gather chestnuts with you for a few more days, the 5 parents urged, emphasizing that there was ample time before the school year commenced. In these recent days, seizing even a single day is imperative. We must resolutely avoid squandering this lucrative opportunity, as long as it does not impede their studies. Prioritizing education is paramount. Zhang Fan's mindset is straightforward. Allowing them to earn a little money alongside him is acceptable, but their academic pursuits must never be neglected. In a rapidly advancing society, lacking knowledge as a foundation renders one immobile. Whether one studies or not seems inconsequential, as long as they can earn money alongside Zhang Ziqing. Upon hearing this, one parent promptly spoke up, which irked Zhang Fan. While the merits of your children need no elaboration from me, I must insist, they must focus diligently on their studies and not allow their education to falter. With this sentiment expressed, Zhang Fan had little more to say and turned to leave. Chapter 74. Observing with concern the matter of the 5 missing children reached a temporary resolution with the arrest of Shui Dashan. Zhang Fan had not opened his shop for 2 days, and neither had Li Jing, who also refrained from setting up his stall. It is widely known that for a newly established business, prolonged closures are highly detrimental. Zhang Fan had indeed committed a grave error by closing during the peak of business. This closure was particularly damaging for a bun shop. Now, in the afternoon, Zhang Fan sat at home meticulously studying the bun recipes. Currently, his shop offered only meat buns and soup buns, yet there was a significant demand for vegetable buns. From the comments made yesterday, it was evident that many were eager for vegetarian options. Since there was a desire for vegetable buns, Zhang Fan needed to contemplate which fillings would be most palatable to the customers. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had a fondness for 3 types of vegetarian buns: shiitake and bok choy, pickled cabbage and shredded vegetables, and chive and egg buns. He could procure the ingredients for all 3 varieties, and their preparation was not overly complicated. However, managing the shop alone was already overwhelming with just the meat and soup buns. Adding vegetable buns would likely lead to his exhaustion. The immediate priority was to increase manpower and to rent a place in the county. The daily commute between the village and the county was taking a toll on Zhang Fan's health. Finally, as evening arrived, the Li family returned from work, and it was time for Zhang Fan to discuss matters with them. During dinner, he prepared several dishes, accompanied by porridge and steamed buns. In this era, such a meal would be considered a delicacy, even in the county. At the dining table, holding a child and having yet to take a bite, Zhang Fan looked at the industrious Li family and slowly spoke. The bun shop has been closed for 2 days, and many have expressed interest in purchasing vegetable buns. I am overwhelmed and would like to hire someone to assist." His tone was calm, yet this was indeed a significant matter, as Zhang Fan had fully embraced the Li family as his own and sought their counsel first. "Vegetable buns? What is so appealing about those? Your meat buns are far superior. It seems the people in the county have become accustomed to a better life, to the point where they no longer wish to eat meat." Li Jing interjected hastily. He had enjoyed many of Zhang Fan's soup and meat buns, and their exquisite flavor was simply unparalleled. With such delectable meat buns at hand, one would ponder the wisdom behind opting for vegetable buns instead. Is it not a sign of folly? However, my dear brother, one must consider that the residents of the county possess a higher standard of living than we do. It is only natural for them to desire vegetable buns. Our immediate concern should be to assist Zhang Fan in finding someone to lend a hand. Li Jing cast a glance at his younger brother, deeming his words excessively harsh. Everyone is entitled to their choices, and wishing for vegetable buns is perfectly reasonable, given their lifestyle. Those who reside in the county often have stable jobs in reputable establishments, enjoying a fixed monthly income, unlike us who toil in the fields, relying solely on the whims of nature. Rain, snow, hail, or fierce winds can all impact our earnings. Shall I accompany you? Together, we could look out for one another. Sitting nearby, Li Jing absorbed little of the conversation, only catching wind of Zhang Fan's desire to hire someone. She genuinely wished to assist Zhang Fan. After all, supporting her husband's endeavors was only natural, and in times of difficulty, unwavering support was essential. That is fine. But the child is still young and cannot be separated from his mother. If you go with me, what shall we do about the child? Zhang Fan's ideal choice for assistance was indeed Li Jing. In his previous life, he felt he had neglected her far too much, having spent almost no time together. Now, in this new existence, he was determined to dedicate all available time to her, mending the rifts in her heart. How about we take the child along? During busy moments, we can set the child aside, and I will do my utmost to care for him. The thought of their child sparked an idea in Li Jing. Why not bring the child to the county? She truly wished to accompany Zhang Fan and lend her support. Though Zhang Fan had never lamented his struggles, Li Jing gleaned much from her brother's accounts. Her brother, with his robust physique, returned home exhausted after selling roasted chestnuts, which made Zhang Fan's daily toil all the more evident. Perhaps we should leave the child with our mother. She can look after him as she has less work to do each day. I assure you she will take good care of him, suggested Zhang Fan's mother-in-law, her heart aching for her daughter and son-in-law, who were striving to earn a living while managing the complexities of parenthood. Not to worry, mother. We will take him with us. He is still young and requires nursing. When he is older, we can bring him back if you wish to care for him. Zhang Fan reassured Li Jing, who appeared somewhat overwhelmed. It was indeed a concern that if the child were not kept close to his parents at such a tender age, he might fail to recognize them as he grew. Very well, but if you find yourselves too fatigued, do take the time to rest. Your health is paramount. Seeing her son-in-law express such sentiments, she fell silent, recognizing that Zhang Fan had become a treasured member of their family. While he had faced challenges in the past, it was evident that he was now diligently working to provide for their future, striving to improve their circumstances. Not only that, but he had also enabled her second son to earn money, and witnessing her son's joy as he counted his earnings brought her genuine happiness. After dinner, Li Jing took the initiative to tidy up the table and wash the dishes in the kitchen. While washing, he called Zhang Fan into the kitchen. Observing Zhang Fan, Li Jing revealed a hint of embarrassment, hesitating as if words were trapped within his chest. Brother, is something troubling you? Do you have something to say to me? It's just the two of us in the kitchen. You can speak freely with no one else around. Noticing Li Jing's reluctance, Zhang Fan took the initiative to break the silence. His elder brother-in-law was indeed honest, albeit not dull. He was simply straightforward. Honesty and dullness are two distinct concepts. Dullness often implies a lack of sharpness in thought, a certain clumsiness. Yet, Li Jing was not foolish. He merely lacked the cunning of Li Jingguo, who was far more adept at navigating situations. Zhang Fan, now that the second brother has his own business and you and Xiao Jing are selling steamed buns in the county, could you perhaps help me find some work as well? I don't want to feel like a bystander. Finally, encouraged by Zhang Fan, Li Jing voiced his thoughts. He observed the younger generation in the family embarking on their own careers, while he felt increasingly invisible, laboring daily, yet leading a monotonous existence. Brother, do not worry. My career is just beginning. But trust me, it won't be long before I set you up with a good job. One that will be just as rewarding as the second brothers. Zhang Fan had already contemplated opportunities for Li Jianjun, recognizing that both he and Li Jiangguo were Li Jing's brothers. It was essential that both brothers flourish. His rebirth was not solely for his own prosperity, but also to elevate the Li family alongside him. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had been grateful to those who had supported him, vowing not to overlook anyone who had shown him kindness. He understood the significance of relationships only after losing everyone. By then, he had amassed a fortune, yet felt a void, devoid of desire or need. Aside from business partners and rivals, he had no friends. In his past existence, he was not one to forge friendships. He wanted for nothing. Wealth was abundant. He had no need for romantic entanglements or emotional connections. He functioned merely as a money-making machine, relentlessly focused on profit. However, in this life, the warmth he felt from Li Jing and the trust bestowed upon him by the Li family gradually illuminated the importance of relationships. This time around, Zhang Fan cherished emotional bonds even more than wealth. He remembered every individual who had aided him in his past life, yet he would not spare a single adversary. Such was Zhang Fan's character. He was a man of unwavering resolve, perhaps perceived as harsh by others. Zhang Fan, having traversed the intricacies of life, had gained profound insights. In this lifetime, the companionship of family, a wife, and children sufficed for him. Well then, your words bring me solace. I merely seek to find a means of livelihood. To assist you. Otherwise, I feel an overwhelming sense of insignificance, Li Jianjun remarked, leaving Zhang Fan both amused and bewildered by his brother-in-law's grasp of the notion of existence. Since his rebirth, Li Jianjun had indeed been rather inconspicuous, speaking only a few words during mealtimes, devoid of any substantial interaction otherwise. In contrast, Li Jiangguo was quite the opposite, spending each day in close company with Zhang Fan, their bond now surpassing that of brothers. After a brief exchange, Zhang Fan shared his future aspirations with Li Jianjun. Although Li Jianjun could not fully comprehend, he was profoundly struck by the lofty ambitions of his brother-in-law. Once their conversation concluded, Zhang Fan retreated to the inner room, which he shared with Li Jing. Upon entering, he found her nursing their child to sleep. The moment she noticed Zhang Fan, a rush of shyness enveloped her. Despite having a child, their moments together were exceedingly rare. "Please, turn away," she murmured softly. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple as she lowered her gaze. Zhang Fan, upon hearing this, quickly averted his own gaze, cherishing the fledgling affection he had garnered in Li Jing's heart, unwilling to jeopardize it with any impropriety. "All right, you may turn back now," she finally spoke after ensuring the child was asleep. Upon turning back, Zhang Fan saw that Li Jing had dressed neatly, sitting upright at the edge of the bed. "Why are you sitting so formally? Hurry and wash up. We must rise early tomorrow," he urged, noticing her blush and her inability to meet his eyes. With that, he suppressed any teasing intentions and moved to the basin to wash his face. By the time he returned, Li Jing had nestled herself within the bed, cradling their child. Zhang Fan climbed into bed, carefully positioning himself to avoid disturbing the child. He was acutely aware of the delicate nature of their daughter, who had inherited his spirited temperament. Despite her tender age of 1, her outbursts could rival those of an adult. Lying in bed, Zhang Fan reflected on the surreal sequence of events since his rebirth. As if woven from the fabric of dreams, a reality he scarcely dared to believe. The notion of being a reborn individual felt almost too fantastical to divulge. The fear of being captured for experimental purposes loomed large in his mind. Lost in thought, he gradually succumbed to slumber, unconsciously pulling Li Jing into his embrace. His hand instinctively found its way to a soft contour, abruptly rousing Li Jing from her slumber. Just as she considered shifting Zhang Fan's hand away, she heard the gentle rhythm of his breathing behind her, realizing he had fallen asleep. A mischievous smile played on her lips as she chose to leave his hand undisturbed, reveling in the moment. "Oh, you naughty one. Even in sleep, you remain so restless." Given Li Jing's current situation, it is evident that her affection for Zhang Fan remains unwavering. Indeed, the man she cherished from the very beginning continues to stir her heart. Regardless of the changes he undergoes, it was Zhang Fan's charm that ensnared Li Jing, ultimately leading him to marry the village beauty whom everyone desired. One can only wonder what possessed Zhang Fan in his past life to abandon such a treasure in favor of returning to the city. After his return, he chose a woman who, in both appearance and temperament, paled in comparison to Li Jing, only to have her abscond with the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated. Perhaps these misfortunes were a retribution from his previous life, compelling Zhang Fan to repay the debts incurred. In the early hours, around 3 or 4 in the morning, Zhang Fan awakened, realizing it was time to head to the county town. After all, parents would soon arrive to drop off their children around 7, and he needed to seize this early opportunity. After that, the buns would be difficult to sell. Zhang Fan's enterprise catered to the students and their parents, who constituted the primary clientele for his buns, ensuring a steady demand. Upon waking, Zhang Fan was unexpectedly aware that his right hand had found its way to the softness of Li Jing. At that moment, he entertained mischievous thoughts, not withdrawing his hand immediately, but instead giving it a playful squeeze. The sensation was delightful. Li Jing, though already awake, remained silent. She was a light sleeper, easily roused by the slightest movement, and Zhang Fan's awakening had naturally stirred her. However, she bore no resentment towards Zhang Fan's actions. After all, they were legally wed, and such behavior fell within the bounds of normality. Zhang Fan, not one to overstep, was content after his brief indulgence, rising to wash up and prepare for their journey to the county town. Once Zhang Fan completed his morning routine, Li Jing feigned awakening, pretending to have just risen from slumber. "Darling, you're awake. Please get up and freshen up. We must be on our way," Zhang Fan said, feeling a flutter of anxiety that his earlier actions might be discovered, which would lead to an awkward situation. Li Jing, appearing as if she had just awakened, got out of bed to begin her morning wash. Zhang Fan, meanwhile, cradled their little one, gently washing the child's face. He dressed the child warmly, mindful of the summer chill. Despite the season, the temperature fluctuations posed a risk of illness for such a young child. In this era, medical care was not as advanced as in later times, particularly in pediatrics. Seeking treatment necessitated a journey to a larger city, and given Zhang Fan's current financial constraints, such a venture was daunting. This brings us back to the topic of finances. It seems one can endure many shortages, but money is indispensable. After the family of 3 completed their morning preparations, Zhang Fan and Li Jing set off. This morning, they could only walk, as they had lent their cart to Li Jiangguo for transporting chestnuts. As they ventured out, the early morning air was still brisk, but thankfully, their daughter was warmly dressed. Zhang Fan held their daughter in his left arm, while his right hand clasped Li Jing's, and together they made their way to the county town. Upon their arrival, Zhang Fan ensured that Li Jing and their daughter were comfortably settled in the bun shop. Subsequently, he made his way to the backyard, opened the landlord's living room, and retrieved a substantial piece of meat from the freezer. With ample time remaining, the meat required thawing. "What a massive chunk of meat. Will we be able to use all of it?" Li Jing remarked, her disbelief evident as she observed Zhang Fan hauling such a large cut from the freezer. "This isn't enough. Come, let us venture to the market to procure some vegetables." Today, he had promised to prepare vegetarian dumplings for the parents of the students. Given Zhang Fan's limited time, he intended to make only mushroom and bok choy dumplings. Both ingredients could be found at the farmer's market, where he could also gather the necessary seasonings. After carrying the meat outside, Zhang Fan and Li Jing set forth. Although it was still early, the market was already bustling with patrons eager to stock up. Upon arriving, Zhang Fan bypassed the usual stalls and sought out Lu Liang first. He held Lu Liang in high regard and was pleased to find him present. "Ah, a rare visit. What brings you here today, my brother?" Lu Liang exclaimed, rising to welcome Zhang Fan, who had become a valued customer in his meat business. Previously, Zhang Fan had come to purchase meat without approaching Lu Liang, opting instead to carry his purchases home unencumbered. Today, however, accompanied by Li Jing, he took the opportunity to introduce his wife to those he knew. "I have brought my wife along today," he said, hoping to facilitate their mutual acquaintance for future assistance. As he introduced Li Jing, she offered a shy smile. Feeling a surge of happiness, the pride she sensed in Zhang Fan's voice filled her with contentment. With such a man by her side, she felt her past mistakes were forgiven. "Ah, so you are my sister-in-law. Zhang, you are indeed fortunate," Lu Liang complimented, seizing the moment to praise Li Jing during their conversation. "By the way, Lu, could you assist me in securing a cart? I have quite a few materials to purchase today, and I will return it once I am finished." Zhang Fan had only needed a cart for his initial meat purchase. The remainder of the time, he had managed without one. Not having a cart makes shopping a chore. Quite the ordeal indeed. Borrowing a cart? That's a trivial matter. There's one parked downstairs. I will inform them. Whenever you need it, Feel free to use it, Lu Liang replied generously. As the head of fresh poultry and meat, he certainly had such privileges. Thank you, Lu. Wishing you booming business and plentiful commissions. Being a reincarnated individual, Zhang Fan was acutely aware of Lu Liang's salary structure. In addition to his base pay, it was linked to sales volume. More sales, more earnings. Haha, I appreciate your eloquence, Zhang. Feel free to take the cart. Do come by for a drink sometime. I find these days rather dull, Lu Liang remarked. His sales had been commendable lately, allowing him to spend his days idly counting money in his office, leading to a rather monotonous existence. All right, Lu, once I find some free time, I'll come by for a couple of drinks. I'm off now, the bun shop is about to open, and I have to get busy. After exchanging a few words with Lu Liang, Zhang Fan took Li Jing along and hurried to the market for supplies. After all, upon returning, there was dough to knead, fillings to mix, and numerous tasks awaiting their attention. Once they arrived at the market, Zhang Fan began to stroll with Li Jing, starting with the purchase of vegetables. Shiitake mushrooms and bok choy were easily acquired with cash in hand. Next, they sought various seasonings. For creating delectable fillings necessitated an array of spices. After procuring the vegetables, they ventured to the outer edge of the market, near the entrance, where Zhang Fan purchased meat before heading home. On the way back, Li Jing glanced at the cart laden with their purchases, a bit astonished. Would we be able to use all of this? Would it spoil if we couldn't sell it? This abundance of vegetables was a feast for Li Jing's eyes, as she usually remained in the village, seldom having the opportunity to experience such variety. Rest assured, my dear, perhaps this amount is still insufficient. Today, we shall test the waters. If the response is favorable, we will return tomorrow for more. The bun shop had been closed for 2 days, and Zhang Fan intended to prepare a batch of vegetarian buns to gauge the interest in vegetable fillings. Upon returning, Li Jing began washing vegetables and cutting meat, while Zhang Fan focused on kneading the dough. Each step was essential, and as Li Jing gazed at the bowl of dough, she couldn't help but feel astonished. Most importantly, her heart ached for Zhang Fan. She had not anticipated how exhausting this would be for him. After finishing the dough, Li Jing had already diced the meat into small pieces, and Zhang Fan began to chop the filling with precision. The diced pork was convenient to handle, saving both time and effort. In no time, the meat and vegetables were prepared, and the 3 fillings for the buns were ready. Meanwhile, the dough had risen beautifully, airy and full of bubbles. After kneading it again, Zhang Fan started forming small dough balls, rolling them out to make the bun wrappers. My dear, come and follow my lead. I shall teach you how to make buns. Li Jing was eager to participate, but felt somewhat helpless. Sensing her discomfort, Zhang Fan took the initiative to guide her in the art of bun making. With her nimble fingers, Li Jing quickly grasped the technique, producing buns with folds as exquisite as Zhang Fan's, matching his skill with ease. Chapter 77. Genuine affection. As Zhang Fan and Li Jing busily crafted buns, their daughter sat quietly beside them, seemingly understanding their labor, without a whimper or fuss. To care for their little one, Zhang Fan had crafted a cradle from bamboo, and now their daughter lay beside it, watching her parents work. By this point, it was already past 6 o'clock, yet the buns they needed to sell were nearly ready. Observing Li Jing's growing proficiency in making buns, Zhang Fan felt reassured enough to begin steaming them. Their collaboration was seamless, as if they had been working together for ages. One rolled the dough, while the other steamed the buns and tidied the workspace. For Zhang Fan, the paramount aspect of the culinary industry is cleanliness. Only in a pristine environment can one dine with peace of mind. His baozi shop is perpetually immaculate, providing a visual comfort to patrons. At last, as they approached the starting point, the first batch of baozi emerged from the steamer, and the enticing aroma instantly stirred a ravenous feeling within Li Jing. Zhang Fan, seemingly attuned to her hunger, promptly lifted the lid of the steamer and retrieved a succulent pork bao, placing it delicately on a plate before her. Darling, please have one first. I'll take care of the rest. You need to be well fed to have the strength to work. Zhang Fan felt no remorse in offering food to his beloved wife. The essence of his rebirth was to cherish those around him. If he could not treat his wife well, whom could he possibly care for? Observing Li Jing, who was nibbling on the baozi, a radiant smile illuminated Zhang Fan's face. This, indeed, encapsulates the meaning of hard work. He had finally grasped the essence of family and joy in this lifetime. In his previous life, he had relentlessly pursued success, only to leave behind nothing. A legendary figure in the business realm, yet a failure in matters of the heart. Many women had sought to remain by his side in his former existence, But Zhang Fan had harbored no desires, missing the opportunity to cherish a woman like Li Jing, which rendered his life a haze of uncertainty. Coupled with the setbacks upon returning to the city, he had lost faith in all women. The sole solace he found was in relentless labor, channeling his grief and anger into the pursuit of wealth. In the business world, he was a figure that instilled fear in his competitors, yet at home, he found himself alone, drowning in spirits. The bitter liquor burned his throat, yet it was the only balm for his wounded soul. Alcohol's numbing effect allowed Zhang Fan to momentarily forget his past transgressions and the people he had forsaken. Fortunately, fate had granted him a chance at rebirth, and this time, he vowed to make amends for the debts owed to Li Jing and her family in his previous life. "Mommy, I'm hungry," came the voice of his daughter from the cradle, finally breaking her silence. At this tender age, she was just beginning to articulate simple words, calling for her parents and expressing her hunger. These basic terms seemed ingrained in her mind since birth. "Sweetheart, be patient. Mommy will finish eating and then feed you," Li Jing replied, hastening her consumption of the baozi, aware that it was still hot. She was eager to nourish her daughter, having brought her along early in the morning without having had a proper rest. "Darling, it's too hot. Please eat slowly, so you don't burn yourself," Zhang Fan interjected as he noticed her blowing on the hot food. "It's fine. I must eat quickly to feed the baby," Li Jing insisted, shaking her head. A little heat was inconsequential compared to the risk of letting their child go hungry. "Can you hold on a moment while mommy finishes her meal to feed you, all right?" Zhang Fan knelt beside the cradle, addressing his daughter with gentle affection. The little one seemed to understand, nodding her head and gazing longingly at Li Jing, who was still savoring the baozi. "Oh, what a good baby. Come here for a hug from daddy," he said, filled with warmth. The daughter's response took Zhang Fan by surprise. He had not anticipated that the little one would be so astute, capable of comprehending their conversation at such a tender age. "It seems our baby can understand what we are saying. Truly remarkable." Li Jing was equally astonished by her daughter's perceptiveness. Despite her youth, she was able to grasp the words of adults. "Of course. Just look at who her father is," Zhang Fan replied, lifting his chin in a boastful manner, which elicited a fit of giggles from Li Jing. Eventually, amidst the laughter and cheer, Li Jing finished her steamed buns. However, a predicament soon arose. Where could she nurse? The baozi shop had been transformed by Zhang Fan into a space open for patrons to enter and purchase buns, devoid of any privacy. Moreover, this was the only room available. Nursing here would be utterly embarrassing if someone happened to walk in. As Zhang Fan pondered this dilemma, he suddenly heard the small door behind him creak open. "You rascal! You've left the shop closed for days. Are you still in the business?" The voice was unmistakably that of the landlord, who expressed strong dissatisfaction at Zhang Fan's absence for the past few days. Who are you?" The landlord's grumbling ceased as he stepped inside and caught sight of Li Jing seated in a chair. "Sir, allow me to introduce you. This is my wife and daughter," Zhang Fan quickly interjected, sensing the landlord's confusion and promptly clarifying his identity for Li Jing. "Xiao Jing, this is the landlord. He is a good man, and hasn't he charged me rent?" Li Jing, having heard of the landlord from Zhang Fan, rose to greet him with warmth. "Hello, sir. I am Zhang Fan's wife, Li Jing." The landlord was momentarily taken aback by Li Jing's presence. Hadn't Zhang Fan claimed he had come here to escape hardship? Wasn't he supposed to be a man of misfortune? How was it possible that he now had a wife and child? "Come with me outside for a moment. I need to ask you something." The landlord, mindful of Li Jing's presence, refrained from speaking freely in front of her, a courtesy he understood. "All right." Observing the landlord's hesitant demeanor, Zhang Fan comprehended the nature of his inquiries and followed him outside without concern. "Didn't you say you fled from another province? How is it that you now have a wife and child? Are you deceiving me, boy?" The landlord could not contain his curiosity, eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. "Sir, I assure you, I have not deceived you. You know my character. Why would I fabricate such a tale? My situation is as I described. I came here as a sent-down youth from another province, and upon arrival, I found a kindred spirit in my wife, leading us to marry and have a child. As you know, in rural areas, aside from daily labor, there are no other means of income. I desire to provide my child with a quality life. I do not wish for her to endure hardship at such a young age. Therefore, I sought survival and opportunities in the county, hoping to offer a better quality of life for both mother and daughter. You have seen how young the child is. I do not want her to experience a life of struggle, beginning from the moment she can remember. Zhang Fan's words revealed genuine emotion, and it was essential for the landlord to empathize. Chapter 78. Inadequate preparation indeed. After hearing Zhang Fan's heartfelt expression, the landlord fell into contemplation, astonished that such ambition resided within this young man. Well, I've already rented the house to you. What more can I say? You seem like a decent fellow, and we appear to have a connection. However, let me make one thing clear. The buns I expect daily must not be neglected. It has been 2 days since I last tasted the ones you steamed, and I yearn for them dearly. His intention was merely to verify the authenticity of Zhang Fan's words when he came to rent the property, and upon hearing this, he felt a sense of relief. From any perspective, Zhang Fan was indeed a person of misfortune, undoubtedly leading a life far less comfortable than his own. After all, the place was merely a dilapidated storage room prior to Zhang Fan's efforts to tidy it up. Otherwise, it would still resemble a rundown space. By the way, could you possibly rent us another small room? This time, I would like to bring my wife and child. We won't be returning for a short while. Otherwise, the daily commute is exhausting, and my health cannot withstand it. Observing that the landlord had no immediate response, Zhang Fan quickly continued, as he needed to feed the child and find a place to sleep. Renting from the landlord seemed most suitable. You rascal, not only did you deceive me, but now you seek to rent from me again? Fine, you may occupy the second room on the right. Just like the storage room, I won't charge you rent. But there is one condition. You must clean the yard twice a week. I appreciate a tidy environment, but at my age, I can no longer manage it. Can you accept this? If so, you are welcome to stay. The landlord's offer once again astonished Zhang Fan. He had not anticipated that the man would waive the rent. Was he truly so unconcerned about money? Cleaning the yard twice a week? The terms felt akin to a stroke of good fortune. Sir, since you are not charging me, I feel rather embarrassed. Chuckling and scratching the back of his head, he genuinely felt a bit sheepish, contemplating whether to accept the offer. No worries, you have thick skin. If I let you stay, then stay you shall. What is there to be embarrassed about? I am quite old now. What do I need all this money for? You should earn more to support your wife and child. It is indeed a stroke of luck for you that someone of such stature is interested in you. Having grown more familiar with Zhang Fan, the landlord's demeanor became much more casual. Very well, then. Thank you, sir. I shall make use of the house, and rest assured, I will ensure the yard remains immaculate daily to keep your spirits high. Noting the landlord's sincere desire for him to reside in his property, Zhang Fan felt no need for further politeness. 3 keys were inserted into the door of the room, which had been unoccupied for quite some time. Please tidy it up a bit before moving in. After addressing all necessary matters, the landlord took 3 steamed pork buns and set out for his customary evening stroll. Once the landlord departed, Li Jing entered the room, finding it even more exquisite than anticipated, having been tastefully decorated. This place unmistakably once served as a residence for women. Despite the prolonged absence of inhabitants, the rooms remained remarkably tidy, cloaked only in a fine layer of dust. Upon entering, Li Jing promptly secured the door and proceeded to nurse her child. Once her daughter was satiated, Li Jing cradled her peacefully sleeping baby and returned to the bun shop, gently placing her in the cradle. She then ventured into another room to tidy up. Li Jing first swept away the dust with a broom, followed by meticulously wiping surfaces from top to bottom with a cloth. In a short span, the room was rendered immaculate. However, it still lacked bedding, necessitating a trip to procure some. Such a task was beyond Li Jing's capability, so after completing her tidying, she returned to the bun shop to assist Zhang Fan. Upon her arrival, Li Jing was taken aback by the overwhelming crowd, which instilled a sense of trepidation. Boss, 1 soup dumpling and 1 meat bun, please. Boss, 3 soup dumplings. The cacophony of voices clamoring for buns was deafening, rousing her daughter from her slumber, who curiously peered at the throng gathered by the window. The little one, unperturbed, was filled with wonder and confusion, unable to fathom why such a multitude congregated outside, filling her tiny mind with big questions. Boss, hurry up. We haven't been able to eat here for 2 or 3 days. You are so irresponsible, boss. We are your loyal customers, and you can't neglect us, no matter how busy you are. Observing Zhang Fan's sluggish pace in preparing the buns, the patrons in line grew impatient, their eagerness palpable. I apologize. By the way, based on your previous suggestions, I've introduced a brand new bun today, the mushroom and bok choy bun. Zhang Fan cheerfully admitted his fault, relieved that the customers merely sought to enjoy his buns and were not inclined to hold a grudge. Vegetable buns? I'll take 2 to try. Me too. Upon hearing about the vegetable buns, those at the front of the line, still clutching their freshly filled meat buns, eagerly added 2 vegetable buns to their orders. Their trust in Zhang Fan's buns was absolute. The flavor was beyond reproach, especially since this was the only bun shop in the county. Before Zhang Fan's arrival, many had never even heard of such a delicacy as buns. It could be said that he had brought the concept to them. All right, everyone will get some. No need to rush. The popularity of the mushroom and bok choy buns exceeded Zhang Fan's expectations, proving to be unexpectedly well received. Just like when he first started making meat buns, he had not prepared many vegetable buns, and soon they were sold out. Boss, I want 3 mushroom and bok choy buns, plus 2 soup dumplings. Finally, it was the turn of those at the back of the line. Zhang Fan, with a sigh, replied, I'm sorry, the mushroom and bok choy buns are sold out. We only have meat buns and soup dumplings left. The last group of patrons wore expressions of discontent. They had heard the previous customers rave about how delicious the mushroom and bok choy buns were, igniting their envy. To their dismay, just when they thought it was their turn, they discovered that the buns had sold out, leaving them understandably frustrated. The boss should prepare more tomorrow. Those behind us have yet to eat, and your sales are remarkably swift. Indeed, please consider those who are still waiting, after standing in line for so long. It is truly disheartening not to have purchased anything. In response to the complaints from the queue, Zhang Fan quickly reassured them, please understand. This is my first time selling vegetarian buns. I was concerned about having too many left over, so I could only prepare a limited amount. Rest assured, tomorrow there will be plenty. A minor commotion was effortlessly quelled by Zhang Fan's words. Although some had missed out on the buns, they were still sympathetic to his situation. Chapter 79. The landlord with a story. By around 8:30, all the buns prepared for the morning had been sold, and Zhang Fan hadn't even saved any for himself. You must be starving. Here are 3 eggs I secretly boiled for you. Hurry and eat. Upon seeing Zhang Fan finish his tasks, Li Jing quickly retrieved the eggs from a bowl behind her and presented them to him. Having a wife by your side is truly wonderful. After a busy day, there is something to eat, Zhang Fan remarked, feeling a surge of gratitude as he accepted the eggs. In his previous life, no matter how late he worked, he returned home to an empty house devoid of any warmth or concern. Li Jing's simple gesture brought him immense joy. Having a woman beside him felt blissful. She was a woman who loved him dearly, a blessing that belonged to him in his past life, now finally realized. Come on, eat before they cool down and lose their flavor, Li Jing urged, keen on ensuring Zhang Fan enjoyed the eggs while they were still warm. Not only had she boiled the eggs, but she had also peeled them, leaving him only to relish the taste. After finishing the eggs, Zhang Fan closed the bun shop. Having completed his tasks for the day, it was time to check out the room. He had yet to enter that room. The morning had been too hectic, and he needed a brief respite. Upon entering the room, he found it clean and orderly, and it was evident that Li Jing had tidied up. My dear, why didn't you wait for me to finish before cleaning? I hope it wasn't too tiring for you, he inquired, feeling a sense of guilt for not realizing how exhausting it must have been for her to manage on her own. You were so exhausted and busy. How could I wait for you to help me tidy up? Besides, the room is quite neat. There is hardly anything to clean, just a bit of dusting. This is something I can handle on my own, Li Jing replied, shaking her head. She had finally witnessed the extent of Zhang Fan's busyness and fatigue. Perhaps anyone else in his position would have long since faltered. By the way, this room lacks a bed. Should we go home to fetch one? Or perhaps buy a new one? Li Jing suggested, mentioning the absence of a bed. Let us purchase one from the supply store. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Let us buy a bed and get some rest, Zhang Fan decided, and Li Jing nodded earnestly in agreement. She had never opposed Zhang Fan's choices. In this era, women generally took their cues from men regarding household matters, and given Li Jing's profound affection for Zhang Fan, she would never contest his decisions. Once they had made their decisions, the two set out, first returning the borrowed cart to the farmer's market. They then proceeded to the supply store to purchase a bed, which Zhang Fan secured with ropes and carried back. Upon returning, Zhang Fan began to prepare the bed and also acquired some daily necessities. Though the only drawback was the lack of change of clothes. The landlord's facilities for bathing were quite convenient, with a dedicated room for that purpose. However, this was not a future era. Despite having a bathing room in the landlord's yard, the only heating apparatus was for boiling water. Adjacent to the bathing area was a stove specifically for heating water for showers. Although it was summer, Zhang Fan was not accustomed to bathing in cold water, finding warm water more suitable for himself. After a busy morning, He finally boiled the water and indulged in a delightful warm bath. Upon finishing, he felt rejuvenated. It seemed he had scarcely bathed since his rebirth. In the countryside during summer, many chose to bathe in the river during the afternoon. Swimming and bathing were indeed refreshing. Yet since his return, Zhang Fan had been exceedingly busy, leaving no time for the river. This time, he took his time bathing for nearly 40 minutes, emerging feeling several pounds lighter. After his bath, Zhang Fan returned to his room and quickly fell asleep, with Li Jing and the child resting beside him. The three of them rose at the same hour. Zhang Fan was weary, and Li Jing felt the same. They slept soundly from 9 until 11. When Zhang Fan awoke, he noticed Li Jing had already begun preparing a meal in the yard. The stove next to the bathing area had been put to use for cooking. The aroma wafting through the air was delightful. Is it possible for this old man to have a taste at noon? The landlord emerged from the main room, intrigued, as it was the first time someone had cooked in his yard, and it felt rather pleasant. Sir, I've made plenty, if you don't mind. We can eat together later, Li Jing responded with a smile, her gratitude towards the landlord evident since she learned there would be no rent for the house. All right then. I have no qualms. Having something to eat is indeed sufficient. There is no reason to be picky, the landlord replied with a chuckle, embodying a character unaccustomed to fussiness. Young man, are you still in bed? Letting your wife toil away in this heat. How shameless. The landlord ambled to Zhang Fan's door, knocking twice and calling out. Now that the house was rented to Zhang Fan, the landlord, being a man of principles, refrained from barging in unannounced. Even with Li Jing at the door, he respected their privacy. He merely called out, without entering. I'm up. Please wait a moment. Sir, Zhang Fan responded, instantly shaken from his drowsiness upon hearing the landlord's voice. Undoubtedly, the landlord's call was effective, rousing Zhang Fan from his stupor. Hurry now. Letting a woman cook in this sweltering heat while you linger is quite something. The landlord, unable to contain his impatience at the door, urged Zhang Fan, who was holding a shirt reeking of sweat. Displeased, he took a whiff of it, and, with no other option, reluctantly donned the soiled garment once more. After enjoying such a refreshing bath, it was disheartening to have to wear this sweat-stained shirt again. Dressed, Zhang Fan stepped out of his room, where the landlord awaited him eagerly. Ah, young man, how is it that you do not cherish your wife at such a tender age? Look at how fierce the sun is. It might leave your wife in distress, and you'll be left regretting it. The landlord chided him in an educational tone, as the oppressive heat made cooking outdoors even more challenging. It's all right, sir. I am not afraid of the heat, Zhang Fan replied, acknowledging the landlord's concern. He has been busy all morning and is quite tired. If I prepare a meal, he can rest a bit longer. Seeing the landlord's relentless reproach towards Zhang Fan, Li Jing quickly intervened to defend him. What a lovely couple you are, truly enviable, the landlord remarked. And you, young man, must treat such a wonderful wife with care, lest you come to regret it. The more the landlord emphasized this, the more Zhang Fan sensed a story behind the landlord's words. Chapter 80. The frenzied crowd of shoppers. The meal was swiftly prepared, with Li Jing reserving a portion to take to her second brother. She had learned from Zhang Fan that Li Jiangguo was selling roasted chestnuts at the nearby cement factory entrance. Selling roasted chestnuts was arduous work, enduring the scorching sun and sweating profusely, with no means of cooling down. Most importantly, the busiest hours coincided with noon, leaving no time to eat. This prompted Li Jing to cook a meal for her brother as well. After setting aside the food, Zhang Fan moved the landlord's living room table outside to a shaded area in the courtyard. Dining in the cool shade during summer was a delightful experience, and the meal was filled with laughter and joy. Once satisfied, the landlord produced a bottle of treasured aged liquor, inviting Zhang Fan to share a few drinks with him. Although Zhang Fan was not a heavy drinker, he felt compelled to indulge the landlord, who had been so helpful. The liquor was smooth, gliding down his throat without the harshness typical of stronger spirits. The label was worn beyond recognition, leaving him unaware of its origin, but the flavor unmistakably indicated it was a fine vintage. How is it, young man? This old liquor is delightful, isn't it? The landlord inquired, eager to hear Zhang Fan's thoughts. Is there really such a thing as good liquor? It's either harsh or overpowering, certainly not enjoyable. Zhang Fan replied with a smile, clearly jesting to amuse the landlord. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's playful critique, the landlord merely shook his head, unfazed. Alas, today's youth seem to lack appreciation. To dismiss such exquisite liquor as unpalatable is disheartening. The landlord's words were evidently said in jest, for the effects of the drink were more intoxicating than the wine itself. Under the influence of alcohol, the landlord spoke at length, recounting his youthful experiences and the myriad trials and tribulations he had faced throughout his life. It was through the landlord's tales that Zhang Fan learned of his past as a veteran of the anti-Japanese war, having fought valiantly on the battlefield against the enemy. Upon hearing these revelations, Zhang Fan's admiration for the landlord deepened significantly. He was no mere landlord, but a hero who had willingly sacrificed for his country. Despite sharing many stories, the landlord refrained from mentioning his family, as if he had never had one. Zhang Fan, perplexed, chose not to inquire further. Everyone possesses their own privacy, and the landlord was no exception. Zhang Fan did not wish to be intrusive. The landlord's silence surely held its own rationale. An excessive questioning would only lead to irritation. Their midday meal lasted over an hour, and by the time they finished, it was nearly 1 o'clock. After the meal, Zhang Fan assisted the landlord back to his room for a nap. The landlord had the admirable ability to drink without causing a ruckus, simply returning to his room to sleep. Zhang Fan, having consumed only a modest amount of fine wine, felt pleasantly tipsy but not inebriated. After tidying up the courtyard, Zhang Fan and Li Jing, cradling their daughter, set off to deliver lunch to Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo was busily engaged, using both hands as if they were four, overwhelmed by the throngs of customers eagerly awaiting his roasted chestnuts. Similar to Zhang Fan's situation, he had not set up his stall for 2 or 3 days, and many had been anticipating his return. With a special supply of nearly 100 more servings than usual, Li Jiangguo found himself inundated with work, unable to keep up with the demand. Exhausted, hungry, hot, and weary, he could hardly fathom why there were so many customers that day. Even his ample supply seemed insufficient. After delivering 200 servings to the cafeteria that morning, Li Jiangguo had naively imagined that the heat would deter patrons and that he would soon close up shop. However, when the closing bell rang, an overwhelming crowd surged forth, nearly half of whom seemed to be drawn specifically to his stall. Such a scene was unprecedented for Li Jiangguo. He had seen frenzied crowds before, but never one as wild as this. They appeared more fervent than modern-day fanatics, rushing in without queuing, hastily grabbing their purchases. Despite the frenzy, no one attempted to cheat him. They promptly tossed their money into the cash box and departed. The intensity of the situation was almost more than Li Jiangguo could bear. He yearned for Zhang Fan to come and assist him. "Xiao Fan, please hurry. If you don't arrive soon, I might not be able to manage." He silently pleaded as he continued to roast the chestnuts, hoping for Zhang Fan's timely appearance. In this chaotic moment, he could not simply turn away customers. The only one who could alleviate his burden was Zhang Fan. One more pair of hands would diminish his overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and Li Jing were meandering towards the cement factory. As they turned into the direction of the cement factory, Li Jing was taken aback by the throng of people ahead. She whispered, "Husband, what's happening up there? Why are there so many people? Could they be fighting? Perhaps we should take a detour." When faced solely with Zhang Fan, Li Jing would obediently call him husband, for he had expressed his fondness for her addressing him so. "There's no need to take a detour. Let us hasten our pace." "Brother Heir must be overwhelmed," he replied. "You might find it hard to believe, but they were not brawling. They were merely queuing to buy roasted chestnuts." Zhang Fan's words left Li Jing utterly astonished. She had never witnessed such a scene before. People were lined up to purchase roasted chestnuts? How could that be? Surely, no one would believe such a tale if she shared it. "Let us hurry over. Brother Heir cannot manage this alone. I have never encountered such a spectacle. It is truly daunting." Zhang Fan quickened his steps, feeling a twinge of apprehension himself. It seemed that he and Li Jiangguo had both been on strike for 2 or 3 days, driving the customers into a frenzy, akin to a hunger marketing strategy. The more unattainable the items, the greater the desire to possess them. Zhang Fan could only shake his head in resignation. This wave of shopping mania would only intensify in the future, with people's purchasing impulses and desires growing ever stronger. Upon reaching the crowd, Zhang Fan had already entrusted their daughter to Li Jing and began assisting. "Xiao Fan, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, you have finally arrived. Quickly help me. I am overwhelmed and utterly exhausted." As he silently recited Zhang Fan's name in his heart, Li Jiangguo felt tears of gratitude welling up upon seeing him before him. Zhang Fan was now his sole savior. If he hadn't come, Li Jiangguo might have collapsed from exhaustion at the factory entrance. "It's all right, Brother Heir, it's my fault. I thought you wouldn't be busy today, but I didn't expect business to be this good." Let us get to frying. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan quickly began roasting the chestnuts. Chapter 81. Orders surpassed capacity. While the two were busy frying, Li Jing joined in, carrying the child on her back and starting to package the chestnuts in newspaper. The traditional method of wrapping these chestnuts had always been with folded newspaper bags, a cost-effective choice when Zhang Fan could not afford to buy bags. Now that they had resources, they discovered that newspaper was even more convenient, and the workers had grown accustomed to it. With the three of them working in harmony, there was no sign of chaos. After an hour and a half of frying, they finally finished roasting and selling all the chestnuts. They had brought an extra 100 portions that still proved insufficient, leaving many customers disappointed, both in the cafeteria and outside. They specifically instructed Li Jing to bring more tomorrow. Otherwise, the agony of missing out would be unbearable, especially for those who had sampled a few from their colleagues. Brother Air, you must be exhausted. Quickly have some food. This is the lunch I prepared. Take a moment to eat and rest. Once they had finished their tasks, Li Jing promptly brought out the lunch she had made earlier, lacking a pot for steaming rice. Zhang Fan and the others had to settle for steamed buns that he had prepared that morning, set aside for their meal. Li Jing had a hearty appetite, and Li Jing had thoughtfully brought him 3 large steamed buns. After a hectic morning, he was ravenously hungry, devouring a bowl of vegetables along with the 3 buns in a matter of moments. Once he finished, he licked his lips, still craving more. Brother, he began, I had intended to bring you some leftover dumplings from today, but I didn't anticipate the bustling business I had this morning. I was utterly overwhelmed. Upon arriving here, I see even more people than before. It's quite a rarity for me to encounter such a situation. Zhang Fan recognized that Li Jing was still hungry, yet there was nothing left to eat. All the dumplings from the morning had sold out, leaving him without even a single morsel for himself. Having subsisted on just 2 eggs for breakfast, it's quite all right. The heat is unbearable, and I can manage with just a few bites to sustain my strength for the journey home. Li Jing gestured dismissively, indicating that as long as he could make it home, he was indifferent to the rest. He hoped such circumstances would not repeat tomorrow, as he felt utterly exhausted. And the sweltering weather was indeed oppressive. In truth, a bit of busyness was inconsequential for Li Jing. The more he cooked, the more he sold, allowing him to earn a little extra. However, the relentless sun overhead was a torment, causing him to sweat profusely, with moisture evaporating rapidly, leaving him drained of energy. Fortunately, years of toil in the fields had endowed Li Jing with resilience. A person unaccustomed to hardship would have succumbed to heatstroke by now. Don't worry, brother. Once I finish my tasks tomorrow, I'll come with Xiao Jing to assist you. I'll also check if the department store has any large umbrellas available to purchase for you. In this weather, cooking roasted chestnuts outdoors without a sizable umbrella is simply untenable. One could easily faint from the heat, he said. There's no need to buy one, Xiao Fan. The heat won't last much longer. It would be a waste of money. Save it for you and Xiao Jing. Li Jing quickly shook his head at the suggestion, deeming it unnecessary. After a brief conversation, Li Jing felt his strength had nearly returned and decided to head home. Before leaving, he turned to Zhang Fan and Li Jing and asked, Xiao Fan, Xiao Jing, will you accompany me back? It was the first time his sister and brother-in-law were residing in the county. The sudden absence of 2 family members would surely be felt. No, brother. We won't return with you. Otherwise, we would have to rush back here early tomorrow morning. It's quite exhausting. Xiao Jing and I will return when we have some leisure, Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. Living in the county was intended to save time and effort. Otherwise, they would waste precious hours on the road. Time squandered could be better spent resting to regain energy for earning a living. Very well, then. I shall take my leave. We shall meet again tomorrow, Li Jing said before departing. After he left, Zhang Fan and Li Jing made their way toward the cement factory, needing to find Chen Jixiang. Since the arrest of Xue Dashin the previous day, Zhang Fan had not gathered any information, and inquiring with Chen Jixiang would be wise, as he always had access to the latest news. After all, Wang Xiangyang was Chen Jixiang's brother-in-law. Upon arriving at Chen Jixiang's office door, he knocked in a familiar manner. After knocking a few times, there was no sound of the door being opened from within. Instead, it was Chen Jixiang who opened the door. Ah, Zhang, you have arrived. I was just thinking of coming to find you shortly. Chen Jixiang was overjoyed to see Zhang Fan, as he had contemplated visiting him personally. Yet Zhang Fan had come on his own accord. Xiao Jing, this is Brother Chen, whom you have met before, during their time in Lijiao Mountain Village. Li Jing had already encountered Chen Jixiang, and Wang Xiangyang, exchanging only brief pleasantries. This time, the purpose of bringing Li Jing along was akin to before, to familiarize her with the people. As she would likely be residing in the county for an extended period, it would be beneficial for her to know them for future dealings. "Hello, Brother Chun. I am Li Jing," she greeted shyly, to which Chen Jixiang responded with a warm smile. "Welcome, sister-in-law. Please, have a seat." After ushering Zhang Fan and Li Jing in and settling them down, Zhang Fan looked at Chen Jixiang with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Brother Chun, earlier you mentioned wanting to find me. Is there something on your mind?" Zhang Fan was adept at picking up on details. Since Chen Jixiang had stated he intended to seek him out, it was evident that there must be an issue at hand. "Recently, our factory's production capacity has been lagging behind, and I am quite anxious. The accounts are not reconciling, and I feel there is something amiss. I wish to have a chat with you about it." With the mid-year inventory check approaching, Chen Jixiang had been struggling with the numbers, feeling that they were inaccurate, and the factory's output was not improving. Orders for the cement factory were at an all-time high, with everyone pressing for timely deliveries. While this was typically good news, the factory's production had not only failed to accelerate, but had instead declined, falling short of previous outputs. Chen Jixiang was deeply concerned and urgently sought a solution. Yet he remained perplexed about the underlying issues within the cement factory. Initially, he suspected machinery malfunctions and had thoroughly inspected his workshop, searching for problems. However, every machine in the first workshop was functioning normally, with a fault rate that was negligible. Such a low fault rate indicated that his workshop was not the source of the issue. Thus, the problem must lie within the other workshops. As each one interdependent and collaborative, should one workshop encounter difficulties, it would inevitably impact the production capacity of the others. This was a significant concern for Chen Jixiang. If his workshop were affected by others, resulting in delays for customer orders, the repercussions would be dire. Seeking Zhang Fan's assistance was his last resort, as he truly felt at a loss. In Chapter 82, titled 3 Sentences Without Mentioning Marriage, Chen Jixiang succinctly outlined the factory's situation to Zhang Fan. He had been struggling to eat and sleep well over the past few days, consumed by thoughts of how to resolve the factory's challenges. As the workshop director of the first workshop, he lacked the authority to oversee the other workshops. With the factory unable to fulfill its orders and production falling short, anxiety loomed over everyone involved. Chen Jixiang was a dedicated and passionate worker, consistently striving for the factory's success. Now that the situation had deteriorated so drastically, he had been relentlessly searching for a remedy. After hearing all this, Zhang Fan had gained a clearer understanding of the issues plaguing their factory. It is evident that there are hidden motives at play, as certain individuals seem intent on preventing the timely fulfillment of these orders. The organizational structure of the cement factory is quite straightforward, comprising the factory manager and the deputy manager, followed by the workshop directors, with the remaining personnel being the laborers. Each workshop director is solely responsible for their own personnel and operations, lacking the authority to interfere with the activities of other workshops. "Brother Chun, there appears to be a significant issue within the management." Zhang Fan spoke softly, his expression unusually composed. "I have contemplated the issue you raised, but I lack the requisite authority. Even if I wish to assist the factory, my capacity to do so is limited." Listening to Zhang Fan's analysis, Chen Jixiang nodded earnestly, for he too had pondered this matter. With orders exceeding expectations, every workshop must collaborate actively to fulfill the client's demands. However, the current state of the cement factory is characterized by delays. Not only large orders, but even small ones remain unfulfilled. This has led to Chen Jixiang's anxiety, a concern that extends beyond the factory's welfare to his own. The factory must thrive for him to remain employed. Should its profitability decline, he fears he may face unemployment. My suggestion is to adopt a wait-and-see approach. You currently lack the authority, and the senior management has yet to recognize the problem. It would be prudent to have a private conversation with the factory manager, avoiding discussion of this matter during meetings. At present, it is impossible to discern who is trustworthy and who is deceitful. It is best to keep this matter close to your chest. I suspect it will not be long before the internal saboteurs begin to act. Zhang Fan pondered deeply, aware of Chen Jixiang's desire to resolve the factory's issues. However, from the current perspective, there is no clarity regarding who among them is to be trusted. It is wise to maintain a facade of indifference. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Chen Jixiang's good intentions, if noticed by the wrong people, could lead to significant trouble for him. Alas, Brother Zhang, I find it hard to maintain my composure. Each day, I anxiously observe the company's financial reports and production levels. Chen Zhixiang shook his head. While he agreed with Zhang Fan's reasoning, he was wholly absorbed in his work. The crisis within the factory has begun to severely affect his performance. If this continues, he may succumb to anxiety before the factory itself falters. Let us go, Brother Chen. Since you are anxious, we shall take a stroll. I also wish to inquire about Shui Dashan with Xiangyang. Observing Chen Zhixiang's current state, Zhang Fan decided to take him out for a chat with Wang Xiangyang. Rather than remaining in the factory, it would be better to step outside, clear their minds, and redirect their focus. By the way, I forgot to mention that Xiangyang's arm has worsened. The recent intense casework has exacerbated his previously unhealed injury. Upon hearing Wang Xiangyang's name, Chen Zhixiang's expression grew even more solemn. The recent strenuous efforts had caused Wang Xiangyang's arm to severely relapse, and it seems he will require an extended hospitalization. Then let us hasten to see him. I must admit, it is somewhat my fault for not having informed him about the child earlier. At this moment, Zhang Fan felt a twinge of guilt. He had initially hoped for Wang Xiangyang to achieve further success. Yet he did not anticipate that it would lead to a worsening of his arm condition. Brother Zhang, there is no need to say such things. Even if you hadn't called him, given his disposition, he would have discharged himself regardless. One can only lament the severity of his arm's deterioration. Sitting nearby, Li Jing was evidently aware of who Wang Xiangyang was, having exchanged brief pleasantries during his recent visit to their home. After this exchange, the three of them set off. Once again in the factory's vehicle, those in positions above the workshop director were entitled to drive the factory car, and with such convenience at their disposal, why not take advantage of it? Moreover, Chen Zhixiang had consistently been an exemplary employee, earning the management's confidence and hopes for his advancement. Before long, they arrived at the hospital, entering the familiar county hospital and the well-known ward. As Zhang Fan pushed open the ward door, he saw Wang Xiangyang reclining against the bed, and 4 drip attached to his arm. Chen Zhixiang's wife was beside him, gently chiding him, creating a warm scene. You see, if you had listened carefully, this wouldn't have happened. Now look, your arm has worsened. Your parents are so worried about you that you can hardly eat. Fortunately, I stopped them from coming, otherwise, you would have faced their reprimands. Wang Xiangyang dared not retort against his sister's nagging, offering only a feeble response. Sis, I didn't expect my arm to relapse and worsen. I thought it was healed when I chose to leave the hospital. I can't be blamed for this. When there is a task, I cannot stand idly by, can I? He hurriedly invoked the notion of duty to defend himself, knowing he could not win an argument against his sister, and thus sought alternative means of communication. Tasks. Is there anything in your mind other than tasks? The girlfriend I told you about left because of your tasks. You were injured because of them. And now your arm has relapsed because of the same. What do you want the family to say about you? You are no longer a child. Why are you still so willful? Is a task more important than your health? Your parents are counting on you to support them in the future. How can you neglect your own well-being like this? Upon hearing the word task, Chen Zhixiang's wife grew frustrated. Her brother, despite being commendable in many ways, had an excessive penchant for undertaking tasks. Whenever there was a mission, he was always the first to rush in, fearing that he might miss out on the opportunity. His rapid ascent was entirely due to his dedication. He immersed himself in his work with utter abandon. Ah, sis, I understand. Please don't keep bringing up marriage. Everyone has their own aspirations. How can I marry if I have not yet met the right person? Wang Xiangyang shook his head. The greatest pressure from home was indeed about marrying. It seemed that every conversation revolved around it. He had hoped that by focusing on his work and distancing himself from his parents, he could escape such discussions. But he did not expect his sister to also chide him. It was best to avoid such bothersome topics. The moment work was mentioned, marriage inevitably followed. Wang Xiangyang felt a profound sense of despair. When did diligent work become intertwined with the notion of marriage? Why could he not simply work steadily and peacefully? As Zhang Fan, Li Jing, and Chen Zhixiang entered, they were met with this scene. Li Jing felt an urge to laugh, but restrained herself. Xiaojing, quickly call someone. This is Brother Chen's wife. Hurry and greet her. Upon entering, Chen Zhixiang's wife also noticed Zhang Fan and the others, prompting Zhang Fan to step forward and make introductions. Sister-in-law, hello, Li Jing sweetly greeted, then positioned herself to the side. Sister-in-law, allow me to introduce my wife, Li Jing. The appearance of Li Jing instantly captivated Chen Zhixiang's wife, who had not encountered such a lovely young lady in quite some time. Young man, you are truly fortunate to have such a beautiful wife, She is indeed a rarity in this world. Chen Zhixiang's wife praised Li Jing enthusiastically, lauding Zhang Fan's good fortune. Not everyone can marry such a stunning wife. This is indeed a blessing. Xiangyang, look at them and then at yourself. They already have children. And you don't even have a partner. It's utterly infuriating. Rather than alleviating Wang Xiangyang's pressure, Zhang Fan's presence only intensified it. Bringing along his wife and child felt like adding salt to Wang Xiangyang's wounds. He had hoped Zhang Fan would be his savior, but unexpectedly, he had become a source of distress. I can't take it anymore. Sis, why don't you just have the doctor give me poison? If this continues, I'll be terrified to death by your incessant talk of finding a wife. Wang Xiangyang feigned despair, as if he had reached the brink of his existence. If you wish to end your life, then go find a building to jump off, but don't drag the nurses into it. They work hard for their money, and it wouldn't be fair to burden them. Chen Zhixiang's wife glared at Wang Xiangyang, who had never presented himself properly before her. In front of outsiders, Wang Xiangyang was the serious and meticulous officer Wang, but in the presence of family, he transformed into the humorous and unreliable Wang Xiangyang. Had it not been for Zhang Fan's familiarity with Wang Xiangyang, witnessing this scene might have astonished him as well. Never mind, never mind. It hurts too much to fall to death, better to live well. Wang Xiangyang shook his head, thinking only a fool would jump. The pain from the fall would be unbearable. If you survive, you'll only end up harming yourself and others for a lifetime. Live well and find a partner quickly, so your parents won't have to worry about you anymore. They are getting older and simply wish for you to settle down. Now that he had a job, all that remained was finding a partner, a wife. You'd best prioritize this matter. Mother told me yesterday to keep an eye on you and ensure you get married by the end of this year. How many relatives do we have around your age who are still unmarried? Upon hearing Wang Xiangyang's resolve to live well, Chen Zhixiang's wife hurriedly conveyed their parents' wishes. Marrying by the end of the year didn't sound too difficult in this era. Nowadays, the emphasis is on arranged marriages. A meeting between a couple can lead to immediate registration for marriage without the cumbersome processes of the past. A simple wedding, a banquet, and once the certificate is obtained, it's for a lifetime. Marrying by the end of the year? Tell mother she's putting pressure on me. How can I manage that? If I had the capability, my son would probably still be just a child. Wang Xiangyang shook his head vigorously, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. How was he to marry by the end of the year when he didn't even have a partner? Who would he marry? I shall convey the sentiments of our mother, and if you disagree, feel free to return home and voice your thoughts to her. At least I have relayed the message. Chen Zhixiang's wife is not one to indulge her brother-in-law. This is a significant matter of life, and the sooner it is resolved, the sooner it will bring peace of mind to our parents. Very well, I shall discuss it myself upon my discharge. I can no longer rely on you. The exchange between the siblings elicited suppressed laughter from Zhang Fan and Li Jing, as even the esteemed Wang Xiangyang must obediently comply. We shall revisit this matter later. You two continue with your serious discussions while I step out to prepare some fruit for you. Chen Zhixiang's wife holds Zhang Fan in high regard, aware that her husband greatly admires this young man, and she feels the same. As she exited with the fruit, Li Jing quickly offered her assistance. Sister-in-law, allow me to help you. Possessing high emotional intelligence, Li Jing understood that as a woman, she should provide space for her husband's discussions, prompting her to turn and follow her out to wash the fruit together. Cradling his daughter Zhang Fan in his arms, he finally spoke. I am truly sorry, Xiangyang. I have burdened you. Had I known your arm would worsen, I would have refrained from informing you about the child's loss. Zhang Fan expressed profound regret towards Wang Xiangyang, fearing that any further deterioration of his arm would render him culpable. Zhang Fan, do not utter such words. As a police officer, it is my duty to protect the people. Your confiding in me is a sign of your trust. How could you apologize? Furthermore, it is you who saved my life. The deterioration of my arm is not your fault, so there is no need for guilt. Wang Xiangyang gazed sincerely at Zhang Fan, mindful that his life had been salvaged by him, and such matters should not be attributed to Zhang Fan's actions. Indeed, dear brother, Xiangyang has always been this way. He charges forth without hesitation. Even if he does not relapse this time, his premature discharge will likely lead to another incident. So you need not carry the burden of guilt. This is his own doing. As Wang Xiangyang's brother-in-law, Chen Zhixiang remarked, he too dared not retort. Brother-in-law, you understand me well. I have brought this upon myself. The doctor assured me there is no serious issue. A period of rest will suffice. Observing his injured arm, Wang Xiangyang spoke willingly, aiming to alleviate Zhang Fan's concerns and guilt. As long as my arm is fine, I shall not bear a lifetime of remorse. Zhang Fan chuckled, self-deprecatingly noting that past mistakes had indeed haunted him throughout his life, and he wished to avoid repeating such tragedies. By the way, what is the current status of Shui Dashan? After his capture, did he say anything? Zhang Fan's visit today was primarily to ascertain Shui Dashan's condition. Such a villain must not be spared. He is currently detained at the station, awaiting prosecution by the procuratorate, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is likely to face sentencing. We have already informed his family, and when they come to visit him, this matter will be concluded. Wang Xiangyang spoke candidly. He harbored deep disdain for those who toy with the lives of children, even wishing for a lengthy sentence for him. That is acceptable. The sentencing of the villain is indeed the most favorable outcome. Should he evade punishment, I would find it impossible to provide an explanation to those 5 families. Zhang Fan found great satisfaction in this result, as Shui Dashan received the fate he rightfully deserved, bringing a sense of relief to the hearts of many. Chapter 84. Trust in your arm or not. Let us not dwell on Shui Dashan any longer. How did you bring your sister-in-law to the county? Wang Xiangyang, being of a similar age to Zhang Fan, was expected to address him as brother-in-law given Zhang Fan's early marriage. I am overwhelmed at the bun shop in the county. So I asked your sister-in-law to come help me out. The couple can earn together. Zhang Fan spoke, lifting his chin in a display of pride, signifying he had a wife and children. That sounds lovely, but I see you merely want your sister-in-law here to keep you company. With her beauty, would you truly let her toil? Wang Xiangyang scoffed, clearly skeptical of Zhang Fan's claims, having sensed the truth during his stay at Zhang Fan's home these past few days. Zhang Fan was undoubtedly a devoted husband, eager to undertake any chores lest he tire his delicate wife. Look at what you're saying. Your sister is quite beautiful, yet she still comes daily to attend to you. Do you not feel guilty? Wang Xiangyang's words were met with disagreement from Zhang Fan, who countered that Chen Zhixiang's wife was equally lovely and yet was also at the hospital serving him, her little emperor. That is entirely different. My sister is my sister. While I am hospitalized, who else would care for me if not her? I deserve this. No sooner had he uttered these words than the door to the ward swung open, and Chen Zhixiang's wife caught the entire statement. Oh, you little rascal. So you think it is a given that I serve you? Henceforth, the daily nursing fee will be 100 yuan. Pay me, and I shall come. Refuse, and I shall not. Her declaration provoked laughter from all, except for Wang Xiangyang, who lamented, Sister, that is extortion. I shall inform our parents that you are extorting a Betterton police officer. Chen Zhixiang found himself in a state of amused exasperation regarding his younger brother-in-law, who was entirely different in demeanor at work compared to home, rendering comparison futile. Go ahead and tell them. I shall return and inform them that you claim it is a given for me to serve you. Let us see who ends up in a predicament. The sibling rivalry had persisted since childhood, and even now, their banter was unending, with an abundance of words exchanged daily. Very well, I concede. 100 yuan a day it shall be. The speaker may have meant it lightly, but the listener took it to heart. The exchange was astounding to Zhang Fan and Li Jing. In this era, in the 1980s, casually mentioning a sum of 100 yuan per day was almost frightening. Zhang Fan toiled for an entire day to earn such an amount, and yet Wang Xiangyang freely offered it. Forget it. You should save your money for courting and finding a wife. Your sister does not want your money. Your brother-in-law will provide for me. Isn't that right, Zhixiang? After her remark, Chen Zhixiang's wife exchanged a knowing glance with him, and since they intended to tease Wang Xiangyang, they decided to go all out. Certainly. If I earn money, who else would I spend it on if not my wife? As the workshop director of a state-owned cement factory, Chen Zhixiang possesses a profound understanding of human nature. Collaborating with his wife's performance, he discreetly administers eye drops to his brother-in-law. Alas, I truly should not have encountered you all today. In this ward of 5, I am the sole solitary figure, which infuriates me, Wang Xiangyang lamented, accurately observing that among the 5, there were 2 couples, leaving him as the only single person. Of course, during this era, the term single dog had yet to emerge, and Wang Xiangyang could only describe himself as a solitary individual. Enough of this. I shan't delay your serious discussions. You two carry on while we take the baby for a stroll, he suggested. While washing the fruit, Chen Zhixiang's wife engaged in pleasant conversation with Li Jing. Despite their nearly 10-year age difference, Li Jing's demeanor and conduct resonated well with her. Enjoying their rapport, Chen Zhixiang's wife preferred not to remain among the 3 men and insisted on taking Li Jing out for a walk. As she prepared to leave, Li Jing glanced at Zhang Fan, seemingly seeking his approval to join the outing. Go on, Xiao Jing. Since your sister-in-law has spoken, accompany her for a stroll. Do you have any money? If not, I can lend you some, Zhang Fan encouraged. Li Jing's gesture genuinely touched Zhang Fan, even for a simple shopping trip. She sought his opinion, making him feel respected in a heartfelt manner. Reflecting on his past, he lamented, "What a scoundrel I must have been to lose such a wonderful woman. How could I have been so foolish?" Brother Zhang, your words are quite amusing. Would I allow my sister-in-law to spend her own money while I take her out? No need for that. My sister-in-law has enough. We shall take our leave now. And you may continue your conversation, Chen Zhixiang's wife declared, not waiting for Zhang Fan to offer money before whisking Li Jing away. It was evident that the Wang family was not lacking in wealth, as their earlier dialogue indicated they were no ordinary household. In Zhang Fan's perception, Wang Xianyang was a diligent young man, striving solely through his own efforts. Yet, he was astonished to discover that the Wang family was, in fact, a hidden, affluent one. A fact that should not be underestimated. How enviable you are, Zhang Fan, to have found such a wonderful wife. Why am I not so fortunate? I pray the heavens grant me a wife of similar caliber. Wang Xianyang mused, feeling overwhelmed by his aspirations. The desire for a good wife seemed simple. Either one must actively seek or rely on fate. However, he had unwittingly chosen a third option, to rely on mere fantasies, which would not yield a partner. Zhang Fan clicked his tongue. Given Wang Xianyang's age and admirable family background, along with his commendable job, it was indeed time for him to prioritize finding a spouse. If he delayed further, his parents might resort to forcefully introducing him to potential brides. You are right. I must strive harder. Since fate is not on my side, I shall endeavor to find a good wife. Inspired by Zhang Fan's remarks, Wang Xianyang appeared to have found purpose and stood ready to act. At that moment, Chen Zhixiang, who had been standing silently, interjected with a dose of cold reality. While you speak of ambition, some people, upon hearing of a task, flee faster than a rabbit. Don't even mention finding a partner. It's a challenge just to enjoy a warm meal. Chen Zhixiang's words were profoundly sincere. Whenever a task arose, Wang Xianyang would transform entirely, becoming uncontrollable. Chen Zhixiang was incredulous that Wang Xianyang could find a partner through his own efforts. No one in the Wang family would believe such a notion. Brother-in-law, it appears that my sister has influenced you. If she does not trust me, it is disheartening to see you doubt me as well, Wang Xianyang lamented. After this, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Fan and inquired, Zhang Fan, if they do not believe in me, do you? Zhang Fan smiled silently, opting not to respond, which only exacerbated Wang Xianyang's anxiety. The faint smile on Zhang Fan's face was somewhat unsettling. For heaven's sake, don't just smile at me. Quickly say you believe in me. Startled by Zhang Fan's enigmatic smile, Wang Xianyang pressed on. Whether I believe is inconsequential. Ask your arm if it believes, Zhang Fan replied, leaving his meaning unspoken yet unmistakable. This infuriated Wang Xianyang. How disheartening it is. If you do not believe in me, this year I shall undoubtedly find a wife to prove my capabilities to you. Faced with the skepticism from both Zhang Fan and his brother-in-law, Wang Xianyang made a firm resolution to bring home a bride this year. Very well, my sister and I shall await your success, Chen Zhixiang remarked with a knowing smile, clearly unconvinced by Wang Xianyang's declaration. Strictly speaking, he and Wang Xianyang were cut from the same cloth, both dedicated to their work. However, Chen Zhixiang had one advantage. Wang Xianyang was overly invested in matters of the heart and life choices. His own marriage had been a proactive pursuit, culminating in a joyful union. I too, as your good friend, shall be there to oversee your progress. Do not let me down, Zhang Fan expressed, his face mirroring skepticism that left Wang Xianyang momentarily speechless. With no viable argument against two skeptics, Wang Xianyang turned away, refraining from looking at them. After some time, Chen Zhixiang's wife returned with Li Jing, both women laden with numerous bags. We are back. We bought so many things, including short-sleeved shirts and autumn wear for old Chen, along with a thick coat for warmth, Chen Zhixiang's wife announced, cheerfully displaying the clothing to her husband. Li Jing, blushing, also produced several garments from her own bag, clearly intended for Zhang Fan. Her modesty prevented her from showcasing the clothes in front of others. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan felt a surge of happiness and eagerly took the bag, rummaging through it only to find his expression grow somewhat awkward. Why is it all my clothing? What about yours? He searched repeatedly, discovering no women's attire, which left him slightly displeased. I still have clothes to wear. You work so hard every day, buy more for yourself. I do not need any. Li Jing dared not meet Zhang Fan's gaze, feeling a twinge of fear at the prospect of an irate Zhang Fan. Apprehensive of the potential for conflict, the lingering dread within her heart had not entirely dissipated. I earn money to spend on you. Why should I toil for myself alone? Zhang Fan exclaimed. Tomorrow, let us wander about. I shall purchase you some lovely new garments, for the warmth will not linger much longer. Zhang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction with such a devoted wife, yet he was discontented by her reluctance to buy clothes for herself. The purpose of his rebirth and newfound wealth was to elevate the Li family and ensure that Li Jing could enjoy a comfortable life alongside him. All right, I understand. Please do not be upset anymore. Li Jing's fear of Zhang Fan's anger was palpable, and he immediately recognized her trepidation. I am not angry. Promise me that next time we go out, you will indulge yourself with some new things. Look, you did not buy a single item for yourself today. That is simply unacceptable. His tone softened, and Li Jing appeared less afraid. Otherwise, she would not have dared to lift her gaze to meet his. Okay. She acquiesced once more, finally raising her head to face Zhang Fan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Jixiang had already begun trying on various coats and trousers under his wife's gentle urging, striving for the perfect fit, as anything ill-fitting would necessitate a return trip. In an era devoid of e-commerce and the convenience of online shopping, procuring any item required a visit to a physical store. The most daunting aspect of purchasing clothing for others was the fear of an improper fit, which entailed the hassle of returning it. Sister, you've bought so many clothes for my brother-in-law. What about me? Have you forgotten your dear brother? Wang Xiangyang, reclining on the bed, watched Chen Jixiang trying on new clothes, envious to the point of tears, and hastily inquired, "Want new clothes? Have your wife buy them for you. I am your sister. I am under no obligation to buy you anything." Chen Jixiang's wife chuckled, teasing her brother. "Sister, aren't you just trying to irritate me? If I had a wife, would I even need to ask you for favors?" Wang Xiangyang felt the weight of disappointment heavier than the injury on his arm. He wished to voice his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. That is not my issue. Just look at Zhang Fan. He has a wife, and thus new clothes. You are of similar age. I need not elaborate further. Chen Jixiang's wife was not lenient with Wang Xiangyang, swiftly using Zhang Fan as an example. Zhang Fan found amusement in the situation, recognizing that his good friend's significant life event ought to be addressed without further delay. Forget it, you all are in love. While I am the sole one nursing my wounds, Wang Xiangyang sighed, shaking his head and falling silent, realizing he had no voice in the matter of finding a partner. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Fan and Chen Jixiang decided to take their leave, while Chen Jixiang's wife remained to tend to Wang Xiangyang. Upon exiting the hospital, Zhang Fan turned to Chen Jixiang, his expression growing serious. "Brother Chen, regarding the factory matters, I advise you to observe the situation for the next few days and refrain from any further investigation. Internal management has encountered issues. Should you rashly intrude at this juncture, the only one to suffer will be yourself. I recommend observing for a few more days. Should any developments arise, inform me, and we shall devise a strategy together." After visiting Wang Xiangyang, Chen Jixiang's spirits lifted considerably, no longer wearing the grave expression he had upon first encountering Zhang Fan. "Indeed, I shall take a few days to observe. I cannot bear to watch the cement factory crumble when it should be profiting." Chen Jixiang has immense faith in Zhang Fan's capabilities. Such audacity to conduct business amidst national policies is rare among the youth of this era. Particularly in small counties like ours, young people are typically engaged in farming, with few venturing into business for profit. Let us wait and see. The traitor will reveal themselves soon enough. Furthermore, as the factory's profits continue to decline, the manager will inevitably become anxious, which will facilitate our endeavors. Zhang Fan has nearly deduced the situation, yet he is unfamiliar with the factory personnel and cannot ascertain whether the management is engaged in sabotage. Very well. Should any situation arise, we shall discuss it further. If all remains quiet, I shall return for now, determined to expose the traitor. Chen Jixiang's face was filled with indignation. The cement factory's orders were overflowing, representing a significant sum of money. To leave such wealth untapped in a plot to undermine the factory is truly malicious. For the sake of the factory and his own employment, Chen Jixiang would not stand idly by as it faced closure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 86. unjustly targeted 3 swift days passed, during which the internal chaos of the cement factory escalated. Outside, clients clamored for their orders, while within, each workshop was mandated to meet strict production targets, resulting in mandatory overtime for all employees. The atmosphere was rife with discontent. As workers lamented the current policies of the factory, overtime was one matter, but the absence of overtime pay left the workers bewildered regarding the situation. They had operated the machinery at maximum capacity during their shifts, and theoretically, fulfilling those orders should not have posed a problem. Despite multiple reports from the workers, no one came to investigate the issues, leading to mounting pressure from clients outside and frustration within. At 8:30 in the morning, the weekly meeting commenced, attended by all levels of leadership, with no absentees. Comrades, our factory is experiencing a surge in orders, yet our output remains stagnant. Let us collectively brainstorm solutions to this predicament, the manager stated, his face betraying his anxiety as he surveyed the others. As the manager, he bore considerable pressure. The factory faced internal strife and external challenges at a time when it should be thriving, yet significant issues had arisen. Manager, we are indeed ramping up production. All employees are currently working 3 hours of unpaid overtime each day. This is the best solution we have at present, spoke a portly, balding middle-aged man. The workshop director of the third workshop. He appeared unfazed, as if imposing overtime upon the workers was a matter of course. Sigh. Continually compelling workers to toil without compensation is hardly a sustainable course of action. Tomorrow, let's conduct an inspection of the machinery to ascertain whether the issue lies therein. Gazing at the workshop director of the third workshop, the factory manager spoke. The challenges we face at the factory are numerous and cannot be addressed in the short term. Manager, the machinery in our workshop requires no repairs. I inspect it daily and can assure you with my integrity that there will be no issues whatsoever, declared the director of the third workshop with a confident demeanor, vowing that their machinery was in impeccable condition. Then the other workshops must also diligently inspect their equipment. We must elevate our production levels and ensure our clients harbor no grievances against us. Our factory has consistently been a model cement factory in the entire province, never receiving a negative review. I refuse to see such a commendable reputation tarnished on my watch. The factory manager, a recently appointed figure, had enjoyed a smooth tenure over the past year, initially believing this opportunity would further his ambitions, only to find himself confronting such disheartening outcomes. Very well. Let us reconvene after the meeting and conduct the necessary inspections. Several workshop directors nodded in agreement, while Chun Jixiang sat in contemplation, recognizing that inspecting the machinery was indeed a prudent approach. However, if cooperation faltered, production would stagnate, inevitably leading to unfulfilled orders. Old Chun, why aren't you responding to the manager? Are you hesitant to speak because your workshop might be at fault? Just as Chun Jixiang pondered, the bald, portly director of the third workshop interjected, glaring at him ominously. Our workshop? I believe our operations do not necessitate external commentary. I trust the manager is well aware of this. Chun Jixiang scoffed at the words of the third workshop director, knowing that it was entirely unacceptable to cast suspicion upon him. His work ethic was well recognized throughout the factory. If his workshop encountered problems, it would undoubtedly halt operations in others as well. Oh, I suspect your workshop indeed. What of it? Do not disguise your negligence under the pretense of diligence. I observe that other workshop directors are actively engaging, while you remain silent, which clearly indicates a problem. Chun Jixiang's retorts did little to quell the third workshop director's tirade, instead fueling further vitriol. Enough. At this critical juncture, we must unite in our efforts to navigate this crisis. What purpose does arguing serve? If discord could elevate production, then by all means, argue away. As Chun Jixiang appeared on the verge of a confrontation with the third workshop's director, the factory manager intervened. Arguing does not resolve our issues. The factory's problems persist. The sole purpose of this meeting is to enhance our production. Your workshop represents the final stage in our process. If production falters, it surely correlates with your operations. I urge the manager to thoroughly investigate the first workshop in case there are underlying issues. Despite the manager's interjection, the third workshop director remained incessantly verbose, as if harboring a personal vendetta against Chun Jixiang. Enough. I will inspect each of your workshops. Let us cease this bickering and continue with the meeting. The factory manager, already exasperated, had little patience for their quarrels. It seems imperative to inspect each workshop thoroughly. Identifying the issues is far from straightforward. and it is clear that one must take matters into their own hands. The meeting persists, and while the factory director's brow is furrowed with concern, the deputy director sits nonchalantly to the side, adorned with a faint smile, leisurely sipping tea. In all significant meetings, he consistently adopts this demeanor, as if utterly indifferent to the factory's affairs, embodying a complete detachment from the situation at hand. The ensuing discussions revolve around enhancing production capacity, addressing customer urgencies, and their attitudes towards the factory. After articulating both praise and criticism, the factory director can only hope that these individuals take heed of the message. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, as Chen Jixiang perused the minutes, an incongruous figure emerged beside him. Chen Jixiang, prepare to be scrutinized by the director. It must be your workshop that harbors the problems. One rotten apple spoils the barrel. The bald, rotund head of the third workshop director mocked him before striding off in the direction of his domain. What a lunatic, Chen Jixiang muttered in exasperation, watching the director's retreating form. Typically, he bore no ill will towards the third workshop director. They were acquaintances at best, yet today, S meeting inexplicably directed scrutiny towards him. Unable to fathom the reasoning, he resolved to focus on what was paramount, improving production. Upon returning to his workshop, Chen Jixiang commenced a meticulous inspection of each machine, accompanied by 2 technicians responsible for the machinery's upkeep. They diligently examined every apparatus, but no discrepancies were discovered. If the issues do not lie within their workshop, they must surely reside elsewhere. The next order of business is to ascertain the true culprit. Having completed yet another thorough inspection of his machines, Chen Jixiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the problems did not originate from his domain, he was content. Chapter 87. Explain what is happening. Chen Jixiang spent the entire morning wandering through the workshop, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. As the saying goes, the left eye twitches for wealth, while the right forebodes disaster. And the latter is undoubtedly an ominous sign. Coupled with the remarks made by the third workshop director earlier that morning, Chen Jixiang felt a heightened sense of vigilance. The factory director was soon to conduct a comprehensive inspection of each workshop, and it was crucial that no mistakes occurred at this juncture. His workshop's machinery had been inspected repeatedly, and he was confident there would be no errors. He had no fear of the director's scrutiny. In stark contrast, the other workshops were in disarray, each manager brimming with anxiety at the prospect of the director uncovering any faults. Director, I have diligently followed your instructions and rectified all the machines across the 4 workshops. This time our plan should proceed flawlessly, correct? In the deputy director's office, the bald, portly third workshop director stood deferentially beside the deputy, his face alight with obsequious smiles. Yes, let the factory falter, my assent is assured, and you shall not be forgotten in my rise. The deputy director, leisurely sipping his tea, could barely muster the energy to acknowledge the third workshop director, only offering words when it served his interests, otherwise ignoring him entirely. Director, I fail to comprehend your intentions. The orders have surged beyond capacity, and we have tarnished the reputation of our factory. When you eventually assume the position of the factory head, what will remain of our credibility? Will we not be left with nothing? The head of the third workshop has been diligently following the deputy director's instructions, yet he cannot fathom the rationale behind it. Our factory currently emulates a model enterprise, boasting a perfect approval rating. The quality of the cement produced and the expediency of delivery are beyond reproach. If we ruin the factory now, it will bring no benefits to the deputy director either. Alas, your reasoning is quite perplexing. I have my own justifications for these actions. You need not concern yourself. Focus on your own duties. Listening to the inquiries from the head of the third workshop, the deputy director felt a wave of incredulity. How could there be such a dim-witted employee? Fortunately, he only intends to utilize him and has no desire to genuinely support him. Once he achieves his goals, he will simply discard him. After being reprimanded, the head of the third workshop dared not display any dissatisfaction until he exited the deputy director's office, at which point a shadow crossed his face, and he could not help but mutter in disdain. How absurd. You demand my service while acting as if you are of great importance. The deputy director had promised that once he ascended to the top position, he would elevate the head of the third workshop to be his right-hand man. For this ephemeral promise, the head of the third workshop gambled. He wagered his job, his future. Little did he know, this gamble risked his very life. After lunch, it was time for the director to commence a thorough inspection of all machines within the factory. Naturally, Chen Jixiang, as the head of the first workshop, was the first to be scrutinized. He had remained in the factory throughout the morning, anxious that something might go awry with his workshop's machinery. Zhixiang, as the head of the first workshop, let us begin with you, shall we? Upon seeing Chen Zhixiang, the director beamed with satisfaction. In terms of capability, no workshop had surpassed Chen Zhixiang in the entire factory. No objections, director. Please proceed with the inspection. Identifying issues early will expedite production. Chen Zhixiang appeared quite relaxed. He had conducted thorough checks and was determined not to falter at this critical juncture. Observing Chen Zhixiang's confident demeanor, the director nodded approvingly. He had complete faith in him and would sooner suspect others than doubt Chen Zhixiang. The inspection began earnestly with the first machine, while the technician alongside conducted tests meticulously, with each assessment passing without issue. One machine after another flashed before the director, all data indicating normal operation. Only one machine remained in the first workshop. This inspection was not solely for the director. Each workshop head was required to accompany him to identify any potential problems. With no issues found in the other machines, there was little reason to scrutinize this one further. It was unlikely to present any problems. Having inspected for so long in the first workshop, the director began to feel fatigued and contemplated moving on to the next workshop for further examination. As the factory manager prepared to depart, the bald and corpulent head of the third workshop suddenly interjected, "Please, manager, we are here to identify issues today. We have inspected the entire workshop. It would be remiss not to examine this machine as well. What if there is a problem?" The seriousness etched on the third workshop director's face belied a glint of cunning in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone present, all of whom were fixated on the final machine. "Manager Deng, we must conduct a thorough inspection for the sake of our factory's efficiency. We cannot afford to be negligent." Sensing the manager's reluctance to turn back, the deputy manager, who respectfully addressed the factory manager as Deng, interjected, "Well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I cannot decline. Let us adopt a conscientious approach and inspect each machine diligently, leaving no stone unturned." With that, Manager Deng, accompanied by the heads of various workshops, returned to the very last machine in the first workshop. "Director Chen, are you feeling anxious? This is the last machine in your workshop. If it has issues, all your efforts will be in vain." Observing the manager and the others returning, Chen Zhixiang felt little concern. A thorough inspection would benefit both himself and the factory. "Why should I be nervous? I would prefer the manager to conduct inspections daily. It would boost our factory's output and keep everyone content." Unfazed by the third workshop director's sardonic remarks, Chen Zhixiang remained assured, confident that any problems in the factory were unrelated to him. "Your words carry a noble tone, but alas, it seems you are about to fall." The bald and portly third workshop director sneered as Manager Deng approached the machine. Ignoring the third workshop director, Chen Zhixiang fixed his gaze intently on the last machine. As the testing equipment was connected, the machine exhibited no abnormalities and the data was satisfactory. However, as the testing time extended, the machine suddenly began to emit a series of alarming beeps, the green light on the testing device shifting to a flashing red, sending a ripple of tension through the gathered crowd. Chen Zhixiang explained this situation. At the sound of the alarm, Chen Zhixiang was taken aback. What was happening? He had thoroughly inspected the machine that morning without issue and had not left the workshop all morning. How could there be a problem now? "Manager, I assure you on my character that I examined this machine this morning. I will immediately investigate the issue to minimize any potential losses." As the alarm continued to sound, Chen Zhixiang rushed to troubleshoot, anxious to avoid the manager's ire. Having once been so confident, now finding himself the first workshop facing a dilemma. "Oh dear, Chen Zhixiang, you spoke too soon, didn't you? Now look what has happened. The machine is malfunctioning. It seems you should hurry and pack your things and be on your way." Chen Zhixiang was meticulously inspecting the machinery, striving to discern the root of the problem, when the director of the third workshop emerged, mocking him with a sardonic tone. "Chen Zhixiang, you have truly disappointed me. I had the utmost confidence in you, yet the issue has arisen under your watch. Hurry up and resolve it. We will discuss this later." The expression on factory director Deng's face shifted dramatically, his previously jovial demeanor now replaced by a flicker of rage. Some would face a reprimand, while others might find themselves dismissed. As Deng strode ahead, the director of the third workshop continued to revel in the misfortune, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Deng. Subsequently, inspections of the second and third workshops yielded no discernible issues. The cement plant comprises 8 workshops. and the final inspection revealed problems in the first, fourth, fifth, and seventh workshops, while the others were deemed completely normal. Upon receiving this report, Deng erupted in fury, reprimanding the workshop directors present with vigor. He often advised them to conduct thorough checks and remain vigilant regarding their equipment. Now, it appeared that problems were rampant upon inspection. Upon returning to his office, Deng remained incensed. The fact that Chen Zhixiang, whom he had held in high regard, had faltered was particularly infuriating. His frustration mounted as he pondered how such incompetence could exist among his staff. Go, summon Chen Zhixiang. I must inquire about his work practices and his method of machine inspection. After taking a couple of sips of water, he dispatched someone to fetch Chen. While he could tolerate mistakes from other workshop directors, he found it intolerable when it came to Chen. Initially considering promoting him, Deng now hesitated given the current situation. Before long, Chen Zhixiang arrived at Deng's office, standing beside the director without taking a seat. "Director, you called for me?" Upon seeing the director, a look of confusion crossed Chen's face, yet he refrained from elaborating, awaiting Deng's inquiry. "Zhixiang, how could such a grave issue arise in your work? Your attitude has always been exemplary. To find problems with the machinery in your workshop is truly difficult for me to accept." Deng's expression was one of disappointment, as if he were lamenting unfulfilled potential. It was evident that even the most diligent workers could make mistakes, jeopardizing the factory's productivity and efficiency. "Director, if I were to suggest that there is something amiss, would you believe me?" Observing Deng's reaction, Chen chose to voice his suspicions. "What do you mean by something amiss? Tell me." "The existence of issues with the machines is an undeniable fact. Could it be that I am unjustly accusing you?" Seeing Chen attempt to defend himself, Deng decided to grant him an opportunity to clarify the situation. "Today, the director of the third workshop behaved oddly. Did you notice? I have no grievances with him. Yet today he seems to have targeted me relentlessly. This is not right." The more Chen thought about the director of the third workshop, the more suspicious he became. They were colleagues, and he harbored no animosity towards him. Why, then, was he singled out for such scrutiny? The behavior of the director of the third workshop today was indeed peculiar, yet this does not necessarily indicate any underlying issues. The malfunction of your workshop's machinery is a tangible concern. After considering Chen Zhixiang's analysis, Director Deng found no fault in his reasoning. The director's demeanor today was undeniably strange. But it does not overshadow the fact that there is a problem with the machinery in Chen Zhixiang's workshop. "I meticulously inspected the machines yesterday and today, and found no issues. As you are aware, the detection equipment we possess in each workshop is aging, and I suspect there may be deeper problems that have gone undetected. The factory recently acquired the latest detection equipment, but only the director has access to it, leaving others without the authority to utilize it. Perhaps the outdated machines are incapable of identifying the issues at hand. Your points are somewhat valid. However, I must still critique your negligence in today's work. Please be more diligent in the future to avoid such problems. You know our factory is at a critical juncture, beset by both internal and external challenges. Our clients are pressing for deliveries, while the factory is plagued with issues that leave me utterly exhausted." Director Deng rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the multitude of problems unearthed today, and the dual pressures inside and outside the factory were beginning to overwhelm him. "Director, if you are willing to trust me, I suggest you keep a close watch on the director of the third workshop and observe who he associates with. I suspect there may be an internal traitor within our ranks." Observing the weary state of the director, Chen Zhixiang offered his advice, a strategy imparted to him by Zhang Fan. Given time, the traitor would inevitably reveal themselves. Some matters require patience. "Look at how busy I am every day. I barely have time to monitor him. If the situation in the factory does not improve, I might not have a job much longer." The pressure from all directions was suffocating for Director Deng. "Director, I am not jesting. Keeping a close eye on the director of the third workshop will undoubtedly yield surprising results." Ignoring the director's response, Chen Zhixiang spoke with a seriousness that surpassed all previous encounters. "You want me to keep an eye on that bald head?" The director of the third workshop was colloquially referred to as Baldy, a nickname he did not mind. Naturally, the director was aware of this moniker but refrained from using it in public, only occasionally mentioning it in private conversations. "Indeed, I suspect an internal traitor is at work during this crisis in the factory. I do not know their motives, but we must remain vigilant. The director of the third workshop seems to be targeting me. Who knows whom he may target next? Perhaps he is not the mastermind, and others may be behind him. If we keep a close watch, we are sure to uncover his secrets." Chen Jixiang's words were a subtle prompt to the director, echoing what Zhang Fan had conveyed to him. Are you implying that I might be next? I am the director. Who would dare confront me? Surely, they wouldn't want to jeopardize their position. In this era, the directors of state-owned factories symbolize authority, and it is only natural for them to speak with a certain bravado. It is difficult to articulate, director. Consider the immense pressure you currently face. Allow me to analyze the situation for you. Today, you are beset by the demands of higher authorities, the expectations of clients, and internal challenges within the factory. Have you not realized that the origins of these pressures stem from issues within the factory itself? The production output is lagging, and clients are scrutinizing our every move. The higher-ups are concerned about the factory's reputation, while employees are enduring unpaid overtime, each one lamenting their plight. This pressure is directed squarely at you, director. I implore you to heed my advice, whether as a subordinate or a friend. I offer this reminder earnestly. In that moment, Chen Jixiang bared his heart. He could not bear to witness the downfall of the cement factory, nor did he wish to see a change in leadership. Having followed Director Deng for a year, he held great admiration for his ability to manage affairs, and the collective efforts of the past year were evident to all. With the emergence of such troubling circumstances, Chen Jixiang felt a sense of urgency and sought solutions. Very well, Jixiang, Director Deng responded. Your newfound awareness is commendable. You have articulated the situation with remarkable clarity. It is impressive to see such initiative. Listening to Chen Jixiang's analysis, Director Deng could not help but commend him, feeling fortunate to have such an employee. Your praise is unwarranted. In truth, much of this insight has been shared with me by a younger associate outside the factory, Chen Jixiang modestly replied, shaking his head to dismiss the accolades. Many of these matters were imparted to him by Zhang Fan, and he merely relayed them to the director in his own words. Oh, who is this young associate who has provided such valuable assistance to you? Upon hearing about the associate, Director Deng's interest was piqued. A person capable of offering such wisdom must be a rare talent, one worth recruiting for the factory. Indeed, he is a young man who bravely ventured to the county town to conduct business on his own. His ideas are quite avant-garde and have been immensely beneficial to me. Chen Jixiang spoke highly of Zhang Fan, treating him as a true friend. From what you say, this young man seems quite remarkable and full of ideas. If the opportunity arises, we should certainly meet. Director Deng, intrigued by Chen Jixiang's words, acknowledged the factory's need for talent. While they had a plethora of workers, there were few who could strategize and offer insightful counsel. The more such individuals they could attract, the better. Hearing the mention of talent, Director Deng was filled with joy. This was the most encouraging news he had received that day. Very well, when he comes to the factory to visit me, I shall introduce him to you. You will undoubtedly be impressed. I assure you, this is no exaggeration. Director Deng had never before heard Chen Jixiang speak so highly of anyone, and his curiosity about Zhang Fan deepened. Such a promising talent must be met soon. If he agreed to work for the factory, it would be akin to discovering a treasure. But let us not stray too far from the topic. Please, elucidate how we should address today's issue. After all, your workshop's machinery has malfunctioned, and I cannot leave the staff without an explanation. We must address this matter in tomorrow's morning meeting. With that, Director Deng deftly steered the conversation back to the pressing issue at hand, pondering how best to resolve the situation. The problem must be resolved. The serious error that occurred today cannot go unreported by tomorrow morning, as it may incite dissatisfaction among others. Perhaps you should consider dismissing me. It would conveniently allow for the appointment of a new workshop director. Observing Director Deng, Chen Jixiang jested, for he shared a cordial rapport with him, treating him almost as a brother. Even in the face of potential repercussions, he dared to joke, reassured by the knowledge that he bore no culpability for the machinery issues. Come now, I assure you, I would not dismiss you. Among all the workshop directors, you are the only one who brings me peace of mind. If I were to let you go, I would only invite further complications, Director Deng replied, recognizing the humor in Chen Jixiang's words. Nonetheless, there was truth in what he said. Chen Jixiang was indeed the only one who did not trouble him. After listening to Chen's analysis, Director Deng was convinced that the machinery malfunction did not stem from Chen's actions. Clearly, there was some sabotage at play, and unless the culprit was unmasked, the factory could face dire consequences. Let us deduct some wages, but it must not be solely my burden. If penalties are to be imposed, they should apply to all who have erred, Chen proposed. Although the machinery issues were not his doing, Director Deng understood the necessity of providing an explanation to everyone. Failure to do so would complicate matters further. Very well, let us deduct 10 yuan from each of you, so that everyone remembers the lesson. Otherwise, I will find it difficult to justify this tomorrow, he agreed. After their discussion concluded, Chen Zhixiang departed, resolute that the immediate priority was to uncover the traitor. If the saboteur remained hidden, the factory could collapse, leaving him with nothing. Meanwhile, the third workshop director was once again ensconced in the deputy director's office, where this time he received a discerning glance. Today you performed admirably. Stir up the factory's waters to distract old Deng, causing him to overlook the chaos. The deputy director instructed. I intend to ensure he is completely ousted from the cement factory. His reign of tyranny must end. Once he is gone, I shall ascend to the position of director, and you will undoubtedly reap the benefits. His mind was filled with dreams of a prosperous future, envisioning the director's chair beckoning to him. Though both served the factory, the title of deputy director sounded less than impressive, compounded by the fact that his authority paled in comparison to that of Director Deng. Many decisions still required Deng's judgment, granting him a sense of comfort. Yet it was this very dissatisfaction that spurred the deputy to disrupt the factory's environment. If you seek a smooth path in your career, I shall ensure you are overwhelmed with challenges, leaving you no time to rest. A ruthless individual often leaves no escape routes, failing to contemplate the consequences of their actions. He might succeed in ousting Director Deng and seizing control of the cement factory, becoming the rightful director, but what would be the ultimate outcome? A once reputable cement factory could become a pariah, shunned by all, with long-standing partnerships evaporating into thin air and years of hard-earned reputation reduced to mere shadows. The deputy factory director has not pondered these matters. Instead, he is solely driven by his selfish desires, willing to jeopardize the factory for the sake of securing the position of the chief director. If he cannot possess something, then he shall destroy it. Chapter 90. Launching new products early the next morning, the cement factory's broadcast incessantly announced that the directors of workshops 1, 4, 5, and 7 would each face a 10 yuan deduction from their salaries. This incident stirred significant unrest within the factory. Since Director Deng assumed office, he had never penalized any employee and was known for his amiable demeanor, devoid of the typical airs of authority. Yet this time, several workshop directors faced fines, inciting widespread anxiety and speculation. Was something amiss at the cement factory? The unusual occurrence of penalizing workshop directors was indeed rare. Had they forgotten about the major inspection yesterday? Our factory struggles to meet production demands, and the director must be anxious, as external clients urgently require cement. We must work overtime daily. It is justifiable that those directors who have been idling and merely coasting along should face consequences. Let us refrain from speaking too much amidst a crowd. Careless words may be overheard by those with ill intentions, leading to trouble. Each workshop buzzed with conversation, for this matter was no trivial issue, having never occurred during Director Deng's tenure. This morning, Zhang Fan made a special effort to prepare 2 types of vegetarian steamed buns, one filled with rapeseed and mushrooms, and the other with pork cracklings and cabbage. Zhang Fan had intentionally purchased some pork lard and fatty meat to render down. Residing in the county now made it practical to incorporate lard into his cooking, enhancing the flavor of meat fillings. Unlike future generations that would decry the dangers of pork, Zhang Fan dismissed such alarmist rhetoric as mere nonsense, a ploy to promote vegetable oils. While others might believe these claims, Zhang Fan remained skeptical. In his previous life, he relished cooking with lard, employing it in everyday meals except for specific dishes. The batch of pork cracklings he rendered was modest, serving both as an experiment and a gauge of customer acceptance. The pork crackling cabbage bun was absent in Qingshan County and was something Zhang Fan recalled from his past life. He was uncertain how the local populace would receive this bun, but he had fallen in love with its flavor at first taste. Such a delightful treat would undoubtedly have its admirers, just as some might cherish or disdain the herb known as zirgan. The people of the Southwest regarded it as a treasure, whereas those in the North might disdainfully feed it to pigs, illustrating how geography shapes preferences and habits. Fortunately, the rendered lard would suffice for his family's consumption for some time. Should the pork crackling cabbage bun sell well, Zhang Fan would need to contemplate the various uses for the remaining pork. Relying solely on his household for consumption would prove excessive. Even taking it back to the village would not suffice. With this realization, Zhang Fan suddenly perceived lard as a potential avenue to prosperity. However, He decided to await the response to the pork crackling cabbage buns before making any further decisions. The bun shop is currently operating at a profit every day. Despite having opened only a few days ago, Zhang Fan has already accumulated several thousand yuan. While this sum may appear substantial at first glance, in comparison to the vast aspirations he harbors, it is but a speck of dust in the desert, utterly insignificant. The bun shop merely marks the beginning of his entrepreneurial journey, armed with the wisdom of his past life. Zhang Fan is determined to expedite his progress by seizing the opportunities he once encountered, ensuring that he retains control over the prevailing market trends. My dear, do you think anyone will buy this bun? It's filled with pork scraps, yet it's labeled as a vegetarian bun. Why is that? Li Jing inquired, gazing at the filling Zhang Fan had prepared with a hint of confusion. Pork scraps are still meat. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to call it a meat bun? Because it contains cabbage, Zhang Fan explained patiently. Imagine the delight of purchasing a vegetarian bun, only to discover meat inside. That element of surprise enhances the overall experience. Such unexpected joy will encourage customers to return. By tapping into their desire for a bargain, we can ensure our profitability. Zhang Fan elucidated that in many places, cabbage buns are indeed meat buns, but he chose to brand his offering as a vegetable bun, emphasizing the element of surprise. If everyone else capitalizes on this small advantage, how will our soup buns and sauced meat buns stand out? That would be detrimental to our business. Li Jing grasped Zhang Fan's reasoning, yet new questions soon arose. If meat-filled buns are classified as vegetable buns, how should we market the traditional meat buns? It's quite perplexing. Soup buns and sauced meat buns are all about flavor and experience. Have you noticed that both attract repeat customers? They have established their own clientele, so there is no need to worry about their sales. The cabbage buns will open up a new customer base without encroaching on the market for the soup buns and sauced meat buns. That is the crux of the matter. Zhang Fan addressed each of Li Jing's concerns with care, feeling a sense of responsibility to repay the debts of his previous life to this woman. It was understandable that she struggled with such concepts, having come from a rural background. She lacked exposure to the grandeur of the metropolis and had not yet encountered the intricacies of commercial competition or the nuances of business models. Zhang Fan was not merely discussing buns. He was also imparting lessons on market competition. Ah, I see. Then I shall not worry any longer. I was concerned that cabbage buns might encroach upon our meat bun market. With her apprehensions alleviated, Li Jing confidently began to prepare the buns, while Zhang Fan contemplated the situation at the cement factory. As days passed, he anticipated that the mole within the factory would soon reveal themselves. He was eager to observe the outcome of this internal conflict, confident that his suspicions were accurate. Such significant upheaval within a state-owned enterprise often stemmed from internal discord, with individuals vying for power through subterfuge when direct means failed. Unfortunately, the schemes they devised would likely lead them to a point of no return. What are you pondering, my dear? Please check if the buns over there are done. If they are, place the steamer on top. The time is nearly upon us, and the parents picking up their children will soon arrive. Zhang Fan was lost in thought, contemplating the fate of the cement factory, when Li Jing's voice jolted him back to reality. Oh great, they're ready. Hand them over to me. He carefully transferred the steamed buns to another counter, placing the freshly prepared ones atop. In no time, the first batch of parents arriving to collect their children had reached the bun shop's entrance. They had developed a profound affection for this flavor, and if they missed their morning visit, an unsettling feeling would linger in their hearts. Good morning, everyone. Today we unveil a new product, the oil-soaked cabbage bun. We welcome you to come and taste it. Zhang Fan's voice once again captivated the crowd, prompting many to eagerly compete for the new offering. Wow, it's the same price as the vegetable bun, yet it contains meat, exclaimed one customer. Delicious. This indeed is the shop I've been eyeing. It simply cannot disappoint. Another chimed in, boss. You sell these at such a low price while still including meat. You're truly a generous soul. The oil-soaked cabbage buns received instant acclaim, with those who sampled them singing their praises. Aside from the soup buns, which often risked scalding the mouth, all other offerings from Zhang Fan's shop garnered uniformly positive reviews. The occasional complaint regarding the soup buns was minor, as the flavors of his creations were undeniably exquisite. No one could resist their charm. After nearly 2 hours of frenzied purchasing, the buns for that morning, like previous mornings, were nearly sold out. Naturally, the buns reserved for the landlord remained unsold, as it was essential to honor the agreement of residing in his property. Once the shop closed its doors, Zhang Fan meticulously cleaned the courtyard, He possessed a penchant for cleanliness. Even without the landlord's prompting, he would take the initiative to tidy the space. After all, his family now resided there, and maintaining a hygienic environment was beneficial for Li Jing and the children. With these tasks completed, the morning drew to a close, and Zhang Fan's curiosity about the cement factory peaked. "Come, my dear, let us take a stroll around the cement factory. There's excitement to be found," he suggested to Li Jing, who had just finished nursing their child, a look of intrigue lighting up his face. Although the affairs of the cement factory seemed unrelated to him, they were indeed connected through Chun Jixiang, who worked there. Upon arriving at the cement factory, they found the factory's announcements had ceased, no longer repeating the news of several workshop managers being fined. Upon reaching Chun Jixiang's office, they found him anxiously calculating the recent output of Workshop 1, eager to boost production for the benefit of both the factory and himself. "Brother Chun, how is it going? Is the cement factory progressing as I had envisioned?" Zhang Fan inquired, stepping into the office and observing Chun Jixiang, still engrossed in his calculations. His curiosity was palpable. He was eager to understand the current state of the cement factory. "Brother Zhang, you've arrived. You truly are remarkable. Everything that has transpired at the factory, you have predicted with uncanny accuracy. The factory director has expressed a desire to meet you." After becoming acquainted with Chun Jixiang, he specifically instructed Zhang Fan to enter without knocking, lest he miss the sound amidst his busy schedule. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Chun Jixiang's face lit up with joy, for he had eagerly awaited Zhang Fan's arrival. He wished for Director Deng to meet this extraordinary young man, whose insights had proven entirely accurate. There is nothing miraculous about it. Such deductions are quite simple to make, especially since I previously engaged in the study of factory management during my leisure. The occurrences at the cement plant were deduced from knowledge I had acquired, so there's no need for such flattery, Brother Chun. Zhang Fan's words were not mere fabrications. They stemmed from knowledge gained in a previous life. In that existence, he not only acquired wisdom but also built a trillion-dollar business empire, replete with countless honors. Astounding indeed, to apply learned concepts to reality. Brother Zhang has truly reshaped my perceptions. Come, let us meet the director. He is most eager to see you. Chun Jixiang's compliments flowed unceasingly, while Li Jing, standing nearby, gazed at Zhang Fan with admiration, her heart swelling with pride for her remarkable partner. Yet, beneath her pride lay an undercurrent of worry. She feared that Zhang Fan might abandon her, just as he once had, for the sake of a mere notification to return to the city. The memory of that incident extinguished the sparkle in Li Jing's eyes. She dreaded repeating that painful chapter. She feared that the present reality was but an illusion, and that soon Zhang Fan might revert to his former self, seeking to escape her once more. The director wishes to meet me, but I have no acquaintance with him. Zhang Fan mused, puzzled, as he had no connection with the cement plant director, neither in this life nor the last. By the time he returned in his previous life, the cement plant was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, overshadowed by its neighboring county's flourishing enterprise, which had long left the once thriving Qingshan cement plant far behind. Zhang Fan surmised that the calamity in his previous life had ultimately led to the cement plant's downfall, widening the gap and seizing all clientele. Of course, I recommended you. I sang your praises to the director, who has a keen eye for talent. With your capabilities, I am certain you two will connect splendidly, Chun Jixiang stated, leading Zhang Fan towards the director's office. As the two men walked ahead, Li Jing trailed behind, feeling a sudden shift in her mindset. She absorbed none of the conversation, her thoughts consumed by the fear of what might happen if Zhang Fan were to leave her. Would this blow be too great to bear? Would it harm their child as he grew older? With each passing day, Li Jing became increasingly anxious. Her partner was exceptional, but if he were to depart, she would be left with nothing. Brother Chen, what talent do I possess? As I mentioned earlier, these are merely my deductions, based on my prior readings on the subject. Zhang Fan has yet to engage with the cement plant's director, and he is currently reluctant to interact with strangers. However, adhering to the principle that more friends lead to more opportunities, Zhang Fan follows Chun Jixiang. As they walk, Zhang Fan suddenly recalls Li Jing behind them, promptly halting his steps to wait for her to catch up, and he grasps her hand. Li Jing, lost in her thoughts, is suddenly taken aback as he holds her hand, instinctively retracting it in surprise. Upon realizing it is Zhang Fan, she extends her hand once more. What's the matter, my dear? You seem rather pensive. Is there something troubling you? Li Jing's expression shifts rapidly, yet she cannot escape Zhang Fan's discerning gaze. He perceives the fleeting disappointment and sorrow mingled with various emotions on her face. "No, it's nothing. I might have just been daydreaming, and your sudden grasp startled me." Naturally, Li Jing would not voice her fears of being abandoned before others. She possesses enough emotional intelligence for that. Should she have any concerns, she would address them privately with Zhang Fan after they return home, preserving his dignity in public. "It's all right then. Let us proceed. Brother Chen will take us to meet the director, and we shall broaden our horizons." Chapter 92. Meeting the director, huh? We're going to meet the director? That makes me even more anxious. Why on earth are we meeting the director? Upon hearing this news, Li Jing suddenly becomes tense. She has never encountered someone of such high rank as the director of a state-run factory. The highest official she has met is merely the village secretary. She has never even seen the town mayor, and now she feels a tremor of intimidation at the prospect of meeting the director. It's perfectly fine. Meeting the director could be beneficial. If we aspire to expand our business, we cannot do so without the assistance of others. The more friends we have, the more avenues open to us. Brother Chun is helping us, and we must not embarrass him. Zhang Fan reassures her with a smile. Zhang Fan affectionately squeezes Li Jing's small hand, causing her cheeks to flush. "You two make such a lovely couple. I find myself a bit envious." Chun Jixiang remarks with a broad smile, delighted to witness the affection between Zhang Fan and Li Jing, embodying the vitality of youth. "I believe it is you and your wife who evoke our envy, with your steady jobs and carefree lives. How splendid your days must be." Zhang Fan jests, feeling more relaxed with Chun Jixiang as their relationship deepens. "Oh, please. I know precisely how much you earn. I've seen you making a tidy profit selling roasted chestnuts outside our cement plant," Chun Jixiang counters, a smile playing on his lips as he exposes Zhang Fan's secret. "Haha, since Brother Chun has discovered my little secret, I shan't hide it any longer. I indeed earn more than I would working in the factory," Zhang Fan responds with pride, taking satisfaction in his ability to generate income and his yearning for freedom. "All right, enough of this idle chatter. We have arrived at the director's office. Let us proceed inside." Upon arriving at the office of the factory director, Chun Jixiang habitually knocked on the door in a rhythmic manner, demonstrating his politeness. "Please come in," a voice called from within after 3 firm knocks. "Jixiang, what brings you here?" Director Deng appeared astonished upon seeing Chun Jixiang, as they had only conversed the previous afternoon. Was there yet another issue that required attention? "Director, I've brought the young man I mentioned yesterday. You expressed a desire to meet him, and he is here now," Chun Jixiang replied. Following his words, Zhang Fan entered the office accompanied by Li Jing. "Hello, Director," Zhang Fan greeted, extending his right hand with courtesy. Director Deng, wearing a smile, grasped Zhang Fan's hand. "Just call me Old Deng. You are indeed a remarkable young man." After their brief introduction, Director Deng inquired, "I am curious how you, young comrade Zhang, became aware of the potential internal traitor in our factory. Did you possess prior knowledge of this matter?" After listening to Chun Jixiang's account the previous day, Zhang Fan had pondered deeply, unable to fathom how Zhang Fan had acquired such insight. He was not an employee of their factory, and logically, he should not have been privy to such intricate details. While suspicions of an internal traitor were common, few could deduce the matter with such precision. "After Brother Chun informed me of your factory's crisis, I conducted a brief analysis and was able to discern the presence of an internal traitor quite clearly. Firstly, your factory is inundated with orders, yet your internal capacity cannot keep pace. This is the fundamental issue. There are only 2 possibilities for this predicament. Either the machinery within the factory is malfunctioning, or there are problems within the management." Given Brother Chen's description, the machinery was replaced only a few years ago and has never exhibited such issues. Thus I deduced that only the latter possibility remains. Breaking down the second scenario, if there are management issues, it could either be due to internal conflicts or an individual attempting to usurp power by colluding with external parties to undermine the factory. Zhang Fan's analysis was astute. Each point resonated with clarity. Director Deng applauded repeatedly after listening. "Well articulated. In these tumultuous times, I have been so overwhelmed that I overlooked the crux of the problem. Individuals like Chun Jixiang, with their seasoned experience, can easily discern such matters with a calm mind. However, both of us have been swamped with work, and the pressures from various sources have rendered me unable to think clearly." In contrast, Zhang Fan, as an outsider, devoid of any burdens, leveraged his past experiences to pinpoint the essence of the issue. "Now, to analyze further, since it is a management issue, I maintain good relations with my employees. I have never asserted my authority over anyone, regardless of their position, so there should be no conflicts. By the way, you mentioned usurpation. Could it be that the deputy director covets my position? Upon hearing the term usurpation from Zhang Fan, Director Ding suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a distinct possibility. Despite the deputy director's usual silence and lack of involvement in the factory's operations, he was not to be underestimated. According to reason, matters within the factory necessitate the cooperation of both the general manager and the deputy manager. However, the deputy manager rarely makes an appearance, often sequestered in his office. Director Ding has summoned the deputy manager on 2 occasions for collaboration, yet the latter merely assents verbally, only to neglect the tasks thereafter. Over time, Director Ding has ceased to call upon him, recognizing the deputy's apparent desire for a leisurely retirement. If this time the deputy truly seeks to usurp power, it would take Director Ding by surprise. Director, it is not beyond possibility. Did I not ask you yesterday to assign someone to keep an eye on the bald man? Have you done so? Chun Jixiang inquired, wondering whether the surveillance had indeed been implemented. I dispatched Xiao Wang to observe. So far, there have been no developments. But should anything arise, he will certainly inform me. Xiao Wang, the director's driver, often meanders about the factory during idle hours, primarily tasked with ensuring Director Ding's transport needs are met. Knock, knock. Just as he finished speaking, a knock resonated from the director's office. Come in, was the immediate response. The door swung open to reveal a young man in a dark short-sleeved shirt, appearing quite flustered. Director, from yesterday to today, I have witnessed the head of the 3rd workshop rushing to the deputy's office several times. I am unaware of the specifics, but there are no other unusual occurrences at the moment, having just claimed there was nothing amiss. Xiao Wang delivered a piece of startling news that left Director Ding quite taken aback. Very well, continue your observations. Should any new developments arise, report them to me at once. Be discreet during your surveillance. Do not let them catch sight of you, Director Ding instructed, gesturing for the driver to exit. Once the door was securely closed, he resumed speaking. It appears the deputy manager is indeed scheming for power. It is time for me to respond. Chapter 93. Act swiftly to retain clients. Zhang Fan, seated nearby, remained silent, unfamiliar with the intricate dynamics of the cement factory's management. He understood that a mishandling of this incident could spell disaster for the factory. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had not paid much heed to the enterprises in Qingshan County, yet he had heard of most of them, the cement factory being among them. Now, the situation had escalated to a critical juncture. If not managed properly, severe repercussions awaited. Director, how do you intend to respond? Will you confront the deputy manager directly, laying everything bare? Chun Jixiang observed the director, uncertain of his thoughts. Were he in Director Ding's position, upon hearing such news, he would undoubtedly feel incensed, perhaps even outraged. He feared that the director might lose his composure and confront the deputy manager, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. No, I prefer to observe and await further developments. Let us see what schemes the deputy manager concocts. To act against him now would be to grant him an undeserved advantage. The director's expression grew increasingly severe. Since you wish to play deviously, I shall engage you to the end. Director Ding, may I interject? I believe this matter should be addressed swiftly, as our clients outside are awaiting their cement. Our city is not home to only your factory. Should these clients be lured away by competitors, we will find ourselves lamenting with no recourse. There is no need to continue fixating on that bald-headed individual. Rather, it is imperative to keep a close watch on the deputy factory manager. I am uncertain of the bald man's role, but he is merely a pawn in the deputy's game. Now that his utility has been exhausted, he can be discarded. It is essential to ascertain whether the deputy has forged any alliances with other cement factories, for we must avoid a situation where the costs outweigh the benefits. Zhang Fan spoke with a tone of remarkable calmness, yet each utterance warranted profound contemplation from Director Ding. He could not fathom why this young man possessed such foresight, even considering aspects he himself had overlooked. Could it be that he is indeed a genius? Are you implying that you suspect the deputy manager has colluded with other cement factories? If he seeks to usurp power, is he not merely steering the factory toward ruin? Director Ding, some individuals approach matters without the need for deep thought. His sole intention is to unseat you, for only then does he see a chance to ascend. He would not contemplate the consequences. From his perspective, his ambition is simply to attain the position of factory manager and reclaim the clients who have departed. However, he fails to realize that those clients are unlikely to return. This individual is either bereft of intellect or has been blinded by ambition, engaging in such foolishness. After concluding his analysis, Zhang Fan shook his head, recalling numerous individuals he had encountered in his past life. They relinquished everything for the sake of empty power, ultimately gaining nothing but bitterness. The deputy's actions mirror those he had previously witnessed. In his quest for the manager's position, he would drive the cement factory to the brink of obliteration. Ultimately, the position may be attained, but all that would remain is a hollow shell of the factory. I am not entirely informed. I have only recently been appointed as the factory manager for a year, and he has been with the factory for a considerable time. I have heard whispers that there are issues surrounding his role as deputy manager, though I have not delved into the specifics, as it does not directly concern me. The manager shook his head, admitting he knew little about the deputy. Their interactions had been minimal. The deputy perpetually adopted a demeanor of indifference, showing little concern for the factory's affairs, as if he merely occupied a nominal position, with his daily pursuits revolving around leisure. This deputy has been here for 3 years, having ousted the previous one, who was exceptionally competent and rarely faltered in his duties. It is said that the current deputy was appointed through connections, a fact well known among the factory's long-standing employees. We have privately discussed these matters, though in the bustling environment of the factory, such conversations are seldom articulated. The manager had limited knowledge of the deputy, and Chen Zhixiang finally spoke up, revealing that he only knew the deputy had gained his position through networking. Since his arrival, the factory's previously flourishing performance has waned slightly, compounded by the previous manager's mediocre capabilities, resulting in a lack of synergy between the two ineffective figures in their respective roles. A year ago, Director Deng took charge of the cement factory, effectively restoring its profitability. However, after a mere year of stability, the deputy director began to undermine him. Unwilling to allow Director Deng peace, such a deputy director should be removed at the earliest opportunity, for a single rotten apple can spoil the entire barrel. After hearing Chen Zhixiang's words, Zhang Fan shook his head, realizing that such individuals are indeed ubiquitous. In his previous life, he had encountered similar characters in his company, but they were swiftly dismissed through Zhang Fan's iron-fisted methods. His tactics were not something the average person could withstand. He never hesitated to act, regardless of relationships. If anyone threatened the interests of the company or himself, he had little to say. Zhang Fan was clear about merit and fault. Those who contributed would be generously rewarded, while those who made serious mistakes would be promptly dismissed. This was his philosophy and work ethic. He would never allow anyone to endanger his position. All right, I will keep a close watch on him, and once I gather evidence, I will immediately request his dismissal from the higher-ups. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Director Deng's expression turned grave. He had considered everyone but never suspected that the greatest troublemaker was right beside him. It was unimaginable that the deputy director could harbor such intentions. Previously, he had merely thought they had a personality clash, believing the deputy was simply disinterested in work. Now, it was evident that not only did he despise his duties, but he also sought to oust the industrious Chen Zhixiang and Director Deng himself. This matter cannot be delayed. Zhang Fan insisted, while your clients are merely disgruntled, there is still a chance for redemption. Once they lose all faith in you, demand compensation, and decide to leave, it will be too late for regrets. Zhang Fan's tone was exceedingly serious. In terms of work, he was, in strict definition, a workaholic. Since the passing of his father, he had no family, no wife or children, and had severed all emotional ties. A person devoid of emotions can only immerse themselves entirely in work, which shaped Zhang Fan's character. He did not consider himself a workaholic, yet his relentless dedication was evident to others. Chapter 94. I give my sister-in-law a discount. Li Jing sat nearby, listening to the conversation among the three men, struggling to comprehend much of what was said. Having received little formal education, she had only learned to read at a later stage. The topics Zhang Fan and the others discussed were shrouded in complexity, leaving her perplexed. In formal settings, it is uncommon for one to discuss business with their wife present. However, Zhang Fan was an exception. After leaving Li Jing in his previous life, he had not felt affection for any other woman. Now, having finally regained her company, he wished to keep her by his side for 24 hours a day, fearing that this happiness might dissolve into a dream from which he would awaken to find nothing. This was Zhang Fan's greatest concern, though Chen Zhixiang and Director Deng held no objections. After all, they were young, and their camaraderie was understandable. Moreover, Zhang Fan is a rare talent. A person of such caliber would be welcomed even with their family by Director Deng, who would remain utterly silent on the matter. Alas, what has become of today's youth? They articulate their analyses with such clarity that it seems we have indeed aged, unable to grasp even the most rudimentary truths. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's analysis once more, Director Deng could not help but exclaim in astonishment, pondering how the minds of the younger generation work, as their considerations are remarkably comprehensive. Dear Director, not all young individuals possess such talent. My acquaintance with Brother Zhang is purely a stroke of good fortune. Did you know that Brother Zhang initially sold roasted chestnuts at our cement factory's entrance, and his business thrived beyond measure? Chen Jixiang introduced Zhang Fan to Director Deng, providing him with insight into Zhang Fan's background. It turns out that the roasted chestnuts discussed daily by our employees at the factory gate are indeed the handiwork of Comrade Xiao Zhang. No wonder they are so popular. The canteen also serves them. Out of curiosity, I purchased a portion the other day, and the flavor did not disappoint, revealing the skill of Comrade Xiao Zhang. Reflecting on the roasted chestnuts, Director Deng recalled the numerous workers who congregate daily at the factory entrance to purchase them. Initially, he contemplated intervening in this gathering. But after tasting the delicacy at the canteen, he dismissed that notion. Such a delightful treat should not be obscured. It deserves to be showcased for the public, as ensuring everyone enjoys good food aligns with the ethos of our cement factory. Director Deng's praise was unwarranted. I had just emerged from rural life, lacking any profitable skills. I could only set up a small stall to earn a modest living. Zhang Fan, ever humble, sought to befriend such individuals and refrained from excessive self-promotion. After all, no one achieves success through mere boastfulness. True success speaks for itself, and when one is genuinely accomplished, others will sing their praises. Zhang Fan has never engaged in self-aggrandizement. He only introduces his products or company when it is truly necessary. In his past life, he maintained this same style and approach, always acting with purpose. As long as he can execute tasks effectively within reasonable bounds, he finds satisfaction. The director's compliments, in Zhang Fan's eyes, were without question, and he chose not to elaborate further. Without flattery, it is indeed impressive to see such youthful ambition. The potential for future accomplishments is boundless. By the way, I noticed that the stall selling roasted chestnuts at the factory entrance is no longer operated by Comrade Xiao Zhang. Has he ceased his endeavors? Or has someone encroached on his business? Should it be the latter, would you like me to find someone to address the matter? Director Deng, eager to cultivate a friendship with Zhang Fan, even suggested such intervention. Typically, an individual of Director Deng's stature would not engage in idle conversation with someone like Zhang Fan, given the disparity in their social standings. At present, Zhang Fan possesses neither capital nor status, relegating him to the very bottom of the social hierarchy. In this hierarchical context, under ordinary circumstances, without any introductions, Zhang Fan and Director Deng would hardly engage in conversation. Today, Zhang Fan's visit served solely to demonstrate his capabilities, allowing Director Deng to witness his eloquence and problem-solving skills. At present, Zhang Fan seeks nothing of value from Director Deng. His intentions are purely future-oriented. The Baozi shop can only serve as a temporary source of income. The notion of amassing substantial wealth by merely tending to a small Baozi stall is rather unrealistic. The individual at the factory gate is my second brother. I have recently ventured into another business and cannot attend to the roasted chestnut stall. Hence I had to enlist my brother's help. Zhang Fan comprehended Director Deng's words, achieving his objective. Now that Director Deng is proactively fostering a rapport with him, Zhang Fan possesses numerous bargaining chips for future negotiations, which are invaluable and will significantly bolster his capital at the outset of his endeavors. So we are all family. In that case, it's settled. The factory employees also enjoy eating, so let them indulge. By the way, Comrade Xiao Zhang, since you are pursuing other business ventures, could you possibly divulge to old Deng what you are engaged in? Once Zhang Fan mentioned his other business, Director Deng became immediately intrigued. He was eager to learn more about this young man, curious about the intellect that drives such cleverness. Recently, I have been selling Baozi, as I noticed there were no Baozi shops in our county, which inspired me to start one. Zhang Fan's honest response not only revealed his entrepreneurial venture, but also subtly showcased his insight. To sell goods, one must offer something scarce. Rarity is what confers value. If I were to sell Baozi and Youtiao, the streets of the entire county would be saturated, making it impossible to earn a profit. Selling baozi? Is it the one near the primary and middle school? The recently popular baozi shop? Upon hearing this, Director Deng's interest peaked. He had been coming home daily to hear his wife and child rave about baozi, although he had never tasted them. He was already familiar with the shop's location through their enthusiastic chatter. He even mentioned that he would buy a few baozi to try on his next day off. That must be me. I noticed that the area in front of the primary and middle schools has a high foot traffic of children and parents, making it a prime location for a baozi business. Zhang Fan graciously acknowledged this, as he was the only baozi shop owner in the entire county, making it improbable for others to claim otherwise. So, you are the proprietor, Comrade Xiaozhang. You continue to surprise me more and more. You have no idea how my family, especially my wife and son, constantly rave about how delicious your baozi are, insisting on going to your shop every morning. I never anticipated that the owner would stand before me. It truly is fate. Director Deng chuckled heartily, grateful to have met Zhang Fan, who had brought him such abundant surprises. Please inform your wife to mention my name when buying baozi, and I shall grant her a discount.